Hello and welcome to my tier list in all skills of Heroes of Metamagic 7. In this tier list I am going to rank every single skill and ability that you can choose from in the Heroes 7 game. I have a tier list here that I'm created. The lowest one is called Not Worth It. That's where I think it's basically not worth it to use this skill or even invest in it. And I'll go up from there to D, C, B, A, and finally at the top tier, which is Champion tier. This is where I think this skill is definitely worth using in this game. As you can see here, I have put every skill and ability in the game that you can rank from and that you can basically get. All from normal skills that each and every hero can get in no matter which faction. But I also added all of the faction skills that only a specific faction can get. So I'm going to rank each one of these skills and abilities, and I'm going to explain why I rank them where they are, how useful they are, how consistently useful they are, and in what cases they are useful, and in other cases where it's not worth investing or so. So I am going to rank I'm going to rank all these skills and abilities based on their usefulness, their consistency, their versatility, and how powerful these skills can be individually. Now, every skill and ability have the usefulness in one way or another. So it's not like no skill is useful at all. So every skill can be powerful in the right context, of course. But in my opinion, I'm going to rank which ones I think are worth going into, and some skills that, even though they can be powerful in the right context, I still don't think they are worth investing in at all. Now, usually your skill wheel looks like this, where all the skills and abilities can be shown here, as you can see. However, while I'm going to rank it like this as well, yes, but there is actually a way to change the configuration of your skills, so that not only can each of your hero be limited to these specific skills, because usually each hero is limited to their own skills that they can learn like this, but there is actually a way to change the configuration of your skill wheel, so that each hero can learn every single skill in the game, and you can do this without having to open the cheat window. It might technically be cheating, since the game was actually meant to be played like this, but you can still change the configuration of the game so that each hero can learn every skill in the game, and I'm going to rank all skills and abilities based on that as well. As you can see, once you change the configuration of your game, your hero is actually able to learn every single skill in the game, and it looks a little bit different, as you can see. Because as you see here, some skills here are not available. They cannot be seen here. That's because this time you decide which skill your hero is going to learn when they level up instead of seeing specific skills here. And that changes a lot in this game, because from here on, your hero can basically learn master level of every skill thanks to this configuration, and not just expert in some skills. Now, here's what it looks like when you change the configuration so that each hero can learn each and every skill in the game. It's a bit different, as you can see, because none of the other skills in the skill wheel appear at all. That means now your hero can learn every skill, and I'm going to show you how. I'm going to activate my cheats just to show you here with every skill that we can, and this is what it looks like instead. We can now choose what skill we want to learn. I'll just make a few examples of increasing air magic, adding destiny, and so on and so on. I'm going to focus on getting the skill. I'll just show you a few quick examples where it looks like. Choosing some of these and choosing this. Just quick. Yeah, this is basically what this looks like when you choose every skill. And of course, I am going to explain each and every skill that you can learn and all the abilities like I mentioned. So, now that we mentioned it, let's go on to it. Also, before I rank my skills and lists, I just want to make a few comments here about this game, which is that unfortunately it does have a few bugs and glitches, as you can say, yes. But I still think this is a great game, and it deserves a lot more than it's been. Yeah, I still think this game deserves a lot more than it actually received, because. Okay, that was a little mistake. But still, even if the game didn't receive the best criteria or so, I still think it deserves a lot more than it received. Because in my opinion, this is a great game. And I may prefer Heroes 3 more, but I still think this game is great. So, with that out of the way, let's go and rank our first skill. To start things off, we start with the first skill that we are going to rank, which is Air Magic. Now, there are many different magic schools in the game which you can learn, and a few of them which I will mention, talk about later, is for example Light, Dark, Fire Magic and so on. And Air Magic is basically has the same effect as all the other magic schools. It basically makes, I can show you here. With Air Magic, you can make all your air spells more effective, and also it increases the hero's arcane knowledge. It does the same thing in both Novice, Expert, and also Master rank, which increases arcane knowledge even more. Now, what do you need arcane knowledge for? I'm going to show you here. We have arcane knowledge here. Arcane knowledge allows the hero to learn more powerful spells. You need to tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 for or in this case, for tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 spells, you need 2 arcane knowledge, 5 or even a maximum 8 arcane knowledge if you want to learn all spells in the game. So arcane knowledge is something you need if you want to learn more powerful spells. So this is where arcane knowledge comes in. If you want to learn every spell in the game, you need to increase your arcane knowledge, so it becomes at least 8. And if you have one magic school alone at master rank, that altogether you can altogether have 6 arcane knowledge from that, because after all, at novice you get 1, at expert you're getting 2, and at master you're getting 3. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 that equals 6. So if you want to get at a minimum of 8 magic arcane knowledge, then you need to learn at the very least 1 magic school at master rank, and another one at least in expert rank, or 2 novice school works as well. So it becomes at least 8 altogether. Then you can learn all spells in the game once you have that. Once you learn all skills in the game, then these are all the air spells you can get. And if you have air magic at master rank, then all these spells will be cast with much more efficiency. So the question is air magic worth investing in? Well, I can tell you this much. If this skill is worth investing in, absolutely. This thing is incredible. I can tell you already now that the very first skill that I'm ranking here is going into the champion tier. Air magic is just incredible for many reasons. There are a lot of spells with this skill that requires this skill to become more powerful and effective. There are a lot of abilities that makes these spells a lot more effective. And finally, the ultimate ability of this skill is one of the best abilities in the game, and I will explain later what it is. So I'm going to already tell you now that if you're going to play air magic, if you're going to play with any faction at all, almost any faction, you definitely want to invest in air magic. No doubt about that. So now I'm going to show you the abilities of air magic. We start off with the first one called Air Scholar. Now all magic schools have their own form of scholar, and all of them basically does the same thing. With Air Scholar, it reduces the magic cost of 20% by all air spells. This means that the mana cost of all air spells is reduced by 20%. And all scholars does the same thing for their own magic school. So, now, if you are going to use a lot of air magic in this game, do you know that Air Scholar will be very useful? After all, if air magic is that incredible, then you want to cast as many spells as possible with as little mana as possible as well. So Air Scholar definitely helps here too. Here I'm going to show you the difference between having Air Scholar and not having Air Scholar in your hero. Here, this is without Air Scholar. These are the mana costs for all air spells normally. As you can see, there are a couple of spells that doesn't require that much mana, like Lightning Burst, Storm Arrows, Lightning Bolt. They don't require that much mana to be cast. So 20% less mana on these spells, that becomes like 8 mana instead. That's not much of a difference. There are, however, other spells that you want to use that requires more magic, like, for example, Chain Lightning, of course, which is very powerful, and also Lightning Reflexes, which I will talk about later, which also is very powerful in many ways. But these are the mana costs of all air spells without Air Scholar, and this is with Air Scholar. As you can see, the mana cost of all these spells have been reduced a little bit, especially on the higher tier spells like Lightning Reflexes and Chain Lightning. Even if the difference may not seem that much, it's still a difference and it still helps in many ways. So yeah, even if Air Scholar may not do that much of an impact, it can still make a big difference in many cases. So yeah, because you are going to use air spells a lot and you want them to be as cost efficient as possible, Air Scholar is definitely something you want to use as much as possible if you can. If you have access to it, just go for it. So for me, this belongs in the champion tier as well. Next up we have Air Knowledge level 1. Now, all magic schools have their own knowledge level at level 1, 2 and 3. And the same for example, Light Magic have their Light Knowledge, Fire Magic have their Fire Knowledge, and the same thing for Air Knowledge, which is here. And each knowledge have their own specific ability and a bonus that gives more power to the spells of their respective school. So in this case, as you can see, Air Knowledge level 1 gives bonuses to 2 specific spells. These are Storm Arrows and Lightning Burst. If I start with Lightning Burst, Lightning Burst doesn't damage friendly units anymore and sets hit units initiative to 1. What this means is, I'm going to show you. Here you can see Lightning Burst, which is the spell that this ability affects. Normally it deals air damage. At the beginning it deals a lot less than this, but it deals air damage to all adjacent units at the start of the target creature's turn. And if there is no adjacent unit, the spell remains active. So, this can be cast on both your own friendly units and also on enemy units. And when that creature begins its turn, all units around it takes air damage. This can be both useful in both offense and also defense, because if you cast it on one of your enemy creatures, all of the enemy creatures will take air damage for that. And also if one of your units is surrounded by enemy units, you can cast Lightning Burst on your unit, and once it's his turn, then everyone around them will take damage for that. So this spell can be useful in both offense and defense, I can say. Although Lightning Burst may not be as powerful or so as many other spells or so, it can still make a difference and it can still be powerful in the right context. Right now my Lightning Burst may be more powerful than usual, but in most cases it doesn't deal as much damage as here. Of course, if you're not careful with lightning burst, then you could accidentally hurt your own units, since this damages all units and not just your enemies. As you could see there, that was my mistake, yeah. Once you have Air Knowledge level 1, then your lightning burst actually becomes a little bit more powerful. Because not only if you cast it on one of the enemy creatures, like I do now here, not only will they others take damage around, now it was a bit too much damage, but the initiative also gets set down to 1, which means when they will only begin their turn after every other creature has begun their turn, because initiative determines which creature begins first, and the lower the initiative is, the later you have to go. So initiative at 1 is the least amount of initiative, which means you basically go last. So this can be useful in some cases. Another big bonus of lightning burst is that you can now cast on your own creatures, and it doesn't affect any of the creatures at all, since it only affects enemy creatures, as you can see. Now, the other bonus that Air Knowledge gives is that it also bonuses up your storm arrows. This spell now casts on creatures in target 4x4 area and allows creatures to shoot with full range. Now, usually when you cast your spell, the storm arrow spell, it usually looks like something like this. If your hero's magic is pretty low, in this case it's about 5 magic, as you can see here, then the spells are usually not that as effective, and especially without the bonuses. In my case, if I'm going to use storm arrows here, which was here, it increases the attack of friendly target ranged creatures by 14 for 3 turns. So I can use this spell and use in one of my creatures here. Let's go for the Titans, for example. This is of course useful because they increase their attack here, and they alone deal a lot of damage, as you can see. And of course they are not the only ones who can use their ranged attack. We have every ranged creature can use their attack. This is the Kabir Masses, for example. They can deal this kind of damage with their numbers. If I cast storm arrows on them, let's see how much more effective they become. They become pretty more effective actually, even without the upgrade of storm arrows. But they will still become a little bit more effective here, as you see. Yeah, there are 2 creatures here that have full range regardless. But still, the spell is pretty effective even without storm arrows. Even without the upgrade of storm arrows, rather. Now, what happens if I use storm arrows when it's upgraded? As you can see here, it increases at now it's upgraded. It's now cast on 4x4 area, and also all ranged creatures that get affected by it will have full range in their attack. Let's see what happens when we cast this here. I'm going to cast on all archers that can be affected by it. All 3 of them, excellent. Now all 3 of them have this spell. My Titans can deal a lot more damage, as you see. My least powerful monsters, the Kabir Masses, can deal a lot more damage now, as you can see. Not to mention basically every archer that is affected by this. All of them are now much more powerful. And this is just storm arrows, as we're talking about. But still, one single spell and just a single ability that boosts up its power makes it become that more powerful. Even at archers that has even better abilities at ranged attacks, like the marksman, for example, they benefit even more from storm arrows. So if we do something like this, for example, I'm going to cast it on both my marksmen and also my abbots. They both are ranged creatures, and I'm going to let them do the work. My abbots all alone can almost take down the black dragon. As you see, thanks to my storm arrows. And even a good morale, yeah, as you see. Do I need more reason to explain why storm arrows is that powerful? Could I possibly use... Okay, not in this case. But that's okay, because it doesn't matter who I shoot, because you see yourself, I can basically one-shot anyone I want. Not bad, eh? This is thanks to storm arrows. When it's at its full power, and even at good morale, I can still basically one-shot almost anything, as you see here, thanks to my archers here. So yeah, I have many reasons why storm arrows is just that powerful, and why it is definitely something you want to invest in. So yeah, Air Knowledge 1 is just that incredible. I may not use Lightning Burst as often, since it is a little bit more specific in its uses, but Storm Arrows is something you definitely want to use in almost every faction that has an archer, and all factions has at least 2 archers except Necropolis. So yeah, this is something you absolutely are going to invest in if you can. This goes definitely at the top tier as well. Absolutely worth it. Next up we have Gathering Storm. This is a unique ability that each magic school has, because most magic schools have the same scholar ability and also knowledge ability. But each magic school has its own unique ability as well, which is different from the others. And in this case, the unique one here is Gathering Storm. This basically makes the first air spell that you cast, it will be cast with 8+ magic. So basically, it increases the magic power of your air spell with the first spell that you cast. It is useful, of course, in basically any case that you use air magic on. If you can only imagine if you use this with chain lightning, for example. The very first spell that you cast is chain lightning. It will deal a lot more damage than without this skill, without this ability. However, if I am going to invest in an ability, I want it to be useful not only once, but throughout the whole combat. So I want it to become more versatile, and basically something you want to have as much as possible and use it as much as possible. The other abilities that I ranked here are useful throughout the entire battle. You want to use them, and you want to have them as much as possible in your entire battle. Gathering Storm is only useful in the first combat round, when you use the spell for the first time. So, although it is powerful, its versatility is not as good, unfortunately. Still, I'm going to put it in D rank, since it has its uses, and in specific circumstances it can be good. But it is only useful in very specific circumstances, so unfortunately I cannot put it higher than D tier. I forgot to mention that each skill has 3 novice abilities, which I just ranked here, but each skill also has 2 expert abilities and 1 master ability as well. So I forgot to mention that I am going to rank them as well, of course. But we just went through 3 novice abilities here, and now it's time to check on the 2 expert abilities. The first one is Air Wisdom. Now, just like Air Scholar and Air Knowledge, Air Wisdom also has the same effect as all the other wisdoms in all the other magic schools. As you can see, this is what Air Wisdom does. It gives 4+ magic for air spells, and every other wisdom ability adds 4+ magic to this bonus. So, all magic schools have their own form of wisdom, like I mentioned, and all of them give +4 magic for their own spells. Like for example, water magic, which also gives +4 magic for water spells. Fire wisdom gives 4+ magic for fire spells. And all these wisdoms have the same ability that the more wisdom ability you have, the more magic you add to the bonus, of course. And of course, if you are going to use air magic a lot, then this is something you really want to use, because more magic to your air spells means they become more powerful and more effective. So this is something you definitely want to use as well, if you're going to invest in air magic. So because air wisdom has its use and is very powerful, it can be very powerful in many ways. Although I prefer some other abilities a little bit more, which for example these in the champion tiers, they are the ones I prefer more. But I'm still going to put this one in A tier, because it may not be as impactful as the others here, but I still think it is definitely something you want to invest in, because it is very powerful. Next we have Air Knowledge 2, which gives a few bonuses to other air spells. As you can see here, Air Knowledge 2 gives bonuses to your two spells called Gust of Wind and Lightning Bolt. In Gust of Wind, it also deals extra air damage to the target creature, and Lightning Bolt additionally sets the target's creature initiative to 1 for 3 turns, and also deals air damage to adjacent enemy creatures. Now, both Gust of Wind and Lightning Bolt are useful in different ways, as I'm going to show you. Normally when we use the spell Gust of Wind, it pushes the target's creature 3 tiles in a straight or 2 tiles in a diagonal direction instantly. What they mean is that if we try this out, I activate it here, it will push to this area instead. It may not look that useful as you see, it doesn't look like that useful maybe. However, there are actually cases where you want to use this. Both because it makes it easier for some of your creatures to reach their enemy creatures. So there are some units that you have that you can attack with them immediately if you are able to do it. So although it looks pretty weak, it can still be useful in some situations. So Gust of Wind might actually be a little bit underrated, if you can say that. There are situations where you want to use one of your melee creatures to attack the enemy ranged creatures. And as you can see, your movement is not high enough for your creatures to get all the way. So in these situations, Gust of Wind can be useful here, because this allows the enemy creature, or his ranged creature in this case, to be pushed closer to your melee creatures. And that way, you can attack him with your own melee creatures. So even though Gust of Wind is not always the most powerful spell, it can still be useful in specific circumstances. As for the spell Lightning Bolt, this spell deals air damage to whatever enemy unit that you chooses. So this can be also useful in offense, both offense and defense as well, but mostly offense, because this pretty much can take out any creature you want within a certain limit in this case here. So even Lightning Bolt has its uses. Now let's add Air Knowledge level 2, as we mentioned before, so that we power up both Gust of Wind and Lightning Bolt even further. First of all, Gust of Wind, usually it just pushes the creatures to the tile that you saw earlier, but also it now also deals air damage to the one you choose. Now, if we try the same spell again, Gust of Wind, as we did before, we can push the creature to whatever place we want, like here, for example. And well, also, not only that, we also took him out immediately. Well, that proves once we power up the spell, it becomes more effective. Not only will it push you closer to your creature, but you also deal a lot of air damage to them as well. As for the Lightning Bolt, it also has its new uses as well. Because now not only do you deal air damage to your enemy creature that you choose, but you also set its initiative to 1 until its next turn, and also all adjacent enemy units take air damage as well. So if we try this one out, on the one you choose, not only does that one take damage, but the one next to it takes the air damage as well, and its initiative is set to 1 as well. So this can be very useful as well in making sure that your opponent loses its chance to make a move before you, because you guarantee here that you will make a move first before him. And that makes it easier for you to deal with them in one way or another. So yeah, Air Knowledge level 2 does have some of its usages, thanks to its power up on these 2 spells. It's not as useful, I would say, as the other abilities as I put up here in higher tiers. But it is something I would use in some circumstances in one way or another. So I'm going to put this one in C tier. Next ability here is Air Knowledge level 3. And this is something we have access to once we have Master Air Magic. With this one, our 2 spells, Lightning Reflexes and Cyclone, gets powered up. First of all, the additional strike from Lightning Reflexes is now executed before the enemy's retaliation and with plus 10 attack. And also, Cyclone is now cast on a 3x3 area and relocates creatures within the surrounding 9x9 area, and small creatures take double the damage. So, how does these 2 spells work before we have this ability? Let's check it out. Now, if we use a spell Cyclone here, we will not only we will deal damage to both of them, but also, as we are going to see, it will push them to some random areas here, as you can see. It could be useful in some ways, and it could be more importantly is that they deal damage and they hurt. Even against archers it can be useful as well, because there is a chance that they could be pushed into one of the tiles closer to your enemy units. And if that happens, that gives your enemy units a little better chance to reach them. As we can see here, one of them is a little bit closer to us now. So that can be useful in that way. As for the other spell that this ability affects, which is Lightning Reflexes, normally this thing grants an additional hit with minus 10 attack when attacking in melee, and it lasts for 3 turns. If the enemy can retaliate, the extra attack is executed after the retaliation. So basically, this thing allows you to have the same effect as the Justicar, because the Justicar can attack twice as well. And this thing, I can tell you, this spell is actually really good in many ways. Because not only will this give your unit an extra attack, and it will extra damage in that way, but if you can make sure that the enemy cannot retaliate, then your creature will basically have 2 attacks for free. So this thing is very powerful. It can be even at its base, it can be very powerful. Allow me to demonstrate to you what happens here when we use that spell. Now I can use this spell. I'll just use, if we go to here and use Lightning Reflexes. Now he's going to attack here. I'm going to attack with the highest damage I can deal. He will retaliate, and also, as you see, an extra attack. And that's how it works. Now, should we add this ability so that we power up both Cyclone and Lightning Reflexes, then there will be a few more differences that will happen, as I'm going to show you. As a start, if we go to Cyclone again, now with this special ability, it now deals extra air damage to all creatures in a 3x3 area and relocates them instantly and randomly within the surrounding 9x9 area instead. It used to be 2x2 area which it affects, and all creatures are supposed to move into an 8x8 area. Now both are increased, and also small creatures take double the damage from this. So this spell is now much more powerful than before. Smaller creatures can almost get wiped out easily. Larger creatures still take a lot of damage, and wow, yeah, you see, a lot of them took a lot of damage here. One was wiped out. So yeah, this spell is now much more powerful than before. and it is a lot more useful now than before, thanks to this ability. However, what really makes this ability incredible is that it power-ups your lightning reflexes. Because now, instead of having -10 attack, it should be +10 attack instead, and also the extra attack is now executed before the retaliation. So this means if I use this on one of my creatures, like here, and I'll attack like this, now he can attack twice in a row before my enemy can retaliate. So I can just slaughter my units a lot more easier, as you see, twice again in a row. Basically, there is actually a special ability in a dungeon which has the same effect as this. Your creatures, I'll talk about this ability a little bit later, because I'm going to go through all abilities, but lightning reflexes basically gives the same effect as this dungeon ability. And this ability is one of the best abilities in the game, I can tell you. There is another combo where this ability, Air Knowledge 3, really shines, especially when you use the lightning reflexes spell. And that combo is where you play with a dungeon campaign, or even the dungeon faction at all, actually. If you have the Black Dragons or the Dark Hydras in your army, I prefer the Dark Hydras personally, for a few reasons, but if you have one of these creatures, you can make one of them actually get closer to one of your enemies with, for example, teleport. I'll talk about this later, of course. And once they are close enough, you can use them to use that very spell I was talking about earlier, lightning reflexes, of course. And this should allow them to have a little chat here, even if it hurts a little bit. But as you see, extra attack after all, and as you can see, a lot of the army is wiped out just like that. So even in this case situation, we have a tier unit or a unit that can attack multiple enemy units. Lightning reflexes here is really good. So yeah, I may not use Cyclone that often, even if it can be useful and powerful in many ways. But lightning reflexes is definitely something I invest in and use when I can. So this ability is very good in many ways. So I'm going to put this one at the very least in A tier, because it is very useful. Next up, we have this game has a unique mechanic where each skill has its own ultimate Grandmaster ability. Air Magic in this case has its own Grandmaster ability called Stormlord. What Stormlord basically does is, I'll show you. This is Stormlord, and it does this. Whenever an enemy unit is damaged by an attack, all enemy unit around it gets air damage. In this case, because my hero has 30 magic, it deals 600 to 800 damage to all adjacent enemy units. So, as you notice here, all heroes have only access to 3 Grandmaster abilities. And one of them is Stormlord, can be Stormlord of course. This means that once you have chosen your 3 Grandmaster abilities, then it doesn't matter if you have all of the skills at Master rank, you cannot gain access to their Grandmaster ability. So you have to be careful on which Grandmaster ability you want your hero to have, and which one to choose from. If I were to choose, I can tell you this much, of all the Grandmaster abilities that you can choose from, one thing I would definitely invest in, no doubt, is Stormlord. Because this thing can do so much on its own. As it says, if you just deal an attack in pretty much any way, if your ranged unit deals damage, if your melee creature deals damage on someone, and there are adjacent creatures around it, they all take air damage because of that. Even your hero attack, just an attack from your own hero, is enough to trigger Stormlord. I'm going to show you a few examples of that. Once we have Stormlord, like I mentioned, then it almost doesn't matter what kind of attack you make. You can make just a hero attack like this, And as you notice, those around take air damage, and it was a lot of air damage, as you noticed. Your melee unit can you attack like this, and those around take air damage, as you see. Even your melee units, once they get close enough, can deal air damage. If we do something like this, for example, and use one of our melee units here, once they get close enough, as you see, those around it take air damage thanks to Stormlord. So yeah, this ability, and not just in this case, in pretty much every battle that has multiple units we have to defeat, Stormlord is just that incredible. The only downside I would say with Stormlord is that if there is only one enemy creature you have to face, then it won't really do much here, since after all, it is only powerful when there are multiple enemy units around. So here, since there's only one, the Stormlord will not work at all. So this is one downside only. Another downside with Stormlord, which I forgot to mention, is that unfortunately, it doesn't work with warfare units either. So if you have something like the ballista or the small pyramid, then even if they attacks one of the units here and they are adjacent to an enemy unit, the adjacent enemy units will not take any damage at all, since they only hit the ones they chose. So warfare units are not affected by Stormlord, which is unfortunate, because, although it's understandable, because then the Stormlord would just be more broken. I'm going to show you a little trick that I usually do when I play the dungeon faction. This is where there's a special trick or strategy that I like to use together with Stormlord, which is very effective. If you have the specific skills and abilities required for this, which I'm going to talk about them later, of course, and you have access to Stormlord, and you also powered up your spell Lightning Reflexes, then you can bring one of your powerful units, like the Dark Hydras for example, right next to your enemy here. Let's see here, for example. Use Lightning Reflexes immediately. Where do I have it? Here we have it. And just give it an attack. And see what happens here. Not bad, eh? Everyone around got killed by this. So yeah, this is a pretty good example of what happens when you combine Stormlord with other abilities and skills, and you combine them together in this way. If you were to face a more powerful army like here, you could basically do the same strategy here. If you move our Hydras to some area here, like here for example, and we choose Lightning Reflexes again, then together with Stormlord we could basically attack almost everyone like this. And yeah, you can see from a powerful army to just a few troops remaining, thanks to Stormlord. So yeah, there is no question about it. If there is one ultimate Grandmaster ability that I am going to pick, no doubt, if I make my playthroughs, then Stormlord is definitely something I would choose. So yeah, this one definitely has to go up into the top tier. I'm actually going to put this one even above Air Magic, because it is so amazing. Next up we have a new skill here, which is actually a faction skill, and it's called Bloodrage. Now, in this game, each faction has its own unique faction skill that only heroes within its own faction can acquire. And in this case, Bloodrage is only accessible to factions in Stronghold, so the Orcs can only have this. And what this basically does is, Bloodrage in Novice. The hero starts with 5 Bloodrage. Bloodrage is added to friendly creature's attack, but it decreases during combat. -2 every time a creature uses the wait or defend action, and -2 at the end of each combat round. Bloodrage is over once it reaches 0. Those who are not affected are undead constructs, of course. And it goes more. This is the Novice. Well, if you have expert Bloodrage, that gives you an additional +1 in Bloodrage, and in Master Bloodrage you have additional 2 Bloodrage. So this means that if you start with 5 Bloodrage, you could get 1 more which equals 6, and 2 more which equals 8. So at maximum you can have 8 Bloodrage, and that means you will have 8 attack for your hero and for your creatures. Now, having extra attack in your creatures here are always a great idea, because this means they deal more damage. However, I am a kind of person who usually prefers to wait or defend, which means I lose Bloodrage every time I do this. So it's not something, it's not exactly compatible if you say that. Since, and that's the thing, the orcs prefer to attack. They are aggressive, they are offensive. They don't like to wait or to defend or so. So it matches their personality and their identity. So let's say I am not exactly. I don't really see eye to eye with the orcs, just to put it politely. Also, the Bloodrage, once it reaches 0, that's it. There is no more Bloodrage here. So it is something. It is good. It's something good to think about every time you play a stronghold, because you want to have You want to have Bloodrage in your army, so that they become more effective and you have extra attack in your creatures. Without Bloodrage, your creatures basically becomes normal and not exactly as effective as they were in the beginning. So I'm not a huge fan of Bloodrage, and it's something I don't usually use that often, unfortunately, when I play as a Stronghold. I usually focus on other skills more than Bloodrage, since I prefer to wait and defend after all. But of course it has some uses, and it's always good with extra attack. So I'm going to put this one in D tier. Sorry for all Bloodrage fans, but this is what I think. Next up we have 3 novice abilities in Bloodrage. The first one is called Rush. With this, friendly creatures that are in Bloodrage, they gain +1 movement. This is actually pretty useful. Having extra movement in your creatures is always a good idea. This means they can travel further and faster than usual. Even if I usually don't focus on Bloodrage in general, if I were to focus on it, then this is something I would actually invest in and have in my hero. You can see here, for example, that now that I have Rush, my Harpies here, Harpies, they have 1 extra movement, which makes it up from 6 to 7. So I have a little bit closer movement to my enemies here. Of course, the downside is that it only affects as long as I have Bloodrage. And like I said, I usually prefer to wait, which means I lose Bloodrage every time I wait. So for that reason, Rush is only as good as long as you have Bloodrage. Once your Bloodrage is gone, that's it. Rush will no longer be effective. But still, even if I prefer to wait and such, Rush is always a good idea to have in the beginning, since extra movement is always something that is useful. So if you are a fan of Rush and having extra movement for your creatures, then this is something you could invest in, because I agree about this one. This is actually pretty useful, even if Bloodrage in general is not my favorite. But still, this is one ability that I would invest in. So all in all, I am going to put Rush in C tier. I'm going to put it below Air Knowledge 2, since I think Air Knowledge 2 has a few more uses than Rush. After all, Air Magic is more useful in my opinion than Bloodrage. The second novice ability is called Warlord's Fury, and what this basically does is 7 times the current Bloodrage to the base damage of the hero. So basically, if you make a hero attack on any enemy creatures, then the Bloodrage you have will be multiplied by 7, and the result will be the base damage of your hero, which can actually be pretty high. So if they attack and the base damage attack is high on your hero, so your hero could actually deal a lot of damage with this. If we were to check how our hero stats looks like right now as level 17, we can see that the base damage is 149, if I say correctly. Yeah, it should be 149. And since our Bloodrage is at 7, if I remember correctly, yeah, exactly 7, that all this multiplied by 7, how much would this be? Like 179. Okay, it looks like it's something like that. But still, the idea is that with this ability, with the Warlord's Fury ability, your hero will deal more damage in base damage than usual. So even if it doesn't do much, it still makes a difference in that way. Now, since I don't use Bloodrage that often, I usually don't use this ability as well. But there are of course cases where this can be useful, especially if you have a powerful hero with high Bloodrage, and you just want to make an attack, and this attack could make a lot of damage then. But that's a very specific situation, and it's pretty specific in its use, so it's not that flexible. And unfortunately, Bloodrage in general, I think, is not so flexible. So I'm going to put this one in D tier as well. The third novice ability is called Bursting Rage. And what this one does is... Sorry if I read through here literally what it says, because I don't remember every ability what it does. But I do remember which ones I use frequently. And this is something I don't use that frequently, I can tell already now. But I'll tell what it does. All friendly creatures deal damage to enemy units around when Bloodrage ends. The damage is 70 times the number of full combat rounds Bloodrage lasted. So, if your creatures lose the Bloodrage, then all enemy creatures around will take damage equal to 70 times the number of combat rounds. So yeah, the longer the combat rounds has and the longer the Bloodrage had, the more damage you deal, basically. But I'm gonna be quick on this one, because I don't use it that often, or actually, I have never used it actually. So for me, this is a one ability that I have unfortunately have nowhere else to put, because I think it is too specific to use this one in circumstances. In most cases, when I have Bloodrage, I usually make sure my creatures are not on the front or so, and I usually use my ranged attack first, before I go in with my melee troops. And at that point, Bloodrage usually ends by then. So this is something I usually don't need at all. The next ability here is called Fiery Rage, and what this does is it basically all creatures that have Bloodrage in them will also have +5 initiative. Now initiative is of course very good, because the more initiative your creatures have, the better chance they will begin first. The creatures with the highest initiative will begin first. So having this increases your creature's chance to go before your enemy. So this can be useful of course in some ways. Although, first of all, the initiative is unfortunately a little bit minor for what it requires in order to work. After all, it requires Bloodrage in order to work. And also 5+ initiative isn't that high either. So, and because it's also part of Bloodrage, I'm going to put it in D tier. It can be useful of course in specific circumstances, but it's too specific for my taste. Next ability here, I forgot to mention that both Fiery Rage and this next one here are both in Expert Bloodrage. You will gain access to them once you have Expert Bloodrage. And the second one here is actually pretty good, I can tell you right now. It's called Might Over Magic. And how this works is that as long as your creatures have Bloodrage, then all enemy spells that deal damage will be halved. So, if your enemy hero casts spells on your creatures, then the damage your creatures will take will be halved. If enemy spells is like 200 damage, then your creatures will take 100 damage instead. And I can tell you already here that if I were to focus on Bloodrage and really invest in this skill and its abilities, then one ability I would definitely focus on is Might Over Magic, because this is a very good protection against enemy spells. So this is actually the only ability where I'm actually going to put in B tier, because it is actually pretty powerful. In many contexts and in pretty many situations, the enemy creatures will use powerful spells and magic to cause harm to your creatures. And as long as you have Bloodrage, then this is a very good protection against that. So this is actually a skill, an ability that is worth investing in if you have Bloodrage and if you are going to focus on Bloodrage. Once you reach Master Bloodrage, you will have access to the master ability of Bloodrage, which is Bloodlust. And what this basically does is, I will show you. Yeah, Bloodlust. 2 times the current Bloodrage is added to the morale of all friendly creatures. So, if your creatures have Bloodrage, then their morale is increased twice as much the Bloodrage they have. And morale is always a good idea to have, because I will show you. Now, if you have high morale of your creatures, like here for example, 21, that means there is a chance that your creatures can make an extra round and go an extra round here, so they can move again. There is always a risk that could happen thanks to Bloodrage, both Bloodrage and also Bloodlust combined. So, if that happens that one of your creatures gain good morale and gets to go another turn, then they can deal damage again, and that is of course very useful. If we attack here, for example, with our archers, with our little wolves here, as you see, good morale thanks to Bloodlust. And that means we can attack again. So there is a chance that our creatures have good morale, as you saw here, which means we can attack again. And attacking again is always something good to have. It is too bad that it is part of Bloodrage, which is not my favorite skill unfortunately. But having extra morale is not a bad idea. It is something you could have, of course, if you can. So I'm going to put Bloodlust all together in... I will put it in C tier, just below Rush, since I think movement is better than morale in some ways here. Maybe not always, but in some... But I would think in this case movement is a little bit better. We finally have the ultimate and the Grandmaster ability of Bloodrage, which is Father Sky's Fury. And my apologies if I have to read it literally, because I can't remember every ability, but I'm going to read this to you and say what this thing does. There we go, Father Sky's Fury, the Grandmaster ability of Bloodrage. The hero starts with 1 more Bloodrage. Bloodrage is increased by 1 every time any creature stack is killed. Now, this is something that actually keeps the Bloodrage spinning on and doesn't end, because as long as you can kill any enemy creatures, and even if one of your own creatures die, Bloodrage will increase by 1. So this means you may lose Bloodrage pretty quickly, yes, but you can always get it back thanks to this. And as long as you have Bloodrage, then all the abilities and bonuses you have will be active. So if you are going to invest a lot on Bloodrage, then this is something you definitely want, because this thing makes sure your Bloodrage stays in your hero and in your creatures as much as possible throughout the entire combat. It's just too bad that Bloodrage is in general not really my favorite skill, so otherwise I would have put it in much higher tier than usual, because this thing is it is very good for the skill that it was made for. I can give it that credit. But overall it is useful, but because Bloodrage is something I don't use that often, like I mentioned before, I am going to put it in here instead. Where should I put it? No, not exactly there. That's a little bit low. I'm gonna put it in C tier, at the top of almost at the top of C tier, since it has its usefulness. Now, the next skill we have here is Dark Magic, and just like Air Magic, Dark Magic is also a magic school, and it has basically the same effects as Air Magic. Only the difference is that dark magic increases the power of all dark spells instead. But when it comes to arcane knowledge, it increases in the same way as air magic does. And actually, all magic schools increases all magic schools increase their arcane knowledge by 1 in novice, 2 at expert, and 3 at master. It's the same with all magic schools. I gotta be better at trying to talk cool or so. But anyway, yeah, dark magic has the same effect as the others. However, as all magic schools are, if not all, then most of them are worth investing in, because magic is. I personally prefer magic over might in many ways, and dark magic is almost no exception, of course. Although, unfortunately, it doesn't have as powerful spells, in my opinion, as air magic does. There are a few spells that are pretty good. I can show you a few of them, for example. As you can see, there are spells like Malassa's Temptation, for example, it increases by 20% the chances that neutral armies offer to join the hero until the end of the day. This is actually pretty useful, because you can make pretty much any neutral army join your army and make your army more powerful. We also have spells like Shadow Image, which is also very powerful. I will explain a little bit later about it. Shadow Cloak can be useful in some ways. Agony is, in my opinion, one of the most powerful spells in dark magic, and I will show you a little bit later about it as well. We also have other spells like Face of Fear and such, and yeah, there are some dark magic spells that can be powerful and useful, of course. So in general, yeah, like I said, in general, dark magic has some pretty useful aspects. Although there are some other magic schools I would prefer more than dark magic. But even so, even the least powerful and the least useful magic school is also good in some ways. So I'm going to put this one at the top of C tier. Because even though it is not as good as air magic, for example, if I were to have the option of choosing dark magic, and I don't have that many other magic schools, then I would of course focus on dark magic too, because it has some uses. Next up we have 3 novice abilities in dark magic. The first one is Dark Scholar, and just like Air Scholar, which we put up here, this one also reduces the magic cost of all dark spells by 20%. So if you are going to focus on dark magic a lot, and you want them to be more cost efficiently, then Dark Scholar is your best friend, because after all, 20% less mana is always a good idea to have. Now, I'm going to show you a little difference between having Air Scholar and not having, what am I saying? Of course, this is Dark Scholar, not Air Scholar. But I'm going to show you, nevertheless, I am going to show you the difference between having Dark Scholar and not having it, and how much each spell will cost, with and without it. Now, this is what it looks like when you do not have Dark Scholar. These are the costs of all spells normally. And you can see that there are some spells that are quite expensive, like Shadow Cloak. It requires 80 mana after all. And also Haunting Plague, Shadow Image, they all require pretty much mana to be cast. So let's see what happens when you have Dark Scholar instead. So this is what it looks like once we have Dark Scholar. There are some spells now that cost a little bit less mana, as you see, and especially the more powerful spells here, like Shadow Cloak, for example, and Shadow Image. They both don't cost as much as they used to be. So with these more powerful spells, and also Agony as well, all of them cost less mana now thanks to the Dark Scholar. So if you are going to focus on these spells, then Dark Scholar is definitely something that is useful. So yeah, if you're going to use a lot of dark magic, then Dark Scholar is something that you would want to have as well. I usually don't use dark magic that often, because there are other skills, magic schools that I prefer more. But if I were to use Dark Magic, then Dark Scholar is something I would invest in, no doubt. So I'm going to put this one in C tier as well. Next up we have Dark Knowledge level 1. Now, usually when Next up we have Dark Knowledge level 1. This one affects 2 dark spells, which are Weakness and Despair. Now, I'll show you these 2 spells. Here, the 2 spells that it affects are, first of all, Weakness. This decreases the attack of the target enemy creatures for 3 turns. In this case, 10 attack. This can be useful, of course, if you're facing powerful enemies with high attack and you want to reduce their attack a lot. So this could be pretty useful in some cases, yes. And as for the other spell that it also affects is Despair. Decreases by 18 the morale of the target enemy creature for 3 turns. So, and yeah, this can also be pretty useful because there is a chance that your enemy creature that is affected by this will freeze in combat and will not move at all. So both these spells can be useful in their right context, both of them. Now, what does Dark Knowledge 1 do? Right, exactly. Let's see. As you can see here, if you have this, then Despair and Weakness are now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area. So this means not only will you affect one creature, but multiple can be affected as well. Now, how useful is this one? Let's find out, shall we? Now, if I were to, for example, cast Mass Despair, as they say, or Despair in a 4x4 area, and decrease their morale, there is of course a chance that they will freeze and they will not move. That's always a chance that could happen. The question is, how likely is it that it will happen? And right now my Dark Magic is not that powerful, so minus 12 or minus 12, 18 morale, it's not that much. They could still make a move. As you see, they are still making a move even with the Despair spell. There is of course a higher chance if my Dark Magic were more powerful. Then the Despair could be a lot worse, and that increases their chances of not moving at all. There we saw, for example, that one of the archers didn't move at all because of bad morale. So there is a likelihood, if that happens, that if our Dark Magic is powerful enough and Despair is cast on a 4x4 area, as we saw here, then there is of course a chance that they will not be able to move at all. And for that reason, it can be powerful in that way. As for the spell of Weakness, I don't need to go into details on that one, because I can already tell you this much where I'm going to put this ability. And it is already down here, actually. It may be a shocker, because Despair is useful in some cases, and also Weakness can be useful. But I have never used these skills at all in my normal playthroughs and in my normal games, because there are many other ways you can deal with opponents than reducing their morale or lowering their attack. There are other spells, for example, where you can just wipe them out, with, for example, air magic with chain lightning, or storm arrows, for example, if you have access to that, or lightning reflexes, which I showed earlier. There are many other spells you can use instead of Despair or Weakness. So I may underestimate these 2 spells, but for me, these are just not worth it. I will place it above the ability in Bloodrage, because at the very least, decreasing morale is always something that can help in some cases. But otherwise, for me, this ability is just, yeah, I don't need it. Now, the next ability we have here is called Soul Harvest. And what this basically does is that whenever your hero attack kills at least one creature, your hero gains 20 mana from that. This is actually very useful, I can tell you. There are actually many cases where I usually don't use Dark Magic at all, but I still choose it so I can gain access to this particular ability, just so that my hero gains extra mana. It may sound a little bit weird that I don't use dark spells at all, but I still invest on it because of Soul Harvest. So, as I'm going to show you a little bit here. If my hero is in need of extra mana, and I know I have Soul Harvest in this case, then I can just attack with my hero whenever it's needed. And that's it. If I do this, for example, and that gives extra mana. So there are some, even if 20 mana may not be that much if you have a lot of mana that you're missing, but still 20 plus mana is always something that is good to have, and it can make a difference in helping your creatures with spells or not. So yeah, for all factions that like to focus on dark magic, like Dungeon faction, the Necropolis faction as well, and other factions, then this is something that you definitely want to invest in if you want to make sure that your hero always regains its mana, and the mana doesn't run out easily. So in my opinion, although I don't use dark magic that often, if I do use it, then this is something I definitely want to have. So I'm actually going to put this one not at the top of S tier, unfortunately, but I will, or champion tier, but I'm going to have it at the bottom of champion tier, because there are other skills and abilities that are more useful, yes, but making sure your hero regains its mana and effectively, because after all, each time your hero kills at least one creature, and you can make your hero attack multiple times, which means you can gain multiple times and you can get even more mana from that. So yeah, this one is definitely something that I want to have if I'm going to invest in dark magic. Now we are at the 2 abilities when we reach the expert dark magic. The first one is Dark Wisdom. It is basically the same as Air Wisdom, but for its own magic school, and that is that you gain 4+ in dark magic, and every other wisdom ability adds 4+ magic to this bonus. It is basically the same with air magic, but it only affects dark magic instead. And if you are going to focus on dark magic a lot, then this is of course pretty useful, because having extra magic for your dark spells, that makes your dark spells even more effective. I don't usually focus that much on dark magic, but if I were to have dark magic at the center, then I would no doubt use this as well. So I am going to put this one just below my Dark Scholar, since I think having a little bit, since the mana cost efficiency is more useful than having more powerful spells. In some cases, of course, but still they are really pretty close to each other, and I'm going to put them both in C tier. The next expert ability in dark magic is Dark Knowledge level 2, and I have to read this one so I can show you what it does. Now, Dark Knowledge level 2. Purge additionally makes the target creature immune to positive spells and magical effects for 3 turns. Enemy creatures attacked with Face of Fear additionally cannot retaliate for 1 turn. Now, let's see what these 2 spells are doing, both Purge and Face of Fear. We start with Purge, and it says here, removes 2 positive magical effects from the target enemy creatures instantly. And this is an expert dark magic if you have. If it were novice, then you only remove 1 positive effect. At master, you would remove 3 positive magical effects. Now, as mentioned before, if you also have this ability, the Dark Knowledge ability, then they also cannot receive any positive effects for a few turns, which can of course be useful. Also, there are other spells similar to this one but these spells are pretty much the opposite. They instead remove negative magical effects on your friendly creatures, and I'm going to talk about them later. But there are some spells that can either remove negative magical effects or remove positive magical effects from your enemy creatures. And Pure Purge is one of them that does this. We also have another spell here called Face of Fear, which this ability also affects. Usually, if you cast this, then melee creatures of the target allied creature make enemy run 2 tiles away instead of retaliating. and also decreases their morale by 12 for 3 turns. And this lasts for 3 turns. If you also have this ability in this one, then the one that is affected by this cannot retaliate for at least 1 turn. So both these spells becomes more powerful and becomes more effective if you have this bonus. Now, usually when we cast Face of Fear on one of our creatures like this, once we have it, then let's see what happens. Oh, okay. I think it's because this guy is blind that nothing will happen. As something I missed as well. There are some creatures that are immune to effects like this because of their special abilities, like being blind, for example. If we check here, the troglodytes are blind, so they cannot be affected by this. So that's good to know. But on the creatures that are affected, they will of course react to it, as you're going to see here. Like I said, once you have something like this, Face of Fear, and you attack with them, then, as you can see, they become afraid and they cannot retaliate because of that. So, even at its base power, Face of Fear is useful. However, because of its base, they can still retaliate, as you see. And however, if we have this ability, the Dark Knowledge 2, where it says that enemy creatures cannot retaliate once they are affected by Face of Fear, then I will show you the difference what happens. Now that we have upgraded our Face of Fear so that this time they also cannot retaliate once they get hit by this, and it also lasts for 3 turns. Let's see what happens now when we do this. Well, we use it on our ghost again and attack one of these creatures here. Now let's see what they said here instead. Catatonic Fear is now here instead, and this means the creature cannot retaliate for 3 turns. This is actually pretty useful if they cannot retaliate, because this is something you want if it's possible. Having this ability where enemy creatures cannot retaliate at all. The sprites have this ability, as you can see here. Enemy creatures cannot retaliate the creature's attacks. It's the same effect here as well, as in your Face of Fear. So, this is something that, if you can have it, if you can use it, then it's definitely something you want to have. Because making sure your enemy creatures cannot retaliate, as you can see there, that helps a lot in many ways. It's just too bad that I don't use Dark Magic that often, because Face of Fear can be useful in the right context, and it has EVs. It is especially useful if you have this ability in as well. But because I don't use Dark Magic that often, I unfortunately cannot put it as in higher tiers. But nevertheless, I'm still going to put it in C tier. So, because I still think it is useful, and I'm actually going to put it even above the air knowledge as well, because I think this one is more useful. Next up, at Master Dark Magic, we have the ability Dark Knowledge level 3. And what this does basically is, I'm going to show you here. Now, Agony is now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area. And the first attack on a shadow image will miss and not destroy it. This effect lasts for 3 turns. Now, let's have a look on these 2 spells before we show how this works in more details. Now, if we start with Shadow Image, this one summons a copy of the target creature stack, size 0.5 of the original. The copy is destroyed when it receives any damage. It basically has the same effect as there's another spell in both Heroes 3 and Heroes 5. I don't remember what they were called, but they allow you to copy the same creature if not in the same size. I think they have the same size in both 3 and 5, but here the size is less. But the effect is basically the same. You basically create another copy, and that copy can help you as well. If you were to boost this one with this ability, then this stack will also have this extra ability where if it takes damage once, it will not be destroyed. So that actually is pretty good protection for this copy. Let's put it into practice, for example. Now, if we were to use Shadow Image on our creature here, we can, for example, use it in her, in this ghost. That means we can use this creature here to deal damage for us. And of course, if it takes damage, that's it, it's destroyed. That's what it usually does, yes. But this also means our other creatures can attack normally and with no problem. Now, of course, it will take some damage and we will lose some troops there, yes. But I can always do it again and use Shadow Image on our skeletons, for example. So they will go and make a move first. And let them take the damage instead. And in return, our other creatures, which are more powerful, they don't need to take any damage. So, although of course our shadow image is pretty vulnerable and we can lose a couple of troops for that, it is still pretty useful since it works both in offense and also it protects our troops from retaliation. And this is at its base damage, even without the special upgrade where it will survive the first hit. The same thing with the other spell, Agony here. This thing deals dark damage to the target enemy creature at the start of its next 3 turns. So, and in this case, because it is pretty high tier, it deals a lot of dark damage, as you see. And it will also deal damage for 3 turns. So if we were to wait for 3 turns, it will be altogether like 1,000 damage altogether. And this is from just a single spell. If we were to combine this and Shadow Image, and we were to use the ability of our Dark Knowledge level 3, then both these spells will become more effective, as I'm going to show you here. Once we have added this special ability on our 2 spells, so that both Agony and Shadow Image becomes more effective. We can start with Shadow Image, for example. Now we also have this extra ability here, where the first attack automatically misses the copy, unless it is not attacked for 3 turns. Of course, this extra bonus is lasted for 3 turns. So let's give it a try on our skeleton here, for example. Okay, that was not as intended with that low amount, but still, it is useful in that way. After all, you can attack, and the first attack miss, as you see. So even if it's not as I was intended, because it's supposed to be more, there are supposed to be more troops than this, but still, the idea is the same. And although it didn't work as intended here, but the first attack misses the creature, so it survives the first attack. And as for the spell Agony, as I'm going to show you, now I can deal this amount of damage on 4x4 area at the start of their turns. So I could do, for example, something like this. Cast on all these 3 at the same time. Usually you can only cast it on 1 creature. But now you can cast it on all 3 of them, because they are all in this 4x4 area. So that means they just don't stand a chance now. So it is pretty obvious what happens when they are pretty slaughtered, as you see here. So yeah, even if Agony may not be the most powerful spell or so, in the 4x4 area, it can become a huge problem for those who are affected by it. So even though Shadow Image and Agony are spells that I usually don't use that often, since I don't use Dark Magic that often, but still, both these spells can be very powerful in the right contexts, especially if you have a lot of skeletons and a lot of ghosts as well. Then you want both these spells, no doubt. So yeah, this is actually something I would invest in if I were to use Dark Magic, because both Agony and also Shadow Image can be pretty useful in the right context. So I'm actually going to put this one all the way up in B tier, I say, because both these spells are actually pretty good. We are now coming to the ultimate or the grandmaster ability of dark magic, which is called Shadow of Dread. What this one basically does is, I'm going to show you, whenever the hero casts a dark spell on enemy creatures, its number decreases by 5%, rounded down. Creatures lost this way will return to their army if it doesn't get defeated. Now, if you want to make sure that your enemy creatures lose troops every time you cast dark magic on them, then this thing can actually be really annoying for them. Because every time you cast dark magic, they automatically lose their troops, just like that. Even if 5% doesn't sound like much, it can still help in many ways, especially against higher tier units like champion creatures. They really don't want to lose anyone then. Here, for example, if I were to cast on a spell that will affect them negatively, like for example we'll go with the spear, I will cast it on her. Did you see it? One deserted. So it may not be a champion creature, which means it doesn't do that much of an effect, but still, the higher the tier units are, the more effective it is, the more powerful it is. And, well, since you've noticed here, but morale has been decreased a lot by 35, and that's why she froze in combat, so she cannot move again. And if I were to cast something else onto them as well, if I were to use, for example, let's use weakness to decrease their attack even further. Okay. One thing I did notice that even if you use it once on them, and they one troop of course desert as you saw, but even if you stack on other negative effects with dark magic, it doesn't seem like they actually get affected also, because no more creatures get deserted for some reason. Only one, it looks like they only get deserted once. So that's something good to know, that it may only work once, even if you use it in many other ways or so. But it seems like it only works once with spells like Despair or Weakness in this case. Still, the idea itself is not so bad, because making sure your enemy troops loses 5% of their troops, that can help in some situations. Unfortunately, it is something I don't usually focus that often, and if I were to focus on Grandmaster abilities, I would rather focus on other abilities than this. But still, even then, it has some uses, so I am going to put this one at the bottom of C tier, I say. It is not as useful as the others, but it still has some uses. Next up we have Defense. Defense is pretty straightforward, where at Novice level it increases your hero's defense by 2, and at Expert it increases by 2 again, and at Master it increases by 2 again. So defense is pretty easy to know. It increases the hero's stats defense. And of course defense is always useful, because the more defense your creatures have, the better chance they have at surviving hits from enemies. I'll show you a few examples of that. I have here a small army, as you can see, not that many. And my hero's stats right now is here, as you can see. I have 4 defense. It is not that high, and it's not exactly the most, how do you say it? It doesn't affect that exactly that much. But still, 4 defense is better than no defense at all. So this means it could make some difference and help. If we do this, for example, an attack, our boy survived that attack, although he didn't survive that, unfortunately. I often have this idea where it's better to attack first than to wait for them to attack you. So in some cases it's better to have offense instead, because then if you can take them down before they can take you, you have a better chance of making sure you lose less in that way. But still, defense is always useful if you can have it. So if your hero has high defense, where where it basically makes your troops tank more damage. That can help in many ways. Now, if I show the same hero again as before, although this time, back then the hero had no defense, or the skill defense at all. This time the defense is at level master. So this means our stat has now been increased up to 14. It was base 4 before, but thanks to some level ups and thanks to a master defense which gives +6, now my defense is 14. So from 4 to 14, that's a pretty big difference. Let's see how the combat works now that we have a high defense. Usually this means, in most cases, you should have better survivability, and your troops should have a better chance of taking damage from enemy units. Now I lost one troop, unfortunately, because they did take a few hits from my archers before. But still, in most cases it still worked, as you saw. So in many ways, your troops have better ways of surviving now that defense is much higher than before. So defenses are of course useful. It can be useful in many ways. Now, defense is especially useful when you have a larger army and you're facing against multiple opponents here, because then you really want to make sure that, as powerful as the enemies are, they should not deal that much harm or kills on your troops. You want your troops to survive as much as possible here. So defense can be especially useful here. For some reason one of them both took damage, although it shouldn't actually. I lost a few troops here, because these are the weakest tier units, so they can easily be killed. But my higher tier units, however, can have a better chance to survive. Yeah, for some reason they really don't like my little hamsters. But still, if you want to focus on survivability, and you want your units to focus on having a better chance to survive and live to tell another day, then the defense is your best friend here. And I can tell you here right now that there are a couple of times that I use defense on my main hero, simply both because I want my troops to have a better chance to survive, and also for some other reasons which I will explain later on. So defense is of course useful, and it's pretty good. So I am going to put this one at the low B tier, because it's good. There are abilities and skills that are more useful, but defense is good, no doubt about that. Next up we have Vitality. And Vitality increases the health of all your friendly creatures by +3. So it basically makes all your creatures more healthy and have a better chance to survive. Now, this isn't as useful on your higher tier units like your champion creatures, because they already have a lot of health, like 500, 400, even some have perhaps 600 even. So +3 in them doesn't do that much difference. However, for your lower tier units, I can show you a few examples here. As you can see here, on my lower tier units, like the Kobold Pathfinders, which only have 11 health normally, as well as Shield Guards with 22 and the Blackbeard 32, on these creatures, having +3 extra health can actually make a pretty big difference in their survivability. And it's the same with all the core units. The core units have the least amount of health, so making sure they have even more health than usual, that means they have a better chance to survive from attacks from other enemies. So 3+ health in Vitality, that's not a bad idea, especially for these core creatures. So yeah, although it may not make that much of an impact generally, but there are pretty many cases where this can be useful, and it can also help your units, especially your lower level units, like your core creatures for example. So if I do have the chance to choose Vitality, there are pretty many cases where I would pick it, because it does help a lot. So I'm actually going to put this one at low B tier, since it doesn't make that much of an impact in general, but when you have it, it does help in pretty many cases actually. So don't underestimate this one, I can tell you. Next up, we have a newer ability here called Town Protector. And this is actually a governor ability, which is pretty unique and different from other abilities. I will explain to you what it means and what it does. First of all, we'll check what it does, which is... Here we go, Town Protector. A governor ability. The local guard's core creature capabilities in this town are increased by 60, and for elite creatures by 20. Now, what is a governor ability, and how is it different from other abilities? Well, governor abilities are abilities that are only effective in special towns areas of control. What I mean is that it is only effective in the towns that you control and in the areas around the town. So, I can show you a few examples of how our town area looks like and what makes it different from other abilities. Here, if you see this map, you notice that there are some areas that are colored, like green and blue, and a bit part of it here is red. That's the town's area of control, where it's colored. Which means if you have a governor ability, like the Town Protector here, for example, then this ability will only be affected in this area, which is your area then. In my case, I'm green, so the green is my area of control, and that means the Town Protector is only effective in this area. And what it basically does is that it increases the the amount of troops that I have in my in my local guard here, as you see. If you see my local guard amount of troops here, I have some core creatures and some elite creatures here. Normally, without the Town Protector, they have a specific limit on where they can reach in their numbers. If I have Town Protector, then these numbers will increase by 60 in the core dwellings and 20 extra in elite dwellings. So, unfortunately, it does not mean that I can recruit them, because that's not what it's about. I cannot recruit local guards, for example, in this case. They are only here to protect my town. So, Town Protector is only useful if you want to basically have extra troops that defend your town. So in that way, it is good if you want to protect your town and have extra creatures in your town that basically only defends your place. But it is not useful if you want to recruit more troops. That's a little downside, of course, since you cannot recruit local guards to your own army or so. But nevertheless, I am going to show you a little difference between having a local guards at its normal rate without this bonus, and also having this ability so that the maximum number will increase. I'll show you the difference. Now here's what you can see. This is the maximum number that our local guards can have, and this is without this Town Protector bonus. It is a pretty okay number, as you can see. Not that many. It's not exactly that unbeatable, you could say. If someone comes with a pretty big army, this pretty much doesn't stand a chance, really. Now let's see what happens when we have this ability, the Town Protector ability, so that our local guard increases. Let's see what happens. Now, before you can take use of your governor abilities, you need to make sure that the hero that has the governor ability actually is in charge of the town. So what you can do here, this is what you have to do first before your governor abilities is active. You can take the hero that has its governor ability and drag him right up here, as you see, to this little spot here. And it says itself here, insert a hero as governor of this town. His governor abilities will take effect even if he is not in the town. So let's do it. You are about to sign Tolgar as governor of Gudmund, which is the name of the town. Confirm. There we go. Now we have our hero here as governor, which means all his governor abilities will now take effect in this town and also in the whole area of the town. Now let's see what happens with this Town Protector and what the effects will be of this ability. Now, once you wait the amount of days needed to get to the new level after your bonus, your troops have increased, as you see here. Instead of having only 10 in your elite factions, they now have 30 at maximum instead. And your core creatures have increased as well, by 16 each. So, it's actually a pretty sizable defense now, compared to before. The downside though with this is that you have to wait about 20 days at the very least in order to reach this level, because the elite creatures only increase by 1 every day. So that means you have to wait at least 20 days, if not more, before you reach this level. And 20 days, that's like 3 weeks. So by the time you wait 3 weeks, both you and your enemies could already have a lot of troops that you yourself build. Like here, for example, I had 4 at the beginning, and that was 5 weeks ago. 5 weeks ago I had a much weaker troops. Now my troops are much more powerful and greater, so by this amount I should very easily be able to take this town, even with this bonus. And the same with my enemies as well. So, although the idea is pretty good, then the time needed in order to get to this level is pretty long, and therefore it's not as powerful as you think. But still, should I be in the case where my hero is too far from my town and the enemy heroes are about to take my town, then having this bonus is always a good idea, of course. Even if it's not as impactful or useful as some other abilities that you could have, it's still pretty good for defense, you could say. So yeah, although it may not be that much impactful like the other abilities, it's still not a bad idea to have this as defense in most cases or so, if needed. So I am going to put this one in C tier, and I'm going to put it above all the Bloodrage abilities, since I think this protector is more useful than Bloodrage, unfortunately. So yeah, I'll put it here. Alright, we have next up here called Defensive Stance. How this works is that if your creatures did not attack or use their special ability or anything like this, or even move, if I remember correctly, during their normal turn and also their morale turn, if they basically only defend, then they get also +6+ defense until the end of the turn. So basically, if they don't do anything and they just defend immediately, then they will get +6 in defense until the end of the turn. Now, this is actually pretty useful, since having extra defense when you defend, that can help in many ways to make sure your creatures have a better chance to survive. It's basically like defense here at master level, only you just defend for 1 turn. So this can actually be pretty useful. And I might add also that there is one special hero that has this unique ability where if your creatures, as long as they do not attack or make any abilities and they just move anywhere, then they will automatically defend after they moved. So I can show you this hero, for example. Here you can see the hero Vilma from the Fortress faction. She has this very special ability that each hero have individually, where Cautious. Any friendly creature that only moved without attacking during its turn also defends automatically. This means that you do not have to use defense or defend in your creatures in order to gain their defense abilities or so. Just move, and that's it. As long as you have her, you just need to move with your creatures. Now, if you combine this together with the defensive stance, where, like I said, if they do not attack or use any abilities or so, they get instead 6+ defense during the start of their next turn, until they start the next turn. Then, I'm going to show you what happens. Here we have an army, as you see, and normally if we want to gain this ability with defensive stance, we have to defend, like this. There you see, defensive stance. Now she gains 6+ defense until the next turn. And of course, this is something useful. But you can also gain this with her if you just move. As you see, they automatically defend thanks to her special ability, Cautious. And as you see, defensive stance, that's what they gain once they defend. And that means 6+ defense until the end of the combat. Wait. Until the end of the turn, not the end of the combat, of course. But yeah, this is useful, of course, when you have, when you want to make sure your troops have better chance to survive, and also you still want to move. Vilma is the hero to do this then. But still, even if you do not have Vilma and you have any other hero, you can still defend, and you can still gain this ability, Defensive Stance, which is on its own already powerful, and can also help. So yeah, Defensive Stand is not half bad, I can tell you. It's something I would use if I can. So I am going to put this one in B tier, I say, in low B tier, since I think many other abilities and skills are more useful. But still, this is one, if you are going to focus on defense, then this one is pretty good to have. Next up we have Evasion. What this basically does is that I'm going to show you. Here, as you can see, Evasion. Friendly creatures get +6 defense against ranged attacks. I don't think I need to explain how pretty useful this one actually is, because making sure your creatures have a better chance to survive against ranged creatures, that alone is pretty good actually. There are a couple of cases where I use this just to make sure my troops have a better chance to survive against archers and such. So I'm gonna be pretty quick about this one and tell you, I'll show you here. Yeah, this, like I said, Evasion is pretty cut and dry. It's not as powerful as many other abilities maybe, but still, if I am going to focus on defense, this is something I would invest in. I'm actually going to put it even above Vitality in B tier, because it is pretty good. This one is, it's not, maybe not definitely something you want to use every time, because there are other abilities that are more powerful than this. But still, having extra defense against archers, that's something that you would want to use if you can. Next up here we have Preemptive Strike. How this works is that whenever your enemy, Next ability here we have Preemptive Strike. How this works is that basically, whenever one of your creatures choose defend, then once they are attacked by anyone, any enemy creatures at all, they will retaliate first before the enemy attacks. So there is actually 2 special creatures that have this ability already. I'm going to show you these creatures. If we check at the dungeon faction here, as you see, there are 2 creatures, or actually 1 actually, because these 2 are basically the same. But the Minotaurs and the Minotaur Guards have this unique ability where Preemptive Strike, as you see before as you see in this special ability, the creature retaliates before it gets hit. So the Minotaurs already have this unique ability where if they do get attacked, they will retaliate before they get hit. So I'll show you a little demonstration here of this Minotaur. If we let him attack, I'll let him attack the Minotaurs here so they will not cause any problems. There we go. And then just let one of these creatures attack my Minotaurs and see what happens. These guys will probably attack my Minotaurs, and what do you know? My Minotaurs retaliate first, before they get hit. So, what happens if you have this special ability where all your creatures will have this ability, and not just the Minotaur Guard? Well, that's where Preemptive Strike comes in. Now, just like the Minotaur Guards, once you have this ability where they can defend immediately after they move, then you can just let any of the enemy creatures get to you, and your creatures will retaliate first before they can hit you. That is pretty useful, I can tell you. I'm going to show you... Oh, wait a second. Wait a second, I missed something there. I think I missed something here. Oh, you know what? Even I learned something here. The preemptive strike will not take root. Only the defensive stance will. You have to literally defend, even with Wilma, in order to make sure your preemptive strike works. If you move, then preemptive strike will not work. So that's even I learned this thing now. But nevertheless, even if you have to literally defend in order to make this work, I'm going to show you why that is still very useful. If we defend like this, for example, well, let's make sure our archers don't need to defend, but I'm just going to show you what happens if our melee units defend and let them attack us instead. You see what happened? Our troops retaliate first before. That's what happens thanks to preemptive strike. Our units basically have the same effect as the Minotaurs and the Minotaur guards, because now they can retaliate now before they get hit, thanks to preemptive strike. So yeah, even though you have to defend, use the defend action in order to make this ability work, I am still a huge big fan of preemptive strike. That because this basically makes sure you can thin out your enemy's numbers before they can hit you. So you have a much better chance of beating them in that way. So, for me, this is the one lone ability where I am actually going to put right up at the top tier here. It belongs in the champion tier because this thing is so incredible. If there is one ability in defense where I would 100% invest in if I can, and the main reason why I choose defense at all, is because of preemptive strike. So this is one thing I definitely recommend if you're going to play this game, if you have the chance to use this, because this one is so good. The next ability which you have access to when you have master defense is called alertness. How this works is, I have to read this literally now. Here, enemy creatures flanking and full flanking damage bonuses are decreased by 25 percentage points. So basically, if the enemy flanks or makes a full flank on your enemy troops, the damage will be reduced by 25%. That is actually pretty good, because there are many times where your enemies will attack from the sides or behind your creatures. And this is actually a new mechanic in all the Heroes games, because before this, it didn't matter really where you attacked your creatures, they still deal the same damage no matter where, from which angle. But in this game, I'm going to show you a few examples here, what happens in this game. I'll show you a little bit here. Like I said, this game has a unique mechanic where if you should attack anyone from the sides, I'm going to show you here. This is a good example. I'll attack here. Normally, if you attack at the front, this is the damage you deal. But if you attack at the sides, the damage increases. And if you can attack from behind, the damage increases at its maximum. So this is a unique mechanic in this game, where the damage is increased if you can attack from the sides or behind even. And how alertness works is that should you be attacked from behind or the sides, I don't have this ability right now, so I'm going to show you what happens if they do attack me from the sides. Now I took 22 damage because it wasn't that much damage. However, with alertness, that damage would have been reduced, because they attacked me from behind or from the sides. In this case, it was a full flanking attack. That damage would be reduced by 25% if I had alertness here. But yeah, this is a new mechanic where they have introduced in this game, where if you deal damage from the sides or from behind, you will deal more damage than before. Same thing here. Normally here, I deal this kind of damage here in normal way. But if it's flanking and if it's on the sides, I deal more damage. And full flanking, if I attack from behind, I deal the maximum amount of damage. And here, if my enemy were to use this on me, then alertness would be pretty useful here, because that means I would have even better defense and a better chance to survive this. So yeah, this can be useful in some ways and such. It's not something I usually invest in that often, because normally when I focus on defense, I usually only focus on preemptive strike. That's what I mostly focus on usually. But if I were to increase my defense and I want some better chances to survive, but especially in flanking and full flanking protection, then alertness is my best friend. So because of its usefulness and it has some good areas where it can defend, I'm gonna put it probably at the top of C tier actually. Yeah, I'm gonna put it at the top of C tier because it has its usages. Finally, we have perfect defense. This is the Grandmaster ability of defense, where whenever any of your creatures is attacked by an enemy, our defender's defense is raised to match the attacker's attack. What this basically means is that if I have core creatures, my weakest tier units, for example, where in this case, if I were to play Fortress, I have the Kobold and Kobold's Pathfinders, their defense is pretty low. If they were to be attacked by a champion creature, which has, I think they have like 30-40 attack or so, then our Kobolds and our Kobold Scouts will have their defense raised, so that it also becomes like 30 or 40 in defense. So this is actually very useful to protect your lower tier units. It may not be as useful for your higher tier units, but it is much more powerful for your lower tier units. I'll show you a few examples of this and how this can make a difference in the combat. I'll show you a few examples. Well, like I said before, whenever a friendly creature is attacked, its defense is raised to match the attacker's attack. Let's put that into practice and see what happens, shall we? If we take this fight for example, we have these powerful creatures here, the Chantry Titan here. Their attack is 25. And my weakest unit here has defense at 21. Usually it's only 2, because, I have my hero has 19 defense as well, so that's why my Kobold has pretty high defense already. But let's say it was at 2 in defense and no extra defense from the hero. Thanks because of my little special ability here, which was this. Should they be attacked, their defense will be the same as their attack. And that's a very powerful way of surviving. So let's put that into practice, shall we? I'm just gonna go and attack with whatever I have. I'm not gonna care about my losses. I usually care about protecting my losses, but I'm not gonna care about that for now. And I'm just gonna make sure, okay, my boys are getting pretty lucky here a lot. Okay, I usually do not have nature's luck. I'm gonna talk about this later as well, of course. Okay, this is starting to be a little bit overkill. Okay, this is. I am going to talk about Destiny later as well, because that's also something. Okay, now I wasn't lucky this time, but still, I'm going to talk about later and what I think about that. But for now, I'm focusing on perfect defense. I am going to see what happens if one of these archers, one of these powerful creatures, attack me, and see if they can deal any damage in some ways against my weaker units here. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, that was a little bit damage, yeah. But still, without perfect defense, I would have taken a lot more losses than that, I can tell you. For having losses, which I did take, of course, the losses are not as bad as it would have been usually. If I were to use our boys here to attack instead, I'm going to let these guys attack the bigger ones. What about their defense now again? Okay, I think they actually have higher defense even than they attack. Yeah, okay, I think perfect defense is not needed here because these guys already have higher defense than these guys. But still, even in that case, perfect defense is always something you could use. because it gives your core creatures a much better chance to survive these attacks. So yeah, if you want to focus on something that really gives you a chance to make sure your core creatures have a better chance to survive, and you want to make sure they have a much better chance against higher tier units or units that are more powerful, then Perfect Defense is a great ability to have. You have to be careful though, because it is a Grandmaster ability, which means you can only have 3 Grandmaster abilities. And if you choose Perfect Defense as one, then you can only have 2 others as well. So that's something to think about. But nevertheless, if there is, this is actually one of the few Grandmaster abilities I probably would pick, because it is actually very good, I can tell you. So I am going to put this one at the bottom of A tier, because yeah, this one is very good. If you want a skill that is about defending your creatures, and abilities that are also about defending your creatures, then Perfect Defense does a very good job at that, because it is doing what it was meant to do, protect your creatures. And that is something it's doing a very good job at. Just like Preemptive Strike as well, although I do prefer Preemptive Strike more than Perfect Defense for many reasons. It is easier to get, and you are also defending by making sure your units, your enemies, lose a lot more troops before they can hit you. So that's why I have Preemptive Strike more above Perfect Defense. Moving on to the next skill, which is a new skill called Destiny. With this one, this increases your destiny or your luck to all your creatures. So you saw in my battle before with the dwarves, many of them got pretty lucky in almost every way there, and a lot of them got a lot lucky many times. And that's because of Destiny. This increases your hero's destiny by 5 by each level. So at Novice it increases by 5, by Expert it increases by another 5, and at Master level it increases by 5 more. So at maximum, Destiny can give you 15 plus Destiny or luck. And you saw yourself, the more luck you have, the better the more damage you can deal your enemies. So, because you already saw my Destiny, or my luck creatures there, many of them were pretty lucky of dealing a lot of damage there, and you already saw how it works. I don't think I need to show you how this actually works, because you already seen that in my previous video, or in my previous explanation of Perfect Defense, because I also got a lot of luck there as well. And I can tell you already now here that this thing is this is one skill that I would, if I have the possibility of choosing this, I would take it. Because having extra luck, in many cases, I actually prefer luck more than leadership. Because if you have more luck, and you have a better chance of dealing double damage, or even triple or even quadruple damage, if I'm not mistaken, that is actually possible. If you have some certain abilities as well, you can deal like triple or even quadruple damage, and not just twice as much damage. So, with this, I can tell you that I'm going to talk about leadership later on, of course. But for now, I am going to put this one. I'm probably going to put this one at the top of A tier, actually. Because having extra luck and making sure your creatures deal double that damage, or even more damage than that helps in many ways. And you can really cripple your enemies with this. And not just in one faction, but in many factions as well. Next up, we have 3 novice abilities in Destiny. The first one is called Traveler's Luck. And what this one does is, I'll show you here. The hero gets a random temporary boost every week. Now, I'm not exactly sure what they mean here. I suspect that they might give my hero extra movement. A random temporary movement boost every week. That's what I at least suspect. And if that's true, then this is actually pretty good, because extra movement is always good. If they mean something else, then I'm not sure exactly what they are focusing on. I'm going to go for what I suspect it does, and I might have to check this one also, just to be sure. but based on what I think it does, or at least what I think, I hope I'm not wrong, but I'm going to rank this one based on what I think it does. And based on that, this is actually pretty good. So this is where I'm going to rank this one. Yeah, if I were to have this, I'm going to put this one high C tier, I would put it. So just below alertness, I think. Since it could be useful in the red context and such. But I think there are other more useful than this. So high C tier, that's where I think it should be. Next up we have a treasure finder. This does that whenever you pick up a treasure chest with your hero, it contains 50% more gold than it usually does. Now, in the earliest of the game, when you have to pick up treasures and get more gold and such, because the gold income is very important, especially in the early of the game, where you want as much gold as possible so you can recruit more troops for your cause. So this actually helps a lot early in the beginning, and also in the middle of the game. It won't be as useful later on in the game when you already have a lot of armies and troops, and you already built most buildings in your towns. So it doesn't do that much at that time, but it is more useful in the early game. I'll show you a few differences between having this and not having it. I'll show you a little difference. Now, usually when you pick up treasure chests like this one, the gold you get is like this, 1,000 gold in this case. It could be 1,500 or even maximum 2,000 gold. That's what it usually gets. And this is without this ability then. However, I'm going to show you with Treasure Finder instead. If you were to have a hero which has this ability and you pick up the same treasure chest, what do you know? A little extra gold you get from this. So yeah, 50% extra gold, that is pretty useful if you're playing in the earliest of the game. Because then you definitely want the extra gold, because it helps in many ways. It doesn't matter if you play in a normal difficulty or even heroic difficulty. And I can tell you this much, in the heroic difficulty, you basically start with no resources at all. So having extra gold early in the beginning, especially in heroic difficulty, you need it. You literally need it. So Treasure Finder can make a very big difference in that case. And even if it's normal difficulty where you have some resources and you have a pretty good start where you can build a couple of stuff, Treasure Finder does help at the beginning and the early of the game. So it may not be as flexible because you cannot use it in the entire game, where you can use it in the beginning, the middle, and also the end of the game. But it is useful, of course, in both beginning and some cases in the middle of the game as well. So for that reason, it is somewhere. Where should I put this one? I'm not sure exactly. Dark magic is more useful, I think, than this. I would put this in the middle of here, I would say, right here, I say, in C tier, just above these other dark and air abilities and the others, but below the other dark abilities as well. So in the middle of C tier, I would put this one. Next up, we have the ability Blessed Ground, and this is also a governor ability, just like the Town Protector, which I put here, yes. And what this basically does is that all friendly heroes in your own area, in your town's area of control, all heroes in your town's area of control get 20 plus luck, 20 plus destiny, if this thing is active. And yeah, having 20 plus destiny is actually pretty good. That is basically having master destiny, but it's even better than master destiny, because if you have your destiny at master level, that's plus 15 luck that you get. This thing alone is at novice level, and still it gives you 20 luck instead. The only difference is that this is only useful in your own town, in your own area. I'll show you a little bit example here. If you check this map here, you see that, as I mentioned before, some areas are colored. In this case, green, yellow, and a little bit red here. I'm green, so that means as long as my heroes are within this green area, they get 20 plus destiny or 20 plus luck here. As you can see, altogether I have 40 plus destiny, or I'll say from the here on 40 plus luck, because that's what it is basically. So thanks to Blessed Ground, I have 20 plus luck as well here. And you know what happens when you get lucky. You can deal double damage, or if you have some certain abilities, you can even deal triple or even quadruple damage with your troops. So having extra destiny is always a good idea. And it is of course limited in your area here, because once you leave the area, your 20 plus luck will be gone. So it is a little bit limited in that way. But nevertheless, having 20 plus luck is always something that will help. And although it is not as flexible as many other abilities or so, it is still very good both in offense and also especially defense when enemies come and attack you. Then you want this 20 plus luck extra, because that can make a difference in your battles. So I am actually going to put this one at the top of B tier, I say. Right there. Since, yeah, I think it is very useful in that way. It is great in defense, maybe not as good in offense, because there are some moments where you have to leave your town so you can attack the other enemy's towns. And in those cases, this will not work at all, unfortunately. But as long as you're defending your town, this is something you want. No doubt about that. Next up, we have Chaos Magic. What this does basically is that when you have this ability activated, then your hero, when your hero casts their spells and such, there is a chance that your hero can get lucky as well. And if your hero gets lucky, then damage-based spells, like any spells that deal damage, like Lightning Bolt or Chain Lightning or so, they get a chance to deal 150% damage instead of normal damage if the hero gets lucky. And if the hero has a certain special ability, which is called the Deadly Strike, which I will talk about later on, then the damage is increased by 175% instead. So you basically make your you basically make your hero benefit from luck as well. So I'll show you a few examples of that too. If your hero has a luck roll based on destiny when casting a damage spell, let's see what happens if we put this one to test and see if our spells can deal like 150% extra or more with this. Let's see what happens when we try this one out. Now, what happens when our hero has this skill or this ability in this case? Chaos Magic, as we see here. Well, let's try and cast a spell with our hero and see if we can get lucky with that. Not this time, unfortunately. We'll try in the next round and see what happens. Let's try again. Attempt number 2. Nothing again, unfortunately. That was too bad. It usually becomes like that. It's not always guaranteed that your hero gets lucky. So we will have to try again and see if we can get lucky this third time. Third time's a charm. Come on, luck. No, unfortunately no. Okay. Come on. Number 5 maybe? There! Did you see him? A little dice up there. That's what it looks like when you have luck in your hero. It is not as often that your hero can get it. You saw yourself, it took 5 attempts to get this luck. But if your hero does get it, then the damage is increased, as you saw. Now, it may not be as likely for your hero to get lucky. You saw yourself, it took 5 attempts for my hero to get lucky there. And my hero doesn't have that much magic or skill in magic or so. So that's why he doesn't deal that much damage in magic. But if it does, and if it does have high skill and such in magic, then your spells can deal a lot more damage when you are lucky with your spells as well. And I can tell you a lot of damage. I'm actually going to show you one example of what happens when you have a hero with high magic power and high skill at that as well. I'll show you one example of that. Now, let's see what happens when I use one of my favorite spells in the game and combine it together with chaos magic. We'll see what happens here if I have access to that. I'll use this one. This is going to hurt probably. Oh, lucky, and yeah, it dealt a little bit more damage than what it usually would have done. So yeah, this is why chaos magic can be useful in pretty many situations. So yeah, it is pretty luck based, and it's not guaranteed because you're gonna have to get pretty lucky in order to make this happen often with your hero. So for that reason, it is not as versatile as it should be, as you could say, but still, when it works, it can be powerful. So I am going to put this one somewhere just above in C tier as well, which, just below, I would say, just above here, I think. Yeah, I'll put it above there, in high C tier. That's where it should be. Next up, we have Perfect Strike. How this works is that when your creatures deal lucky damage, enemy creatures cannot retaliate. This is something I can already say where it belongs. I'm going to show it. I'll do this. I'm going to show you in pre-advance and right now where I think this one belongs. So this is going to be a pretty early ranking for me with this one, and I'll show you why. I'll start with, okay, it's a little bit slow. Now, C tier, no. This comes all the way up here even. Where should I put it exactly? I put it above, no, below Soul Harvest. Yeah, here's where I'm going to put it. Champion tier. Because making sure your enemies cannot retaliate when your creatures get lucky, that helps in many ways. You can basically make sure that all your creatures have a chance of not being retaliated at all. And making sure your enemies cannot retaliate, that basically saves your troops in many ways. So yeah, this is something you definitely want. And I'm going to show you a few examples. I'm going to show you especially one example where this ability really thrives. I can tell you already now, it literally thrives. And that's with the Sylvan faction. I'm going to show you with the Sylvan faction here. Here in the Sylvan faction, if you have the specific requirements needed for this combination, then your Perfect Strike ability will work pretty much guaranteed every time, no matter how much, and it doesn't matter how much destiny you have. Because if you play the game Heroes of Might and Magic 5, the Sylvans have this ultimate ability called Nature's Luck, where they will always have lucky attack no matter what. Well, it's basically the same in this game. Once you reach a specific requirements needed for here, then from here on, no matter what, your creatures will always deal lucky damage, as you can see here. So, even in this game, this specific requirement or combination is possible, and especially with the Sylvan faction, because they have this ability where you can always get lucky if you have what it takes. Let's try here, for example, here, and let's see if you can reach. Not really, but that's okay. You can come over here and attack. Lucky, good. And you can attack as well. And what do you know? Extra luck as well. And attack here, and lucky again. Not bad, not bad. So yeah, in the Sylvan faction, there is a special combo you can do which guarantees your troops always being lucky no matter what. If with this combination, of course. I will talk about the specific requirements later on in the game when we come to that point. But right now, when it comes to Perfect Strike, this ability is excellent. This ability is excellent with the Sylvan faction, because you can create this. You can create this specific circumstance, and it's not difficult to get to this circumstance because of the special abilities that we will talk about, of course. But it's pretty easy to get to this specific circumstance with the silver faction, and when you get there, all your troops will basically always be lucky, no matter what. So yeah, Perfect Strike I am a big fan of, and this is why I think it belongs in the champion tier, no doubt about that. Next up we have Deadly Strike. This does that when your creatures get lucky, instead of dealing 150% damage, which is like double the damage, this thing makes them deal 200% damage instead. So like the luck attack gets like tripled or even quadrupled, if I'm not mistaken. So this means your luck attacks will become even more powerful than before. So I'm going to show you a few examples of that. Here my hero now has Deadly Strike. He learned it from the last combat. Now let's see what happens when we use it in this combat. I don't have that many troops, so they won't deal that much damage. That is pretty obvious right now. But what happens when we come to the point where we can use that? Oh, already here. Usually it deals 4 to 5 damage, but now it became 12 kills instead. Instead of 4 to 5 kills, I got 12 kills. Here I can get 2 to 3 kills. Let's see how many kills we get instead with Deadly Strike. 6. That's like 3 times as many kills instead. You see yourself why it is pretty useful here. And here as well, 9 kills instead of, what was it, 2 or 3? And here, okay, we have 18 to 23 kills with the Ancient Treants here. Let's see how many kills we can get. 55 kills, just like that. And this is with just 1 Treant. So yeah, you see yourself how powerful this ability is. When used in the right contexts, yeah, this thing can be very powerful. So yeah, I don't think I need to explain more why I think this one is also very powerful and very dangerous. And not just in the Silver faction. If you get lucky with your troops in any faction at all, this thing can deal so much damage. 3 or 4 times more damage than normally. So I'm not even going to debate or even think about it. This thing belongs in the champion tier as well. The only thing I'm thinking about is where I'm going to put it. I'm probably going to put it somewhere here, just below the other air abilities and such. I think they have a little bit more use than this. But still, it is up here. There's no doubt about that. Finally, we have the Grandmaster ability of Destiny, which is called Fickle Magic. Here, this thing, whenever your enemy hero, and when any enemy heroes or their creatures tries to cast a spell on you or on any of your creatures, that spell has a 50% chance to fail. So basically, when your enemies are casting anything on your creatures, there is a 50% chance that nothing will happen. I can tell you, when I started this game and I began with this game, I thought this ability wasn't that very useful actually. It was kind of unnecessary to have it. That's what I was thinking at the beginning. But when I came to face enemies and the heroes that cast powerful spells like Chain Lightning and other powerful spells, you come to realize when this thing works, their powerful spells just don't happen. Nothing happens. So this thing is a huge lifesaver. And I can tell you already that there are actually some factions where I would no doubt use this ability if I can. It is pretty difficult to show this when your heroes cast, but I will try and show at least one example where this thing really makes a difference. I'll try to show one example. Alright, now that our hero has access to this ability, let's see how effective this is. As you can see, spells and magical effects from an enemy source. Well, in best case they can fail. So let's see if we can make this work. Now, let's see what happens when the enemy hero tries to cast a spell on one of our creatures, and we have Fickle Magic. Let's see what happens. After I finish this, of course. Alright, are you going to cast something? No, you're not. Now, let's see if the enemy hero this time tries to cast a spell on one of our creatures. What did he cast? Storm arrows. What? Wow. You can't cast it on my creature. I have no idea how this enemy hero is able to cast storm arrows despite all his archers are dead. It looks like he's trying to cast on my own creatures, which only benefits me. That's not supposed to happen actually. So I have no idea why he's doing that. But nevertheless, I thank him, and unfortunately, for some reason, he's not trying to hurt me with his damage spells, it seems. So perhaps I have to try... I'll give him another chance to cast on me here. Or not. Now, let's see what happens if the enemy hero tries to cast a spell on one of my creatures. We'll see if this will work this time. After I do this, of course. And let's see what happens. Oh, did you see? That's what happens when you have fickle magic. His spell didn't work. Now, it took pretty many tries, and usually when I usually face more powerful enemies than what I showed there. And against these more powerful enemies, this ability is wow. I can just say wow, because it really protects. But I was just showing a little example of how it looks like when this works. So I may overestimate it or not. I'm not sure if I give it more credit than it deserves. But this is one ability that I would definitely go for if I have the chance, because you will face powerful enemies, and these enemies can become a huge problem. So I am going to put this one up in the champion tier. Lower champion tier is good. That's where I should put it. But still, this is no doubt something worth having as well, in case it's needed. Now, it may seem that this ability is unnecessary, since a lot of the heroes are not really using the damaging spells on you. But I can tell you that some of them do, and these spells do deal a lot of damage. So having fickle magic as protection is always a good idea, and I definitely recommend this one, if you can. Next up we have a new skill called Diplomacy. And what Diplomacy basically does is that it gives a higher chance for neutral armies to join your hero. So if you go out on the field and you have to fight some random creatures out there that are blocking resources or so, if you have Diplomacy here, if you have Diplomacy, there's a higher chance that these neutral creatures will ask if they can join your army, and that can also be very powerful, because if you can convince creatures of your own faction to join you, you will create even more powerful army then. Your armies will become even greater than before. So this can actually, although I say this one is probably a bit underrated, because in the right contexts, this one can be very helpful and help your main hero a lot. I'm going to show you a little difference on what it looks like, and the difference of novice, expert and master diplomacy. As you can see here, if you have novice diplomacy, then you have a 10% higher chance that neutral armies offer to join the hero. And this chance increases every time you increase your diplomacy. Here you have another 10% chance, and here you have another 10% chance. So once you reach master diplomacy, that means you have a 30% chance that neutral armies will join your hero. So this can actually be pretty useful in some cases. I'm going to show you what it looks like when a neutral army will try to join you. I will show you what happens. Let's see if these guys will try to join me. Would you look at that? The army offers to join the hero for a price. Yeah, this is what it looks like when they want to join you. And this is why this skill can be very useful. Because I can just accept it. And let's see if I can, which creatures I can bring it to my here. I'll take my Master Hunters and I'll take these Orc Triads. These are the ones I can accept. Because these are pixies and I have sprites, so they cannot join me. But you saw yourself, everyone else could. So this is where diplomacy comes in and why it's useful. Now I don't usually use diplomacy for this particular reason, even if you can. There are other reasons why I choose diplomacy in my other heroes. Perhaps not in my main hero, but in my other heroes, like my second or third hero, if I can. Because there are some other reasons why I choose this skill. And I'm going to talk about them very soon as well. But for now, regardless, even if you want more neutral creatures in your army, or if you focus on these other reasons that I'm going to explain, this one is pretty good. So I am going to put it at the bottom of B tier, I think. Since it is good, but it's not as versatile or powerful or effective as the other skills here. But nevertheless, I'm going to put it in low B tier. Now here comes 3 novice skills in diplomacy that I usually don't use really often or so. So none of them are really going to go that high up. But I'm going to explain them anyway. The first one is called Necessary Alliance. What this one that basically does is, I'll show you what it does. Here, Necessary Alliance. When the hero army contains creatures from different factions, each creature gets +5 morale instead of a -10 morale penalty. Now, if you have different factions, different cities with different creatures, and all of them are different factions, then this is actually pretty useful, because especially if you're mixing them together. And there are some scenarios or campaigns where this could be useful in that case. However, in most cases, you usually fight with one army from just one faction. So for that reason, it is a little bit too situational to actually be of much use. So for this reason, I'm going to show you. Yeah, it may be some useful in some cases, but it doesn't really do that much, especially not on its own. So I will put it in D tier, I think. Is it more useful than Bloodrage? I actually think Bloodrage is more useful than this, even so. I'm gonna put it at the bottom of D tier, unfortunately. Next up here we have Amnesty. What this basically does is that from here on, if you want to surrender, you don't have to pay gold anymore. It's for free now. Now, there are of course combats where you are overwhelmed and you have to flee with the troops you have so that your hero can survive and your troops can survive. There are of course those cases where it can happen. However, if you're playing a campaign, for example, in all campaigns with your main heroes, surrendering is just non-option at all. Because if you surrender, game over automatically. So surrendering there is non-option. And even in casual games, where you play with any hero at all there, you really don't want to surrender because the goal is to win. Surrendering is only an option if you have to, if you know that you're going to lose. And usually if you do surrender, the cost is usually not that high. It is pretty high if you have a powerful army with you and you have to surrender there. Then it is pretty powerful, yes. But otherwise, I can tell you that I think in 90% of all cases, you don't want to surrender at all. So I can pretty much confidently say that this one has to go like at the bottom so far at the bottom of not worth it. So I rather choose Necessary Alliance if I'm going to invest in diplomacy than choosing Amnesty. Next up here we have Silver Tongued. What this does basically, I'm going to show you what it reads. Here, halves the gold cost to recruit neutral creatures from Elemental Conflux and Magic Menagerie. These are special dwellings that you can recruit these random troops from, these elemental troops from, and the Menagerie from as well. Now, I can tell you this. If this was about having the gold cost to... I'm thinking about this thing. This thing is only related to elemental complex and these dwellings. And these are very specific dwellings. You don't really find them in all maps or so. There are only a few very specific maps that have these specific dwellings. And if you want to recruit them while you have this, then this thing is pretty useful. However, in most cases you don't really have these dwellings at all. So this thing, there is no reason to have this thing at all, unfortunately. Now, if they change this effect so that it would fit very well with diplomacy itself, where neutral armies will join the hero, and this adds the bonus where whenever these neutral armies try to join you, the gold cost that is required to get them is halved. If that were the case, if you didn't have to pay all that so much gold and the gold cost was halved instead, then I can tell you this would probably at the very least be in B tier or maybe even low A tier, because making those neutral armies join you and you don't have to pay that much for it, that is very good, I can tell you. You save a lot of gold for a lot of creatures that join you. If that were the case, yes. However, as it is now, because it is so specific in these specific dwellings that don't really exist in many maps, only a few, very few maps, this thing unfortunately is not really useful, unfortunately. So yeah, unfortunately this doesn't really do much except on these specific situations. So I am unfortunately going to put this one in not worth it either. Although, if I had to choose between this or Amnesty where I surrender for free, I'd rather have this, because at the very least, if I do find these dwellings, and I have this, then the gold cost will be less for that. So that's better than nothing at the very least. But still, not worth it. Alright, next up we have Diplomatic Immunity. What this does is that when you are outside any of your town areas of control, once you are outside them, your hero gets +5 defense. So, once you are outside any area at all, if you are outside your own area, of course, then +5 defense is something that's not half bad actually. You get more defense, and as I explained before in the defense skill here, the more defense you have, the better chance your troops have of survival. It's just unfortunate that... I'm saying it's not unfortunate. I do prefer other abilities more when I choose diplomacy than this, because there are some other abilities I prefer more than this. But still, if you want to have extra defense, then this is a pretty good option. So I am going to put this one at high D tier, I say. Something happened. There we go. I put it there, since it's... I do prefer other abilities more, but it has some specific uses. So yeah, at the top of D tier. Next up we have Golden Tongue. And this one is doing what I was hoping the other one here was trying to do. Because the Golden Tongue here, when neutral creatures come to join you, then instead, when they come to join you, they offer 25% less gold instead. So you have to pay, so if they want to join you, normally if you pay the gold price for them, you have to pay 25% less gold instead. So this one is doing what the Silver Tongue is trying to do, but much better. It is unfortunate that it doesn't have the gold cost, which I was hoping for. But still, 25% less gold for recruiting these neutral armies. Well, I'll take it. Because it's not half of the gold cost like the other, and it's only 25%, it's not that much of a difference. But nevertheless, I'm going to put it somewhere in B tier, I say. Probably below diplomacy, yeah. Below diplomacy. Because there are some other usefulness that diplomacy has. But still, the Golden Tongue is no doubt useful if you're going to go that route and try to recruit neutral armies, because then you can pay less gold for the same armies. Next up here we have the master ability from Master Diplomacy, which is Volunteers. What this does is, I'm going to show you, it's a governor ability, and the weekly base growth of core dwellings in this town is increased by 25%. Now this is the main reason why I choose Diplomacy, because having your core dwellings in this town and make them increase by 25%, that helps a lot with not just one faction but any at all. I'm going to show you a little difference, how many troops you can recruit with and without this. We'll start without. Now this is what it looks like when you recruit your troops and you do not have the Volunteers ability. And also I built my town to its maximum level, so everything is built, all upgrades, all bonus for your troops and such, everything is included. So these are the troops you can have at maximum, and this is without the Volunteers ability. So I'm gonna recruit them all of them, of course. There we go. Now I am going to put this girl as a governor, because this Volunteers is a governor ability, so we have to do this. So I'll put her here, and let's go back. Let's check out what happens next week. I'll show you what happens in next week. Now this is the next week, and Volunteers is active, and I can already see a small difference for the Master Hunters and the Sprites. So you already got a few more troops from them here. And the same for the Orc Dryads, although the difference is pretty huge, but not because of Volunteers. That's more because the hero who is the governor of this town has another special ability which is unique for her own, or your unique hero ability, which increases the Dryads and the Orc Dryads production. So that's not the main reason. But still, the difference may be small because it's only 25% more, but still 25% extra troops, that's always a good difference. And this is the main reason why I choose Diplomacy, so I can increase more of these troops here. So yeah, although the difference is not that big and it may not make that much of an impact, it can still make a difference and it can still help, and in many ways, of course. So perhaps I overrate this one, but I am going to put this one pretty high on my tier list. I'm actually going to put it in the low A tier. This is the main reason why I choose Diplomacy, to gain more troops, so I can get more powerful with my army. The last ability in Diplomacy is its Grandmaster ability, the ultimate ability. And this one is pretty unique because this is actually also a governor ability, like some of the others. And this one is called Suzerain. Now, what does this do? Let's find out. Here, Suzerain. The hero supports all your towns with all his governor bonuses. Each governor bonus can still be applied only once per town. Now, on paper and in theory, this sounds amazing! Imagine, you could put every single governor bonus that your hero has, and all of them will be applied to every single town you have. So, and there are many governor abilities that I'm going to talk about later on, which fits extremely well with this. So, on paper, this actually sounds wow. This one is wow, just wow. I haven't actually tested this on all my heroes and all towns, so I'm not sure if this actually works as it's supposed to. But I'm going to judge based on how it works, and I know that there are unfortunately a few abilities that I did test with and it didn't work for some reason. So I'm not sure why, but there are a few. Perhaps there are a few glitches or so that prevents this from fully working or so. Because on paper, if this works as it should, this one is amazing. I can already tell you now, this one is wow. Like I said, perhaps there are a few glitches or so that prevents it from being active in all my towns with all of the governor bonuses. But still, I'm going to judge based on how it should work, and based on how it should work, I would say this one deserves to be pretty high, because this one is very good in the right context. I'm going to put this one in S tier, in champion tier. Probably a low champion tier, because I do prefer some other abilities more, but still, this one is definitely something worth having. I may not use it in my main hero, but if I do have a secondary or a third hero, and I focus on diplomacy, and I also want to have as many governor bonuses on my towns as possible, then this one is definitely something I invest in and focus on. Now, next up here we have Earth Magic. And Earth Magic has basically the same effect as Air Magic and Dark Magic, in which it gives you more arcane knowledge, like the others, and also it empowers your earth spells more in all combats and also outside combats. And there are a couple of earth spells that are really useful, so Earth Magic is actually really good to have. I'm going to show you some of these earth spells that I recommend. We can start with a few spells that are not related to any of the abilities, as a start. We have one spell here that is really good with Earth Magic, Selana's Bounty. This doubles the production rate of the target's sawmill or ore pit in the same area of control for 4 days. Usually if you do not have Earth Magic, you can still cast this, but it only works for 1 day. And the more powerful your Earth Magic is, the more days this will last. And at maximum, at Master Earth Magic, this will last for 4 days. And and doubling the production of your saw and ore pit. This is something you really want at the beginning of the game, because having more ore and more wood, that gives you a huge advantage of building your town up early on and as quickly as possible. So in the earliest game, this is something you want. You don't really need it in the later games, because then you already built pretty much everything, and then you don't need this spell. So only in the beginning of the game this thing is useful, and Earth Magic definitely helps with that. There are also some other earth spells that I like to use if I can, and it is especially useful with Earth Magic. One of them is one of my favorites of this game, Poison Cloud. I'll show you what this does. It basically makes all areas, every creature around this place will take damage, earth damage from this, and the earth damage is not half bad, as you see. And this remains for a couple of turns, which means they take even more damage, or they take the same damage every time they stay there. And also a very powerful part about this is that Poison Cloud increases its range, its area, every turn, so that more will become affected by it. So this is one spell that Earth Magic definitely powers up if you have access to it. There are also a couple of other spells that I like to use with Earth Magic that are really good in one way or another also. So it may not be my biggest favorite magic school, but still, there are a couple of factions where if I can use Earth Magic and if I have access to it, I'll use it. Why not? So I'm gonna put this one pretty high up in B tier, I say. I'm gonna pop this one. Probably. I'm gonna put this one. You know what? I'm gonna put this one actually at the top of B tier, because I think it's more useful than many other abilities here. Magic schools in general are usually pretty good, and Earth Magic is pretty much no exception there. Next up we have Earth Scholar. Just like all the other scholars that I mentioned before, the Dark Scholar and the Air Scholar, this was Air Scholar and this was Dark Scholar. Yeah, Earth Scholar is the same as the others, and it reduces the mana cost of your Earth spells by 20%. So, if you're going to use a lot of Earth Magic and you want to save as much mana as possible, then this is your best friend. And guess what? In many cases I do use Earth Magic pretty much often and such, so this one also goes. I would not put it as high as A or champion tier, because there are other more useful skills and abilities. But I'm gonna put it in B tier. Perhaps just below the blessed ground, I say. So yeah, that's where I will put it. Next up we have air knowledge, no wait, what am I saying? Next up, this is earth knowledge, level 1. And it has two different usages. I'm going to show you these two. Here, earth knowledge 1, level 1. This basically does that. Stone skin is now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area. And regeneration is now cast on creatures in target 3x3 area. Let's find out what both stone skin and regeneration does. We'll start off with stone skin. Normally, this thing increases the defense of the friendly creature that you choose. So, if you have someone if you want someone to have a better chance to survive an attack or so, then stone skin is good. And with this upgrade, it gives this same bonus for all the creatures in our 4x4 area. So that means that there are many creatures that have a chance to survive even better now, thanks to this. It's not that bad, it's pretty useful in some cases. I don't really use this spell that often, so it's not something I usually focus on. However, regeneration is something I use pretty often. This thing, normally, this thing heals and resurrects health of the friendly creature that you choose. That's normally. But with this upgrade from this ability, then it heals and resurrects this much health, based on your earth magic of course, of all friendly creatures in the target 3x3 area at the start of their next 3 turns. So, it sure doesn't give that much health or heals that much, true. But it helps, and it helps in many cases. So, I'm going to show you a few examples on how this spell is pretty useful. I'm now facing a pretty powerful enemy here, and there is a pretty good chance that I'm going to take damage. So, I always start by trying to soften them up in the beginning here. And in many cases it usually doesn't really work, because they can easily reach me and hurt me here. In most cases then. If that happens, having something like regeneration is really recommended, because that makes sure that my troops have a better chance to survive and live to tell another day. Or live another day, of course. If that happens. I'm going to see what happens if this guy does get to me. No, he doesn't. Okay. I'm now facing a pretty powerful enemy force here, and you can bet they are going to cause a lot of trouble. So, regeneration here is pretty... I would say almost pretty necessary here, actually. Since if you do not have it, you're gonna lose a lot of troops here. Because there are many very powerful troops here that are just going to cause trouble. As you can see, I already lost a few troops here. And you prefer not to lose anyone, or you lose as few as possible. So that's why I'm saying, once you have access to regeneration, use it if you can, because you want to save your troops as much as possible here. I'm going to show you at the end of combat what it looks like when you have a lot of troops that you need to resurrect back, and you can do it thanks to regeneration. This is a strategy I usually do when I have regeneration or something similar that heals your troops back. I'll just skip until the end of this combat so you can see what regeneration does. Now we are pretty close to the end of the combat, and now is a good time to use regeneration, and thanks to our special ability where it becomes a 3x3 area instead, this makes this spell more efficient and helps even more units than just one. So this is going to be needed, because as you see, we are losing a lot of troops, and we are going to need to bring our troops back now. It will take some time, of course, before we get our troops back, but it's still this is still something we need to do. Now I only have a few more enemies to defeat, and now is a very good time to save as many troops as you can, and bring back as many of them as you can. And regeneration here is especially useful, as you can see. All the creatures that are in this 3x3 area, and that's all of them, are now affected. So I can now just continue to defend like this. mass defend, as you see here. And I'm just gonna continue with this. Like I'm just going to continue like this until all my creatures have received back their numbers again. So all of them becomes as powerful as they were before I lost my troops, of course. It will take some time, but that's okay for me. Now, after a couple of turns, we are now at round 18, so it's been a couple of turns since I started activating this. But now all my troops are back and I haven't lost anyone. Now I can beat my enemy here. And thanks to this strategy, I'm not losing any troops at all. The only downside with this is that it does cost time and it also costs a lot of mana. So there are some other ways that are a little bit more efficient in saving all your troops and also taking down your opponent at the same time. So regeneration is probably not the best idea or the best way of saving all your troops, but it is a way and you can do it, as you see here. So yeah, although I may not use Stone Skin that often, but when regeneration is something I definitely use if I have to or if I need to. So Earth Knowledge level 1 is definitely one ability that I need if I need to use it. There are some other abilities I use more than this, of course. So I'm probably not going to put in Champion tier because there are other ways that are more efficient of saving all your troops than this. This is probably the weakest way of saving all your troops. But nevertheless, I'm going to put this one in A tier. And I'm probably going to put this one at the top of A tier even, because it is really good in making sure your troops are safe and sound. And like I said, it may be the weakest way of saving all your troops, but it is a way, and it works. Alright, next up we have Rock Solid. With this one, each time you cast an earth spell in combat, the creature's defense increases by 1. So they become more tougher and have a better chance to survive every time you cast an earth spell. I can tell you, it is technically useful in some ways, of course, but it's not something I really use that often. Having extra defense every time you cast an earth spell, that is useful, of course. Defense is always good after all. But there are many other ways you can increase your defense, and a lot more than just 1 for each earth spell. So it's not as useful as the others, I will say. I'm probably going to put it above the Necessary Alliance, because I still think it's more useful than the other one. But otherwise I'm gonna put this one pretty much in low D tier. Next up we have Earth Wisdom. Now, like I mentioned before, all wisdoms have basically the same effect, but for their own magic school. Dark Wisdom, for example, gives +4 dark magic for dark spells. And Air Scholar gives +4 magic for air spells. And also every other wisdom that you have adds 4+ to this bonus. And it's no different with Earth Wisdom as well. It gives you 4+ magic when you cast earth spells, and also every other wisdom that you have adds 4+ to this bonus. So it's basically the same as the others, and of course having more magic for earth spells is not a bad idea, especially if you're focusing on earth magic. So I'm going to focus and put this one somewhere a little bit higher. I'm not sure exactly where. It's not as useful as Air Scholar, I can tell you right now, but it is pretty good. I'm gonna put it somewhere here at pretty high B tier, above Earth Scholar. So yeah, Earth Wisdom is a little bit above Earth Scholar. So yeah, this is where I'm going to put it, in B tier. Next up we have Earth Knowledge level 2. Earth Knowledge level 2, yes. I'm going to show you what this thing does. Here, Earth Knowledge level 2. Entangle additionally deals 345 earth damage if the creature moves. And Poison Spray now lasts until the end of combat. Let's have a look at what these two spells are doing at their base without these bonuses. We start off with an Entangle. This thing decreases the movement of the target enemy creature by 6 in this case, because we have Master Earth Magic. And it also prevents it from using movement-based abilities for 3 turns. So, if we choose someone to have Entangle in, they will be restricted by their movement. And also, it will be difficult for them to use any movement-based abilities. And this is what this normally does. If we also add this bonus from Earth Knowledge level 2, then not only will this happen, but if the enemy creature moves, they will also take Earth damage for that. So this can be pretty powerful in the right contexts. Not something I often use really, but it can be powerful. The next spell we have here is Poison Spray, which it also affects. Normally this thing deals that much earth damage to the target enemy creature at the start of its next 3 turns. So yeah, once someone has this Poison Spray in them, they will take earth damage as soon as it begins its turn. And usually it is for 3 turns. However, if you have this bonus where you have the Earth Knowledge level 2, then they will take this damage, in this case 272 earth damage, and they will continue to take this every turn at the start of its turn, the whole time. It will never end until the combat ends. So basically, you basically with them slowly but surely every turn. This can be pretty useful. I'll show you one example with Poison Spray. To start things off, I'm going to begin with using the spell Entangle before I use Poison Spray. So if I cast Entangle, his movement will be decreased a lot, and he also takes earth damage if he moves. Let's try this one out on this guy. Now it will be difficult for him to move, and also if he moves, as you see, he took some air damage, so that hurt. And this thing lasts for 2 turns, or 3 turns altogether, so it's not just like it's only 1 turn, but 3 turns even. So it is pretty difficult and annoying for him. And this is actually pretty useful if you have creatures like this, 1-stack creatures that has a lot of tubes, and you do not want them to get close to your enemy, to your own tubes. Then this is actually pretty useful. As you see, it is very difficult for him to get closer to you. And now, while it takes time for him to get to me, my archers can wither and deal with his numbers. And not only that, I also have the other spell here called the Poison Spray, which I'm going to use. And with this, he will now take damage, this kind of damage, every turn until he basically dies. So this means now I can just continue to shoot him as much as I can and wither his numbers even more. And he will still be forced to come and get to me as quickly as possible, but it will be difficult because Entangle, of course. And while that's happening, I'm making him lose even more tubes, as you see. And in 2 turns, he is no longer a threat. So now I can deal with him. So this combination is actually pretty powerful here, because this is especially against 1 stack. If it were against multiple stacks, then it's not as useful. But against 1 stack alone, this is actually pretty powerful, as you see. So yeah, I may not use these 2 spells that often, and if I don't use them that often, then this ability is not that useful. But there are of course situations, they may be some specific situations, but there are still situations where this ability is pretty good to have. So I'm gonna put this one probably middle of C tier, I say. Probably somewhere just above Dark Magic, I say, on this one. Since actually I'm gonna put it even, you know what, I'm gonna actually put it probably at the top of C tier, because it is more useful than most of the other abilities here. Just below the alertness, I put it. Yeah, just below alertness. If it responds, there we go. Yeah, this is what it should be. Next up we have Earth Knowledge level 3, and I'm going to show you what this thing does. Here, With Earth Knowledge level 3, Earthquake deals double damage to structures and enemy creatures, and Stone Spikes deals double damage to the unit on the center title. Let's have a look at what these two spells does, so we know a little bit more what this ability affects. We'll start with Earthquake. This thing deals that much earth damage to all units standing on the ground, and also deals that much earth damage to all town walls and towers instantly. And damage fortifications take double the damage. Now, this thing is a little bit like Armageddon, because it deals damage to every unit that standing on the ground. Flyers are probably not as affected, but all units that are on the ground take damage because of this. So, and it is a little bit unreliable, because not only do you hurt your enemy, but you also hurt your own creatures. So this one is a little bit too unpredictable and too unsafe to use for my taste. So I usually don't use this one unless I absolutely have to and there is no other way to breach the enemy's walls. As for the other spell, Stone Spikes, this thing deals that much earth damage to all units in the target plus shaped area instantly. There are 5 tiles that it affects, and it looks like a plus when you use that spell. And this is what it does normally. However, if we go back to Earthquake, as we mentioned before, with the Earth Knowledge level 3, all this damage is doubled to all units, and also to the walls and such. So all the damage is doubled. A little bit unpredictable, like I mentioned, so I don't usually do this. As for Stone Spikes, the center title, out of all the 5, the center one deals double damage. So if it deals 544, then that means it would deal 1088 damage in the center title. This thing, even without the upgrade, this spell is extremely powerful. And it's actually a bit shocking for me, because there's another game called Heroes 5, if you haven't played it. Stone Spikes is there too, but that spell in that game is much weaker. It is those times I played that game, I never used Stone Spikes there, because it is very underpowered, unfortunately. But here they really powered up this spell, so it becomes one of the most powerful spells in the game. So if I do need one spell that deals a lot of damage, and I don't want to spend as much magic as Poison Cloud, then Stone Spikes is the one to use, because this thing deals a lot of damage, and it deals a lot of damage by itself. I'll show you a little example here. And I'm going to show you what it looks like when you have this special ability. Let's get to it. Here, in this spell, I am going to show you how Stone Spikes works. In these specific battles, I may prefer some other spells more, but if I don't have them, Stone Spikes is definitely one option I would use here. Because if we do this, as you can see, this kills a lot of troops on all these fronts. As you can see, it deals a lot of damage, so it is already here powerful. I'm going to use it a couple of times here, so you can see how many troops I can deal with before they come close to my units. Let's see how many of them I can take before they get close to me. We'll see. I'm going to skip a little bit until then. Now we are in a little bit later of the battle, and I'm going to use Stone Spikes once again. And this is without the upgrade, so it will deal the same damage everywhere, as you see. But still, even if it's not powered up, it still deals a lot of damage, as you see here. Now let's test out Stone Spikes and see what happens when it's powered up. And it deals double damage to the center title, as we see here. The unit in the center title takes double damage. So let's try and see what happens here if we use this. If we go here, for example, the Brutes, they take a double damage here, as you see. That hurts. That really hurts now. So yeah, now you see why I like this spell. Because it is pretty powerful, I can tell you. So yeah, although Earthquake is a bit too unreliable to use, in my opinion, Stone Spikes, however, is something I definitely use if I focus on Earth Magic. So for that reason, I am going to put this one pretty good in this tier. Where am I going to put this one? I'm going to put this one at almost the top of B tier. I think Earth Magic can be a little bit higher. But after that, I'll have Earth Knowledge level 3. So high in B tier, I'll put this one. We finally come to the Grandmaster ability of Earth Magic, which is Nature's Vitality. And this thing gives 15% extra health bonus to all your creatures. So basically all your creatures have more health, 15% more health with this. This is actually not half bad actually, because it makes sure all your creatures have a better chance to survive, especially your high T units. I'm going to show you what it looks like both with and without this bonus, with this ability. First we start without it, of course. Now these are the troops that I have in my Sylvan faction, and they are the ones that usually have Earth Magic. So Nature's Vitality is a possibility that you can choose from for the Sylvan faction then. And this is without Nature's Vitality. This is the health they normally have. The Orc Dryads, for example, have 16 health, as you can see here. Here. The Sprites have 12 health. The green meter, as you see. The Master Hunters have 17. Druid Elders have 32. The Blade Masters have 48. The Sun Deers have 130. And finally, there are 2 champion creatures that you can choose from, which I'll talk about later, of course, but Ancient Trinity is one of them, and they have 460 health. And all this is without Nature's Vitality. Let's see what it looks like if we add Nature's Vitality. So if we do this, I'll just go to Skills, and I'll learn it right now. 50% health, let's add it. And now let's see what it looks like now with our creatures. Oh, okay. It looks like we cannot see it really here because this is just the normal health as we see. But if we go into combat, let's try and go into combat here. I'll just teleport to the closest combat as we find here. There we go, and start combat. So, and now we have a little battle here going on. Now let's see what their health is now. It's a little bit higher now than before. 150 here instead of 14 instead of 12. You had 48, now it's 55 instead. The Orc Dryads have 18 health, as you see. And the Druid Elders have 37. It was 32, I think, before. As for the Master Hunters, it's now 20 instead. So yeah, it's a small difference. It may not be that much, but still, a few extra hit points can make a difference. The Treants, they had 460. Now they have 529. Would you look at that? That's a little difference, as we see. So yeah, even if it may not be that much of a difference, there is still a difference, and all your creatures now have a better chance to survive hits from enemies. Of course, I usually don't cheat when I play the game. I'm just showing the abilities and what the difference is with and without them. And for Nature's Vitality, it is pretty good. You can see the difference. I usually don't invest that often in this because there are some other abilities where I do prefer in most cases a little bit more. There are, of course, however, a few cases where I do choose this one because having extra health does help in many ways. So I am going to put this one somewhere. Where am I going to put this one? That's actually a bit difficult for me to decide. Perhaps I'm going to put it. It's not going to be that high, but I'm still going to put it. I'm going to put it in middle of C tier, I say. Just above the Treasure Finder and below Dark Wisdom. I think it fits there. because it is useful, not in every case, but it is useful. Next up, we have a new skill here, which is called Economy. I'm going to show you what this thing does, just to show you what it can do. Yeah, this is Economy. This is at its novice level. You get 150 extra gold per day. It's pretty basic. You get a little extra gold. And the same with Expert. You get another 150, so 300 altogether. And at Master level, you get another 150. So altogether, at Master level, you get altogether 450 gold each day. That alone may not be that much, actually. However, and I'm going to show you, there are a couple of abilities here that you see that are part of Economy, and many of them are really good, especially for your support hero. I usually have a support hero or two, and I always focus on Economy with them, because these bonuses helps build up your town in many ways. So, because of this, I'm going to show you what Economy belongs. Yeah, for me, Economy, it belongs in pretty... probably not going to put it in Champion tier, because it is not that impactful that it should be there. But I'm still going to put it pretty high up in this list. Where should I put it? I'm going to put it somewhere in A tier, I'm going to say. Probably below, yeah, I'm gonna put it below the air abilities and above perfect defense. Why now? I'm putting up here because of all the abilities that you get from Economy. If Economy were on its own, you only get 450 gold every day. I would instead put it probably in not worth it, because having 450 gold extra per day, sure, it is of course good to have extra gold. I'm not saying that it's bad, but it is very underpowered if it were just that. There are other ways to get more gold and to secure more gold. Treasure Finder, for example, where did I put it? Somewhere, yeah. Yeah, probably, yeah. Treasure Finder gives you 50% more gold when you pick up treasure chests. That alone gives you more gold than Economy by itself. But because it has many abilities that are very good to have, and it really boosts up your economy and your rare resources and your other resources and such, and it also is going to help with your town in many ways. I think this one belongs in the A tier because it is very versatile. It is very helpful with building up your towns, and it is a lot more useful than you may think. Also, just a little note, I did try to cheat with this by using one of my heroes, support heroes, and I replaced like half of all his skills that I had with just economy. So I tried with like 5 economy skills in the same hero. A little bit greedy maybe, but one thing I can tell you is it doesn't work. If you do this, then economy won't work at all. So make sure you only have 1 economy skill so that it truly works. Now to the next ability here. Yeah, the next one here is called Architect. And how this works is that the gold costs in all the buildings that you have in your town are reduced by 10%. And this is a governor ability. So you have to put one of your heroes as governor in the town in order for this to work. And making all the buildings cost 10% less gold. That's very useful, I can tell. It may not be that useful early on, or some buildings don't require that much gold, so it may not make that much of an impact. But still, saving gold while you build up is always pretty good. I'll show you a little difference on on the buildings that you save and the gold cost between the gold difference it costs with and without the architect. I'm going to show you a little difference. Here I have the Necropolis faction, which is almost fully built, so this comes at a later game, but still. We have something like this building here that costs 4,500 gold, and this is the normal cost. So, what happens if we what happens if we add Architect to this? We'll see how much it will cost after that. Now I added the Architect Governor bonus. Let's see how much it costs now instead. 4050 gold instead. So 450 gold less. That's 10% less gold, true. So, sure, it may not be that much of a difference, especially not in the later game. But early on in the game, where you want to build up your town as quickly as possible and get your troops as quickly as possible, this is really useful and can help in many ways. So, although it may not give that much difference or make that much of an impact altogether, it does still make an impact, and it's better than you think. So for me, I am going to put this one not that low. I'm probably going to put it somewhere in B tier, I say. I'll probably put it in the middle of B tier, just below the dark ability here, and above defense. I think it pretty belongs there, yeah. It belongs there, yes. Next up we have Foreman, and this is also a governor ability, and what this does is that it increases the production of your sawmill and your ore pit by +1 in each. So normally you get +2 in wood and +2 in ore when you have the sawmill and the ore pit. Normally, but with this bonus you will get 3 wood and 3 ore instead. So, even if it may not sound like that much, however, in the early of the game, when you want to build up your town as quickly as possible, this thing is a lifesaver. This can make a huge difference early on in the game, and it helps so much early in the game. Even if it doesn't do that much later on in the game, it can still help a lot. And there are also some ways to even make this ability even more effective. I'm going to show you a little bit here. Now, this is what it looks like when you get just normal wood and ore every day. Okay, they like to have the... Now, let's see here. Yeah, 4. That's because I have 2 here, as you see, 2 plus ore per day. And the sawmill gives 2 plus wood per day. That's the normal one. Now let's see what happens if we add this ability. I'll come back to you on that. Now let's see what happens when the governor ability of Foreman is activated. And it works. In theory, we should get +3 ore and +3 wood from our town for that. Let's see if that's true once all these players' turns are over. Yeah, they can do this. Now, 5. That's a little difference, as you see. +3 ore instead. And that means we have +3 wood. So that's a little difference now that we have Foreman. There are also some extra ways to make this even more powerful thanks to Foreman. We can actually double this with some tricks. It may not be related to Foreman exactly, because you can do this even without Foreman. But if you have Foreman, this trick becomes even more effective. I'm going to show you quickly. First of all, do we have it? No, we don't. Just because I want to show you what this is, I'm just going to make a little cheat, because this is what we need. Sylvanas Bounty doubles the production rate. So if we do this here, and we do the same thing with this guy, you don't have it, so I will add it here as well. So we'll do the same thing on the other one here. So this means now, as you see, usually if you use this spell, you only get you will get 4 ore and 4 wood per day. But with Foreman, since you get +1, it doubles from, you can now double 3, so it becomes 6 instead in both of them. And this is something I like to do if I can early on in the game, so that I really get a lot more wood and ore as quickly as possible in the early of the game. So yeah, although it is pretty specific and it does require some specific tricks in order to be fully used, even without them, having +1 ore and the wood early on in the beginning, that makes a pretty big difference in many cases. So I'm gonna put this one pretty high up, actually. Perhaps I overrate this ability, because +1 wood and ore doesn't sound like much. There are other abilities that make a much more impact. But as I like to say, even the smallest abilities can make a big impact, and this is definitely one of them. So I'm gonna put this one, actually I'm gonna put this one even higher than B tier. I should put this one, am I gonna put it higher? Yeah, I'm gonna put it in A tier, at the very least A tier. And I'm actually gonna put this one probably just below Destiny, I think, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put it here, pretty high up in A tier, because yeah, although it may not do that much, especially not on its own, it can, even the small bonus can make a huge impact in this game. So this one definitely deserves to be this high up. Now let's see the next ability here. The next ability here is called Merchant. What this does is that the hero that has this will give a little bit better deal when you try to make some deals in the marketplace. I'm going to show you what I mean with that. Like I said, Merchant, I'm going to read it. The hero enhances the rates for trading resources as having one additional marketplace. What this means is that early on in the game, when you have only one marketplace, you usually have to trade a lot of your own resources in order to get some other resources that you need. I can show you the difference here and in the other one as well. What I mean is that I'm going to show you the difference between having only one marketplace, which is something you have at the beginning, and what the trading looks like there, and if you have many marketplaces, where all of them together makes your trading much more efficient. I'll show you the difference here and how this one helps in that. Now, here's how it works when we have marketplace on. So let's build this thing. And this is at the earliest of the game, as we see. If we are going to trade, normally this is what it costs. We need 1,000 gold for just one wood and 2,500 gold for one of these rare resources. So it is pretty expensive right now, as you can see. And here, we need 4 wood here for 1 ore. Not the best trade either. And the same here, 10 wood for just one of these rare resources. So it is pretty expensive here, as you see. And the same for ore, the same thing here. And if we give 1 ore away, we get 50 gold for that. And the same thing with 1 wood. This is worth 50 gold. And should we trade one of the rare resources here, we can see that we get 100 gold for 1 rare resource. 2 rare resources is worth 1 wood or 1 ore. And we have to trade all of our rare resources, in order to get one of the other. So this is how it looks like when you have this trading power efficiency. And in the earliest in the game, now for example, we don't have that much efficiency here, as you can see. The ratio is not that good, as you can see here. That's what Merchant is changing, because how it works is that the more marketplaces you have, the better ratio you get, and the better the trading resource, the better the trading ratio becomes here. And Merchant acts like a marketplace. So if you have multiple heroes with Merchant each, your trading becomes better in that way. I'm going to show you what it looks like when the trading ratio is at its highest, when it's at its best. Here, this is what it looks like when you want to trade resources. Now, if you have a lot of marketplaces, and including Merchant, which treats itself as a marketplace, the trading here becomes much better, as you can see here. Now you only need 1 of these rare resources to get 1 wood, or 1 of these rare resources to get another rare resource, or 1 of these rare resources now gives you 344 gold, which is much more than before. And the same with the others here, as you see. If I'm going to trade ore, which is not it's not worth as much as the others, but I still get a lot of gold for that, and I can just get I just need 1 ore so I can get 1 wood, basically the same, and I just need 2 ore to get any other of these rare resources that I need. And as for the gold, I can use gold if I need to trade, and I can get the most expensive ones cost 725 gold, which is very little compared to the gold I have right now. So, just out of curiosity, how much gold? How much can I get if I go almost all of it? Yeah, you can see yourself like 439 of this rare resource. If I use all my gold, that's a little bit much. I don't need that much. But yeah. If you have a lot of marketplaces, and if you have these merchant abilities that help you with marketplaces, then your trading becomes more effective, and it will be easier to trade in this way. So yeah, a merchant can be useful in these situations if you want to have more efficient trades, to make sure that you gain more resources from these trades. Now, it is not as useful in combat, especially. It is more useful if you want to trade resources more efficiently, so that you have a better chance of recruiting your troops, should you have low gold, for example. That, in these situations, this can be pretty useful. But I can tell you that I don't usually use this ability that often. There are other abilities I use a little bit more. So I'm gonna put this one pretty high up in D tier, I say, since having extra marketplaces as abilities instead can be useful. It can be useful in some situations, pretty specific situations. But overall, it's not something I usually invest in. Next up here we have something called Alchemist. This gives you 1 random resource, 1 random rare resource every day. So you could get 1, what were they called now again? These 4 rare resources. I'll check just in case. I'll show you. Here it's called. You can get either 1 Dragon Blood Crystal, 1 Dragon Steel, 1 Shadow Steel, or 1 Star Silver at random per day. So I can already tell you right now that having 1 random rare resource every day, just at random, this is really good, especially early in the game, when you have a pretty limited amount of resources, as you see up here already. You don't have that many resources now. So having this thing early on in the game, I'm going to show you. I'll take this one now, and I'm just gonna wait 1 turn so you can see what it looks like of getting a random rare resource every day. Wait until all these turns ends. And now we are going here, and there we go. We got 1 rare resource, 1 Dragon Crystal. Out of nowhere, perfect. I'll just wait 1 more day so we can see if we can get something else, or if we get another Dragon Crystal. It takes time, of course, because there are a lot of players in this map here. But the point is, 1 random rare resource every day, that's something you definitely want. Especially early in the game. There we go, 1 extra Dragon Steel. So, I don't think I need to say much more about this one, because except that I can say that this may not be as useful later on in the game, because after all, you already have built everything by then, and you already have so many resources that you probably don't need that much of it anymore. But early on in the game, this is something you definitely want, because there are a lot of buildings and a lot of things that you're going to build that requires rare resources. So having this ability helps a lot early on in the game. Yeah, this is something I can tell you this much. When I have economy and I need to invest on it and its unique abilities and such, Alchemist is something I always choose if I have the chance. So I may, if I overweight this ability, you can tell that to me, of course. But I'm actually going to put this one probably at the top of A tier, at the very least at top of A tier, because it is really good. Extremely good, this one. Next up here we have Town Planner. This is a governor ability, and it allows you to build two buildings every day instead of just one. On paper, this actually sounds pretty good. If you have this, you can basically build two things every day and not just one. I can show you a little example of that. Here, if we have this, I'm going to add it now. Come on, there we go. Now let's try build things here. Oh, before we do that, we have to make sure she's a governor, because this is a governor ability. So I'll put it up here. Iceon has government, excellent. Now I can build something in. I'll start building, for example, the graveyard, so I can get these skeletons. And would you look at that, I can build something again. So I'll go and build this one, for example, because she's also needed. And yeah, that's how Town Planner basically works. You can build two things every day and not just one. On paper, like I said, this sounds very good actually, because if you're able to build more things quickly every day, I'll just end the turn here, for example, now. Yeah, if you can build two things every day instead of just one, you have a much better chance of building your stuff and building up your town much quicker than usual. And the quicker you can build your town, the better chance you have of beating your enemies, because you'll be more prepared and you have more structures that helps you in many ways, and you have more things to be ready with. I'll build, for example, here once again, and I'll build this one as well in the same day. Two buildings every day, as you can see. So this is what Town Planner can do. Now here's the problem with this. As you can see, I have my resources here early in the game. Normally I would pick up these resources as well, of course, but even if you do that, the problem is that you already have a pretty limited amount of resources in the game. So even if you can build two things every day, it's not always guaranteed that you can, since you have such limited resources already that it is pretty difficult to build even just one building every day, much less two. So that's a downside that can happen, and unfortunately it does happen every now and then. So yeah, on paper this actually sounds very useful and can be very helpful in many ways. But practical, it is a bit more difficult than its usefulness, I could say. It is pretty difficult to get this one early on in the game and being able to use it to its fullest potential, to its maximum potential. So because of that reason, I'm still gonna rank it pretty good, I think, because it is, when you can use it, it is good. But because of its practical difficulty, I'm gonna put it somewhere a little bit higher in C tier, I say. Yeah, I'll put it somewhere like here, here I say, just below Chaos Magic, in C tier. It belongs there, yeah. Next up we have another governor ability called Recruiter, and I can already tell you this much, where I'm going to put this one in advance, and I'm going to show you why later on, of course. But this one is I'm going to put it, if I can make my move here. My computer seems slow for some reason. Come on, make a move, there we go. I'm gonna put this one right up in champion tier. This one is definitely in champion tier. Just above preemptive strike, I picked this one. I'm gonna show you why and how this thing works. First of all, how this works, I'll show you. Yeah, this is the ability, Recruiter. It's a governor ability, and recruiting creatures in this town cost 15% less gold. Do you see why I think this one belongs in the champion tier? Imagine if you have your town built at fully, even if your town isn't at fully, even if it's early in the game, and you only have a few troops you can recruit. This thing still helps in so many ways. Many ways. You have a much better chance to recruit all your creatures compared to before, if you if you do not have this one. And when you have your buildings maxed out, I'm gonna show you a little difference, of course, between having this and not having it. But yeah, even if you have your town maxed out with all buildings, this one helps very much. Let's show you a little difference between having this and not having this in your town, of course. Now, once you have all your creatures and your town fully built, everything is built, these are the creatures you can recruit normally from the Necropolis faction in this case. Let's see how much it costs to get all of them. 21,000 gold, more than that, yeah. Alright, now we know how much it costs, 21,000 gold. Let's see how much it will cost once we activate this recruiter ability, which we have here. 50% less gold, let's go get it. Now let's see how much it will cost instead. 18,000 gold instead. Well, that's like 2,000 gold less. Sure, it may not look that much of a difference, maybe, but still, 2,000 gold less means we can build something else. It means we can focus on other towns with this gold and recruit other creatures with this gold. It is a difference, and it makes a very good difference at that. Even, like I said before, even the smallest difference can make a huge impact, and this one is really no exception here. This one is definitely not an exception here. So yeah, like I said, although it may not seem like that much, it still helps so much. So yeah, for me, Recruiter definitely deserves to be this high up in my tier. So yeah, champion tier, no doubt about that. Next up, and this is the Grandmaster ability of economy called Estates. This thing, I'm going to show you what this does, literally. With Estates, all your towns provide 15% more gold per day. This is the Grandmaster ability of economy. And it's understandable also, because making all your towns gain more gold, that's not a bad idea. More gold means you have a better chance to recruit more troops. And make sure all your towns give even more gold. That is actually very good, I can tell you. If you have a support hero, which I usually have, or my second or my third hero, I always try to make sure that this hero has estates. Because having estates really helps with building up your towns and also recruiting more troops. I'm going to show you a little difference between having this ability and not having it. For starters, I'm just going to end my day here. And let the other heroes play, of course. And yeah, this is the last one. Let's see how much gold we can get now. Here we see. And 6,950 gold. That's because 450 gold is from our master economy. So we can skip that. So that means 6,500 gold. That's what we get for having everything built up at maximum with both our towns. Now let's add this ability. We'll go here, choose estates, and we'll add it. So as you can see, it is now one of our 3 Grandmaster abilities. So now we have 50% more gold every day. Let's end our turn and see how much gold we can get now every day, now that we have this ability. And our towns are going to provide more gold now. Let's see how much more. Now let's see, 7,925 and minus 450, that's like 6,500 gold. No, wait, what am I saying? 7,500 gold about. So yeah, 1,000 gold extra. Or I think it's like 975 gold extra altogether, if I think correctly. Still, that's like 1,000 gold extra thanks to these 2 towns. Why not? 1,000 gold extra. That is something I definitely need. And although I may not use it in my main hero, I'm using it. This is more fitting for your secondary or your third hero, who is more of a support hero instead. Still, that is basically 1,000 gold extra for free, just like that. So yeah, if you have a chance to do this and you have the chance to get this extra gold, then I recommend that you just take it, because having extra gold helps you in many cases. So without a doubt, since this helps also in many ways, even if the difference may not sound like that much, but still it is a difference and it makes a big difference overall. I'm gonna put this on one very high as well. Where should I put this one? I'm gonna put this at the top of A tier, I'll say. At the top of A tier. Since Recruiter is more useful in my opinion, because you saw yourself, you could get 2,000 less gold for all these creatures, while Estates give you like 1,000 gold for 2 towns. So Recruiter is more useful in my opinion, but Estates is not far behind. So yeah, if there is one hero that if there is one way I would have this Estates, it's on my 3rd or 2nd hero, which is more about support. And still, it's definitely worth it. So yeah, that's where I'm going to have Estates. So yeah, now you see why I focus so much on economy in general, and why I put economy so high in this tier, because there are many abilities here like Recruiter, Estates, Alchemist, Foreman. All of them give such a huge bonuses. Even Architect gives a good bonus. So yeah, even though economy on its own doesn't do that much, thanks to this and all the different abilities here, that gives a lot of bonuses. The economy, yeah, I can tell you this, that economy deserves to be this high in the tier, thanks to all these abilities. Alright, move on now to the next ability, which is Explorer. This increases your hero's movement by 1, if it's novice tier. And for each level that your exploration increases by, it gives your hero another movement. So once it's master rank, then your hero has +3 movement. I'll show you a little difference of having this and not having this. If you look at our hero stats right now, you can see there's a special shoe on the right side here, where it says 22. That's the hero's movement. And this is the normal way where the hero moves. This is the standard movement that heroes have. If we move with our hero as far as we can, we'll go here for example, and the hero moves here. This is 22 movements as far as here, as you can see. And then you have to wait next day until you get another round, of course. Now that our hero has Master Exploration, as you can see here, 25 movement instead of 22. And I'll just show here to prove you that I have Exploration here. You can see I have Novice, Expert and also Master, so +3 movement for that altogether. Let's see how far we can travel now with the horse, and see if we can go a little bit further. We'll see here soon, and there we go. Well, we came a little bit further. We stopped here last time without exploration, and now we came all the way here. So it's a little bit longer than before. So yeah, this proves pretty much that exploration can help just by itself. I will also have to apologize in advance for a little miss that I made. But I did record what I think about exploration and where I would rank it. I also made a recording about the abilities Snatch and native terrain and where I would rank them. But for some reason the videos got removed, or I might have deleted them by accidentally, and I didn't add them in my recording. So unfortunately I will not be able to show where I rank them exactly. Because if I do that by now, since I have recorded a lot afterwards and I only discovered this by now, if I show where I put these places, then I would show a lot of spoilers in advance, so I have to apologize again. But I will tell you at least where I would put these, so you know at least by idea where I will put them. For starters, Exploration, I will put this in B rank, in B tier, because it is useful and it's good to have your hero move a little bit further than normal. So Exploration by itself is good. We also have Snatch, where I will put in the B tier as well, because if we read this thing here, I'm going to read it. The hero does not spend movement to pick up resources, access buildings, and other similar actions. Here, as you can see, I'm going to show you a little small example. Normally, if you pick up these resources or these dwellings or these pits or these resource pits or so, you have to move it and you have to use your movement for that. But with Snatch, we can do this, and as you see, we do not spend any movement at all for that. So yeah, this is where Snatch comes in and why I would put it in B tier. We finally also have a native terrain, which is a governor ability where your hero moves 10% faster in this town's area of control while moving on land. So yeah, if you have this governor ability and you make this hero governor of one of your towns, then all your heroes will move 10% faster as long as you are in that area. So this is also pretty useful, not as useful as the others, so I would put this one in C rank. So yeah, these are the ones I missed, unfortunately. I'm also going to talk a little bit about this one, navigation. And at the very least, I have videos here and examples of how this looks like, so I didn't miss fully. I'm just going to explain what this thing does here. Navigation. The hero is 50% faster when sailing with a ship. This is useful when you are in sea-based maps. When you have a lot of water, we have to travel by boat. Then this thing can come in usefulness. Let's see and test this thing out so we can see how it works. Here, for example, we have a map where we have to travel by water, and we are traveling with this boat. Let's see how far we can travel with this boat. We will be able to travel as far as this, I say, yeah. From here to this place, and this is without the navigation. That's good to know. Let's see how far we can travel if we have with the navigation this time. Now let's add navigation here and see what the difference is. There we go. Now we have navigation. Let's see what happens when we travel the same distance here. Oh, we can travel a little bit further here. Okay, not bad. We can travel further. That's where we stopped before, and we can now travel as far as here instead. So yeah, you can see the difference. Our max range was somewhere here before. Now we can travel as far as here instead. That's 50% extra distance. So yeah, at sea-based maps like here, for example, navigation is very useful because you want to travel as far as possible with the boat, and the navigation helps you a lot with that, as you saw here. There are of course a couple of maps where it's only sea-based. So in these maps, navigation is it helps a lot in these maps. However, there are also pretty many maps where there is no sea at all. So in these maps, this thing is not needed at all. So because it is very power good in these specific maps where water is required or where the ship is required, but because it is not so versatile either in both in the land and sea, because it is only useful in sea, I'm gonna put this one a little bit lower than usual. But still, it has its usage and it's pretty good. So I'm gonna put it a little bit lower in C tier compared from the others here. Since I think it is useful, but it is only useful in some specific situations, in this case at sea. So yeah, that's where I am going to put it, in C tier here. The next thing we have here is called Scouting. With this thing, our hero is able to see more of the land around than before. I'm going to show you a little bit of example here. I'll read it exactly as it says. Here you can see, the hero's scouting range is increased by 2. And also, the hero can see the precise creature numbers of armies and enemy heroes boosts if they are in scouting range. So basically, if you have this, I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna show you in short time. But yeah, if you have this, you can have a little bit better scouting range around. And also, if you're close enough, you can see how many numbers there are in neutral armies and in enemy heroes. So I'm going to show you the difference of having this and not having this when you check on enemy creatures and neutral armies and heroes and such. I will show you the difference here. Here we can see a neutral army here. When we just check it out like this, you can see that the number of this guy could be somewhere between 250 and 499. So we don't know exactly if it's that low or that high. We're not sure. We only know that it's somewhere between there. And the same with here? Yeah, the same thing here. It's between 50 and 99 of these creatures. Now what happens if we add scouting to our ability here? Let's add scouting. And it's this one. Add it. Let's see what the difference is now. 250 exactly. That's what we can see now instead. And here we can see that it's 92 if I see correctly. Yeah, 92 in these two. So yeah, now we can see exactly how many they are instead, thanks to scouting. And this can be good because now we can now be a little bit more prepared on what we are facing against before we go into the combat. So this can be useful, of course. Knowing what you are going into before you go into it, that can help. So it's always useful and a good idea to know what you're going to face against. Here as well, we have some golems here, 77 troops exactly. That's pretty useful, and that can help in some cases, of course. Another useful thing with scouting is that you can also see how many troops the enemy hero has, as well as his stats, as you see. Although his stats you can already see even without scouting. But his enemy troops, you can see the exact number that they have. So this also is pretty useful in knowing what you're getting yourself into before you start the combat. So yeah, scouting has some usefulness here, as you can see. Although it may not be the most useful ability in exploration, it has some uses and it can help you get a bit more prepared against enemy battles. So yeah, scouting is not half bad. It's not something I usually use that often, since even without scouting, you can see the numbers. Even if it may not be specific, but you can still see the numbers of what you are facing against. And you can still see if the threat is high or low, also, even without scouting. So it is not something I usually invest in that often. So I'm gonna put this one a little bit lower, I would say. Probably somewhere in D tier, I think. Yeah, I think it's gonna be in D tier. But I'm gonna put it pretty high in D tier because it is pretty useful. I'm gonna put it somewhere here, I say. Yeah, pretty high in D tier, I say. Next up, we have pathfinding. This thing reduces the movement in rough penalties. It reduces the penalties in the rough areas and such by 50%. So if you're moving with your heroes in rough terrains, there are many terrains that cause even more movement to walk through, like deserts, snow, and other areas that other areas that aren't usually with roads or so. These places usually takes a lot more movement because the roads there are pretty rough. But thanks to pathfinding, this thing reduces the penalty, so it gives you, you save a lot of movement in these areas. And I can already tell you here that this thing is very useful. If I do focus on exploration, which I do in pretty often here, I do use it pretty often. As you can see, BTA is not half bad, it's good. Pathfinding is something I definitely use then, if I use this. I can show you a little example of what it looks like when you have pathfinding and when you do not have pathfinding. I'll show you a little example here. Now, let's try out a little race here. I have two heroes here, they both have the same movement. Anga here has 26, and Christoph here also have 26. They both have the same movement. The only difference is one of them has pathfinding, and the other one does not have pathfinding. Let's see who is the fastest here. We'll start with Anga here. I can tell you in advance, she does not have pathfinding, so she have to rely on her movement alone. Let's try this out. How far can you move? Oh wow, okay, you already lost pretty much all your movement there. Can you move somewhere else? No, that's all your movement. Okay, that's the end of you. Okay, let's see how Christoph fares. He has pathfinding, so let's see if he can fare better. And yeah, he does. He does. He still has some movement left. 5 movement extra remaining. So he can still move a little bit there, as you see. So I think we have a winner here. Christoph is the winner thanks to pathfinding. Now, sure, it may not seem like that much of a difference of having pathfinding, since the other hero had just a little bit more movement from that. But still, if you have this, you have a much better chance of going through rough terrain. You have a much better chance of catching your enemy heroes, who usually do not have this ability. And you can move even further in rough terrains thanks to this. So I say this one is actually pretty good. This one is good, I say. So I am going to put this one pretty high, pretty good up, I say. Probably just below. I'm actually gonna put this one just above Snatch, I say. Since I do think that this one, in some ways, or actually. Is this better than Snatch? I don't think so, actually, because Snatch is useful in these areas as well. I'm gonna put it below Snatch and above Exploration. Still in B tier because it's good. All these 3 abilities are good. So having these with you, why not? They all help you with your movement. Yeah, fine. Next up here we have something called Rover. With this, all specific dwellings, all dwellings that give you extra movement are doubled. There are some dwellings and some places that you can access to with your hero that gives you extra movement. Stables, for example, gives you 5+ movement, and there are some rally flags and some other places that gives you extra movement. Yes, but if you have Rover here, then these movement bonuses are doubled. So yeah, I'm going to show you a little example on what it looks like with and without Rover. I'll show you an example here. Here you can see something that gives extra movement for your hero, and this thing, as you can see, it gives 6+ movement every time if you visit this thing. So if I take this one, I gain my movement back here. And I'm also going to go for something else that gives me extra movement. As you see here, 5+ movement from Stables. So let's pick this thing up as well. I'll just go through this combat. And something else with this thing gives you plus movement for the whole week until the end of the week. So if I take this, I have extra movement now thanks to this. And all this is without Rover, as I mentioned before. This is the normal way. Let's see what happens if we add Rover to this instead. There we go. Now that we added it here, as it says, temporary attribute boosts from sites are doubled for the hero. Now let's see what this happens when we put this to the test, as we can say. We have this here. I have right now 11 out of 25 movement, as we can see. And usually I get 6+ movement for this. Remember, I had 11 movement. Let's see how much movement we can get now. From 11 to 17. Okay, that doesn't do much difference. Oh well. That may not do much difference. However, alright, as you can see here, 5+ movement normally. And I have 25 movement from here. What happens if we choose this? Now we have 35 movement instead. As you can see, our movement has increased by 10+ instead of just 5+. This is thanks to Rover. Now we have 10 movement plus instead of 5 movement, thanks to Rover. So yeah, this thing is pretty good if you want to have extra movement for a longer distance and such. So sure, it may not give you bonus on everything that gives you extra movement, like the rally flag. It didn't work there, for example. But in things like Stables, which give you extra movement for the remainder of the week, there this thing is really useful. And there are some maps that have stables. For example, the Haven faction, they have stables in their own town all the way, so you need this one there. And even if you don't play as Haven, there are some places where stables are available, and in these places, Rover is particularly useful. It may not be useful in every map or so, because stable is not available everywhere, of course. But wherever there are stables and other dwellings like it, Rover is your best friend. So I'm going to put this one pretty good high up as well. Where am I going to put this one? I'm going to put this one somewhere in B tier as well, I say. Just below... I'm not sure about Snatch as well here, actually, because Snatch is pretty useful. I'm probably going to put it below Snatch here too. So above Pathfinding, but below Snatch. So yeah, all these abilities here are useful in the same category, I say. So B tier for all of them. Finally, we have the Grandmaster ability of Exploration, which is called Familiar Terrain. I'm going to show you what this one does. This is Familiar Terrain. The hero is 20% faster in all your towns and forts areas of control while moving on land. So yeah, this one actually does not sound half bad at all. Being able to move 20% faster as long as you move on an area that you control. Yeah, I don't think I need to explain any more about how useful this thing is, because being able to move 20% faster in every area that you control, that's pretty good in of itself. The only downside with this one is that if you move outside of your areas, any place that is outside your area, and there are some maps that are outside your area, of course, in these places this will not work, unfortunately. But as long as you are in your own area, your hero here will move 20% faster. It's not something I often use, because I do prefer some other Grandmaster abilities more. Remember, you can only have 3 Grandmaster abilities per hero. Once you use this one, once you used all 3 Grandmaster abilities, you cannot use any other, even if you have master level in all other skills. So that's why it's important to pick which one that is extremely important to have. And this one is not as important, in my opinion, as the others. But still, it is an option to have, and it's not a bad option to have as well. So I'm gonna put this one not as high as the other abilities, I say, because they are more useful and they do not limit the Grandmaster abilities. Familiar Terrain does, unfortunately. But nevertheless, it is useful, and I'm going to put this somewhere here in C tier. I put it probably below Dark Magic. Below Dark Magic, but also perhaps above, maybe? No, I'm gonna put it below the Nature's Vitality as well. I'll put it here, yeah. In the middle of C tier. I think it belongs there, yeah. Next up we have Fire Magic. And just like all the magic schools that I mentioned before, Fire Magic increases both your arcane knowledge, so that you can learn more high level spells, and also since it's Fire Magic, it increases the efficiency of all your fire spells. And I'm going to show you a few fire spells that I put, there are some fire spells I will show later on, of course, but there are also a few fire spells that I can show right now that I think are really useful. I'll show a few of them. So once you have it at master level, then your fire spells is much more effective than it is before, and than it normally is. And time to show you a few fire spells that I do prefer to use. One of them, no doubt, is Blessing of Arcath. This thing deals fire damage to 4 random enemy targets at the beginning of the next combat. Normally it only deals damage to 1 creature if you do not have fire magic at all. But the higher tier your fire magic is, the more more targets you deal. So I'm gonna use this one here. There we go. And time to fight one enemy opponent here, as we see, and test out this spell. Because I didn't mention this, but there are some adventure spells that you can use. All Heroes games have adventure spells that you can use before you start any combats, and the Blessing of Arcath is one of them. So you have to use it before you start a combat for it to be active. So once you use it, it will take active once you start the combat immediately, as you're going to see here. Now, because of our little, did you see here? This is Blessing of Arcath. 4 random units take fire damage. And it helps pretty well good here, as you see. All these guys have lost some health, and this gives me a little bit better advantage than before. Here, this is a spell we just used, but as you can see, you cannot cast this one during combats. You can only do it while you are out in the maps or so. So this one we already used it, and we cannot use it again while we are in combat. However, there's another spell that I would recommend, because it is pretty powerful, which is Fire Sentry. This summons a 1/1 Fire Sentry with that much health on a target empty tile. It lasts until the end of the next 2 combat rounds until destroyed. The Fire Sentry shoots at 2 random of the closest enemy creatures at the end of each combat round, and at the first enemy creature that performed a ranged attack during a combat round. And each shot deals that much fire damage. So I'm gonna use this one right now. I'll put it somewhere where it does not stand in the way of my own creatures, like there, for example. And now I'm just gonna go and let that Fire Sentry deal with my opponents and see what happens. Let's see what happens if one of these guys use a ranged attack like that. Oops, did you see? 2700 damage. Now, I usually don't use that many fire spells in this game, since most of them are, in my opinion, not that useful or powerful or so. However, the ones I do use, I use them as often as much as I can, because these particular spells are extremely powerful, and these spells completely changes the combats pretty much by themselves. So, although I do not use that many fire spells, the ones I do use are one of the best spells in the game, and you need fire magic for that. So because of that, I am gonna, although it is not as flexible maybe as some of the other spells or so, it's still extremely powerful and important. So I am gonna put this one right somewhere up here in the champion tier. Fire magic is just so good, extremely powerful, like I said. Yeah. Next up we have Fire Scholar, and just like all the other scholars that I mentioned before, it decreases the magic consumption of your fire spells by 20%. So you cast 20% less mana to use your fire spells. And I pretty much showed already a little bit difference on what it looks like with the other spells, and it's basically the same with the fire spells as well. So I'm gonna pretty much rank this one already as well, and there are a few fire spells that I do use often that helps a lot when you can cast them with less mana. And this is usually the very ability that I choose if I have fire magic as well. So champion tier for this one as well. Because if you are going to use a lot of fire magic, then casting 20% less mana on these fire spells, that's your best friend. Next up we have Fire Knowledge level 1. And I'm going to show you what this thing does. Just a sec. Here, Fire Knowledge level 1. Firebolt additionally deals that much fire damage for 3 turns. And also, Burning Determination is now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area. Let's have a look on what these 2 spells does, so we can know what Fire Knowledge affects here. Now, we will start with Firebolt, which is this one. This thing deals that much fire damage to the target enemy unit instantly. This is what it does normally, and now because I have a pretty high magic skill in my hero. How much magic does my hero have actually? 46, that is very high. You can reach this level once you have after a while, so you can reach this level, but it does take some artifacts and some skills and such to get to that level. But still, it deals that much fire damage normally, but with this upgrade, with your fire knowledge, then it also suffers that the extra fire damage here, which is 550 to 590 fire damage over 3 turns. So it does make your fire spell more efficient, and I do use this one every now and then at the beginning of the game, because at the beginning of the game you usually don't have that many spells to use with, and you basically start with low level spells like this one, for example. And in these cases I do use Firebolt because it does help in these cases. And it is much more efficient. It's more efficient to use these spells like Firebolt than just attacking with your hero. At least in usual situations, it is. I can show you a little example of the difference between attacking with a hero and using Firebolt. Here we are now back at the beginning of the game, and of course now I cheated a bit now so that all spells are available. So normally you do not have these spells normally. But you do have access to Firebolt usually, if your magical provides it, of course. And I'm going to show you the difference between your hero attacking by himself and the damage you can deal with Firebolt. Now, since I have a hero here that has fire magic at novice level already, Firebolt will become more efficient in that way. So if I attack with the hero like now, as I did here, I got 2 kills with by himself. That is pretty useful, of course, in that way. 2 kills with the hero attack, that works, why not? The question is, how much more damage can the Firebolt deal if I use that spell? Let's see what the difference is. 11 to 14 kills, and this is with novice fire magic. Without it, it wouldn't deal us that much damage. But already at fire magic at its base level, it deals a lot of pretty good sizable damage there. So you can already see a pretty big difference between having fire magic and or using this spell with fire magic and not having this spell at all and just attacking with a hero. So sure, Firebolt is pretty useful in that way, and with the extra bonus that this ability gives, it can become more effective. Although it is only useful at the beginning of the game, I would say. Later on in the game there are more powerful spells that you usually prefer and can help a lot more in many situations. So it is a bit underpowered in the later stages. And as for Burning Determination, I'm going to show you what it does. Here we have Burning Determination. Normally, this thing increases by 19 the morale of the target friendly creature for 3 turns. So, if you want your creatures to have a better chance of making an extra turn, and so they can act one more time after their normal turn, then Burning Determination is a pretty good spell to use, because it gives you a better chance for your creatures to move again. And with this ability, this spell will be cast by a 4x4 area, so not just on one creature, but you could cast it on many. Let's see what it looks like when you cast it on multiple units. Alright, here we have another battle to fight, and I am going to cast Burning Determination. Right now, because my hero has a lot of magic, the morale is increased by a little bit more than usual. But this time it's also cast by 4x4 area for 3 turns, so this means more than one creature can be affected. So let's give it a shot. You notice that all of them are really up for it now. They all want to fight now. So let's see what happens when we casted this spell and see if our creatures will have good morale and would like to go for another round. Let's see here. You shoot it. Would you look at that? He wants to go another round thanks to Burning Determination. That's pretty good. And if it increases morale by like 100, then it's pretty obvious that they want to go for another round. That's almost obvious, yeah. But that's how it basically works. And there are some factions that really takes benefit of it, like the Haven faction, because the Haven faction are a lot about morale. I'm going to explain a little bit later why. So let's use Burning Determination again on these creatures, for example. Excellent. Now they are also buffed up and are ready, and they are more than willing to go for a few extra rounds. So why not? Now, as good as these two spells can be, and they can be pretty good in the right contexts, I usually don't use these two spells that often. Burning Determination is good, no doubt about that. But there are some other ways to make your creatures have morale pretty much more efficiently and more consistently. So I usually don't use Burning Determination that often. And the same thing with Firebolt. It is good at the beginning of the game, but it's not as powerful later on in the game. So it may sound good in paper and in theory, this ability, but I'm gonna put this one pretty low, unfortunately, since it doesn't really do that much in my opinion. But still, I'm gonna put this one pretty high up in D tier, I say, since it has uses and it's not half bad. It can be good in some ways. Next up we have Ardent Caster. This thing increases your creature's might by +1 for every fire spell you cast, and it lasts until the end of the combat. Now, getting 1+ might for your creatures every time you cast a fire spell, it can sound pretty useful. Having extra offense and making sure your creatures attack even better after each round, that sounds not half bad actually. There are unfortunately many other ways where you can increase your offense in the combat round more efficiently. I did mention one example here with Air Knowledge level 1, where you have Storm Arrows for your archers. Their attack can increase dramatically just with this spell for 3 rounds. So and there are also some other spells that have similar effects, but they do a much better job at that. So although these abilities on paper sound pretty good, it is not something I usually do or prefer, because there are many other abilities and skills that are doing what this thing is trying to do, but better. So unfortunately, it's not my cup of tea exactly, so I'm gonna put this one in not worth it. Although I am going to put this one probably above most of the other abilities, since getting +1 attack extra for your creatures for every round, that does help, of course. It does help. It's not like it doesn't help at all. So it can help, of course. But otherwise, I'm gonna put it there, yeah. Next up we have Fire Wisdom. And just like all the other Wisdom abilities, this thing gives +4 in Fire Magic for all fire spells, and every other Wisdom ability you have will add +4 to this bonus. So, yeah, if you're gonna focus a lot on fire spells and you want to make your Fire Magic more efficient, then this is something you want. And I can tell you that, like I mentioned before, I may not use that many fire spells, but the ones I do use, they are extremely good. And this thing helps buff them even more. So I definitely use this one if I can, if needed. So I'm gonna put this one pretty high up too. Probably in A tier, yeah. I'm gonna put this one in A tier. Where should I put this one though? You know what, I'm gonna put this one at the top of A tier actually. At the top, because I think it's more useful than many of the others here. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna put it, yeah. So, yeah, Fire Wisdom, definitely recommended if you want Fire Magic. Next up we have Fire Knowledge level 2. And this is a pretty easy choice to make for many reasons, but you do remember that I mentioned that there are only a few fire spells that I use. I can tell specifically 2 of them. These 2 are Inner Fire and Firewall. Well, this ability boosts up these particular 2 spells, so for that reason, and of course I'm going to show what these 2 spells does, both without and with their power-ups, of course. But I can already tell you right now that this ability, because this thing powers up these 2 particular spells by itself, this one has to go very high up in the champion tier. The question is, am I gonna... Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where I'm gonna put it exactly, but I'm gonna put it up somewhere here, I could say. Probably above even here, yeah. Above knowledge level 1, up here. So yeah, I can already tell you right now that this thing belongs very high up in the champion tier, and I'm going to show you why. A few reasons why. We'll start with one of the spells that I use as often as I can, Firewall. Here we have these undead creatures to fight, and I'm going to use the spell of Firewall, as I mentioned before. This is a spell. It creates a firewall on the target 1 times 5 area for 3 combat rounds. It deals that much damage because I have right now 40 magic, so it deals a lot of damage to all creatures in the area at the start of their turn, and to creatures moving through. So let's put this one to test and see what happens. All 5 here. Yeah, you can see that all these 5 creatures were almost wiped out. They were just almost completely wiped out. And this is just one spell. And even if my hero has 40 plus magic, so of course that alone leads to yeah, they are pretty much wiped out almost. But even if you just have 10 in magic or 20 magic, you don't need that much magic. Even at that level, you still did a lot of damage with Firewall by itself, and this is even without the upgrade. So I'm going to show you another example here. Now let's see what happens if we put the Firewall in front of enemy creatures, so that they will have to pass through it in order to advance further. Flying units like these ghosts will not be affected because they fly after all. So they can just fly through here without taking any harm, as you can see, no problem for them. But as for the skeletons, yeah, you see they are forced to go around, because if they try to go through, they will take damage the same as you saw here. And also, even if your hero only has 10 magic, as you can see here, yeah, as you see, 10 magic here, even if it's just 10 magic, which isn't much and it's easy to get, your Firewall will still deal some pretty good damage here. 414. That's almost a champion. That's almost a champion creature kill. And as you see, we have a lot of champion creatures here. So let's give it a shot. And if we go here, for example, we'll hit one here. We'll hit them here. You see yourself here. That's a That's a good sizable amount of kills already here. And there we go. That's one champion, and that's another champion. So yeah, already here, there are a lot of creatures that are killed, thanks to this alone. And also, one interesting thing about this is that this might be a little glitch perhaps, but for some reason when you use Firewall, and there are creatures inside Firewall, like these Guardians, I think, yeah, Guardians, they somehow prefer, as you see, they don't try to run away or get away from Firewall. They prefer to stay in here. So that's probably a weird glitch that happens for some reason. I'm not sure why. I welcome it because they just take more damage for that. But it doesn't. But unfortunately, it does not make the game more challenging, really, because if they want to stay in Firewall, then they just take more damage by staying in Firewall. Same thing here. If we do this, for example, they take some damage, yes, and yeah, these guys are getting killed pretty easy. And because this guy stayed in Firewall, he's down. And now this guy is walking into Firewall and taking damage because of that. As for the other one, yeah, as you see, they both stay in Firewall for some reason. So it may be a weird glitch or something like that. I'm not sure why. I welcome it though, because it hurts only them. As you see, they literally walk into Firewall as much as possible. I'm not gonna complain, of course. I'm not complaining. So yeah, it may be a little glitch with Firewall, but even if it weren't a glitch and they could just move out of Firewall just like that, I would still use this spell as often as I can, because you saw yourself how powerful it is. And that alone is enough to put it in the champion tier, that alone. But It's not the only spell that this thing boosts up, and of course now you saw a Firewall without the power up. It's just how it normally works on its own. And you will see this power up a little bit later on. But first of all, I'm going to show you the other spell that I use with that this thing also increases power of, which is Inner Fire. I'm going to show you this spell too. Now we are going to use the spell Inner Fire. What this thing does is, here we have it. Since we have 10 plus magic, I think it was 10 plus magic, right? Yeah, 10 plus magic. 10 plus magic alone, what does it do? Let's find out. This thing increases by 26 plus the attack and 5 initiative of the target creature for 3 turns. And this is with 10 magic and the Master Fire magic. You already get 26 plus attack by this alone, and the 10 plus magic isn't that much. It's easy to get it. How much attack will you have if you increase this by if you have 40 magic instead? How much attack will you increase by this alone then? We'll find out soon. But for now, let's use this in one of our creatures here. That's what it looks like when Inner Fire is activated. One of our creatures will go a little bit before, and now we can deal more damage than before. So yeah, as you can see, this is what Inner Fire does, and on its own, without this power up, it may not do that much, but still, even without this power up, all this extra attack helps in many ways, and not just in your archers, but in your melee creatures as well. So both these spells are already in their base are useful. So you don't even need a power up to help you. Just in their normal way, like this now, it's useful, both of them. But let's see what happens when we use these two spells with this ability as well. So both Firewall and Inner Fire becomes more efficient. Let's find out. Now, let's see what happens when we have our hero, and we start with the hero having only 10 magic. And we also combine it with Fire Knowledge level 2. Where both Inner Fire is now more efficient because it's casting in a 4x4 area, and also Firewall additionally stops creatures' attacks and deals 110 to 150 fire damage for 3 turns, and this is with 10 magic. Let's see what happens if it becomes a little bit more efficient than before. And we are fighting against these creatures. It's pretty sizable, as you can see. There are pretty many of them. Let's go and use Firewall immediately. There we have it, 500 damage because of a few artifacts and such as well. So let's cast it on them, and already a couple of boys already hit there. And you also notice something else. They also got this ability, Burning. This is what happens when you have this extra ability, the Fire Knowledge level 2. Then they get this thing as well. And this means that they will take fire damage to this creature at the start of its turn, and this thing lasts for 3 turns. So not only will they get hit by Firewall, but they also have this that they will be hurt by as well. You saw yourself. And for some reason, they really prefer to stay in Firewall, as you see. I'm not sure why they do that, but like I said, it's probably just a glitch or so. But they really like to stay in Firewall. And I basically can just let them get hit by this, as you see. And it's like this for 3 turns. And how many creatures were there here when we started? There were like 450 or so, or something like that. They already lost 100 creatures. Both of them lost 100 creatures just like that by one Firewall itself. So yeah, you see how useful it is. And this is just in 10 magic. Let's see what happens if we use the same spell in 40 magic instead. Let's see. Now, I'm now facing the same battle again just as before, but this time my hero also have 46 magic, which is, yeah, something I had before. I'm gonna use Firewall this time again. Let's see how much it deals now. 1454 damage to 1457 damage, and this is the normal damage because of that. But also, because of this bonus up from the ability, the creature also suffers 550 to 590 fire damage over 3 turns. So let's give this a shot and see how many of them we can get in 3 turns. 66 kills just like that at the beginning already. And 66 more kills just like that, and extra 25 on each. And remember, there were 450 creatures on both sides at the beginning. Let's see how many we can get by Firewall alone. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for walking around and for walking back into Firewall. Thank you. So, let's see how many more we can get. Yeah, you see yourself. And if I say correctly, after 3 rounds, like 400 of these guys were killed. Almost 400. From just 10 magic where 100 creatures were killed to 40 magic together with all of this, and we got 400 kills just like that. So yeah, you can pretty much see the difference and why I think Firewall is just that incredible, and why this ability that powers up Firewall even makes it even better. But that's not all. Let's also check Inner Fire and what happens with that ability, or with that spell. Now, here we have another battle here, and I am going to show you what the spell Inner Fire does. I can read what it does right now. Before we can only target one creature with this power up. This time we can affect all friendly creatures in the target 4x4 area instead, thanks to this Fire Knowledge ability. And the attack increases almost the same. I just have a few artifacts that power us up a little bit more. But this is what it looks like when we have this power up and the ability bonus as well. Before I use this spell, I'm going to show you what it looks like when for example, when our archers just deal normal damage to this enemy creature without Inner Fire. Just so you can see the difference. And yeah, this is what it looks like. Our abbots deal how much damage? 16 kills, and this is without Inner Fire, as I said. And the same thing here with the marksman. They deal like 62 kills. Yeah, that's not bad. All right, that's good to know. That's good to know. Remember, this is without Inner Fire. I'm going to use Inner Fire now. Once we go with my turn again. There we go. Now I'm going to use it, and also before I show you, remember that my hero has 10 magic. It's not much, you can pretty easily get that level. Alright, you saw the kills that my archers made, and this was without Inner Fire. This time, let's use Inner Fire. We can now increase the attack and little initiative as well of all friendly creatures in the target 4x4 area. So we will not only affect just one creature anymore as we could before, but thanks to Fire Knowledge level 2, we can now affect all these creatures with this spell. So let's do it. And all these guys now have Inner Fire as well. Let's see how many more kills we can get with this. Abbott, well, almost 10 kills extra, why not? And as for the marksman, almost 100, that's almost twice as many kills now. Even if it's not twice as many, but still, not far away. So yeah, as you can see, it is a pretty big difference. And this is with just 10 plus magic. Remember, this is only 10 plus magic, so it's easy to get. It's not hard to get 10 extra magic. However, what happens if your hero has like 40 or more magic? Let's find out. Now I've started the same combat again here, just as before, only this time my hero has 46 magic instead. Let's see what happens when we cast Inner Fire this time. It's the same as before, it affects multiple creatures in the 4x4 area, as you see here, but because of 46 plus magic, now all of them will deal 78 attack extra than before. Let's see what happens and how much damage they can deal now with this difference. Let's see. As I will start things off. Well, it's not that much of a difference, but because this is the maximum damage they can deal. My abbots are limited by its numbers, 38 only after all. As for my archers, yeah, that's the limit as well for my archers, because 244 creatures, that's the maximum. So even with this extra power up, it's still yeah, you could see yourself. It still doesn't deal that much difference than having just 10 plus magic. Simply because I don't have that many creatures in my archers here. And this proves that you don't even need to have 40 plus mana or magic in this, 40 plus magic, to boost up your inner fire. Just having 10 plus magic is more than enough to power up your creatures to their maximum damage. Or maybe not maximum damage, but the maximum attack they can deal. So yeah, Fire Knowledge level 2, there are a lot of reasons why this one should be that high in the champion tier. In my opinion, this is single-handedly one of the best single abilities in the game. One of the best abilities in the game, hands down. Because this thing does so much. The very two fire spells that I use more than any other fire spells, they both get powered up in so great ways thanks to this ability alone. So yeah, very high up in the champion tier, no doubt about that. Next up we have Fire Knowledge level 3, and this thing is, I could say that this thing is partly good but also partly not so good, unfortunately, for a couple of reasons. I'm going to explain why, but I will show you first of all what this thing does. Here, Fire Knowledge level 3. The target creature of Frenzy now prefers to attack enemy creatures and attacks with plus 20 attack. And Fireball additionally deals 210 to 250 fire damage, or yeah, a specific number of fire damage for 3 turns. So, I'm going to show you what these two spells does and how useful they both can be. We can start off with a spell that I think is pretty good and pretty useful, which is Fireball. If your hero has Master Fire Magic and 20 Magic as his skill, then Fireball normally deals like 1000 fire damage to all units in the target 3x3 area instantly. This is what Fireball normally does, and with just 20 magic, this is a very high amount of damage. And although 20 magic is not so easy to get, it's much easier to get 10 magic. I can show you the difference between this amount of damage with 20 magic and what it looks like when you only have 10 magic. Here, my hero has 10 magic instead, and still, even with just 10 magic, you can deal a lot of fire damage here in a 3x3 area. This is enough to kill at least one champion creature. So 600 damage for just 10 magic, that's a lot of damage and still. So Fireball is pretty powerful, even if you have low magic in your hero. Let's test this thing out in combat, just to see what happens. Here we have a combat. As you can see, the enemy is pretty good. They have pretty large numbers compared to mine. I don't have that many troops, so if I do not use magic, they will win pretty easily. And normally I would use Firewall here, as I can show you here. Yeah, this is the spell I would normally use, as I told you before. But let's say I do not have that spell. Let's say I don't have access to it and I only have access to other spells like Fireball. This is the only thing I have access to. Let's see still what we can do with that. Let's give it a shot. Like here, this is an excellent place to use Fireball now, because they are right next to each other and this thing deals, as you can know, 3x3 area. So let's use it on them, and wow, you can already see I'm pretty much wiping them all out in just one blow. You can see yourself, that's a huge difference by itself. So yeah, there are some cases where Fireball is useful, as you can see. And if I would normally use Firewall, like I said, but Fireball is useful in other specific cases. If I do not have Firewall, for example, or if I want to use something that deals even more damage than Firewall, at least for one round immediately. So yeah, Fireball can be useful here. Now, if we were to power up the Fireball so it deals another, if your hero has 20 magic now, as I have said before, now it deals also 210 to 250 fire damage for 3 turns. Let's add that as well, so we can see how useful Fireball will be. not just for one turn, but a few extra turns as well. Here we have another fight, which is kind of overwhelming, as you can see. I pretty much don't stand a chance by myself against these guys. But this time I have Fireball, as you can see here, and it's upgraded a bit, thanks to my Fire Knowledge level 3. Now, not only does it deal that much fire damage, but it also deals 250 to 290 fire damage over 3 turns. So let's test this thing out and see how efficient this can be. As you can see, I can pretty much wipe out half of their Shadow Panthers and most of their Manticores. So let's do it. Fire damage, and both, as you notice, now they both have this burning ability. And that means they take this much damage, as we mentioned before, for 3 turns, thanks to this skill. So let's test this thing out and see how much efficient. Yeah, you saw yourself, 12 extra kills from here. So yeah, although it doesn't deal as much damage as it usually does, still it is useful, and you can see yourself that they deal even they take even more damage or so over a couple of turns. So yeah, it is pretty useful in that way. So yeah, I wouldn't say that Fireball is as powerful or useful as Firewall, since it is easier to get Firewall, and it can also deal almost as much as damage, if not even more damage than Fireball, since that thing lasts for 3 turns. And for some reason the enemy creatures prefer to stay in Firewall, which is, yeah, like I mentioned before, perhaps a glitch or some fault or so. But still, even then, it does deal a lot damage, and even if you prefer Fireball instead, it still helps, and it still deals a lot of damage, as you saw. So that spell is pretty good, and with this upgrade from Fire Knowledge level 3, the Fireball becomes even more effective in that way. So in that way, it's pretty good. But let's check out the other spell that this thing powers up, which is Frenzy. Let's see what that thing does. So, this is a spell of Frenzy. Normally, this thing makes the target creature attack any random adjacent unit with plus 70 attack. Right now, my hero has 20 plus magic, so I'm not exactly sure how 20 plus magic leads to 70 plus attack, because 70 extra attack, that is a little bit overkill. But let's test this thing out to see if we can use it right now. Well, as you can see, it's not possible because they have to stand right next to each other in order for me to use it. So let's see if we can do that. Let's let them stand right next there. And the same for you, if you can get to, like, yes, it works. Okay. Let's use the spell now. Let's go here, use Frenzy here. And now we can use it. There we go. See what happens. Oh. Well, that's what happens when you use Frenzy. However, as something you notice that even though you use that spell, they still get to go with their turn, unfortunately. So that's a pretty huge downside, as you can see. That's unfortunate, very unfortunate. For some reason, normally, here's how I say normally. Normally, when you use Frenzy, it is supposed to make sure that let me put it this way. When you use that spell, the creature that is affected to it should normally move to its nearest enemy, to the nearest creature, and attack it. So as long as that creature is within range, like the Griffin would be no doubt within range of the other enemy here, the, what were they called? Juggernauts. The Griffins are no problem near to the Juggernauts. And if I were to use that spell on them, they would just fly to the Juggernaut and attack immediately there. That's what normally would happen. But, as you notice, nothing happens because they have to be right adjacent to it. That's the first problem. And the second problem is, even if you do use it, and they attack there, as you see, it doesn't cancel their turn. They still get to use their turn and move just as normally in the same turn. And that's a huge detriment of this spell. I'm going... This is just as its base damage, of course. I'm going to show you the upgrade as well. See if there's a difference there. Now, I'm going to add this ability here as well, see if this spell becomes improved in some way. After all, now the spell of Frenzy, the target creature will now prefer to attack enemy creatures instead, and attacks with 20 plus attack. So let's use this and see if there is some kind of improvement here. Now that we have this upgrade in Frenzy, let's see what it says instead. It makes the target creature attack any random adjacent unit with 70 plus attack, just as before, because 20 plus mana after all. However, the creature will attack an enemy instead of a friendly unit if possible. So, if we try this one out, yeah, as you can see, this guy still has to be right next to someone else in order to use it, despite having the movement. Here's the thing. Normally, this spell should allow this creature to move to the nearest creature, like the other bears or the two kobolds on the right side here, because this bear has the movement to get there. But still, it doesn't work because you have to be right next to them instead in order to use the spell. So now I can use it, yes, because they are right. The enemy creature is right adjacent to him. So yes, it does work here. I'll show you here, for example, what it looks like. You can attack here, and there we go. You just attacked there, yes. And I'm gonna use it again, for example, on I'll use it on the Kobold Scouts here. I'll use it on these guys. See if we can skip his turn by doing this. Frenzy. You attacked, but it doesn't look like anything happened. You can still make a move just as normal. So yeah, even with this upgrade, even with the improvement of Frenzy, and even with the Fire Knowledge level 3, which is the upgrade of which gives Frenzy upgrade, it's still the same thing as before. Nothing has changed. So yeah, this upgrade and this spell is a huge detriment and a huge disappointment, I have to say, compared to. Here's the thing. Why do I think this is a huge detriment and a huge disappointment? This spell. There are many reasons why. Normally, there are many other heroes of Metamagic games that you are probably familiar with. For some games I for example play Heroes 3 and Heroes 5. These are my two other favorite games, and these games have their own similar ways of Frenzy. I'm going to show you them in these games. Here, for example, I'm now playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3. In this game, there is a spell similar to Frenzy. If we go to Fire Magic here, it's called the Frenzy. This is a mind spell. The targeted unit, as well as any unit 1 and 2 hexes away from target location, will randomly attack the nearest units, be they friends or foes. Hypnotize effect is the spell for targets. Spell effect is valid until target make an attack. Otherwise, berserk duration is unlimited. Basically, if we can normally when you cast this spell at its base level, it will only attack target one creature, and that's how Frenzy also works usually, because you can choose one creature and that creature will walk to the nearest unit and attack it. But if you have expert fire magic like I do now not only will you target just one creature, now you can target multiple creatures. So let's give this a shot and you see what happens. So, do you see yourself? They are moving to the nearest unit enemy creatures. And you can see yourself, like, they are attacking each other. Do you see why that spell is so good here? And this is Heroes 3. The spell Berserk here is one of the best spells in the game, because you can deal so much damage and cause so much problems with your enemy units, thanks to just this spell alone. And this is not the only game that has a spell similar to this, but is incredible. I also forgot to mention that once in this game, once they are affected by Berserk in this case, they will make their move and attack the nearest creature here. And once they do that, their turn is over. that's also a huge advantage, because if their turn is over, then they cannot do anything, and all your creatures can move and make their runs on the enemy, and they cannot do anything to stop you. So yeah, Berserk here is very powerful here, and a huge, I'm just saying, a huge overkill spell here, because it's so good here. And that's not all. I'm going to show you another game that has something similar. Here we have Heroes of Metamagic 5. The quality is not so good, unfortunately, because when I played this game, I recorded with a video camera in front of the computer. So yeah, the quality is not as good. But the idea here is that I used one of the spells here called Puppet Master to take control of one of the enemy units, and as long as this guy is under the spell of Puppet Master, this guy will do literally whatever I want it to do. Here, for example, I attacked with one of the units there. So Puppet Master here is one of the best spells, of course, because not only will you control anyone that you want, but this guy, the one who is controlled, will attack anyone that you want. You can attack and destroy anything you want with the one that you choose, and at the very least in the earliest of the games, they will still remain in that spell as long as you do not attack him. They updated this later on in the later mods of the game. But the point is that there are two spells in this game that are about making your enemy opponents attacking the adjacent units. Puppet Master is one of them, and you could see yourself that Puppet Master they are just used on the paladins there. You saw yourself. The paladins attacked one of his own creatures and was killed for that. And there's also another spell I'm going to show you that is something similar. Here, as you can see in Heroes 5, I'm casting the spell Frenzy, just like Heroes 7. This time, however, in this game, Frenzy not only makes the creature get to the nearest creature, and you don't have to be adjacent, you just have to get to the nearest creature, and that way you can attack it. But also, once this guy uses Frenzy, that's his turn. He cannot move again until his next turn. So Frenzy in this game, even if you only can attack one creature, it's only one creature you can attack with. But still, Frenzy is so incredible here, as you're going to see. I'm casting the Frenzy again on one of these creatures. Now that guy will make a move when it's his turn. When it's his turn, yes. But only then. Yeah, you saw yourself. And you already saw yourself there, as you see. So incredible this spell is, because not only does they go to the nearest creature, but once they attack, that's his turn. He cannot move again until its next turn, like I mentioned before. So here, Frenzy is one of the best spells in the game. So, do you see now why I am so disappointed with the spell Frenzy here? Because sure, you may still attack one of the creatures here, as normal. You can still make one of them attack their own creature, yes. However, first of all, they literally have to be next to each other in order for them to attack and for the spell to work. And secondly, even if you do use this spell, and like now for example, even if you do use it and they attack, still they still get to make their move in the same round. So nothing changes basically. You literally waste your mana, you literally waste your turn, and the enemy creatures still get to make their move, even if you use that spell. So basically nothing has changed. So yeah, I'm very disappointed with Frenzy here, because the other games their Frenzy is so powerful, so incredible, but here, yeah, there is pretty much no point in using Frenzy here at all. As you can see, it doesn't work because this guy is not next to any of the enemy creatures, although this guy could technically walk to the kobolds here, but it still doesn't work. You have to be really next to the enemy creatures here to cast it. And even if you do cast it, like now for example, there we go, nothing happens. He still gets to make his move. You can see yourself here, the dwarves will still make his move. So yeah, it is sad, but although Fire Knowledge level 3 does boost Frenzy up, it doesn't make any difference. So for this reason, Frenzy is unfortunately the worst, if not the worst spell in the game, one of the worst spells in this game. And that's a huge disappointment, and so sad, because normally Frenzy is incredible. In the other games as you saw, this spell is incredible. But in this game, they really laid it down in so many ways. So yeah, in Hero 7, they really destroyed, I could say, I could almost say that they destroyed Frenzy in Hero 7. Because in both Heroes 3 with Berserk and Heroes 5 with both Puppet Master and Frenzy, these spells are incredible, one of the best spells in their games respectively. But Frenzy in Hero 7 has been reduced to such a level where it's pretty much useless. And that is really sad, because normally a spell like Frenzy is incredible. So for that reason, I unfortunately cannot rank this one that high. The only useful thing this thing has is Fireball, because it powers up Fireball. So that's where its usefulness is. But since I do prefer to use Firewall more than Fireball, I cannot rank this one that high up. But I am going to still rank it perhaps at the bottom of C tier still. Oh no, you don't actually, I'm going to put it at top of D tier instead. The top of D tier. Because Fireball is useful. For that reason, I spare it from not worth it. Because after all, Fireball is useful. If it were not that Fireball would be useful, then this thing would probably be almost at the bottom of not worth it even. Because Frenzy is so useless in this game, and that's sad, but that's how it is. Next up we have the Grandmaster ability of Fire Magic, which is Fire Mantle. I am going to show you what this thing does. Here's Fire Mantle. Friendly creatures deal additional fire damage when attacking melee, and they deal that much fire damage when being attacked in melee. And this is with you if you have a 20 magic in your hero. So this can be increased or decreased depending on the magic, of course. But yeah, this is not half bad actually. Your melee creatures will deal extra fire damage when they're attacking, and they have some kind of fire shield if they're being attacked as well. So yeah, this thing is not half bad. Let's put it into practice and see how it works. So here we have this girl here, what was she called now again? Valkyrie. And she has this ability now, Fire Mantle. So if anyone comes and attack her in melee, they will take fire damage. And also, let's see if she can deal some extra fire damage to these creatures by herself. We'll test that out. Nothing happens if it's ranged, so the archers are safe. I have to get to them in melee after all. So okay, she can basically take down everyone by herself in one hit. So the attacking is not, although you did see a little extra damage there. So Fire Mantle does work here as well. So if we do this too, there you go, attacking and extra damage there as well. And you notice that they took a little damage there once they attacked. And there as well, a little extra damage here too. So yeah, Fire Mantle does work. It may not be that powerful or that strong, you could say, but it's still powerful. It does has its usefulness. So I may not be a huge fan of Fire Mantle, but it does its job. And although I do prefer some other Grandmaster abilities more, it's not useless at least. It can be useful in some contexts, and in the specific circumstances it can be helpful. So I'm probably going to put this one at the bottom of C tier, I would say. It's not that impactful, and it doesn't do that much to help compared to many of the other abilities and skills here, as you see. But it is useful. It does have some useful applications to it. So yeah, I'll put it, yeah, like I said, at the bottom of C tier. I'm gonna put it there. Next up we have a new skill called Leadership. This thing increases your heroes and your creatures' morale by +5 for each skill that you increase. So for example, if you have a Novice Leadership, that increases the morale by 5. At Expert Leadership you increase by another 5, and at Master Leadership you increase by another 5. So at maximum you can gain +15 in Leadership with this. I'm going to show you a few examples of how it can be useful in some ways. Here we have Leadership, as you see, and like I said before, each time you increase your Leadership level, then you gain another 5 plus morale. So altogether you can have 15 morale for your creatures then. And what this means basically is that if you remember from before about some other abilities I mentioned, if you have enough morale, your creatures could go another turn and they could make another move. We'll see what happens when that happens. I'll show you. Now, I have my 2 creatures here. I'm going to let them make their move and see if we can possibly deal enough damage or get possibly an extra turn. Now, they can take it. There we go. Extra morale, thanks both to Leadership and +10 morale. This is what happens when you have enough morale so you can make another move. And that helps. That helps, as you see. Because making your creatures move 1 extra turn, that helps. That is of course useful. There are many cases where this will be useful, of course. After all, if your creatures can move a little bit extra or make a few more rounds or so, that helps. So having good morale is always a good idea. It's not a bad idea. That might hurt. But yeah, yeah, there you see again, good morale. So having good morale is always a good idea to have. And there is one faction particularly that really benefits from this. I'll show you that faction. Here we have the Haven faction, and they especially take benefit to Leadership because they also have another skill that I'm going to talk about later, which corresponds and collaborates very well with Leadership. So yeah, if there is one faction that really could use Leadership to its own advantage, it is the Haven faction. Because mostly when my creatures, like here for example, when they have good morale, all the other creatures also get good morale because of another particular skill that which I mentioned before. I will come to it later. So yeah, this is one faction that really benefits from Leadership. Since yeah, it is a pretty good combination and collaborates very well here. However, most players probably are familiar with this, and if you're not, I'm going to show you something that is pretty interesting. But there is one faction. There is actually one faction that do not need Leadership at all. And actually, in this faction, Leadership is pretty much a waste only, because it does nothing to them. Here, if we take a look at the Necropolis faction, as you notice here, yes, you can of course have Leadership with them as well. However, they will not be affected by it, since undead, all these creatures are undead. As you can see, they have a special ability called Undead. I'm going to show you about what this thing is. It has no morale, as you see. It is immune to everything that is related to morale and other things as well. So even if you do use Leadership in these creatures, they will still not have good morale. They can either have good morale or bad morale. So that's good to think about, because most factions do benefit from Leadership, but the Necropolis faction do not, because they have no morale after all. So while it doesn't work with the Necropolis faction, it is still useful in all the other factions, After all, good morale leads to extra turn for your creatures. And the only downside with the extra turn is that your creatures doesn't move as far or deal as much damage as they usually do. That's the downside with good morale. So, in my opinion, it's not as good as Destiny or Luck, since you deal double damage with Luck. But still, it is pretty good, and it can help in many ways. So I'm gonna put this one probably at the bottom of B tier, I say. Yeah, at the bottom of B tier. Since good morale is always good to have. But it's not as impactful as Luck or Destiny in this case. So yeah, at the bottom of B tier, that's where I put leadership. Next up we have tactics. I'm going to show you what this thing does. This is tactics. The hero can deploy creatures in the first 3 rows. Now, what does this mean? I'm going to show you what this means. Here, before you start each combat, you are in the deployment phase, as you see here. You can place where you want. You can choose where you want to place your creatures here on the battlefield. If I could, for example, have my creatures like this. So yeah, you can place your creatures however you want in these 2 tiles or in a row, as you see here. This is how it usually is, and this is without tactics. However, now that I have tactics, and yeah, you pretty much see the difference already. I have one extra tile up here that I can also place my troops now. So I'm not only limited to these areas that I was before, but now I can place my troops up here as well, thanks to tactics. Okay, you can pretty much see already here how useful this can be, in many cases even. I'm going to show you a little example of this. Here, if you have a more powerful army and you are going to face an enemy hero or a neutral army that is also pretty powerful, then you can decide if you want to go on the offense with thanks to tactics, since you have an extra tile now, or in the defense and let the enemy come to you instead and let your archers whittle them down a bit before you make a move. I can make, for example, go and be a little offensive here with the main 3 troops here, for example, and I could just make a move here and attack my enemy here in this case. Now they aren't that powerful, of course, but if they were powerful, I could just use any of my creatures here, thanks to tactics, and just go on and attack easier. So yeah, tactics, it may not do that huge impact or so, but it can still make an impact, and it can make a difference, both in offense and defense as well. So this one is pretty good. I'm gonna put this one not that bad actually. I will probably put this one somewhere in the B tier, I say, just below I think the evasion probably. No, wait a second. This is the Ardencaster. This is the wrong one. You stay there. There you're going to say this is what I want. Tactics. It should be somewhere here, below evasion and above vitality. So in B tier, yeah, I'll put that one there. Next up here we have resolution. With this, your creature's morale cannot fall below 5. Basically, your creatures, in theory, your creatures should always have at least good morale or neutral morale, no matter how low their morale is. Let's put that to practice and see if that works actually. Now, in this game, just like all the many other Heroes games, if your creatures receive minus in morale, they could freeze in combat and lose their turn automatically. So let's put that to practice and see what happens. This is something that usually happens, at least if they get minus morale, which is why resolution could be helpful here. But let's see what happens if we do not have resolution and just put it into practice. I'm just gonna let them attack my creatures here and just let them kill one of my creatures, so I will get bad morale. Let's put it into practice and see what happens. I could, for example, put him here, see if he does something about that. Let's see what happens here. Okay, he's gonna kill one of my boys. There we go. Will one of my boys have bad morale? because of that. No, none of them have bad morale, unfortunately. That's not good. There! Did you see? One of them had bad morale and therefore could not move. That's what happens usually when you have a negative morale. Now, as you saw, one of my creatures had bad morale and he froze because of that. Let's see what happens if we had resolution so that their morale cannot fall below 5 in theory. Let's put that into practice. We are now in the same battle as before. This time I have resolution, so even if I do get minus morale, usually, then in theory it should stay at 5 morale plus, in theory. Let's see if that's true. So I'm gonna shoot as usual and make all my creatures move as close as possible. And see if he tries to go. Yeah, he tries to kill one of my boys. That is expected, of course. Let's move one of my creatures here, so that he will have no choice but to attack and take this guy down. That means all my boys will have minus morale, as you see. But would you look at that? 5 morale instead. So yeah, as you can see, it does work. It does work, as you see. So they cannot have bad morale because of this. So yeah, that's a situation that is pretty possible, that can work. So although it is perhaps not the most impactful ability here also, but it does work and it can be useful in this way. Sure, it doesn't do that much difference maybe, especially in the later game, because usually by then your creatures, often at least, they do have a pretty good sizable morale and such. But it can be helpful, and there are some situations where this thing can be useful, of course. There is actually one particular case where this thing can be especially useful in, if you're fighting that kind of a fight. I'm going to show you this example here. If we're fighting against undead armies here, especially for example the Grim Riders and the Grim Reapers, they have this ability where neighboring enemy creatures have minus 30 morale. This thing very easily leads to your creatures freezing combat and lose their turn. Both the Grim Riders and the Grim Reapers, as you see. So, what happens if we have resolution despite we using it on one of these guys here? Let's find that out, shall we? I'm just gonna make sure to let them get closer to us like that. That should work, perhaps. And then we can just... Yeah, I suspected as much. I have as you notice there, I have storm load in my hero here, so I better be careful to make sure that my creatures do not get too close here. But still, I'm going to do this. Just a little test here. If I use something like this to get, yes, as you can see here, minus 23. Okay, minus 23 morale. That's pretty high. But with minus 30, that means my boy is going to have minus 7 in morale instead. So yeah, Nightmare's presence is active now. But despite Nightmare's presence, as you see, still plus 5 morale instead. Normally, all my morale will be gone and my boys will have even minus 7 morale if I saw correctly. But thanks to resolution, I still have 5 plus morale. So it's not like he will have bad morale at all. And this is despite being right next to these guys who have this. And this is a powerful effect. So yeah, in these situations, resolution can be very useful. If we start with this hero, for example, Yeshtar, right now she has like 8 plus morale, so it's not bad. It is something at least. And this is without Patriot. Let's add Patriot in here as well and use the Governor ability here. As you can see, all friendly heroes in this town's area of control get 20 plus leadership. Let's add this. And remember, if it's a Governor ability, then we have to make a Governor. So we'll put her up here and confirm. Let's see what happens now. 28 leadership instead. So that's pretty not half bad. Remember, as long as you are in this area, you have this extra leadership. So yeah, resolution on its own is pretty powerful. If you remember where I put the other ability, which is pretty similar, Blessed Ground, where as long as you're in your own area of control, you get 20 plus luck for all your heroes. It's basically the same thing here as well with Patriot, but it's leadership instead. So I think they both deserve to be pretty similar to each other because they both give pretty powerful bonuses. I do prefer the extra luck a little bit more than better morale, since luck deals more damage than morale, and if you have extra turn in your morale, your creatures will only deal half damage and go half movement, so it's not as useful or powerful as luck. But still, both of them are pretty powerful, so I'm gonna put them pretty high up in this tier here, in B tier, both of them. Next up we have Outnumbering. I'm going to show you what this thing does. Here it is, Outnumbering. The hero can deploy up to 9 creature stacks. Now on paper, this sounds amazing. Imagine if this was true, that you are not just limited to 7 creature stacks, but you can actually come up to even 9 creature stacks, which means no matter which battle or which combat you make, you can have 9 different troops, 9 different creature stacks with you. If that were the case, then this one would be pretty much overkill actually. Not just good, but overkill even. Unfortunately, that's not really the case. And I'm going to show you how or why. Here we have our troops normally, and as you can see, we have 7 creature stacks that we can have at maximum. And this is even without the ability. Let's add this ability and see what it looks like afterwards. So if we do this, we level up with Outnumbering here. Let's add it. Can you see any difference? I cannot really, unfortunately. Still 7 despite that. So what does this mean? Yeah, it means that still you can only have 7 when you go out normally. There is only one way where you actually can use more than 7 stacks, up to 9. There is one specific scenario where you can, and that is when you are defending your castle. You see the local guards here. Right now it's empty. I'm going to show you what it looks like when it's full. Here you can see the local guards here. There are a few troops here, as you can see. If I were to defend my castle against opponents right now, for example, then I could use all the troops I have, and all the troops I have, which are 7 stacks, plus 2 extra from the local guards. That equals 9. So in that situation, the Outnumbering will be useful, because then I can use these extra 2 creature stacks, which is 9 altogether, if I defend my castle. But that's the only usefulness this thing has in practice. So yeah, although it sounds really good on paper, but in practice it's unfortunately not as useful. So for that reason, it's too bad, since if this thing did work on paper and you could have 9 stacks anywhere and not just in the towns, then this thing would no doubt, I would put this thing no doubt in S tier or champion tier even in this case. But because of its very restrictive usefulness and lack of versatility, I cannot put it anywhere else, but it has some usefulness. It's not like you cannot use it at all. So I am going to put it in D tier. But I'm going to probably put it somewhere pretty low in D tier. Even Bloodrage is a bit more useful than this. So I'll put it here, I say. Pretty low D tier, I put it. Yeah. Next up here we have Rousing Speech. What this thing does is that in your first 3 combat rounds, all your friendly creatures will have plus 10 morale and plus 5 initiative for the first 3 combat rounds. This thing is actually pretty good. Having 10 plus morale, just like that, and also 5 plus initiative, which gives your troops a better chance to move before your enemy creatures, that's pretty good. And this thing pretty much gives all of this for free, just like that. So this thing is actually pretty good, I can say. I don't think I need to show exactly how it works, since having extra morale and extra initiative that means your troops both have a chance to have a good morale, so they can go an extra combat round, and also extra initiative, which means they have a better chance to move before your enemy creatures. So I'm gonna put this one pretty goodly up actually here. Perhaps it's a little bit overrated, but I'm actually even gonna put it up here in low A tier even, because this thing it has many versatilities, it has many usefulness in many factions. If I do choose there are some cases where I do choose leaderships, and if I do it, rousing speech is something I definitely choose. So yeah, having 10 plus morale and 5 plus leadership, 5 plus initiative in the 3 combat rounds, that's pretty good. You notice that why do I put this thing that high up compared to something like Gathering Storm, which is only D tier? Because if I remember correctly, Gathering Storm, it only affects the first air spell that you cast, the very first one only, and that's for just 1 combat round. Every other combat round, this thing does nothing. So it is much more specific in what it does. But Rousing Speech is effective for 3 combat rounds, and there are many battles that last for more than just 3 combat rounds. So having plus extra morale and extra initiative does help in many ways. So it's much more versatile, much more flexible. Many more factions can use this compared to Gathering Storm, for example. So yeah, this thing is very good in my opinion. Next up, we have one ability that we have access to when we have Master Leadership, and this one is called Leading by Example. What this basically does is that when your hero attacks one of the enemy creatures, when you make an attack with the enemy hero, then all your friendly creatures will have 10 plus attack when they attack this very creature. So I'm going to show you a little difference on how this thing works with and without this ability. Let's show you here. Let's say we are fighting against this enemy again, and I'm just gonna shoot with my archers here. It kills 2 to 5 damage. Let's do that. 3 kills, okay, that's the normal one, and good morale, why not? So 2 to 3 extra kills, why not? This will hurt, of course, because I lost some of the troops there, yeah. And I'll make my boys move a little bit more here as well. Okay, first of all, I'm just going to attack normally without using this leading by example here. Just normally. Okay, with luck even. That was pretty good here. And I'll stop here so I won't deal too much damage. And I'll attack normally here without flanking. 11 to 13 kills, that you saw yourself. Well, you saw yourself the damage I dealt there. And yeah, there as well, 97 attack. What happens if we add leading by example this time? Let's restart the combat. So everything is the same as before. This time I'm going to attack with my hero and leading by example. What does this mean? Enemy creatures will get 10 plus attack enemy creatures get 10 plus attack while attacking the creature, and that's until the end of the combat round. Let's give this a try and see what happens. Now we can get 3 to 6 kills instead, a little bit more than before. And with extra morale, perfect, why not? A little extra kills, why not? So yeah, I got a few deaths there, that happens, no problem. But let's see now if my boys will not be able to get all the way through, but I'm gonna attack again so that I will have this leading by example again. And you also notice that something else happened there, which I will explain later why or how. But still, you see yourself even more damaged. All my creatures deal even more damage now. So yeah, you saw a pretty good difference there with leading by example. More attack, and that's pretty useful. Now this ability is especially useful if you are playing either as the Haven faction or the Stronghold faction, because the stronghold faction especially, they love to just attack and just go as much offensively as possible. And if your hero attacks one of the enemy creatures, then all your orc army will deal even more damage against this particular creature. So there are pretty many usefulness in this, and there are some pretty good how do you say? Yeah, so there are some pretty good cases where this thing can make a pretty big difference. So this thing is not half bad actually. It's not as good as many of the others, since they are many of them are more versatile and make even more impact than this. But I'm still gonna put it pretty good, I say. I'll probably put this one. I'm gonna put it in high C tier, since I think many of the other things are more useful. Just below this Earth thing here as well, yeah. This is where it is. Yeah, I'll put it there, yeah. So yeah, it's pretty good here. Next up here, we have the Grandmaster ability of leadership, which is called Reinforcements. With this, all your creatures will have a 5% extra creature. All your creatures will be 5% extra in their numbers when the combat starts. And these 5 extra bonus creatures will be gone when the combat round ends. This thing on paper is actually pretty good, because having extra creatures to fight that fights for you for each combat round, and these guys are pretty much just exposable. If that were the case, that means you can lose some of the troops and you still won't have any losses, right? Well, I did test this thing out, and in some cases it is not half bad. However, I might be wrong here, but I did see and check out a few cases where you try to heal your troops, and these troops died like that because you healed them, despite having reinforcements. Let's see if they change that, so if that's not the case anymore. Now, let's say we were to have this army from the Silver faction, and we are going to make a combat here. We are going to learn the reinforcements as well. So these are the reinforcements. We have the number of friendly creatures is increased by 5 at the start of combat, and the creatures added this way will not remain in the army after combat. Let's try this one out. We have a fight here. Let's go into the battle immediately. And you notice that some of our troops have increased by numbers a little bit. At least 5% is not that much, of course, but still, it is a difference, and it will help, of course. So if we do this, for example, that should be good. I'm going to use one ability that makes one of my creatures resurrect with their troops. If we do this, for example, I know that this guy, for example, have renewal, which means you generate 116 health, yes. And also, if I use it on these girls, the renewal of the Mother Tree also revives Dryads in addition. So let's give this thing a test and heal her up like this. 11, very good. And I'll just make a or actually let's just mass defend until we go to the next turn. And let's see how Enliven works here. There we go, and okay, that actually okay, it looks like they fixed the glitch, because usually when you use this combo with her, all these creatures usually die just like that. But it looks like they fixed this glitch so that it's no longer a problem, it seems. So at the very least, finally the reinforcements is working the way it is supposed to, because as you see, we have extra troops here. My creatures are have more strength since they have more numbers. And yeah, that way it's more effective now. So at the very least they fixed this glitch. So now reinforcement is working as it is intended to. And for that reason, I can rank it a little bit higher than I would normally rank it. In the beginning, I had a little bit difficulty in trusting this ability, because normally when you use this ability in one of your creatures like the Oak Dryads, and you use something to heal them, all their reinforcements die, and you cannot resurrect these reinforcements, and when the combat is over, you lose your troops and your troops are fewer than normal. That's what happened before. But it looks like they fixed this glitch. So now reinforcements is working the way it was intended to, if I saw correctly. So because of this reason, I may still not put it as high as many of the other abilities, but at the very least it is pretty useful. So I'm probably gonna put this one a bit higher in C tier, since I still think that there are many other abilities, especially Grandmaster abilities, that are more useful. I'm gonna put this one perhaps above Familiar Terrain but below Nature's Vitality, since I still think that having extra health for your creatures is more useful than having extra reinforcements, so they can tank better, I think. But still, yeah, I'll put them here, yeah. So yeah. Next up here we have Light Magic. And Light Magic, just like all the other magic schools, increases the efficiency of our light spells, and you also gain arcane knowledge from this. Now, there are pretty many light spells that I do occasionally use. I'm going to show most of them later on, but there are a few that I can show right now. Here is one spell that I particularly think is useful together with Light Magic, and that is Elrath's Conviction. It increases the hero's defense by a little extra, and leadership by a little extra as well for the next combat. You have to activate this spell before you start the combat. By doing so, your creatures will have extra defense and extra leadership, and that helps of course in many ways. That's not all. Another spell that I think is particularly useful, or two spells I say. First one is called Martyr. Target friendly creature becomes the Martyr. Whenever any other friendly creature receives damage, 100% of that damage is redirected to the Martyr. And all other creatures have 10+ morale and last for 3 combat rounds or until the Martyr dies. This is something I usually use on my champion creature. I can show you a little example of this one. Let's say we have this combat here against the Dark Elves. I'm going to use the spell which I mentioned before called Martyr, was it? Here it is. We can choose on any of the creatures we want to cast it on. I'm going to choose the champion creatures, my Celestials. This means all the others get this thing called Martyr Adoration, which means 10+ morale. This thing lasts as long as there's another friendly creature with the Martyr buff, which is this one, yeah, the Martyr one here, yeah. So it lasts for 3 combat rounds or until our angels here die. Let's put this to practice and see what happens if they take this damage, and you notice that these guys cannot take any damage and only our angels take the hit instead. You see yourself? And should I need to heal them back? No problem. You see how useful Martyr is? And it lasts for 3 combat rounds. So I'm just gonna let them attack me again. Let them get closer. And my angels take more hits. Why not? And let's see what happens. I'm gonna defend with everyone. Let's see what happens when someone like the Minotaurs, for example, come and deal us damage. So yeah, this is like I said, one example of where something like Martyr is really useful. Okay, now Martyr was over there, so that's why this happened. Yeah, now this is a good example. But let's cast Martyr again, so that this time this guy will take all the damage instead. Let's see what happens now if we do this. What happens now? Immune, not bad, not bad. and all our angels will take the hit instead. Now you see why, even against melee creatures, this is very useful. Because, especially if you know that one of your creatures can take the hit and have the health to do it, then Martyr is very useful in that way. And in order to make Martyr this powerful and useful, you need light magic for that. And you need light magic at its highest level even. And of course, that's not the only spell that I recommend, because there is of course another one called Resurrection. This one you are probably familiar with. As long as you have, I think if you have at least novice light magic or higher, you can resurrect your troops, and you can make sure the resurrections will stay with you and not die out at the end of the combat. For example, I did lose some of these creatures here. Yeah, some of these wolves here. Let's just resurrect them. There we go. And these creatures are back. So yeah, you can see how useful it is. And even if you attack and I lose some health here, it still helped a lot. So I can attack even if Martyr is active, and still no problem. So yeah, you see how useful Martyr is, and even better how Resurrection is. And these spells that I showed you are just a few of the many others that are really good with light magic. So, and I'm going to show you them as well, of course, a little bit later on. But as for the spells that I showed, and as for the many other spells that this magic school has, and all of them being useful in many ways, there's a reason why I'm going to put this one very high up as well. I can say that of all the magic schools that we have, light magic would be my third favorite, after air magic and fire magic. So light magic will come after that. I'm gonna put this one just below fire magic and fire scholar. There, that's where I think light magic should be. So yeah, having light magic is something that is definitely worth having if you can have it. And that's not the only thing that is worth having. We also have light scholar, where just like all the other scholars, it reduces the mana cost of your light spells by 20%. This one, I'm gonna rank this one as well. Well, not much of a surprise even, because if you like to use light spells, then this is something you really want as well. So yeah, I'm gonna rank this one pretty immediately here as well. Very high up, very useful, no doubt about that. Next up we have Light Knowledge level 1. What this thing does is, I'm going to show you. Here we have Light Knowledge level 1. Heal is now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area, and Sunbeam additionally decreases hit creatures' attack and defense by that much, yeah, for 3 turns. Let's put these two spells into practice, both with and without this ability. Now, here we have a small army here to fight against, and I have the spell, in this case, Sunbeam, yeah. It deals that much light damage to the target enemy unit instantly. So it basically works the same as, I can show you the other spell, Firebolt. It basically does the same thing, but instead of fire damage, it deals light damage. It doesn't deal as much, but still it is efficient. In this case, it's pretty much a mega kill, an instant kill, because there aren't that many creatures to fight against. So yeah, even though it is not that useful later on in the game, it is still useful at the beginning of the game, just like Firebolt. I say that both Firebolt and this spell Sunbeam are basically the same thing, because they both do the same thing. They deal damage instantly to the one you choose, and that's what it basically does. Now, if we were to have this bonus, this spell again, but we have the bonus as well, which decreases the target's attack and defense by 5 for 3 turns. The damage will still be the same, but you also get this effect Bedazzled, as you see, -5 attack, -5 defense, which is not half bad. It can be useful in some cases. It still doesn't do that much difference, because like I said before, the effect is pretty minor and later on in the game Like now, for example, I'm facing a pretty powerful force here, and I don't have that many troops to fight it with, as you can see. So for this reason, it is better to focus on yeah, that hurts, as you see. Yeah, it is better to focus on other spells that are a little bit more powerful than this. But early on in the game, at the beginning of the game, then this spell is pretty good to have. And this ability helps a little bit extra. Yeah, that's how Sunbeam works. We also have another spell called Heal, where this thing heals and resurrects health of the target friendly creature, or deals that much light damage to target enemy undead creature instantly. So the normal thing you do when you use this is to heal your own units and resurrect them. And if you have something very interesting here is that yes, having this in even just at novice level can heal and resurrect your troops. That is very useful. You want to make sure all your troops survive and make it as much as possible. So having this is very useful already by itself. Let's put it into practice and see what happens if we do lose one of our units or so. Okay, that's not gonna make us lose anyone really. But if we do something like this, we just move just out of stupidity. Let's move our main units here, and everyone else can defend. What happens if we do this? We lost one. Oh, good. And let's try to move our archers further. See if they make a difference here. Good. You're taking, very good. And you're taking the same, very good. We lost an archer because of our stupidity, of course. Now we can use heal. If we use this here and choose one of our creatures here, as you see, resurrects one. Sounds good. That's how we do it. That's how it works. Perfect. Now our creature has been restored back to normal. And I also have the chance to use the spell again on my next turn. Because after all, my hero can cast every turn and I can use heal again on the other one who lost health. So this is how heal works, and if you have at least novice light magic, you will make sure these resurrected troops that you've lost will stay with you and you will not lose anyone. Now, however, let's see how if this ability will affect heal instead, because it mentioned here that not only will heal work as it's used, but it will now be cast on a 4x4 area as well, so you can actually heal multiple creatures at the same time. Let's try that out. Now let's see what happens when we upgrade our healing, because now you cannot cast it by 4x4 area thanks to this special ability. Let's test it out and see what happens now, since we can use it now. Once we are finished with this round though. Now let's see. We go to light spells and cast heal, as you see, 115 health. You see that we can now heal multiple creatures here. 5 altogether. Let's do it. And everyone has been healed. That's the difference of what this ability can do. And that's not all. That's not all. Let's say I were to accidentally lose one of my creatures, just by accident you could say. If I do this, for example, I kill my own cuirassiers, my own horsemen there we go. I lose them, sadly. Let's say that happens. Can we bring them back with heal? We'll give that a shot and see if we can. So let's just do this, go to here and use heal on these guys, and would you look at that, we can. And this is as novice light magic just. So you don't even have to get that high. It doesn't have to be higher in heal. So your light magic doesn't have to be that high. Novice light magic is enough and you can bring your horses back just like that, no problem. I forgot to mention that although you can heal your own creatures with this, you can also deal light damage to enemy undead creatures after all, if we look at these creatures here, for example, it suffers 25% more light damage and is immune to positive light spells and effects. So, because this applies to all undead creatures. So, because these guys are undead, we can actually use this and harm them, as you can see. Pretty useful, huh? So healing is not only useful on your own creatures, but it also really harms the undead, as you see. So yeah, I may not use Sunbeam that often. Only at the beginning of the game I might use it every now and then. But heal is something I really use when I can in many situations, especially with the Haven faction. Because there is a special combo there that I'm going to talk about later, where heal is essential in this combo. I'm going to talk about it later, of course. But for now, because this thing has so many great usages and is so powerful in many ways, I am going to put this one very high up in the list. Remember Regeneration, where I put it in the A tier, because Regeneration on its own is so powerful. And I told you before, this is the weakest way of making sure none of your creatures will die and you lose no creatures at all. That's the weakest. Well, heal is more powerful, in my opinion. Because not only can you heal creatures, but should any of your creatures stack die completely, heal can bring them back. Regeneration cannot, unfortunately. So heal has to go higher up in the tier. You don't even need resurrection itself to bring back your troops. Heal can do that on its own. And in a 4x4 area, where this ability comes in, you can really make sure your troops survive even longer, and you can basically make sure your troops survive. And you even have a good chance to make sure none of your creatures die at all, and you save everyone thanks to this. And it's much cheaper to use heal than resurrection as well. So this thing is essential in your playthroughs. At least that's what I think. So yeah, this one has to go very high up in the list. I'm actually gonna put this one as high as here probably. Maybe just below Storm Air Knowledge level 2, since I think these two deal more damage and can deal even more impact. But still, immediately afterwards, I want this one. This is hands down something you must have to make your heal spell more efficient. So yeah, very high up in the champion tier. Next up we have Uplifting Light. This thing increases your creature's leadership by +5 for every light spell you cast, and this lasts until the end of the combat. So it basically works the same as the other one here, Ardent Caster I think it was called, where you get +1 might for every fire spell you cast. It's basically the same, but you instead get 5 leadership instead for every light spell you cast. And yeah, 5 leadership for every light spell, that's not half bad. It is pretty useful. Having extra leadership means your creatures could have extra morale. So it is pretty useful, although I'm gonna put both of them pretty low in C tier, since I don't really use them that often. They are useful, no doubt about that, but I do prefer many other abilities more. But should I get them? Why not? They are useful. Next up we have Light Wisdom. With this, it's just like all the other wisdoms that we talked about. It gives you 4+ in light spells, in your magic for light spells, yeah. And every other wisdom you have adds 4+ to this bonus. And if you're gonna use a lot of light magic, then this is a great one to have. And of course, I use light magic as often as I can, so this one is no doubt for me very high up as well. And actually, this is something you want even as much as possible, because this increases your healing powers even more efficiently, and they become more efficient than before. So I'm actually gonna put this one even higher than the other wisdoms abilities, since making sure your troops survive and they have a better chance to survive now thanks to your healing power is essential and really important. So yeah, I'm gonna put this one even higher up than the other wisdom abilities. it will be a low champion tier, the bottom of the champion tier, I say, since all the others are more useful in some ways or others. But still, champion tier at the bottom. That's where I have this thing. Next up we have Light Knowledge level 2, and I'm going to show you what this thing does. This is the one, Light Knowledge level 2. Celestial Armor is now cast on creatures in target 3x3 area. And also, Cleansing Light is now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area. Okay, so let's have a look at what these two spells can do at their base level. Let's find out. We start with Cleansing Light. This thing removes 3 negative magical effects from the target friendly creature instantly. And this is at master rank, of course. So, if you were to have only novice, you would only be able to remove 1 negative magical effect. And at expert level, it removes 2 magical effects. So this is pretty useful if you have one of your creatures have something that you do not want them to have, some form of negative effect. It could be anything basically. This thing helps you remove these things, so your creatures can act normally. So that's not a bad spell, and if you have this bonus from the Light Knowledge level 2, then you will cast this one in a 4x4 area, so you can remove these effects from multiple of your friendly units. So yeah, that's pretty useful in that way. I may not use this one that often because there are a couple of cases where I don't really need this, but if I do need it, then this is pretty useful. What about the other spell here, Celestial Armor? This thing absorbs up to this much damage from the target friendly creature for 3 turns. This thing is actually really good, especially when you have Master Light magic, because then you can take a lot of damage from enemy units, and your creatures can still survive despite that. Sure, it may not be as powerful as Martyr, which I showed before, because yeah, with Martyr just one of your creatures will take damage and all your other creatures cannot. So Martyr is in some ways more useful than Celestial Armor. But if you want your Celestial Armor to protect some special creature, someone who is important or so, then you can do it with this. So it's a little bit kind of the opposite of Martyr, because whoever you choose, that one has the protection. Unlike Martyr, where whoever you choose will take all the damage instead, but everyone else will not take damage. So let's put this thing into practice and see how effective this thing can be on its own and without the upgrade. Here we have a battle, and we are going to use the spell called Celestial Armor. Let's cast it right now and use it on one of our creatures, so he will have a better chance to survive. There we go, Celestial Armor. We'll let this guy come and hit the enemy creature here by himself and see if there is any difference in that. So we'll do this until you start your turn and you just go and attack. Let's see what happens. Would you look at that? Immune, thanks to Celestial Armor. And we can still see how much damage you still can take until it's over. As you see, and it also lasts one more round, or until all damage was absorbed. So 148 more damage you can deal. It will of course happen because, as you see, there we go, 148 and also 76 extra damage. So yeah, you will take damage, but it still helps, as you see. And this is just at its base damage, at its base efficiency, because you can only target one creature with this. I'm gonna cast it one more time just to make sure that my angels do not tank too much damage. I cast it again. Celestial Armor, excellent. And let my angels attack again. You see yourself, pretty useful, eh? Here we now have another battle here, where this time my Celestial Armor is upgraded with this ability. This means now I can have the same amount of damage that it absorbs, but all friendly creatures in the target 3x3 area will be affected now. So this means I can now make sure all these creatures have this protection here. So let's put that into practice, shall we? If I send my boys here, for example, and let enemy creatures come closer to me. Let's use this thing right now, for example. I'll use Celestial Armor, and I'll cast it on these 3. There we go, all 3 of them have this now. Now we can do something like this. Normally, my shot here would kill my Cuirassier, normally. However, thanks to my protection, nothing happens to him. Of course, it's not recommended to use this and at the same time use your archers to just shoot your way through your own creatures. Now I can do it because he has Celestial Armor. But if he didn't have, it would not be really recommended, of course. But now I can just do this and let him attack me, and he will not take as much harm, or no harm at all even, thanks to this protection. And I still have a little protection left, so yeah. You saw yourself, it works. So yeah, I may not use cleansing like that often, but Celestial Armor is a pretty good spell to use. And although Martyr is in many situations more useful, in my opinion, than Celestial Armor, I still use Celestial Armor in some cases when I want to defend a single creature or a few creatures. So yeah, this one is pretty good, I can say. I'm gonna put this one somewhere in BT, I say. Perhaps a little bit lower though. I probably put it in above Vitality, I think. Yeah, above Vitality here. Its protection is very good, but many of the skills I think they are better in other ways. Next up we have Light Knowledge level 3. And I'm going to show you what this thing does, before I rank it of course. With this thing, Light Knowledge level 3, Retribution is now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area. And Sunburst additionally decreases hit creatures' attack and defense by 10 for 3 turns. Okay, let's have a look at these 2 spells and see what they do at their base before this bonus. If we go to here and check all our spells here, we can start off with Retribution. Normally, this thing deals this much light damage to each creature attacking the target friendly creature. Lasts for 3 turns. So, if any one of the enemies attacks one of your creatures, they will take this much light damage because of that. That's a pretty good revenge spell, you could say. A pretty good revenge spell, yeah. We can put this one into practice and see how it works if you affect only one creature, compared if you affect multiple creatures. If we have a combat here, for example, where I'm gonna cast, for example, Retribution here, where we have it here, on one of our creatures here. I'll put the angels here, for example, and I'll just move forward with him. Let's see what happens when these guys deal damage. Did you see? They took a lot of damage because of that. And the same thing here. They also took a lot of damage thanks to Retribution. So if we defend and let them continue to attack us, you can see yourself, they take a lot of damage by doing this. So it's not good for them, you could say. As for the spell Sunburst, which is this one, what happens here is that it deals this much light damage to enemy units hit by one of 8 rays emerging from the target spot onto 8 directions. Units and obstacles block the rays, and the target spot must be a free tile. Okay, so that's pretty good to know. So this thing deals light damage in the place that you choose, and it also bursts by 8 different directions. So this thing could deal damage to not only the one you choose in the middle, but technically maybe 8 other units around as well. We can put that in. Let's put this one into practice and see if this thing works as intended. We have these enemies to face from the academy, and I'm going to use the spell called what was it called again? Sunburst. Let's see how this thing looks like. yeah, you can see that it does target a couple of creatures at the same time. So this thing can deal some damage. And would you look at that? We have a place where we can take all three of them at the same time. Let's give it a shot. The Genes, Disciples, and the Disciples from this area. Let's give this a shot. And this is what it looks like. Pretty good, huh? Now, we have seen how these two spells work. Now let's add this ability and see the difference from between then and now. If we start off with something like Retribution, for example, we can now cast on all friendly creatures in a target 4x4 area, and enemy creatures attacking them will take this much light damage. Let's give it a shot. I'm gonna cast this one on, for example, these three. Now all of them will have this bonus. So let's give that a shot and see what happens with these guys. If I, for example, use my angels to walk forth, and all my angels, I'm gonna walk with my cavaliers as well. What happens now if I have these two to help? Let's do this and see what happens. Did you see? That hurt a lot, just for this guy. I see these archers would like to hurt my other archers here as well, so let's see if we can cause a little trouble there as well. Oh, that hurt as well, just for these guys. And not only for them, but everyone else attacking. Not bad, eh? That hurts a lot for them. But I'm not done yet. I also want to protect my other creatures, which from the ranged attacks, so I'm gonna throw this thing on all these guys as well. Retribution on all of them as well. Now let's see what happens when they are protected like that. So let's just defend and let them attack. And oops, that hurt. If you attack from there, you saw yourself, even ranged creatures take damage from this. So yeah, this thing is pretty powerful, and you see yourself, Retribution does deal a lot of damage from even against range attacks even, not just melee. So if they attack like this, they will have to pay for it. So yeah, you can see how useful it is. You can see yourself. We cannot forget that we also have another spell that has been powered up, thanks to Light Knowledge level 3, which is Sunburst. It deals this much light damage, yes, but also attack and defense of the hit creatures is decreased by 10 for 3 turns. Let's give this a shot and see if there is a difference this time. The way I see it, you pretty much can still get 1 hit kills and everyone here, just like before. So yeah, it's still the same thing and just as powerful as before. But if they were to survive, they would lose 10 attack and defense. So yeah, pretty powerful spell indeed. I can tell you that I usually don't use these two spells that often, since I prefer many other spells from the light magic a little bit more, like Heal and Resurrection for example, and Martyr. But if I do have access to these spells, especially Retribution, and I want to protect my troops in these ways, and at the same time take my enemy down, then this ability is pretty useful, especially if you can make sure that all your creatures, or many of your creatures, have this protection. So this one is pretty powerful, and this can be very powerful, and not just for one faction, but for many factions, but especially the Haven faction. So I'm gonna put this one pretty high up in the list, probably at the probably not so high as A tier, because that's a little bit high. But I'm gonna put this pretty high up in B tier otherwise. I would say just above the... No wait, no, you're supposed to be here. Where's my light? There. You are supposed to be here. Just above the Earth Knowledge level 3 I put it. Since I think it is a bit more useful than the Earth Knowledge. So yeah, I'm gonna put them both up here. They are both very useful here. Finally, in the Grandmaster ability of Light Magic, we have Chosen of the Light. And I am going to show you what this thing does. This is the ultimate ability of Light Magic. Chosen of the Light. Whenever the hero casts a positive light spell on a friendly creature, it gets +2 attack, +2 defense, +5 morale, +5 luck, and deals maximum damage until its next turn. Now, I think it's pretty obvious why this one is pretty powerful. It gets a little bit boost in all stats, almost all stats, and maximum damage. Now, the extra boost on these other things here, like attack, defense, and all the others, it's not that much of a difference, really. You can make it without these things, but dealing maximum damage, that is pretty powerful, very powerful actually. So this thing is pretty good, I can tell you. Let's test this thing out and see what happens when we have this, and when we can deal a lot of damage with this. Let's test this thing out. I'm going to cast for something called, for example, let's test out, for example, Celestial Armor. It is a positive spell. Let's see if this works. Would you look at that? Chosen of the Light in all of them. That's pretty good proof that it works. So, you can see, that's one positive light spell to cast that you can use, and now all of them have Chosen of the Light. Now, when you deal maximum damage, this is what it looks like. Light damage 86 to 86. 86 is the maximum damage. So, it doesn't matter which one you attack here with. You deal the maximum damage your creature can deal. And it is not half bad. Now I don't have that many tubes, so it doesn't do that much damage. But if I were to have many tubes, then this guy would deal a lot of damage by himself. As for my archer, wow, okay, basically one shot in anything here by himself. So yeah, that's a pretty big difference, you could say. And because of my Celestial Armor, I protected him, of course. But yeah, this is what happens when you have Chosen of the Light. All of them deal even more damage. Let's test another spell as well, and not just Celestial Armor. Maybe we are in a case where we need to heal our troops. So let's test that out. If we go to heal, for example, let's say we need to heal our troops. Would you look at that? They are healed and also Chosen of the Light in all of them. So they can now deal even extra damage and maximum damage as well. So you can see why this one is pretty powerful and why it is pretty good in many cases. So I'm gonna put this one pretty high up in this rank actually. I'm not gonna put it in champion tier since there are other Grandmaster abilities I prefer more than this. But there are cases where I would choose this one because it can help in many ways and it is pretty powerful. So I'm gonna put this one in the middle of A tier. I would put this one just below the knowledge level 3. I put it. So yeah, this is where I should have it. Next up here we have a new skill here, which is a faction skill, and this one is called Metamagic. I'm going to show you what it does and what faction that has access to this particular skill, because there is only one faction that has access to this. I will show you this one. Here, this is the Academy faction that has access to Metamagic. And what this basically does is, at Metamagic, if we start with Metamagic Novice, the hero gains 1+ Metamagic at the start of each combat round, up to 3. The hero's magic is increased by Metamagic. Once Metamagic reaches 3, the hero casts all spells at least on Novice rank. Now, this sounds pretty useful, I could say, because you have a chance to even increase this power to certain levels, even to its maximum level even. If we look at the expert, for example, Metamagic can raise up to 5 instead of 3. And once Metamagic reaches 5, the hero casts all spells at least on expert rank. And finally, we have Metamagic Master, where Metamagic can now raise up to 10. And once Metamagic reaches 10, the hero casts all spells on Master rank. So yeah, this can be pretty useful if you think about it, since if you want to have a hero who is able to cast all spells on the best level, at maximum level, the Metamagic can help you with that. You just need to survive enough rounds to reach to this level where your Metamagic reaches 10. So it might be slow, but it can be useful in some cases. Well, let's put this one into practice and see how our spells can become and such. Now, my hero now has a Master Metamagic, and we can see here that we start with 1 Metamagic. This means our spells will increase for every time we have a Metamagic. We can start with this, for example, and casting the spell for now as a start. There we go. That's what it looks like when we cast our spell right now. What happens though when we survive a couple of rounds so that our Metamagic can increase? Because remember, after every round that you play, the Metamagic will increase in power. So remember that. You saw yourself there. That's something a little bit that happened. That means our Metamagic has increased. It's now at 2 instead. So after every round, you will have your Metamagic will increase, and that means your power increases here in your spells. So this is something important to know. If we'll test this one here, for example, he was closest, yeah. But still, the point is that after every round that you play, your Metamagic increases, and the more Metamagic you have, the more powerful your spells become. So yeah, if you are a huge Magic fan and you want to make sure all your spells reaches the maximum level, then Metamagic can be your friend. However, there are many other ways that you can reach out your spells at maximum level without having to wait so many rounds, and it's both easier and more efficient to get to this level than Metamagic, unfortunately. So this is not a skill I usually play with. Just like Bloodrage, that are only available to Stronghold, Metamagic, although they are only available to wizards, when I play as the wizards, and I can use this if I want to, I do prefer to use other skills more. There is another particular skill later on, which I'm going to explain about, that is doing what this thing is trying to do, but better. So, although this can be useful and it's pretty good, it's not as good as many of the others, so I'm just gonna put this one at DT as well. Although I will put it above Bloodrage, because at the very least you can, for example, defend and wait, but you will not lose Metamagic, compared to Bloodrage, where you have to attack and just move and such, so you do not lose your Bloodrage. So Metamagic is a bit more versatile in that way. Next up we have Arcane Catalyst. What this does is that every time you cast a spell with your hero, your Metamagic increases by 1. Now this is a pretty efficient way of increasing your Metamagic, so that you do not just have to wait for each combat round, but you can also increase your Metamagic by your own hero. So if you combine both this one and Metamagic, where you have to wait each round to increase it, then together you can actually make your Metamagic increase pretty sizably, and a bit faster as well than normal. So remember, every time your Metamagic increases, then all your spells becomes more powerful. So this is actually a pretty good ability that combines pretty well with the very skill that it was intended for. Unfortunately, since I do think there are other ways to increase the efficiency of your spells more than this, I'm not going to put them very high in this tier list. But nevertheless, if you are a huge Metamagic fan, then I recommend to use these two together. Next up we have Arcane Channeling. What this does is that if you have your Warfare Machine Small Pyramid, when the small pyramid attacks the first time in each combat round, that increases your Metamagic by +1. So this one, just like the others here, can increase your Metamagic by 1 for each combat round. So if you have all 3 of them together, then you can really increase your Metamagic a lot each combat round, at the very least +3 each combat round. I'm going to show you a little bit of this small pyramid and how it connects to Metamagic. I'll show you just a bit quick. Here I have a small army, and I also have this small pyramid here. Together with this, and with my hero who can increase my Metamagic by casting a spell each time, like this for example. You saw yourself a little bit, something there showed up there. And if this thing attacks, my Metamagic increases that way as well. So now, because of that, I now have 3 Metamagic. Would you look at that? And this means now all my spells are now at least on novice rank. So, having both the Arcane Channeling and Arcane Catalyst together with your hero and Metamagic, this can increase your Metamagic by a pretty sizable amount. And remember, if you can reach 10 in your Metamagic, then all your spells is at Master rank. So this is a pretty good combo if you want to make sure that you have a lot of Metamagic in your hero. Now, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of Metamagic, since there are other ways to make your spells more efficient than this. But this is a way and it can work. So these three combinations together can be at the same level, I say. All three together they are useful, I could say, in some cases. And next up here we have Arcane Shield. I have to read this one so you can see what this thing does. Here it is, Arcane Shield. At start of each combat round, all friendly creatures get Arcane Shield, absorbing damage of the amount of 2 times Metamagic. Let's put this one into practice and see how it works, shall we? Now I'm going to start a combat round, and this time I have Arcane Shield. So, you notice that something here showed up, Arcane Shield. What this does is basically it absorbs up to 2 damage, and that's until the end of combat round or until all damage was absorbed. So let's see how this works. We'll give it a shot. I'll just to make sure, I'll just cast some things so that I can increase my Metamagic in that way, like this for example. There we go. And my pyramid can attack as well, so that I increase my Metamagic even more. And there we go. And now they attack, and you saw yourself a little protection there. What happened here? And as you saw, it has now 8 Arcane Shield. Sure, it does protect a little bit. However, you saw yourself that sure, it gives a little bit of protection, and the more Metamagic you have, the more this thing can protect you. Yes, but the protection is so extremely underpowered and very weak. It's pretty much no point in having this one at all. It's too undermined and too underpowered. I can tell you that pretty much every other ability that protects you in some way, shape or form are much better than this. So every time I do play as the Academy, and those times I do focus on Metamagic, I never focus on this one. Simply because it is just too weak for what it is trying to do. So I have to put this one in not worth it, unfortunately. It is, too weak to be used. Next up we have Arcane Brilliance. What this thing does is, I have to read this one. Here we have it. The Metamagic bonus to the hero's magic is doubled. Now this actually sounds pretty good. You increase your magic whenever your Metamagic bonus is increased. So, if you're going to focus a lot on Metamagic and you want to make sure your magic and your magic power is increased, then Arcane Brilliance is a pretty good friend to have, because this thing can pretty sizable help up with your magic skill. Since I usually don't focus that much on Metamagic and I focus on other skills more, I will put this one in D tier as well, although I'm going to put this with the others here, since it is pretty useful if together with its skill. It is doing what it is trying to do with the skill, so it works. The next ability here is the Expert Metamagic, and this one is called Arcane Empowerment. And what this thing is doing, I'm going to show you. Here we have it. Before a friendly creature is hit in melee for the first time, the enemy creatures get 1 prime damage for every single creature in the friendly stack. You notice something interesting with this is that you do not have to have Metamagic for this to work. Even if you were to have 0 Metamagic, which is of course not possible because you will always have at least 1 Metamagic, but even then, even if you have no Metamagic at all, or even just 1, it doesn't matter, because as long as you have any number of creatures in your stack, anyone who attacks you will take prime damage for every single creature in that stack. This is actually a pretty good protection, I gotta say. So if anyone tries to attack you, they will get hit first. I'll show you a little practice on this one, how it works. We have a combat here, and we have all our creatures here that are powered and protected with this arcane empowerment. Since my genes there are 16 genes I have, that means it deals 16 prime damage, because that's how many genes I have. And the same thing with, for example, my golems. Since I have 96 golems, that means I deal 96 prime damage. Pretty simple to understand. Let's put that into practice. For example, let's let him walk into my creatures here. I'm just gonna let them hit my creature here. See if this guy attacks one of my creatures, so that we can try to use this very particular ability here. Alright, let's put defend, and now he can come and attack me. Did you see? 17 kills because of my protection. I did make a little bit of false assumption here, since I did mention before that Metamagic has no meaning here. Actually, it does. It does have a huge meaning here. Because you see yourself, I only have 16 creatures, yes. However, my arcane empowerment has become 80 prime damage instead, and not just 16. That's because you multiply the number of creatures you have with the Metamagic you have. And in this case, you have 5 Metamagic. So yeah, I'll show you here, for example, yeah, 5 Metamagic, yeah. So, multiply 16 by 5, you have 80. And the same thing with your golems here, for example. You had 96, multiply that by 5, and you have 480 prime damage. So, yeah, you can deal even a lot more damage here if your Metamagic is high. So let's put that into practice and see. My boys didn't even attack, and they got wiped out because of that. So yeah, this one is a pretty good proof of that you do not want to underestimate Metamagic. Sure, I may not use it that often or so, but if I were to use it, then this is one ability I would pick, since it does protect pretty good. So I'm actually gonna put this one even above many of the other Metamagic skills and abilities. I'm gonna put this one in C tier actually, since I think it is a bit more useful. I'll put it below Fire Mantle, since Fire Mantle works the whole time, while this one only protects against the first melee attack. So yeah, at the bottom of C tier, yes, but still, it is pretty useful. It can work. Next up here is the master ability of Metamagic, which is called Arcane Attunement. And what this thing is doing, I'm going to show you this one. Here it is, Arcane Attunement. Defense and initiative of friendly creatures is increased by Metamagic. That's actually not half bad, actually. Having both your defense and initiative increased, that means your creatures both have a better chance to survive, and they also have a better chance to go first, before your enemy creatures. So not half bad with this one. I'm going to put this one somewhere here with the other abilities, I say, probably below the arcane power. Here, over here in detail as well, together with the others here. If I were to focus a lot on Metamagic, then all these would probably be higher. But as it is right now, I'll leave them like this. We finally have the Grandmaster ability of Metamagic, which is called Arcane Amplification. And I'm going to show you what this thing does. Here we have it, Arcane Amplification. Magic damage dealt to enemy creatures is increased by 1 percentage point times Metamagic. So if my theory is correct here, this thing should increase your magic power and damage from your magic spells by 110%. So just a little bit more damage to your enemy creatures, if my theory is correct here. This can actually be pretty powerful, I can say. Having 110% extra damage on your enemy creatures, that can deal some damage. However, yeah, if you remember my other ability that I ranked here called Chaos Magic, this thing, if you have luck, your hero will deal with the damage spell from your hero will be 150% or even 175% with Deadly Strike compared to just a normal damage spell. So what this thing is trying to do, the Chaos Magic can do better, in my opinion. And it's much easier to get Chaos Magic than this. So it may be a Grandmaster ability, and it may be guaranteed that you can get up to 110% if it's not more even. But it does require a lot to get to this. And remember, if you choose a Grandmaster ability, then you will only have 2 more Grandmaster abilities that your hero can choose from. So as good as it sounds in theory, I'm unfortunately not going to put it that high. So I'm gonna put this one somewhere a bit below here in detail, I say. It can be powerful in the right context, especially if you focus on Metamagic. But I do, like I said, prefer other skills and abilities more. So low detail is where I will put this one. Next up we have Nature's Revenge, and this is a faction skill of the Sylvans. I'm going to show you what this thing does in the Sylvan faction. Here we have Nature's Revenge. At novice level, enemy creatures get up to 1 mark after being the target of a friendly creature's attack or ability. Creatures attacking a marked creature benefit from +4 attack for every mark on the target. The mark lasts until the end of the combat round. So, basically, every time this mark comes on the enemy creature, you get +4 attack for that. And if we go up to the next level, expert here, then enemy creatures get up to 2 marks. At master level, the enemy creatures can get up to 3 marks. So yeah, if you have 3 marks on the enemy creatures, that means +12 attack on them. So it is pretty powerful in that way. If we battle here, for example, and we'll just, right now, as you can see, there are no marks on the creatures. But if one of my creatures attack, like this, for example, we'll attack here, for example. You saw Nature's Revenge 1. That means enemy creatures gets +4 attack while attacking the creature, and lasts until the end of the combat round. So yeah, now my creatures attack and they can deal a little extra damage. And when the Nature's Revenge increases, then more damage will be dealt to the same creature. Now it's +12 attack, and that's maximum, thanks to Nature's Revenge level 3. So yeah, that's how it basically works when you have Nature's Revenge. It can reach up to level 3 when you have master level. And the same here, you can choose on any other creature you want, like as you see, Nature's Revenge level 1. And yeah, that's how it basically works. Now, on its own, it may not be that impactful, since sure, having 12 plus attack on these creatures, that's pretty good. 12 plus attack is pretty good. But there are some other ways where you can have even more attack and even extra bonuses, like the one, for example, Air Knowledge level 1 with Storm Arrows, if you remember that one. So there are other ways where you can increase the power and the efficiency of your creatures. So Nature's Revenge is not the best on its own. However, it does have some pretty powerful abilities, where if you have these abilities, then Nature's Revenge is really powerful. And in the right context, this can be deadly, I can tell you. So I'm gonna put this one not that bad. I'm going to show you these combos and why I think, because of these combos, Nature's Revenge does deserve a pretty good ranking here. So I'm gonna put this one Where should I put this one actually? I'm gonna put this one pretty good in BT, I say. I say about here, below the other Earth abilities and the other thing here. So yeah, I'll put that one here. Next up we have Mark of the Avenger. What this thing does basically is that when your hero attacks any of the enemy creatures, then that attack also marks the enemy creature with the Nature's Revenge. So your hero attack can also contribute to Nature's Revenge if you have this ability. Let's test that out. Here we have a battle, and I have Mark of the Avenger with my hero here, Tio in this case. Yeah, Tio. As you can see, Mark of the Avenger. If I attack with my hero, then this also marks the target creature. So let's make an attack here and see what happens. You see, Nature's Revenge level 1. So yeah, that's how Mark of the Avenger works. It also gives Nature's Revenge in that way. So yeah, pretty basic. It may not do much on its own, but there are of course a couple of combos that you can do with this, which I will show later on, where this thing can make a pretty big difference and can help a lot in many ways. So yeah, because of these special combos that I will talk about later, of course, I'm gonna put this one pretty good as well. Pretty high, pretty good. Probably in the same rank as Nature's Revenge itself, since Nature's Revenge in general is pretty good. So yeah, I'll put it there, yeah. Next ability here we have Impede. With this, enemy creatures that are marked with at least one Nature's Revenge, they will have -1 movement. And yeah, I am a pretty big fan of limiting their movements in this way. After all, if -1 movement, that means there's a better chance that they will not reach you until the next turn, or even 2 turns even. So yeah, this is a pretty good thing as well. I'll show you a little difference on what it looks like if you have this. I'll show you a little difference. Now, normally when the enemy creatures get their Nature's Revenge mark, like now for example, I'll just attack with my hero. There we go, Nature's Revenge. Normally they still have their movement as usual, so they don't get limited or so. This girl, for example, has 5 movement, so she can move. Yeah, she chose to go that way. So yeah, that's how it usually is, at least. And this is without Impede. Now, if we have the same battle again, just as before, but this time we have Impede. Let's see what the difference is. From 5 movement and Nature's Revenge, would you look at that? It's down to 4 movement instead. So as long as she has Nature's Revenge, her movement is reduced to 4 instead. So yeah, that can be useful in some ways, as you can see. And as you see, she cannot move until the 2 turns even. Even in the next turn, she cannot get to me completely, thanks to Impede. So yeah, Impede, I'm not saying no to this one. I'm gonna put this one also pretty good in this list. I'll probably put it together with the other abilities here with Nature's Revenge. Probably below Snatch, maybe? No, above Snatch. So yeah, together with the other Nature's Revenge abilities, I'll put them there. Next up here we have Fast Reload. What this thing does, I will show you. Yeah, Fast Reload. The Sylvan Ballista applies a mark to its target. It gets a second attack after attacking a marked creature. So yeah, not only will the Sylvan Ballista create a mark on this target, create a Nature's Revenge mark on the target, but if it attacks someone who already has a mark, then it gets to have a second attack as well. So 2 pretty useful aspects with the Sylvan Ballista here, thanks to Fast Reload. Let's put that into practice and see how it works. Alright, if we have a battle here, as you can see, with Fast Reload, now that this thing attacks, as you see, Nature's Revenge level 1, thanks to our Sylvan Ballista. So yeah, now our Ballista can create this marking as well, and not just our hero or our creature's attack. If we were to attack with the enemy hero first, so that we create a mark, and then the Sylvan Ballista attacks on that one who has a mark, then as you see, the Ballista can attack again. Pretty useful here. And there are also a couple of useful applications with this one. There are some other skills that combo very well with this. So I'm going to, of course, I will talk about these skills a bit later on when we come there. But for now, because this thing is pretty versatile and it has some good usefulness and such, I will also put this one pretty good up here. And of course, I'm not gonna put all of the Nature's Revenge abilities in the same place, but most of them will be somewhere in this area, and some of them will be even higher up or lower. We'll see. Next up here we have Enliven. What this thing does is, if you have a Mother Treant, a Mother Treant, which is a support unit, then this thing not only heals your unit, the one that you choose, because most support units heal your troops. This thing not only will make your Mother Treant heal your units, but it also increases their movement and their initiative as well. Let's find out in more detail. Here are the details. The Mother Treant's renewal ability additionally grants +2 movement and 10+ initiative to a target creature. So yeah, the bonuses are pretty good on this one. We can put this one into practice and see what it looks like. Alright, we now have the Mother Treant here. This is the one. And because normally this is a renewal, it regenerates 32 health at the start of target friendly creatures next 3 turns. So yeah, it heals your troops, basically, yeah. But since we now also have this special ability called Enliven, as we said, not only will this little Mother Treant heal, but they will also give these extra bonuses. So let's test this thing out when it's its turn. There we go, now it moves, and there we go. Enliven and renewal. So renewal, it gets a little health, and Enliven. +2 movement and +10 initiative, just like that. That's pretty useful, as you can see. So let's put this in practice. Yeah, as you can see, I can move much easier anywhere, and extra initiative, that means you have a better chance to move forward before the others. So even if you do not focus that much on these support units or such, having this on its own can help your troops in pretty many ways. So I'm gonna put this one also pretty good up. Probably not as high as the other abilities, I say. It's probably a little bit lower, I would say. Maybe above here, I say, which is just below this dark magic ability here. So yeah, somewhere here, in the middle of B tier. I think it belongs there, yeah. Next up here we have Nature's Wrath. What this thing does is that your hero gets +1 magic for every mark that the enemy creature has. So if you have like a lot of enemy creatures and all of them have like 3 marks each, that gives your hero +3 magic for each one of them. So at maximum, let's say in this theory where all the enemy creatures have 3 marks each, and there are 7 enemy creatures. That means +21 marks altogether, and that means in that case 21 plus magic in that way. It's maybe a little bit unrealistic, but it is perhaps not completely impossible to get to that level, perhaps. But that is a very situational situation and specific situation, and it doesn't really happen. And normally it might give you 1 extra magic, 2 or maybe 3 extra magic in some areas or so. And of course, a little extra magic is good. The downside though is that at the end of a combat round, all these marks are gone, and that means this ability will be gone as well. And you have to get these marks back in order to get the magic back. So it is not as versatile and not as impactful as the others. So I don't usually focus on this one that much. But I will still put it somewhere in D tier, I say, a little bit lower D tier, since I don't really focus on this one really. There are other abilities that are more useful than this, in my opinion. So yeah, low D tier is where I will put this one. I told you that I'm not going to put everything in B tier. Next up here we have Sting. When you have a Master Nature's Revenge, you have access to this ability. And what this thing does is that at the end of each combat round, the enemy creatures will suffer 50 earth damage for each mark they had on them. So, since they can have at maximum 3 marks, after all, Nature's Revenge level 3, that's 3 marks at maximum, they can get 150 damage at the end of the combat round. We can put this one into practice and see what it looks like. If we have our combat round here, and we are going to make sure that Sting works, we have to make sure that they have Nature's Revenge, like here now for example. And now these guys can just attack, and make sure they get their own Nature's Revenge, at the very least for now here. All of them have level 1. So when the combat round ends, they all will take 50 damage, because after all, they have to take 50 damage for each mark on them. Not only that, this girl can now hit him here, like this, and this causes Nature's Revenge level 2 now, and probably the same here as well, yeah. So, why not? Nature's Revenge level 2, and did you see? 100 damage on these two, and 50 damage on these guys. That's Sting. Now, it may not do that much by itself, since at maximum 150 damage, it's not half bad, it's some pretty good damage to deal. But I would do fine even without this thing. Even without this bonus, I would do fine without it. So, as good in practice as it is, I'll put it in low C tier, I say, because it can be useful, it can help, of course, but there are many other abilities that are more useful, I say. Finally, we have the Grandmaster ability of Nature's Revenge, yes. The Grandmaster ability of Nature's Revenge. And this one is called Nature's Luck. If you are familiar with the game Heroes of Metamagic 5, they also have their own form of Nature's Luck, where once you have that ability, then all your creatures will always deal lucky damage. Well, this thing basically works the same way, but it has a specific requirement for that. Here, if the enemy creatures have if the enemy creatures has 3 marks on them, you have to get to Nature's Revenge 3 on the creature. Once you get to that level, then all your friendly creatures will deal lucky damage on that creature. So, why do I think this one is, why this is useful, you could say, just to say the least useful, or to say that at the very least it's useful. Well, I'm going to show you a little combo about this one and why I think it is, at the very least, it's useful. At the very least, just to put it lightly. Yeah, like I said, if we have this thing, Nature's Luck, then once they have 3 marks on them, you will always be lucky with your attacks. Let's put this thing into practice, shall we? Alright, I now have Nature's Luck. And remember, we have to make sure that our enemy creature has a Nature's Revenge 3, or 3 marks I should say, in order for it to work. So let's do it. We start with the hero attack. Remember, the hero's attack with Mark of the Avenger helps with this. And we also have fast reload, since our Silver Ballista can help with that. And there we go, Nature's Revenge level 3. This means, what do you know? Good luck here. Good luck here as well. And yeah, now all my creatures, as you see, will always deal lucky damage on the enemy creature here. Although for some reason this guy didn't do anything. But this guy did, however. Looks like for some reason in the second turn it doesn't do anything. But yeah. Oh, now it works for some reason. Oh well. Yeah. Sure. Now, of course, I only have 1 creature each, so it doesn't do that much damage by itself. But yeah, you can see why Nature's Revenge is pretty useful in that way. And how impactful it can be like that. And, as you see, once the combat ends, Sting works and they dealt that much damage. So let's go and try again, like this. And we'll wait these 2 turns, let the Ballista hit the 2 times as well. And this means Now I deal lucky damage again with all my creatures. I'm gonna wait with the others and let one of my creatures attack instead. Yeah, you can attack, go ahead. And there we go. Now you can attack and... Good! Do you see now why Nature's Revenge is useful here? Now, remember the combo I was going to show you about with some of the other abilities, like for example, we had fast reload with this for example if we can, but also we have something like Deadly Strike, Perfect Strike, and everything we like to do Destiny, where you are always, remember, with this thing you always deal lucky damage. Imagine how powerful that would be if you can combine this with the abilities of Destiny, like I said, Perfect Strike and Deadly Strike. Let's test out that combo, shall we? Here we have a battle here, and my hero, as you can see here, has both Nature's Luck and also the other abilities from Luck here, like Perfect Strike and Deadly Strike. Now let's combine these and see what happens. If we start off with making our attack here like this, Nature's Revenge 1, excellent. And the Silver Ballista will help as well with extra Nature's Revenge. There we go, level 3. Let's see how many kills we can get now with this combo. 9 to 14 kills, okay, let's see here. And 29 kills, not bad. With our archers, 2 to 4 kills normally, but 8 kills instead here. And here as well, alright. And a little extra luck here, why not? Why not? The Treants, they usually deal 16 to 21 damage, but with luck, 50 kills. And this is just one Treant. Not bad, eh? Not bad at all. And finally, we'll go with these girls. They deal 142, like 200 damage, okay. How much if you have extra luck? 444, like 3 times the damage. So yeah, if you can make this combo and it's not that difficult, then this one is amazing, I can tell you. There is a reason why every time I do play with the Silver faction, one of the first things I try to get as quickly as possible is this one. That's one of the first things I try to get. And Destiny as well, of course. So yeah, this one deserves to be pretty high up since it is really powerful, and the combination together makes it even more powerful. The only downside is that this is a Grandmaster ability, so if you pick this one, you can only have 2 others. So that's its downside in that way. But still, it is absolutely worth using this if you are playing as a Silver faction. So yeah, I will put this one at the bottom of the champion tier. But still, it deserves to be there, and this is the main reason why I have invested in Nature's Revenge at all, thanks to this thing. Next up, we have another faction skill here called Necromancy, and for all those who are experienced in the Heroes games, this is pretty much limited just to the Necropolis faction. And what Necromancy does basically is, I will show you. Here we have Necromancy at Novice. Raises up to 20 skeletons from fallen living creatures to join the hero's army after victorious combats. Therefore, 4% of the health of fallen living creatures is converted into health of skeletons. Can you already see how powerful this one can be, even at its Novice level? And not only that, this is just the Novice level. If we come to the Expert level, this thing raises now up to 50 skeleton hoplites instead of skeletons. An additional 4% of the health of fallen living creatures is converted into the health of skeleton hoplites. And we finally have Master Necromancy, where we now raise up to 100 skeleton hoplites. And additionally, 4% of the health of fallen living creatures is converted into the health of skeleton hoplites. Yeah, I think it is pretty obvious on why this thing can be really powerful, very powerful. Let's demonstrate a little example with this skill. If we are a Necromancer right now, and we have a couple of undead troops here as you see, let's let them shoot us and see what happens. Okay, this might hurt a bit. Yeah, yeah. But that's okay. Let's move forward with our troops, and I wonder if I perhaps could do something like this. Excellent. Now I can move forward here, and I'll just get rid of you. And remember, every time the enemy creatures are killed like this, we will waste more of the dead as skeletons. So we can do something like this. Attack here. And once these guys are killed like this, after we win this combat round, we will gain more skeletons because of this. So we have to go here like this and make sure we just get rid of their troops as well, like this. And once we win this battle, there we go. Let's see what happens now if we win this battle. We have these skeletons, yes, and would you look at that, skeleton hoplites. Now, and it says here as well, creatures raised by Necromancy join the army. We can add these troops now to our cause. This is how Necromancy works, basically. So yeah, and there are many cases and many examples that I will show you later on, of course, where this thing can just reach out of control. You can very easily completely get out of control and easily overwhelm your opponent with so many skeletons. Just the skeletons alone can cause havoc once you reach the level where there are just too many of them. And it's pretty easy to get to that level even, thanks to Necromancy. So yeah, this is actually one of the best faction skills in the game. One of the best. I'm not sure if it's the best or the second best. I'm not sure about that really. But this thing can cause so much havoc by itself. Especially when you have master rank. And the best thing is that there are some ways to even boost Necromancy even further, so that your Necromancy becomes even more powerful. So yeah, this thing can cause really havoc by itself. So I have to put this one pretty high up in the champion tier, I can say already. There aren't that many faction skills that I usually put that high up in the champion tier, but Necromancy is definitely one that I think should be that high up in the list. So yeah, they did a great job of making sure this one becomes powerful. Next up here we have Mana Drain. What this thing does is that your hero gains 10 plus mana after each time a creature stack is killed. I think you saw a little bit earlier in one of my videos where I did gain 10 mana every time someone got killed. Well, that's what Mana Drain does. I'll show you a little demonstration just to remind you how it works. If we are fighting this army, for example, let's see what happens if we do not have full mana as we see here. We have a little bit less. Let's see what happens when we have our mana here. We can start off with the hero's attack, for example, if we do this. Okay, it doesn't look like it worked. Okay, that doesn't work. Good to know. Let's try it if one of these guys are attacked. That's one kill and 10 mana. You saw yourself, 10 plus mana. What if they survive, but they are attacked? Will this also give extra mana? It doesn't look like it. No, it doesn't look like it. They have to be literally killed for that to happen. So that's good to know. If we attack these guys, almost got killed, but still no mana, if I see correctly. Yeah, still no mana. So that's good to know. That is pretty good to know. So yeah, the whole stack has to die, not just a couple of troops in that stack, but every one of them has to die in order for you to get 10 mana. So although it is not as it's not as, how you say, versatile in that way, since it is a little bit limited in how you get mana, unfortunately. But it's still not a bad thing, because getting 10 plus mana every time, that's not half bad. So I'm gonna put this one, I'm actually gonna, despite its limits, I'm gonna still put this one pretty high, because getting 10 mana is always good. So I am gonna put this one Probably low B tier, just above Vitality I put this one. I think it belongs there, yeah. Next up we have Putrid Bones. And what this thing does, I have to show you this one. There we have it, Putrid Bones. Skeletons and skeleton hoplites deal 1 earth damage per creature in the stack to creatures attacking them in melee. So basically, for each skeleton you have, it deals 1 damage for each of them. This is a pretty good protection for the skeletons, especially since this is not just once, but this happens every time enemy melee creatures attack the skeletons. I'll make a little demonstration so you can see. Let's say I have a single creature here of these skeleton hoplites, and there are 124 of them. Let's keep that in mind and see what happens. You saw this yourself? A lot of them were killed, 124. And here as well, 117 damage because of my skeletons. And here as well. So yeah, for each number of skeletons you have, you deal that much damage to those attacking my skeletons, thanks to Putrid Bones. There are also many cases where you could easily have like more, not just 100 skeletons, but like 1,000 skeletons we could have, even more than that. And having Putrid Bones in that situation you can deal at least 1,000 damage to enemies attacking your skeletons, if not more. And there are many cases where that happened. So this can be powerful and dangerous in a couple of situations. So I'm actually gonna put this one pretty good in this list, I say, because this can be pretty dangerous. Probably about somewhere here, I say. Yeah, somewhere here in the middle of B tier, I say. Because there are other ways to make it. There are other abilities and skills that are more versatile and powerful, in my opinion. But this can be powerful, and it is a pretty good protection for your skeletons. Next up here we have No Rest for the Wicked. And this one is something interesting here, which I have to show you. It is pretty interesting, this one. Here we have it. This thing says, Necromancy raises also from fallen undead creatures. So usually with Necromancy you can bring back undead troops from those who are living, not undead normally. But with this, if you fight undead creatures, that you can also raise skeletons from them as well, and that is pretty versatile, I gotta say. Well, let's put this into test and just check out just quickly. Normally, when you fight an undead army, like here for example, I won this battle with a few losses. That happens. Normally, when you do this, that's the end, and you have to level up and such. However, let's test out what happens when we win this fight, the same fight, with this ability. Now, if we have the same battle again here, and we win, of course, this time we have the ability No Rest for the Wicked. Let's see what the difference is now. Did you see? Here's a little difference. Even though it is the undead army you fight, you can still get some skeletons for that. So yeah, this is a pretty good difference, and this can make and not just a good difference, but this can make a big difference even. So sure, it may not be as versatile or make as much impact as Necromancy itself, but it contributes with that. Because after all, Necromancy is all about raising undead creatures to your cause, and this thing helps with that, and it helps in a very good way. So I am going to add this one pretty high up in the list as well. Not champion tier, since it is not that versatile, but at the very least it should be an A tier. Because if you can combine these two together, Necromancy and No Rest for the Wicked, then you can basically raise anything to your cause. So yeah, this one is coming pretty high up in the list. I'm gonna put this one, I'll put this one above Chosen of the Light. Yeah, here's where I'm gonna put it. It's easier to get, and it's more versatile than the Chosen of the Light. So that's where I'm gonna have it. Next up here we have the Face of Fear, and with this, all enemy creatures will have -15 in combat. It's just a passive -15 in combat throughout the entire battle. So yeah, if you remember a few of my videos before, there are some cases where you actually cause enemy creatures to have minus morale, and they froze in combat because of that. And this thing helps with that. So, although it may not give that much of a difference, it is still pretty good, because you have a chance to make your enemy creatures lose morale and lose their turn because of that. So I'm gonna put this one pretty good as well, since yeah, it can make a difference. It can make some difference in some cases. So I'll put this one at somewhere lower B tier, I say. Probably above diplomacy. I think it was diplomacy, I think, or something like that. But yeah, so a low B tier at least, I know. So yeah, I'll put this one here. Next up here we have Dark Nova. And what this thing does, I'll have to show you this one. Here, Dark Nova. Dark Bolt of the Namtaro additionally hits all enemy units around the target. If we check at the Namtaro, which is a warfare unit for the Necromancers, we'll check that thing out. Here we have the Namtaro. Yes, indeed. This thing, it has two effects. Both attacks with its it's just like a ballista. It attacks any of the creatures here, and has this special ability Dark Touch, which is not relevant here. But what matters is that this thing attacks any of the enemy creatures here, which I'm going to show you soon. Once the enemy archers attack, of course. And once they attack, now it's my Namtaro's turn. Oh, okay, first morale. Now it's this turn. Here's how he attacks normally, like that. So yeah, this is the normal attack of the warfare, and that's the standard attack, of course. What happens if we add this ability where we have a Dark Nova? Let's find out. Now, we have the same battle again, just as before. This time we have Dark Nova. Let's see how our thing attacks now. Oh, did you see here? Not only did she attack one of them, but the other one also took damage. That's because all the enemy creatures that are next to the one you attack will also take the same damage. That's how Dark Nova works with the Namtaro. So there's a little difference there if you have Dark Nova as well. Now, it doesn't do that much on its own. There are other ways, after all, on how you can attack multiple enemies instead of this, as you see. But there are, of course, some ways where you can increase the efficiency of this with other skills, which I will talk about later. So yeah, although it's not that powerful in its base form like it is now, there are ways to, of course, change that and make it even really powerful. So yeah, on base it's not so powerful, but together with some combos, this can be powerful, and it can be a problem for many others. So because of these combos, which I'm going to talk about later, of course, I'm gonna put this one pretty good actually. I might put this somewhere a little bit higher in B tier, just below Nature's Revenge, or everything about Nature's Revenge. Yeah. Somewhere there I put it. Yeah. I think. Yeah. I'm gonna put it there. Yeah. So yeah, not the best ability maybe, but it is good. With the combos, it is pretty good. Next up here we have Ghost Ride. And this is also a very easy choice for me to make, since this thing is... I will explain in a few examples and such later on, of course. And I'm going to show you just one easy example right now. But this thing is going to be very high up in the list, I can tell you. Together with Necromancy, I say. Right up here in the champion tier. And why it belongs up here, I am going to show you right now. This is how it works, Ghost Ride. Necromancy additionally raises up to 40 Banshees from 8% of the health of fallen living creatures after victorious combats. So, not only will you resurrect the skeleton hoplites here up to 100, but you can also now get up to 40 extra Banshees as well. Do you see now why I think this one is that powerful and amazing? If I just show a simple example, just a simple one here. We have a combat here, for example, and I'm just gonna cheat here just to get rid of this combat immediately. Win combat, there we go. Now, what happens if we have the Ghost Ride as well? Do you see? We have Banshees as well. of course, we have to upgrade our ghosts so that they can fit together with Banshee. So that may be the little downside only. But yeah, having the ability to recruit even Banshees as well, and not just those skeletons, together you can have a huge army with just these two alone. I think it's a pretty good time now to show you what kind of an army you can make with these abilities together. If we take a look here, for example, you can see how many Banshees I have, 1,000. How many skeleton hoplites I have, 3,000, for example. And this is thanks to both Necromancy and Ghost Ride together. Thanks to these. The more combats you win, the more troops you raise. And you can, like I said before, you can raise tons of troops very easily, just like that. There are many battles where you can easily get 100 skeleton hoplites in one battle and 40 Banshees just like that. So yeah, getting all these troops just like that, it is not so difficult. So yeah, you can see why I think both Necromancy and Banshee can be that powerful. Also, it is actually Necromancy and Ghost Ride, not Banshee. This is Ghost Ride after all. But yeah, you can see why both of them belongs up here in the champion tier, since together you can make tons of troops, and you're gonna be a really powerful and a dangerous foe to deal with, thanks to this combo. So yeah, very high up in the champion tier for both of them. Finally, we have the Grandmaster ability of Necromancy called Eternal Servitude. Now, if you lose some of your skeleton hoplites during your battle, then when the skeleton hoplites attack one of the enemy creatures, then 25% of your skeletons will be revived after your attack, thanks to this. So it doesn't work the same as in some of the other games, like I think it was Heroes 5, I think, where after the combat then some of your skeletons will be brought back. It's not the same as here. You have to attack with your skeletons in order to revive some of them back. But still, should you lose some skeletons and you want to bring them back, then this thing helps. This thing does help in that way. I can show you a little example of that. Let's put this point into practice. As they say here, revives 25% of already destroyed skeletons and skeleton hoplites of a stack after it attacked, without getting completely destroyed during the attack. So yeah, one more thing about this one is that the enemy that the skeletons attack, the enemy has to survive the attack, if I see correctly. If you kill them outright, your skeletons will not revive. So let's put that into practice and see, shall we? So let's say we have this combat to fight, and we are probably going to lose a few troops here with these armies. Yeah, 3 skeletons. Let's see if we can bring them back with Eternal Servitude. I'll start with bringing my troops right next to the enemy here, and let's see if we can get we can get a couple of kills with this. I'll go attack here, for example. For some reason, oh yeah, there at the end of the combat round. There we go, at the end of the combat round. Since they didn't die completely, you saw it yourself. One skeleton came back after that. So let's attack again. This time we killed them completely. And as you saw, not all of them got killed because we got killed that stack. They have to survive in order for our skeletons to come back at the end of the combat round. So that's good to know. So while it may not be that impactful in the battle, you may only get a few skeletons or so. But if you do lose a lot of skeletons, like 100 or more, this thing can actually bring you back pretty sizable amount of skeletons, even if you don't bring back everyone. So this can help, of course. It may not be my favorite skill or not my favorite Grandmaster ability, but for the Necromancy campaign, it's a pretty good support for what Necromancy is about. After all, the point is to have as much undead armies as possible, so you can overwhelm your enemies. And this thing helps with that. Not as good as the champion abilities here, but I would still say that it's pretty sizable, not half bad at least. So I'm gonna put this one in somewhere in B tier, I say. Just above the Puted Bones, I think it's called, yeah. So yeah, I think it belongs there, yeah. Next up here we have a new skill called Offense. With this thing you get +2 might at novice level, +2 might at expert, and +2 might at master level. Basically you increase your attack for each level in your skill. And I don't think I need to explain that much how useful this thing is, because having extra attack is always a good idea. It's just like having extra defense with your hero. So yeah, this thing is also pretty useful. I'm gonna put this one together with defense here in B tier, since they both increase your stat, and having extra stat is always a good idea. Offense is a little bit more useful than defense in this case, I say, because normally you prefer to attack your opponent before they can attack you. So this is why I think offense is a little bit more useful than defense. But still, I have both of them in B rank, since having extra stat is not a bad idea. Now we have all these abilities of offense. The first one here is called Accuracy. This thing increases the base damage of your ranged creatures by +1. So if I show you a little example here, if we look at this army for example, I have these Gnoll Hunters. Their minimum damage is 2 and maximum damage is also 2. So since they are ranged attacks, if I have accuracy, then their base damage is increased by 1. So that means instead of 2, they should have 3 in base damage. So they deal more damage than before. Same thing with the Santar Marauders. Their minimum damage is 6, and maximum damage is 10. Having +1 base damage means the minimum damage becomes 7 instead of 6. And we also have the Enraged Cyclops, the most powerful unit in the Stronghold. Their minimum base damage is 85, and that can be increased by 286 instead, if I have accuracy. So yeah, this thing alone can make some difference, especially for your smaller units. So sure, it may not make that much of an impact really. There are other skills and abilities that make more of an impact than this, but it can still help. It can still help, of course. So I'm gonna put this one somewhere low C tier, I put it. Maybe above some of these, and above Bloodrage as well. Also above navigation. Yeah, somewhere here, above at least here. Here's where I'm gonna put it. In the middle of C tier. That's where I will have it. Next up here we have Homeland. This is a governor ability, and what it does is that when you are a governor in one of your towns, your heroes get +8 might as long as you're in your own area. So, and yeah, +8 might, that is pretty much. So this thing can help your troops deal pretty sizable amount of damage. Remember, if you have the Grandmaster ability here, which I'm talking about before, Suzerain, where your hero's governor is applied in all towns and not just one, then you can then all your governor abilities will take place everywhere, and this thing can really make a difference, not just in one town then, but in many towns. So that combination is where this thing can really shine, and it'd be a great addition here. So because of its pretty powerful possibility, and because it is pretty versatile, it's not as versatile as having a passive ability that you can use anywhere, because after all, governor abilities have this common limit that it's only useful in the town and in the area around the town as well. So it is not as impactful as the others, but still, this is pretty powerful. So I'm gonna put this one somewhere in B rank instead, probably below here, above tactics, I think. Yeah, I'll put it here and put it low B rank, but still, this is pretty good. Next up here we have Battle Frenzy. This thing, just like Accuracy, which I talked about before, but this thing increases the base damage of your melee units instead of your ranged units by 1. So this thing focuses on your melee units instead. I can show you a little example if I show you the same tubes as I have before. Here we have the same tubes as before, but instead of focusing on your archers here, these 3, we'll focus on the melee units instead, which are these 4. So if we start with the Furies, their base damage is 2. If we have this ability, then this thing, the minimum damage instead of 2 becomes 3. So their damage will be 3/3. So yeah, it increases damage here. The Crushers have a pretty big difference in minimum and maximum damage between 3 and 7. If we increase 3 by 1, then this thing becomes 4 out of 7. So the damage is increased here as well. And the Venomous Wyvern here as well, 7 to 12 damage. It can become 8 to 12 instead, thanks to Battle Frenzy. And Ballistic Lancer, 25 to 27. It's not a big difference here, but still, 26 to 27, it can also help as well. So yeah, Battle Frenzy can make a difference, and not just here, but in any faction actually. So yeah, this thing can also be pretty good in its own ways. I don't think it's as useful as the accuracy with your archers. But I'm still gonna put it in CUT here, just below the accuracy here. So yeah, both of them are pretty good here. Next up here we have a Giant Slayer. With this thing, all your friendly creatures will get 6+ attack when they are attacking or retaliating against large creatures. Now, large creatures are those creatures that have a 2x2 tiles. I'll show you just a small demonstration of that, what it means. Here in this battle, as you can see, I have a few smaller creatures here, these 2, and this one as well. These are small creatures, they only take 1 tile. We also have other creatures here, which requires 2 tiles, 2x2, so 4 tiles altogether. These are the large creatures, and these guys are the same, large creatures. So against these guys, we deal 6+ might, plus 6+ attack. So we deal extra attack thanks to Giant Slayer. Now it is not as impactful as many of the other abilities, because there are many other ways to make sure you get even more attack and more efficient attacks as well, as I mentioned before. But this can be of course useful in some ways. Not as high as I would put the others perhaps, but I'm gonna put it in pretty high D rank, I say, since it has some usefulness and it can make some difference every now and then. So yeah, pretty high D rank is probably where I have it. Next up here we have Archery, and with this your friendly creatures get +3 in the range attacks. So this thing alone is of course helpful, it does make some impact. I am however a little bit disappointed with this. Here's the thing. There is a mod which is called Heroes 7.5, where they updated this ability so that not only will you get +3 in range attack for all your friendly ranged creatures, but they also get full range. If the full range means that there is no range melee penalty. It doesn't matter where the enemy creatures are, even if they are as far as they can be, you still deal maximum damage on them with your archers. So if they change this effect in this game already before this mod, where all your friendly ranged creatures have full range as well, that would make more sense, because this thing is powerful. This thing would have been really powerful then, and I would probably put it at A tier perhaps if that were the case. But +3 ranged attacks alone doesn't do that much difference. If you remember from before, I told you about this ability, Air Knowledge level 1. It boosts up your spell, Storm Arrows, so that your friendly creatures, your ranged creatures will have full range. That thing alone is doing what this thing here is trying to do, but better. So I am a little bit disappointed with this one, unfortunately. So on its own, it's unfortunately not as powerful. But it is, of course, useful. It's not like it's completely unnecessary to have it. So I'm gonna put this one in, also in high D rank as well, together with Giant Slayer, probably above Giant Slayer even, because it does. I do prefer archers to use archers more than my melee creatures in the beginning at least. So this is where I will have this thing as well, yeah. Next up here, when we reach Master Offense, then we reach the ability called Master Flanker. What this thing does is that whenever you choose flank or full flank your enemy opponents, if you attack your enemies from the sides or from behind, the damage is increased by 25%. If you remember this ability I talked about here, Alertness, where you get this in Master Defense, where if enemy creatures attack you from the sides or behind, you take 25% less damage. It's basically the same thing, but the opposite. Your creatures now deal 25% more damage if they attack from the sides or from behind. So this thing is actually pretty useful. You saw yourself when you attacked, when you made a flanking attack or a full flanking attack, and the damage does increase pretty much. And this thing even makes it more impactful. So this thing is actually pretty good. I gotta say, I say this one is better than the Alertness. So I'm gonna put this one a little bit higher up in low BT. I would put this one probably. Perhaps I would put this up somewhere here, I say. In some low BT at least, because I don't usually use this one that often. But if I do invest a lot in offense, then I would choose this one, because this one is pretty good. Finally, we have Perfect Offense. With this thing, whenever one of your creatures attack enemy creatures, then your creature's attack raises to match the defender's defense. This thing is pretty much the same as well as the Perfect Defense. If we find this one here, I remember I put it somewhere here. Where did I put it now again? Somewhere here. Oh, in 80 even, yeah. So yeah, you can see yourself why this thing is powerful if I put the Perfect Defense that high. And if you remember correctly, that your lower tier units have a better chance to survive against champion tier units, because their defense becomes the same as the champion creature's attack, thanks to this thing. Well, this thing does the opposite. The attack of your smallest creatures can become as high as champion creature's defense, thanks to this. So, do I need to explain how powerful this can be and how incredible this thing can be? Just to show you just a small example on this thing. I'll just show you a little short example. Now I'm just showing you a little comparison here. Normally our weakest unit here has 4 attack, but because of both Bloodrage and also extra might, yeah, the damage is a little bit high here. It's even higher than the champion creature's defense. So yeah, even if I were to make an attack here, these Gnoll Hunters would still deal more damage than usual. But the point is here is that, let's say we don't have these extra stats bonuses, and you only have 4 attack as base. Let's say we have that. The mass Perfect Offense would still make this creature deal attack with 25 attack, because that's the same as this guy's defense. So yeah, already here, as you can see, even without this boost, Perfect Offense would make a huge impact here, and this is with the weakest creature even. So yeah, if I were to focus on offense and I want to make sure my creatures deal a lot of damage and make sure I cause a lot of trouble, then although this is Grandmaster ability and it is difficult to have Grandmaster abilities, I would still pick this one if I could in some cases, because this thing is very powerful and it can be very good, I tell you. And in my opinion, this is even better than Perfect Defense. Because after all, I prefer attacking more than defending. And with my archers especially. With my melee units, I usually wait until the enemies come close to me. But yeah, this thing should be higher, so I'm gonna put this one in A tier as well. Just below the others, but above Perfect Defense. Since both of them are that powerful. So yeah, this is where I will put both of them here. Next up, we have a new skill here called Paragon. And what this skill does is that it decreases your hero's experience gain by 10% for each level. So at novice level you gain 10% more experience for every combat you do and every chest you pick and such. Everything that gives you experience, you get 10% more experience. At expert level you gain 10% more experience, so 20% experience for that. And at master level you gain 30% more experience for that. So if you want to level up your hero much more faster and quickly, then Paragon is good in that way. And I can tell you right now that there are some abilities in Paragon that are pretty good as well. So I'm going to rank this one not so bad. It's not the best thing in the world because you can already achieve pretty high levels even without Paragon. So it's not like you really need this thing in that way. But there are other ways where I do use Paragon, not because of gaining experience, but for some other reasons, which I'm going to talk about later. Oh no, wait, what happened to it? I'm not taking this. This is what I want. I'll put this one somewhere above, in high C tier, I put it, this one, Paragon. So yeah, that's where I'm going to have Paragon. Next up here we have Fighter. With this, you gain +2 might and +2 defense. Pretty straightforward. It's like having novice defense and novice offense all together in one package. Not a bad idea. Why not? It's not that impactful maybe, but increasing your stats is always a good idea. So I'm gonna put this one in the middle of C tier, I say. Oh yeah, in the middle of C tier, below these other abilities here. Next up here we have Dragon Blood. With this thing, you gain +2 magic and +2 spirit. So just like Fighter, this increases your stats as well, but in the other two things you increase. And yeah, I don't think I need to explain this one that much either. And I actually do prefer this one more than Fighter, because having more magic and more mana as well is always a good idea. And I'm actually gonna put this one even higher than the others, since having +2 mana and +2 spirit is pretty good. A little bit higher here, I say. Just below Nature's Vitality, but a little bit more than some of the other abilities here. Because after all, 2 plus magic and 2 plus spirit, that's pretty good. So this is one reason I would choose Paragon, just to increase my stats in both might and defense, and also magic and spirit. That's one reason why I would choose Paragon here. Next up we have Enlightened Leader here. Enlightened Leader. And this is a governor ability. I'm going to show you what this thing does. Here I have it, Enlightenment Leader. Governor ability. All friendly heroes in this town's area of control gain 20% more experience. That's pretty straightforward. It boosts up the very reason why you have Paragon in the first place. Remember, with Paragon you gain more experience for that, as you can see. X-ray experience and X-ray experience with Paragon. And with the Enlightened Leader, here's the thing. If you have all these skills, if you have this skill at master level, so you get 30% more experience, and you also have Enlightened Leader, then if I understand correctly, you could get as high up as 50% more experience altogether. Because 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 20 equals 50, if I understand correctly. So yeah, you can get a lot of experience with all of this together if you want to level up your hero more quickly. So this is a pretty good combo in that way. Now, having more experience gain is not something I usually focus on that often, even though I do welcome it, of course, because the more experience you gain, the faster you can level up. So it's not a bad idea to have this of course. But I do prefer some of these abilities a little bit more. So I'm gonna put this one probably at the bottom, almost the bottom of C tier, perhaps here I say. Yeah, almost at the bottom of C tier. It can be good, but it's not as useful as many of the others here. So yeah, that's where I will put it. Next up we have Arcane Intuition. And what this thing does is, I'm going to show you. Here I have it, Arcane Intuition. 5 plus Arcane Knowledge. The hero has a 75% chance to learn spells cast by enemy heroes during combat. The Arcane Knowledge requirement of the spells must still be fulfilled. So, what this thing basically does is, it does have a little bit part of the skill Eagle Eye. If you remember the skill Eagle Eye from Heroes of Metamagic 3, It has the same skill. It has the same effect here. If enemy hero casts a spell, you have a chance to learn that spell. And that part is not that useful, I would say, because usually your hero casts spells that you don't really need, usually. However, +5 arcane knowledge, that's something that is very useful actually, because this gives you a chance to learn more powerful spells. Remember what I told you, you need at the very least 8 arcane knowledge in order to learn every spell in the game. So having +5 arcane knowledge, that does help a lot with that. Although this ability where you can learn spells from your hero is not that useful, because after all, Eagle Eye in Heroes 3 is something I don't use either. But +5 arcane knowledge is useful. So this thing, by itself is enough to bring this one pretty good up, I say. Not as high maybe as many other skills or abilities, but still, not half bad still. I'm gonna put this one probably a little bit higher. I'm actually gonna put it even above Paragon, I say. High in C tier, I say. Oh, here is where I put it. Yeah, here's where I put it. High C tier. Next up here we have Magic Affinity. And what this thing does is that it gives your hero 30% more mana. Very straightforward, very easy to understand. And yeah, I can already tell you that this thing can help a lot in so many cases. Having extra mana gives you a chance to cast more spells. It gives you a better chance to use more powerful spells because they usually cost a lot. And it is very easy but also very effective, this one. So 30% more mana, I'll gladly take it. This is actually one of the reasons why I choose Paragon, if I were to choose Paragon. For having extra mana, that is very good. So I'm gonna put this one pretty high up, I say. I wouldn't put it in champion because there are many other skills that are much more impactful. But I'm gonna put this one in A tier, and I'll put this one probably. I'm actually gonna put this one above these two other Grandmaster abilities of Perfect Offense and Perfect Defense. Because it's easier to get this one, and although it doesn't do as much impact as the others here, it's both easier to get and it still makes a huge impact. So yeah, good in A tier, I say, in this one. Next up, when we reach the master skill of Paragon, we have access to this ability called Mentor. And what this thing does, I have to show you this one. Here we have it, Mentor. Raises the experience points of other friendly creatures to 15% of the hero's experience points and teaches them all spells the hero knows if they have the required skills when they meet. Do I need to explain how powerful this thing can be by itself? Let's demonstrate a little example here so you can see how powerful this thing can be. Let's say we have a hero here that is level 28 right now, Masvar for example, and I want to teach this girl Sabira, who is level 1 right now. And you have Mentor. Let's see what happens here. Oh, would you look at that? Sabira has reached level 19 as Sheriff. This is 15%, you could say. So yeah, do I need to explain how powerful this thing can be by itself? Yeah, you can see. And also she learned some spells from Asfar. So yeah, now you can see why Mentor is that powerful by itself. If you have, I'll just tell you a quick example here. If you have a hero that you want to focus on defense or boosting up your economy in your towns, or just give you some extra bonuses or so, you can make sure that hero levels up very quickly with Mentor. And this hero you can choose which kind of skills or abilities that you want this hero to learn, so that you can get extra bonuses and extra protection and such. So yeah, and you can do this with as many heroes as you want, as long as they are low level, as long as their skill level is lower than the Mentor himself. So yeah, I can tell you why this thing is very powerful by itself. And this thing has to go very high up in my list as well. So I'm gonna put this one I'm gonna show you where I'm gonna put this one, because this thing deserves to go very high up. Let's see where I'm gonna put this one actually. Not B tier. That's too. B tier is way too low. Way too low. A tier is also a little bit low, I say. So I'm gonna put this one in the champion tier. I'm gonna put this one above preemptive strike, I say. Even above recruitment, even here. Here is where I'm gonna put it. Yes. Because this thing can be very useful and very powerful indeed. Finally, we have the Grandmaster ability of Paragon, which is called Master of Magic. Here's how it works. If you have a school magic, at the very least on novice rank, if you have any skill or any magic skill in your hero, for example, light magic, dark magic, earth magic, anything at all, and this skill is at least on novice rank, then all spells in that school of magic will be cast on master rank instead. Do I need to explain here how powerful this can be as well? You remember when I mentioned about Metamagic, and that once Metamagic reaches 10, then all spells will be cast at master rank. Well, you don't need this. If you have this, for example, then all you have to do is to make sure that you have at the very least novice light magic, novice earth magic also, and so on. And then all spells on these magic schools will be a master rank already. It's much more efficient, much easier, and this thing can wreak so much havoc by itself. Let's demonstrate a little example just to show you here. As you can see, I'm playing as the Academy faction right now, and my hero is Masvar. He has now a Master of Magic, which I talked about earlier. Now, if you have a skill, a magic skill, at least on novice rank, then all spells in that school will be cast at master rank. Let's demonstrate an example of that. I have, for example, water magic here, fire magic, air magic, and earth magic. All of them are novice. They are just novice. They are nothing special or so. Let's see if they work here. Remember, water magic, fire magic, air magic, and I think it was earth magic too. Yes. Would you look at that? Cast as master. Not bad, hey? These skills are just novice actually. So yeah, not bad. Deals 5 damage to 4 random enemy targets. Let's test this thing out. Just test things out, and we'll just attack here just quickly, just to demonstrate here. My golem can go alone, why not? And here are the troops I face. Would you look at that? Normally, with just novice fire magic, I would only attack 2 of these creatures, but because I have a master, and yeah, I don't think I need to explain it further. Cast as master, and yeah, you already see yourself. I'm pretty much slaughtering everyone here by myself. So yeah, I think it's pretty obvious how powerful these spells are. And remember, this is even without Metamagic. Metamagic is now at, what level is my Metamagic in? Oh, wait, I gotta check here. Maybe we can see here. No, oh okay, it looks like I don't have Metamagic at all. Now we have Metamagic. Now it seems I have Metamagic perhaps. Yeah, but the point is, like I said. Okay, here. Oh no, not really. Oh well. But still, the point is, I don't need Metamagic. I have a Master of Magic for Paragon, and that is more than enough. My spells are now cast on master rank in these schools, and usually that's all you need actually. Yeah, I can tell you already right now, this thing is gonna be pretty high up in my list as well. After all, why use Metamagic when you can use this instead? So I am gonna put this one very high up in the list as well, probably together with Mentor, I say. So yeah, this one also has to go high up in the champion tier. I usually don't focus on that many Grandmaster abilities, but this is one that is definitely worth focusing on if you can. So yeah, that one is no doubt about it. Next up here we have Prime Magic. And Prime Magic is just like all the other magic schools. You increase your arcane knowledge by 1, 2 and 3 depending on your level. And your prime spells becomes more effective. I can show you a couple of prime spells that can be useful, just so you can see. Here, one prime spell that is pretty useful here is Instant Reinforcements. This thing teleports selected creatures from the nearest friendly town with a town portal to the hero instantly. The mana cost is based on the number of creatures to be teleported. It does not work between surface and underground. Basically what this means is that if you have troops in your town, you can use this to bring all these troops to your hero. So you don't have to be in the town to recruit your heroes. You can use this to bring these troops to your town. This is pretty useful if you are pretty a long way away. So this is one useful spell. And there are also other few useful spells, or should I say very useful spells, I might add, that are about Prime Magic, which I will talk about later. So this is something that is in some cases this skill is actually pretty essential, because you want some of your prime spells to be much more effective than at their base level. So this is and there are some factions I'm going to talk about later, of course, that really benefit from this. So I am going to put this one pretty high up in the list as well, because some factions, like I said, really want this skill. So I am going to put this one pretty high up. I'm actually going to put this one probably at the top of A tier. That's how useful this thing can be, and you're going to see why. Next up here we have Prime Scholar. This thing reduces the mana cost of all prime spells by 20%. Just like all the other scholars, as you probably remember. And yeah, if you're gonna use a lot of prime spells, then this is something you want as well. So just a quick, this is gonna be a pretty quick ranking here. But I'm gonna put this one also pretty high up, together with Prime Magic. So I'm gonna put this one here at the top of A tier as well, together with Prime Magic. Next up here we have Prime Knowledge level 1. What this thing does is that, I'm going to show you what this thing does. Here we have Prime Knowledge level 1. Fortune and Time Control are now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area. Now this can be useful in some cases. It has both Fortune and Time Control can be good in some cases. I'll show you what these two spells are doing, or what they do. So let's find out. And let's find out right now actually. If we go to Prime Spells, we can start with Time Control. We'll start with this one. Normally, this changes the initiative of all the creatures or in this case just one creature, not all creatures. And this is without the power up. And friendly creatures get extra initiative, and enemy creatures get minus initiative for 3 turns. And since I have at master rank in Prime Magic, my friendly creatures get plus 15 initiative, and enemy creatures get minus 15 initiative. This thing will have I think it increases by 5 or decreases by 5 for each level of your Prime Magic. For example, at Novice Prime Magic, this thing gives 5 I'm not sure if it was 5 or plus 7 initiative. I'm not sure, but the point is it increases initiative, and you remember about initiative. It gives your creatures a better chance to go first. So this thing can be useful in these cases. And with the upgrade, it's now a 4x4 area instead. So you can target multiple of your creatures, so all of them can increase the initiative. So this is pretty useful. It can be useful in some cases. We also have the spell Fortune. This thing increases the luck of all, with the upgrade, this thing increases the luck of all friendly creatures in the target 4x4 area for 3 turns. Normally you only affect one here as well, but the effect is the same, but you only affect one creature. But with this power up, with the Primal Knowledge level 1, you now have a 4x4 area instead. And this thing can be powerful. This thing can actually be pretty powerful. I'm actually going to demonstrate a little example with this one so you can see. So let's try out Fortune and see if it works. I'm going to cast this spell here. If we go to Paragon and Fortune, increase luck by 45 for 3 turns. Let's try it out and see if we can get a little lucky here. So we'll start with you here, and will you get some luck here? Yes! Would you look at that? We got a little luck there. Can you also be lucky? And oh yeah, not bad, not bad. Well, that's what it looks like when you use Fortune. We have a better chance to be lucky by that. Now, as good as both these spells are, I usually don't use them that often. Fortune is something I use every now and then. So this thing can help in that in kind of a couple of ways. It can help. So yeah, it's not a bad idea. And I also use time control. It is like slow in Heroes 5. Basically has the same effect. Although in Heroes 5 the spell is more effective, of course. But still, this is pretty useful and it can be good in some ways. So I'm gonna put this one in somewhere low B tier, I say. Probably below here. I'll put that at the bottom of B tier, this one. It is good, it can be good. Not the best, but it can work. Next up we have ability here that I can tell you something here that is a little bit weird. It looks like Prime Wisdom, and if you remember that Wisdom increases for Prime Magic, if that's what it normally would be. However, this is actually not Wisdom. This is another ability called Renewal. Here's something interesting about Prime Magic, but Prime Magic, this magic school, is the only skill that does not have the Wisdom ability. If you take a look at all the other skills here, for example, Dark Magic, and Dark Magic, Fire Magic, Air Magic, Light Magic, Earth Magic, and every other magic schools. All of them have their own wisdom abilities, like Light Wisdom, Fire Wisdom, Air Wisdom, Dark Wisdom, and so on. All of them have their wisdom abilities, where it increases +4 magic by their own school, and every other wisdom ability adds +4 to this bonus. That's every other magic school has this ability. But Prime Magic doesn't have this. Instead, it has something called Renewal. And what Renewal does, two things about it. I'll mention 2 things about it. As a start, this is the wrong symbol of it. There's another symbol in the game, which looks a little bit different from this. But still, this is what it looks like for now. But what Renewal does instead is that when the combat ends, once the combat is over and you win, the hero gains 20 mana from that combat. It's as long as you just win the combat and you take down all enemy creatures, of course. After the combat ends, 20 plus mana, just like that for your hero. So yeah, that's a little bit interesting that this thing is different from all the other magic schools. And as for what this thing does, 20 plus mana after each combat, that's something I gladly take. It is not as effective as the Soul of Harvest from Dark Magic, because remember, each time you kill at least one enemy creature with your hero, you get 20 plus mana from that. So that is much more effective in my opinion than this. But still, even if this thing is not as effective, and it doesn't give you as much mana as the other one, this thing, I still use this thing if I can in many cases. And I can also tell you that in some of the factions, not all, but some, this ability is the very reason why I choose Prime Magic in the first place in some factions. Because normally in these factions I don't need Prime Magic. And that's weird to say, because Prime Magic is very high up in my list. But this is just one more reason why I choose Prime Magic, because of Renewal. Because getting 20 extra mana after each combat, that helps you gain your mana back. and you can use that mana in other battles when you really need the mana. So this thing is gonna go also very high up in my list. It won't go as high up in the champion tier, unfortunately, because Soul of Harvest deserves to be there. This thing is much more efficient in regaining your mana back. But I'm gonna still put it in high A tier, almost at the top of A tier, because this thing is very good as well. So that's done, and yeah, like I said, no wisdom ability in Paragon. That's a shocker. Next up here we have Arcane Exaltation. This thing gives you +2 magic and 2+ spirit. So usually this is where the wisdom ability is, but as you can see it's a little bit different, and yeah, there is no wisdom ability in Paragon. So you have this instead. +2 magic and +2 spirit. And yeah, stat increases are always good to have. So this, I'm gonna rank this one pretty quickly as well, because yeah, increasing your stat, always a good idea. I won't put it as high as some of the other two stat up abilities. I don't remember where I put them really, but still, where did I put them? Here did I put them? I'm gonna put this one a little bit below here, I say, or actually above, a little bit above here, because this thing also gives +2 magic and +2 spirit from Paragon, if I remember correctly. But it's easier to get this because you don't have to get expert Paragon. Here you just need novice Paragon, but the other one here requires expert in its own skill to get. So it's a bit easier to get this one than the other, but they both basically do the same thing otherwise, and therefore they should both be at the same place here. Next up here we have Prime Knowledge level 2. What this thing does, I'm going to show you this one. Here we have it, Prime Knowledge level 2. Dispel Magic is now cast on creatures in target 3x3 area. Now, Dispel Magic, it's basically the same as there are two, if you remember the two spells in both Dark and Light Magic that removes negative magical effects and positive magical effects on the creatures there. Well, Dispel Magic is completely neutral. It removes all spells from whoever you choose, and if you cast it on 3x3 area, then that means it removes all spells from all spells and all effects from all creatures, no matter if it's friendly or unfriendly. And if I remember correctly, this thing increases the higher the level it is, because normally without Prime Magic, it only removes one effect from friendly or enemy creatures. But the higher the Prime Magic goes, the more spells and effects that gets removed. At max level, it removes 4 effects from friendly or unfriendly creatures. So yeah, this thing is a complete it's a complete neutral remover, you could say. And this ability helps with that. I don't usually use Dispel Magic that often, so this thing is fine. It's all right. However, something else that I do use when I can, in many other cases, is Teleport. What this thing here does, if you have this, is this thing additionally increases the target creature's initiative by 50 for 2 turns. Let's look at what I think Teleport is a little bit obvious here, but I'll show you what this thing does. If we go to Teleport here, Prime Magic, here we go, and Teleport. Where do I have it? Teleport. There we go. Here it is. Normally, when you use Teleport and without Prime Magic, you are very limited in where you can teleport your creatures. I think the distance of tiles is like 3, very low. You cannot teleport your creatures anywhere, especially not behind walls, unfortunately. But if you can increase your magic to a master level, which I have now, then you can teleport your creatures anywhere in the map, like now, for example. And because I have master rank now, as you see, it now teleports in a distance of 100 instantly. That means you can teleport anywhere. And if you also have this bonus ability where you increase the target's initiative by 50 for 2 turns, then the creature you chose will immediately go first. It doesn't matter who has the highest initiative, no one has more than 50. There's not a single creature in the game that has more than 50 initiative. So if you cast this one on one of your creatures, then your creature will immediately go first. So how can this thing be useful? Well, I am going to show you a few examples on how useful this thing really is. And I can tell you already this thing now. This thing is extremely useful. Very, very good. I think I already showed you one example of this when I played the Dungeon faction, and I was going to show you about lightning reflexes. I'll show you I'll show you this example again. Remember my little strategy here when I used lightning reflexes before? Well, a part of that strategy is using teleport. I'm going to show you that spell here. If we go here, wait, do I have the spell here? Let's just check just in case. I should have it. Yes, indeed, I have it. And because I have this bonus where it grants whoever you choose will have 50+ initiative. This means if I choose, for example, the Dark Hydras, as I showed before, and I'll just go here, for example, and what do you know? I can just attack all 3 of them just like that, thanks to teleport. So let's do it, and there we go, just like that. There is a reason after all why I put if I show here, for example, why I put Stormlord that high, but why I put the Air Knowledge level 3 that high, and that is because of teleport. Because with teleport you can choose any of your creatures to get right next to the enemy, and they can just attack immediately after that, thanks to teleport. And this thing really helps your creature move before anyone else by increasing the initiative at such level. So yeah, this thing is already now really powerful. But there is another example where this thing really shines, and that's with the Necropolis campaign and the Necropolis faction. I'll show you an example here. If you look at here, for example, you remember my 3000 army skeletons and 1000 banshees? Well, normally we want to attack with them immediately. Just go and attack them straight away here like this. But it's difficult to do that because they are a little bit far away, as you can see. But what happens if we have something like teleport and let them go and move to us instead? Let's find out, shall we? Now they made a move, and now I'm going to use teleport like I mentioned before. I'll choose my skeletons to begin with, so you can go here. Excellent, and not only that, you notice that I get to move another turn here. There's a reason for this. Despite already casting a spell, I get to move another turn. There's a reason for that, and I will explain about it later. But for now, I can just use teleport another time, and just move like here. And would you look at that? My 2 most powerful units have teleport, and both of them have initiative at max. Now they both can be really powerful here, as you're going to see. So I'm just gonna let them make their move, and my other creatures can go and make their move as well. So I'll just do this, and let's see if these guys can handle my skeletons by themselves. I don't really think so, but there we go. Oh yeah, okay, you have Fire Mantle if I see correctly. Yeah, Fire Mantle. If you remember correctly, this thing, if I attack his creatures, I will take some damage for that. But that's okay, I'm gonna do it. Because I'll just wipe them out easily. And I won't lose that many troops for that. And in return, I can continue with something like this. Thank you. Oh, if I remember correctly, do I have something here? No, I don't. Okay, never mind. We'll talk about that later, but in the meantime, I'll just wipe out one of these guys like this. There we go. 19,000 attack. Yeah, that's a little bit overkill, perhaps. Perhaps a little bit overkill, I might add. I do agree about that. 19,000 attack. I was not expecting that one. Wow. So yeah, this is what happens when you have your two most powerful units, and you can use teleport on them both, and that's how efficient it becomes to use teleport. So I don't think I need to explain anymore why I really like this ability. Teleport on its own, it's already on its own is good, but with this bonus up, it is incredible. And yeah, there are many there's more than just one faction that benefits from this. Like I said, both the dungeon and the Necropolis faction really benefit from this. So yeah, this one has to go very high up in my list as well. Very versatile, very powerful, and in the right context, you just slaughter the enemy troops very easily with this. So yeah, this one has to go very high up as well. I'm gonna put this one probably below Mentor, probably. Yeah, below Mentor and the others, because they are more versatile and more useful in different cases. But still, champion tier in this one, no doubt about that. Next up here we have Prime Knowledge level 3. And I am going to show you what this thing does. Yeah, Prime Knowledge level 3. With this thing, Implosion repeats itself on the same target at start of the next combat rounds, as if cast on rank Expert. And the number of elementals summoned with Summon Elemental increases at start of the next combat round by 4. Well, these two spells are pretty powerful on their own. Let's start with Implosion. I'm going to show you what that thing does, and I think you're pretty familiar with what Implosion does, but I'll explain what it is. Implosion. Normally, you do if you have Master Prime Magic, which you should have by now, since you can learn Implosion even without Master Prime Magic. But if you want to get this bonus ability, then you must have a Master Prime Magic for that. But let's see what this thing does. At Master level, it deals 51% of the target's creature's total health as prime damage, and puts all creatures within 3 tiles around the target toward it instantly. The effect repeats itself at the start of next combat round as if cast on expert rank. Yeah, if you basically use this now, then half of the enemy creatures die, just like that. Yeah, I think I can already show. I think you pretty much understand now how powerful this spell is. In all the other games, like Heroes 3 and Heroes 5, there's a specific number of damage that you deal with Implosion. Here, instead of showing a specific number of how much damage you deal, this thing is percentage based instead, and in this case it's 51%. So half of the enemy's health. So it's a little bit different. It focuses more on percentage base here instead. But yeah, let's put this one into practice so we can see how it works, shall we? As you can see, we have the Rakasha here, which is a pretty powerful creature, of course, and there's 85 of them. But what happens if we use Implosion on them? If we have this, for example, oh, there's a lot of prime spells here, but where is the one we need? Where is it? I didn't see. There it is. I didn't see it. Here, yeah, Implosion. Let's use it and see what happens. Oh, that hurt. 43 kills. Yeah, half of all the creatures gone just like that. And not only that, we also have this one, which makes it deal 37.5% of the creature's total health as prime damage. And this is in the second combat round, if I understand correctly. So yeah, it's not over yet. He will still take a lot of damage in the next combat round even. So let's see what happens. I'll just let him make his move wherever he want to go. And once he's finished, I'll just defend here. And ooh, that hurt. You saw yourself, that's a lot of kills. And from like 85 down to 26, just like that. So yeah, Implosion by itself, it does a lot of harm. It won't harm as much once the numbers have reduced. As you can see, the numbers have reduced a lot, so now it's only 13 kills instead of 43. But still, the effect is the same. As you see, that's a lot of kills that you still get. So yeah. And you still deal a lot of damage, and that's not all, because as you see, and there we go, down to 8 after 2 times. You can already see how powerful Implosion is in this game. It doesn't deal this specific number of damage, it is instead percentage based, as you saw. But still, that alone is a lot of damage, and against single creatures like you saw there, and if there are many numbers of them, this thing can completely destroy them. Almost completely destroy them single-handedly, this spell. And with this bonus ability, then they also take damage in the next turn as well. So not just 1 turn, but 2 turns even. So yeah, Implosion is one of the best spells in the game, I can tell you. The only downside, of course, is that it's only useful against one creature. So if you have to fight against multiple creatures, like 5 or 7 of them, then Implosion will not be as useful against all of them, because it's only useful against one. But we only talked about one spell. There's another spell also we have to check for, which is Summon Elemental. Let's find that out. Here we have the other spell that Prime Knowledge level 3 powers up. Summon Elemental. Summons 8 random elementals on the target 2x2 area instantly. This is what it normally does, and since I have like 20 plus magic with my hero, it summons 8 elementals, and this is also at Master Prime Magic. Important to know. Also, with this bonus ability of Prime Knowledge, then also at the start of the next combat round, +4 to the initial summoned number of elementals are added. So if you start with 8 elementals, as we can see here now, then in the next combat round, the elementals will be added by 4 as well. So at maximum it can be 12 instead in the next combat round. This alone is also pretty useful. Elementals are always useful to have because they are like an extra hand that helps you. And in many cases they help you a lot. Let's show you a little example of that. Let's start a combat here, for example. Let's go in. And we'll just summon our elemental here. Oh, if we have to go a little bit further here. There we go. It's elemental. And let's summon them right here. And there we go. Now these guys can help us. And also to make sure that he won't cause any trouble, I'll just teleport like I talked about before. And there we go. 18,000, 19,000 damage, wow. Yeah, and our elemental is here, ready to help. So we can now attack like one of these guys, there we go. And these two are archers, so they cannot shoot because my elemental is blocking their way. So yeah, that's how our elementals work. And if we also wait until the next combat round, oh that hurt. And yeah, let's wait until the next combat round, which we will see soon. There we go. Did you see? Their numbers increased by 4, thanks to Prime Knowledge level 3. So yeah, that's how it basically works. Also note that should almost all of your troops be gone and be killed, and the only way for you then this is actually probably a little shocker, but you can save your hero by summoning elementals, so that they will fight for your hero instead. So that's something interesting. But unlike Heroes 5, where as soon as your original creatures die, then all your summoned elementals that you have will disappear by themselves, just like that. Here it doesn't work like that. Even if all your creatures die, your elementals will still be there, and the enemy will have to deal with these elementals as well in order to defeat your hero. So this can also be a lifesaver by itself as well. And yeah, I use both these spells pretty often in many cases, so this thing is also very good, I can tell you. So I'm gonna put this one also pretty high up in my tier list as well. So I'm gonna show you where I want to put this one. I am going to put this one probably at a little bit lower A tier. Here I say probably in A tier I think it belongs to, because both Implosion and Summon Elemental are very good, both of them. So yeah, both of them belong there, or the ability belongs there. Yeah. We finally reach the Grandmaster ability of Prime-Magic, which is called Clarity. This thing, how this works is that when your hero casts a Prime spell, any Prime spell at all, then your hero gets to cast another spell immediately afterwards. The only downside is that the second time, if your hero casts a second time any spell, then that spell will be cast with -20 magic. That's the only downside. You remember when I cast my teleport once with my Necropolis, and then out of nowhere I was able to cast another spell, and I used teleport another time here. Well, that's thanks to Clarity. So this is the ability I was talking about earlier, where if you have, and this is not just in Necropolis, but in Dungeon as well. When I cast Teleport, I was able to cast Lightning Reflexes immediately afterwards, because Teleport is after all a Prime spell, and if you cast any Prime spell at all and you have this, you can cast another spell afterwards, or do something else with your hero. Let's demonstrate a little example of this one, so I can show you. Remember that Grandmaster abilities are limited so that your hero only can learn 3 at maximum. In this case, I have Clarity as well as one of them. And yeah, having this one is, yeah, I think I already explained why some other abilities came so high up in my tier list. And this thing is included there as well. And yeah, I'm going to show you just a small example, just to remind you of what this thing can do. Here we go, we have a battle here against a single creature here. I'm going to cast a prime spell here, in this case for example Teleport. And remember, if you could just cast any Prime spell at all, it doesn't have to be Teleport, any Prime spell at all. I'll show you a list of all the Prime spells. If you cast any one of these spells, then your hero can go another turn as well. I'm going to go with Teleport in this case, because I want my skeletons to go here, right behind here. And what do you know? Thanks to Clarity, we can move another time and do it again. This time, as you see, because we have -20 magic, the damage is much less here, and your spells are not as powerful. Yeah, you can see it is pretty low and weak here now, all these spells. So that's the downside, that if you do use this, if you do cast again, then -20 magic is the penalty for that. However, if you use Teleport as your second time, then the -20 magic doesn't matter, because you can still teleport your creature anywhere like this, no problem. Like that. And there we go. And as you can see, your 2 creatures can just attack normally like this. And this is gonna hurt. 50,000 attack, wow. We'll go with the dungeon example again here, as you see. And our hero also have Clarity, so you know. So if we cast any kind of Prime spell here, for example Teleport, again, we can do that if we want to. And immediately afterwards, if you want to, we can use Lightning Reflexes, as we talked about earlier, so that our creature can attack one more time. Or we can do something else. We don't have to use Teleport 2 times, we can just use it once here. If we do this, for example, I'll go and use them here. There we go. And one more strategy I could do is just attack with my hero, with my dungeon, so that we get something like that. I'll explain later what Confusion does, but it is part of this strategy, because then we can just do something like this, and what do you know? Attacking twice, not bad. This is another strategy that you can do with dungeon, just with one teleport and with Clarity, so you can move again. You can attack with your hero like this, and there we go. You see pretty much how useful it is, both of these strategies and combos together. So yeah, there is no question about it when it comes to Clarity. This thing is also In my opinion, one of the best Grandmaster abilities in the game. I don't use it in every faction. There are a few factions where I do not use this, because there are other Grandmaster abilities I prefer them. But in some factions like Necropolis and Dungeon, this thing is a must. 100% a must in my opinion. So I am gonna put this one also very high up in my list. Let's put it up here. No, 8 tier is not enough. I'm gonna put it up here in the champion tier, I say. I'm gonna put it above Fickle Magic even, because this thing is in some cases more useful actually than Fickle Magic, I think. Fickle Magic is one of the best protections in the game, because after all, you have your hero, the enemy heroes have a 50% chance of failing their spells. This thing, however, guarantees that your creatures can attack and you can make the attack first before the enemy can. So this thing is wow, I can tell you just wow by itself. Next up we have a faction skill here, which is called Righteousness. This is the faction skill for Haven. And what this thing is going to do, I'll have to explain about this one. Here we have the faction skill for Haven, Righteousness. Whenever a friendly creature has good morale, all other friendly creatures get +2 morale until they have good morale. This effect can stack up. What this means basically is that every time your creatures have good morale, all other creatures will have 2+ morale as well. And this will continue until they have good morale. Then all this plus morale they had will be removed. So, if you remember when I talked about leadership and some other abilities that increases your morale, well, that fits perfectly well with Righteousness. So if you have a hero that has high leadership skill, then that combines extremely well with Righteousness, because this gives your creatures a good chance to go another turn thanks to good morale. I'll show you a little quick example on what Righteousness looks like. Not only that, this is just novice level. If we increase it so that we have expert and even master level, then in expert level, if any of your creatures have good morale, then the additional morale will be increased by 2 as well here. So you get all the creatures will have 4+ morale instead of just 2. And if we have master Righteousness, then you gain additional 2+ morale for that, so +6 morale altogether. So imagine, if just one of your creatures get good morale, all your other creatures will have +6 morale until they have good morale. And remember, this effect can stack up. So that means your creatures can get absurdly amount of high morale every time this continues. So yeah, this is what Haven is all about, having high good morale. If we go with this for example, we have our troops here. Let's test out and see if we can get some Righteousness here. If one of our creatures can get good morale. There we go! And everyone else gets +6 because of that. So yeah, that's how it works. Every time one of our creatures get good morale, then all our creatures will have plus morale as well. So yeah, that's how it basically works. Let's see if we can get it again here in one of our creatures. There we go! And everyone gets +6 morale because of that. So this means right now 37 morale so far, thanks to this little bonus. So yeah, this is what Righteousness is about. And if you combine this with leadership, you can get into a really high amount of morale with all this together. Another time, 6+ morale for everyone, because one had good morale. That's Righteousness. Now, as I mentioned before, in most cases I prefer luck more than morale, because when you saw the Destiny and with Deadly Strike, you could deal up to like 3 times more damage than usual, and that damage is absurd with that. So although leadership and the good morale is always good, I do prefer Destiny a little bit more. So I'm gonna put this one like together with leadership, I say. So I think it was low B tier, yeah, low B tier, but I'm gonna put it above leadership as well, because there are a few ways where you can use this to your advantage even further than leadership. So low B tier is where I'm gonna put righteousness here, yeah. Next up here we have United We Stand, and with this all neighboring friendly creatures that are right beside each other gain +1 defense. So as long as you have your creatures right next to each other, they gain a little bit extra defense. Now, as I mentioned before, when it comes to defense and other ways of boosting up your creature's defense, there are many ways where you can increase your defense, and defense is always good to increase. Although there are pretty many other ways where you can increase your defense besides this one. It is a way, of course, to use this, but there are many other ways if you want to increase your defense, which is more effective than this. So, and I usually don't use this that often because there are many other ways where you can use defense. So having extra defense as long as your creatures are next to each other, that's always good. That's not a bad thing. But I'm gonna put this one pretty low in my tier since it doesn't really do that much. Well, where should I put it just in case? Bloodrage is more useful, no doubt about that. And outnumbering as well. I'll put it somewhere here in the pretty lower D tier. It is useful, but it's not that impactful. So yeah, I'll leave it like this. Next up here we have Coordinated Effort. And I'm going to show you what this thing does. Here we have it, Coordinated Effort. If an enemy creature stack dies, the next friendly creature will have good morale. Another friendly creature, which may become active earlier because initiative changed, is not affected by this ability. Basically, that as soon as one of the enemy creatures die, then one of your creatures that will begin afterwards, the next one that begins afterwards, will automatically have good morale, no matter how much morale it has. This thing is extremely useful. This thing, I'm gonna show you a few examples on how useful this thing can be and how powerful this can be in many ways. I'll show you a few examples. If we have a battle here, as you can see, for example, I'm going to take down these two guys with my marksman. Let's see if we can do that. Starting with this, and there we go. Coordinated Effort. Do you see that? That means the angels here, if I saw correctly, yes, the creature will have good morale because one of the enemy creatures died. This means our angel will now automatically have good morale afterwards, no matter what. So let's try out and see what happens if our angel makes its move. For example, this you can defend. Let's move you with my angel, and there we go. No matter how much morale you have, you automatically get good morale thanks to Coordinated Effort. And this is with if you have pretty high morale. I think my boys already have pretty high morale. Yeah, as you can see, this is the maximum morale you can have. So at this point, it's almost unnecessary to have Coordinated Effort. However, let's try in a situation where you don't have that much morale, and where Coordinated Effort still is very useful. Here we have another example with a weaker army. I'm going to make sure that one of these stacks get killed. For example, if we do something like this will be a pretty good hit here. It won't be enough to take him down. However, if we do something like this, shoot him here, and Coordinated Effort, would you look at that? This means, and since a little strategy I like to do is that I usually wait with all my troops until my archer is, if my archer gets to go last, if it's possible, then I usually wait with all my troops and my archer as well, so that once my archer gets to get a move, I'll shoot with my archer and take down a stack, and that automatically leads to the next creature, which is my own archer itself, because this is the next creature in that way. They will have good morale in that way. So this is our way of ensuring that of making sure that your creature that you want to have good morale in gets good morale. If we wait with all your creatures until the last one begins, because then you can make your move and. For example, if you can move with your angels here, I'm not far enough, unfortunately. But if I were close enough with my angels, I could just make him get rid of these guys, and my angels could get an extra morale push for that. So this is a great way of knowing of when to use your coordinated effort and when to use and when to wait with it. Because there are many ways where you can use that to your advantage. There are many cases where you can use this thing to your advantage in the best way possible. And an ability that gives your creatures good morale, no matter how much morale you have. It guarantees, this thing guarantees that your creature has good morale. That helps in many ways. And this is very flexible for that reason. I did mention before that I prefer Destiny or Luck more than morale and leadership, because Destiny and Luck can deal a lot more damage usually than what morale deals. But I can say, thanks to this ability, morale is much more reliable and helpful in that way, thanks to this ability alone. So I'm gonna put this one pretty high up in my list here as well. Where am I gonna put this one? BT is too low, way too low. I think I'm gonna put this one high up in A tier. Somewhere here I probably put it, yeah. I probably gonna put it just below Prime Magic. High up in A tier, just below Prime Magic. I don't think I prefer still Destiny a little bit more in some ways, as you see with some abilities here. But still, this thing is very good in that way. Next up here we have Sisters of Mercy. I'm going to show you what this thing does, just in short. Here we have it, Sisters of Mercy. The healing sister heals 2 times each turn. The target for the second heal is newly selected. Now, there is a special combo that I like to use with Haven creatures, where if you have the specific skills needed, which I will talk about later, then normally your healing sister just heals your creatures, which is okay, that's not bad, it's always good to heal. But with the right set of skills for your healing sister, for your healing sisters that support your healing sister, then your healing sisters will also be able to resurrect creatures. And if they can resurrect fallen creatures, then you really want to use this together. I'll show you a little example of this one. If we have with this battle, for example, where I play with my main hero Christoph, he has access to the specific skills, and of course Sisters of Mercy, which is I'm going to show you about here. We have this battle here, and let's move and give it a shot. We will pretty guaranteed lose a few creatures here, because there are many of them, as you can see. So I'll just do what I can to minimize the losses. With Firewall, for example, as you remember before, a very powerful skill indeed. Or in this case, the spell is very powerful, and with the certain skills from Fire Magic, this thing is even more powerful. But we already talked about that. This is about Sisters of Mercy, and I'm going to show you how good this thing can be. Normally, if we have healing sisters as it is right now, now I upgraded my healing sister, so you can see yourself that my healing sisters can heal a lot of health here, 200, like 300 health, and this is at its maximum when you have the certain skills needed to bring her healing power to this level. Otherwise, normally she would heal like 50, 20, 30 health, maybe something like that. Not that much, and she doesn't resurrect as well normally. But thanks to these specific skills I have, she will be able to do that. I'll make a little example here. Oh, look, I lost someone. One death. We can just use our healer sister, and there we go. I resurrected. And thanks to Sisters of Mercy, as you see, I can heal again. So you see why she is that useful with this ability. And there are many types of battles where you are going to need to make sure your troops survive, so that you don't lose too many, or in best case you don't lose anyone at all. And storming castles here like this is a very good example of that. Here you want to have the best possible survivability of your troops as possible, so that you can reuse your troops for later battles, and you can also make sure you can continue your fight against your enemies. So yeah, this is a very good example. I can show you a little bit here. I lost a few troops here, as you can see. Normally with my, like I said before, normally the healing system only heals. But with the right amount of skills that you need later on, which I will talk about, you can also resurrect them. And with Sisters of Mercy, you can heal twice, not just once. That's the first time I heal, and this is the second time I heal. And there we go, my losses are gone. So you can now see how useful Sisters of Mercy is, thanks to this particular ability. So yeah, it may not be that powerful on its own, because after all, without these specific skills I was talking about, she can only heal, and she only heals very low amount of health. So it doesn't do much on its own. But if you have this specific combination for your Haven army, then this thing is one of the best abilities in the game. I can tell you already that, with this combination. So for that, I'm going to include this combination in my ranking, because in most cases when I play the Haven faction, I use this combination, and for me it's a must in order to make sure that my troops have the best chance to survive. So I am actually gonna put this one at the top of my champion tier. So yeah, I thank this combination because of this possibility, because thanks to this possibility, in most of my battles I haven't lost a single creature at all, thanks to this combo. So yeah, I can pretty much say that I prefer this combo over Stormlord, because as powerful Stormlord is, and it can help you deal a lot of damage on all enemy creatures around them, but it cannot help you with survivability. This Sisters of Mercy and the other abilities, they help in many ways even. So this for me is a must if possible. So yeah, right at the top of the champion tier, this one. I can also add that although righteousness on its own is not the best skill in the game, it is of course good if you invest in it and focus on it, because having good morale and increasing your morale every time, that's good, and it can help also in some ways. However, in many of my games and playthroughs, I usually don't invest that much in this, and I invest in other skills a bit more. However, there are two abilities that I do focus on mostly, and those two are Coordinated Effort and Sisters of Mercy. If I do invest something in righteousness, these two abilities are the ones I focus on mostly. So yeah, although righteousness is not my favorite skill, it does have two extremely useful abilities, and in my opinion these two are a must in many ways. Next up here we have Rightful Justice. How this thing works is that whenever your creatures retaliate on the enemy creatures, if your creatures got attacked and they retaliate in return, then the retaliation is done with 6+ attack. So remember, when they strike back at the enemy after being attacked, they deal 6+ attack in damage. This is pretty useful if you want your enemy creatures to strike even better than before. Then this ability is pretty good in that way. And I may not use that much, but it is useful in that way, because yeah, having extra attack when you strike back, not a bad idea. This is especially useful if you combine this with Preemptive Strike, which I place high up here, where you defend, and if your creatures defend, then your creatures will retaliate before they get hit. And if they retaliate first before they are attacked, then yeah, +6 damage here is very good in that way. Although that's pretty much probably the only useful combo I can think of with this. It is a useful combo, but I do personally focus on many other abilities more than this. So at bottom of C tier is probably where I will put it. Yeah, bottom of C tier perhaps. It's useful, but not my favorite cup of tea maybe. Next up here we have Blessed Words. How this works is that whenever your friendly creatures is the target of a positive spell, pretty much or anything that is positive in them, they gain 10 plus morale. And this effect can stack up. And this thing lasts until they have good morale. So, if you cast pretty much any spell on them that is positive, like heal, what were these other spells? Yeah, resurrection, heal, celestial armor, any other spells. And I don't think it has to be light magic. It can be other spells as well, I think, if I remember correctly. I'll test that out and see. But basically, every time they get a spell, they get 10 plus morale. And they gain these extra morals until they have good morale. Let's test this thing out and see what happens. If we are here, for example, and we are going to fight this army here, and remember, my hero has what was it called now again? Yeah, Blessed Words. Yes. Whenever a friendly creature is the target of a positive spell, it gets 10 plus morale until it has good morale. So let's test this thing out. I'll use a spell that is good for my own creatures. For example, this perhaps is a good example. Celestial Armor. Let's test this thing out. And yeah, the one you chose here he gets this bonus ability, and the others didn't. Only the one you chose in the middle gets it. Blessed Words, 10 plus morale until the creature has good morale. So yeah, whoever you chooses will get this bonus. So yeah, that's how it works when you gain this bonus then. However, there is something that you probably didn't know that also works with this, and I'm going to show you once my enemy creature makes his move. There we go. If you have a warfare unit, for example, your healing sister, for example, like here, for example, what happens if we do something like this? Would you look at that? Blessed Words, did you see? So you don't have to cast a spell on your creatures in order to gain this ability. Your own warfare, your own healing sister, which is a warfare unit, gives this bonus as well if you have Blessed Words. So as you can see, Blessed Words. So yeah, that works too. And as you can see, 2 Blessed Words, because this thing can stack up. You can have multiple of these. And this works until you have good morale. So you don't have to cast spells with your hero in order to get Blessed Words. You just gain it automatically. So yeah, this makes this ability very flexible, and it saves your hero from casting spells, and basically ensures your creatures gain free morale just like that out of nowhere. So this thing is very good in my opinion. If I were to focus on righteousness in a little bit more, I even if I may not do it that often, but if I were to do it, this thing is something I want to have. So I'm gonna put this one pretty high up as well, probably low A tier I say, because the other abilities are more useful in my opinion. But still, I'm gonna put this one high up here, a low A tier, like here perhaps. Yeah, here is pretty good. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna even put it just below the perfect defense and perfect offense as well. Yeah, this is where I will have it. So yeah, yes, there are some abilities in righteousness that are pretty good. Blessed Words is one of them. Next up here we have Brothers in Arms, and it basically has the same effect that Blessed Words have in some ways, where if you meet the specific conditions for this, then all creatures, or not all of them. Here I'm going to show in details. When one of your creatures have good morale, then all neighboring creatures, all your friendly creatures that are next to this creature will also gain plus 10 morale in return for that. So once I'll show you a little example of this one. I'll show you a little example. So, if we have this spell here, as you can see, and we have this specific ability called Brothers in Arms, so as soon as one has good morale, then all friendly creatures next to it get 10 plus morale until they have good morale. This effect can stack up. It's basically the same idea as Blessed Words. The only difference is that one of your creatures must have good morale. And then, if they have good morale, then those who are next to it will also gain 10 plus morale. I'll do something like this to give it a better chance of increasing their morale. For example, 101 plus morale, just to show a little example. There we go. Now they have 101 plus morale, which is a little bit overkill. But still, just to demonstrate. If I move with my wolf here, no, nothing happened. If I move with you here, okay, that didn't work. What if I go with you here, for example? There we go. Brothers in Arms. These two got Brothers in Arms, as you see. Which means 10 plus morale until the creature has good morale. That's what happens when you have a good morale. Let's go and try and do the same here. No, it didn't work. But yeah, you saw the idea. You saw the idea at least. So yeah, that's what happens when you have good morale and in return your creatures around it get good morale too, thanks to that. Now we got coordinated effort from you here, which means if I just attack like this, that hurt, and Brothers in Arms for you 3 here. So that means they gain plus 10 morale for that. So yeah, you get the picture. I don't think it's as useful as the other abilities like Blessed Words or as Blessed Words or the other top abilities tiers are, like Coordinated Effort or even Healing Sisters of Mercy. But even if it's not as useful as these things are, this thing can be pretty good. And giving your creatures extra morale thanks to their move is not a bad idea. So I am gonna put this one probably at the bottom, almost at the bottom of B tier, I say. Just below Leadership and Righteousness on its own. Because usually I perhaps don't exactly focus on this that often. But if I want to focus on Righteousness, then this is pretty good to have. We finally have the Grandmaster ability, the ultimate ability of Righteousness, called Victorious Streak. And with this thing, when your creatures have good morale and they get an extra turn, then their damage will be 75% and their movement will be 75% of the original instead of 50% in each. So, normally when your creatures have good morale, they get half movement and their damage is halved, normally. But with this, both the movement and the damage will be 75% instead of the original. So, yeah, this thing makes sure that when your creatures have good morale, then their movement and damage is almost the same as before. And this can be very useful because with this, your creatures basically has the same, not the same, but almost the same as their first turn, as their first when they first, or not just the first, but when they begin. I'll show you a little. I'm going to demonstrate a little difference between having this and not having this, so you can see the difference. Here, we will start with our Victorious Streak and see how effective our morale is when we get good morale, basically. I'll just try to move with my angels here and see if they can get no good morale. Okay. Then let's just see and try and hit. 2 kills. No. Okay. So far, no morale, unfortunately. This may be this might give us some morale. Let's see if this gives us some morale. 183 damage. Unfortunately, no. Alright. Maybe if we do something like this. If we can move all the way here. And there we go. There we go. Yeah, this is the movement we have right now, as you see, and the damage is halved, as you can see here. So it's not recommended to attack right now, if you have like this. No, perhaps not recommended really. So I'll move here, for example, and when you get to move again, there we go. the damage is normal again, and as you see, the damage was halved before. Now it's normal, and this is without Victoria Streak. Remember that. Now let's try out the same battle again. This time we have all the righteousness abilities, so that our morale will increase as much as possible. Let's find out what the difference will be now. And also just to mention, we also have Victoria Streak now. So let's see what happens when we have this bonus. If we try out something like this and hit them both, why not? That hurt. And blessed words, very good. Let's see here. No, you might not be able to move. Here, this is a good idea. I'll just take you down here like this, and I'll move my angels here because now he can move again here. There we go. The movement has increased, as you noticed. Maybe not. It's not 100%. It's 75% instead, but still, it is not that much of a difference. And we can do that. Everyone gets good morale. Why not? The movement here is 5. Let's see if we can go and somewhere. Yeah. Normally it would be 2, but now it's 3 instead. So a little extra movement. Why not? And the same thing here. If we attack with you right now, and with Feral Charge, that means extra attack. But that we can skip that. 240 to 360 damage. Okay. Remember that. Because 150 to 225, yeah, it's a little bit less damage than usual, but still, it's not far away. So yeah, that's how Victoria Streak works. So yeah, this is a pretty good ability, and it combos very well with the skill that it was intended for, because the whole point with this skill, with righteousness, is to increase the morale and make sure your creatures will have good morale in that way. And this thing contributes pretty well for that, because after all, having extra movement and dealing extra damage in your good morale, not a bad idea. So I may not use this that often, since I do prefer some other skills and abilities a little bit more, especially when it comes to Grandmaster abilities, which is very limited for your heroes. But this is actually something I would choose sometimes every now and then. Because after all, it is a pretty good skill, pretty good ability. So I'm gonna put this one pretty good up in my tier here. Probably at high B tier, I say. Pretty high B tier, I think is a good place to put it. Yeah, somewhere here, yeah. It's pretty good, it is good. Next up here we have Rune Magic. This is the faction skill of the dwarves of Fortress, the Fortress faction. What this thing basically does, I have to read this one because I'm not that good with Rune Magic, and although there are many abilities here of Rune Magic, they are different in many ways, and their symbols are different. But for me, all of them almost looks like the same. I know they look different. I already know they look different. But it is difficult for me to see which is which, because they all almost look the same, almost. But we'll start one at a time, and I'll try to make sure I'll explain the right one. Here we have Rune Magic, and this is the faction skill for the Fortress. If we look at Novice to begin with, the hero gets the Rune of Fortune. I will explain, of course, what it does. And at Expert Rune Magic, we have the Rune of Destruction. And at Master level, we have the Rune of Resilience as well. Let's have a look at what these 3 runes does for the hero and what for the combat. We'll find out now. Here, if we start with the Rune of Fortune, what this thing does is that if you place it on the field, then friendly creatures within the aura gets 22.5 plus luck, and enemy creatures within the aura gets minus 22 plus 5 luck. So yeah, basically this thing gives you more luck in that way. We also have, this is something we'll call, this is also something that happens. If you activate this thing, then this thing applies a shield to all friendly creatures within the aura that absorb up to 149 damage if you have a high level of Rune Magic. can only be activated once per combat. And yeah, I'll talk about this one later as well, of course. But yeah, that's what Rune of Fortune does. It basically gives you more luck, and also it shields your enemy. What am I talking about? No, it shields your friendly creatures with this this shield damage. So yeah, that's the Rune of Fortune. The Rune of Destruction. This thing here, friendly creatures within the aura get 6+ attack, and if you activate this thing, it deals 603 prime damage to all enemy creatures in the aura of the rune, and it can only be activated once per combat. So yeah, if you have this thing in one of the areas where your enemy creature is, you can activate this thing, and boom, it will deal more damage to your enemy creatures. Very powerful in that way. We finally also have the Rune of Resilience. This thing here, friendly creatures within the aura gets +9 defense. This is pretty good in that way. And also, if you activate this, then it pushes all the creatures in the aura 1 tile away from the center of the rune in a radial direction. So it basically makes any creature in this rune move some in other places, basically. Let's put all these runes to test and see what happens. Well, I'll put the Rune of Resilience here, for example. I'll wait with the Rune of Destruction, and I'll use the Rune of Fortune here, for example. There we go, for Rune of Fortune. And I'll let my enemies make their move. See if we can do something here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We also have an extra rune here, as you can see, although it's not part of rune magic. It's from one of your own creatures, which I'll show you here. It's from these guys. They have this ability of Rune of Balance. It's not part of rune magic, but instead it's from one of your creatures instead. In this case, the Rune Patriarch. So I'm not going to talk about this one because it's not part of rune magic. But basically, I'll just tell in short. All damage to a friendly creature in the aura will be distributed equally between all friendly creatures within the aura. So basically, if you have this, if I put it like this, then should any one of them take damage, then all of them will take the same amount of damage that one normally would have taken, so that the damage will be less, because this damage is dealt equally. It's split, so it's dealt equally to all in that way. But I'm not going to focus on the Rune of Balance, because that's not part of rune magic otherwise. Instead, I'll go and focus on Rune of Destruction, which I will put here. And now that I have here this, I can use this, for example, Rune of Resilience. I'll just use it to see what happens. Yeah, because they are two next to each other, they cannot move anywhere, so that doesn't happen. We have this now, we can activate this, so let's do it. Oops, all of them got taken down, as you see. And we can also activate this, Rune of Fortune. If we can activate this, then it gives their shield. There we go. This means we now have a little shield here to protect our troops. So yeah, that's what rune magic is about. It gives these extra runes, and all these runes give special bonuses and abilities in that way. Now, as a fortress faction player, I usually don't invest that much in this, although there are some exceptions, and there are some abilities where I do focus on when I play with this. So rune magic is not half bad. It can be pretty good in some situations, especially if you have these the Rune of Fortune and the Rune of Destruction at your hand that you can use to help. These two are pretty good in that way. So I'm not going to put this that high perhaps, but I'm going to put it somewhere low B tier, I say. Middle B tier, just below defense, I say. It is good in some situations. Not the best, but it can be good in some ways. Now I'm going to try and explain correctly each rune, each ability here, which you can gain from having rune magic. The first one, if I see correctly, this must be the Rune of Healing. And I'm going to show you what this thing does. Yes, this is Rune of Healing indeed. Yeah, what it does is that the support warfare unit, Runestone, also heals all friendly creatures inside the aura of any own rune. These heal effects can stack up. So basically, if you have your runes and you basically just place them to your creatures, so that all your creatures have each at least one rune of its own, then this thing can heal all your creatures, basically, in theory, in that way. We can put this one to test and see if that works. Let's put this one into test. If we check out the support warfare unit, which is the Runestone, this thing basically heals the one you choose, and it also has this thing here called Rune Heal. It heals all friendly creatures on the first 3 columns for 11 health. And if you have the skill or ability Perfect Warfare, then the Runestone heals friendly creatures multiple times for each friendly rune affecting them. So yeah, this thing can be pretty good in healing if you think like that. It doesn't resurrect, unfortunately, but it does heal, and healing is not a bad idea. Now, if you have this ability, the Rune of Healing, then all creatures, if I understood correctly, then it should heal all creatures that are inside any rune, basically. So let's put that into test. There we go. I'm right now just to test this thing out. I'm just gonna place all runes right next to my friendly creatures here, so that all of them will be affected, like this. Now all my creatures are inside these runes. Let's see what happens if this works, and we'll put it into test once our Runestone makes its move. So yeah, now you can attack. Yeah, that hurt, not bad. Let's see what happens if we have... Oh, that hurt, okay. Let's see, will this work? And... oh, it didn't work, unfortunately, for some reason. It was supposed to heal all of them, because... yeah, that's some weird. So, in theory, all my creatures should be healed, because they are inside any rune, after all. Which was here. The support warfare unit also heals all friendly creatures inside the area of any own room. Yeah, that's weird. It's supposed to heal all my creatures then, since all of them are inside any rune after all. So for some reason this doesn't work, and that's too bad. But regardless, even if it does work, I can tell you that it's not something I usually use, since it doesn't resurrect, unfortunately. It only heals. So even with the specific skills needed to have your rune healing at maximum efficiency, it still doesn't resurrect, unfortunately, and that's why I don't usually focus so much on the Runestone ability. It is a little bit unfortunate, but it is unfortunately not my favorite ability precisely, even if it does sound pretty good in theory. So I'm gonna put this one pretty low in my list, not here, not at the bottom, because healing is always something useful that you can do. But I'm gonna put it probably somewhere low detail at the very least. It's not something I usually focus on if I do focus on rune magic. So yeah, it is low detail. Next up here we have the Rune of Initiative. I see the little difference here, so I'm sure I saw this is the initiative, so yeah, this is correct. Rune of Initiative. And with this thing, it increases the initiative of all your friendly runes by +10. So it basically makes sure that your runes will have a better chance to move before any other creatures. And this is not half bad. You want to use your runes as quickly as possible if you can, in some ways or so. So yeah, having extra initiative in runes, well, why not? It's pretty useful. It's not that impactful maybe, but it is pretty useful, I say. So I'm gonna put this one pretty high up in C tier. So yeah, that's where I think it should be. Next up here we have the Rune of Berserkering. I think it was called like that. I'll check just in case if it's called like that. Yeah, exactly. Rune of Berserking. That's the one, yeah. The hero's base damage is increased by 25 for every friendly rune aura affecting target creature. This can actually sound pretty powerful on paper. I'm gonna put this one into test so you can see for yourself. If we go up against these Blade Masters, unfortunately they're called Blade Masters, I prefer War Dancers in Heroes 5. Same guy but different name. But anyway, if we go against these guys, for example, I'll let them make their move. And right now I can normally attack with my hero here, and it deals 7 damage here with might 346 damage. That's pretty good by itself already. What happens if we place every rune beside this creature and see if we can deal maybe extra damage, and not just the damage that I was given before? Remember, seven kills. That's what I could get. Let's see what happens if we have every rune right next to him. How much damage can we now deal? A little bit extra at least. Not the max. This might be the maximum damage my hero can deal. So perhaps it's because my hero is limited by the attack and the might here, yeah. So yeah, it's not that much of a difference because my hero doesn't have that high of attack. But still, the attack has been improved, as you can see. It was 7 before, now it's 10 instead. So yeah, this is what Rune of Berserking helps with. If I do this, there we go, 10 damage instead. I'm going to show you the same battle again, just a little bit quick. This time, instead of 10 attack, which my hero had before, my hero instead have 30 attack. Let's see if there's a difference here compared to the other. Oh, of course you have to move somewhere, okay. I'll just have to give it a shot and see. And this also, if we just attack like this, yeah, 12 attack instead of 7, because 30 attack is a little bit higher than before. Let's see what happens. Oh, that was actually pretty good. Good guess. Alright, let's put every rune here as we could before. There we go. Remember, 12 attack. How much can we deal now? 16. Not bad, not bad. It's simply because our the damage here is like this. But still, you basically increase your kill count by 3 extra for this, or deal more damage in that way, thanks to all these runes. And this is thanks to Rune of Berserking, basically. Now, this sounds pretty powerful on paper. After all, if your hero has even more damage, minimum damage or maximum damage, and high attack, this thing can deal a lot more damage then. However, there are many other ways where you can make sure your enemy creatures lose a lot more health from your own creatures and not just your hero. And many other ways which is more efficient of dealing with the enemy creatures. If you remember correctly, for example, with the Fire Knowledge level 2 and also Air Knowledge level 1, these two are excellent ways of dealing with your opponent in many ways. So I would personally prefer these more than this. So although it is pretty good on paper and it can be powerful, it is not as useful as the others, I say. So I'm gonna put this one, it will be pretty high up in DT, I say, perhaps below this here, yeah. Maybe above Giant Slayer, maybe, and below the others. A little bit higher DT, I say. It can be good and it's pretty good on paper, but it's not as impactful as many of the others. Next up here we have the Rune of Channeling. And what this thing does is, I'll have to show you this one, just to make sure it is Rune of Channeling. Yes, it's Rune of Channeling indeed. At the end of every combat round, the hero regains 1 mana for every creature standing in the aura of at least one of your runes. So basically, as long as you have creatures in one of your runes or more of your runes, you gain mana from that. This is actually very useful, actually, not just pretty useful. If you remember some of my other skills or abilities, which I ranked pretty high up, with a renewal and also soul drain from Prime Magic and Dark Magic, they give you extra mana as well. And this thing is almost no different. If you want to make sure you have extra mana and regain extra mana, this is a very good way of getting your mana back. Let's test this thing out and make sure that it does work as it's supposed to. We have the Rune of Channeling. This means let's put every rune in our creature like this, so that all of them will be affected in one way or another. Like this. That should be good. And we have you as well. We'll put you like here, for example. There we go. All our runes are in place. Now let's see what happens when we try to regain mana from this. At the end of the combat, of course. How much mana do we have for starters? We have 43 out of 143 mana. Okay. Oh, we gained a little bit mana there, as you see. How much mana did we get? 50 mana. So yeah, 7, because we have 7 creatures, that means 7 plus mana. So yeah, it works as it should. You gain 7 plus mana after each combat round. Not as much as you would get from the other abilities, but you still gain mana from this. So this thing is not half bad. It may not be as effective as some of the other abilities like Soul Harvest, but this can help in gaining your mana back in some ways. So this is not something to underestimate, I would say. I'm gonna put this one a little bit higher than some of the other rune abilities. At the very least in B tier, no doubt about that. At the very least. Probably actually high in B tier as well. Yeah, I'll put it somewhere high in B tier, like here maybe. Is it better than Victorious Streak? Not as good as Victorious Streak, maybe, yeah. I'll put it here. High B tier. That's where I'm gonna put it. I still think the other abilities like Renewal and Soul Harvest are better, because they gain more mana. This thing gives more mana at the end of the combat round. And also this thing gives mana after every hero attack, if you can kill at least one creature. So these, in my opinion, these are better. But this thing is not far away. It's pretty good too. Next up here we have the Rune of Sundering. And what this thing does is, I'll have to show you this one, what this thing does. Here we have it. The active abilities of the Rune of Destruction deals 50% more damage. And the shield from the Rune of Fortune absorbs 15 more damage. So this is not half bad actually, making sure your Rune of Destruction deals more damage, and also you gain a little bit extra protection with your Rune of Fortune shield. So yeah, combine these both together and this thing is not half bad. The Rune of Destruction is much more useful, because after all, 50% more damage, that is a lot more, that can be a lot more damage. If I deal 600 damage with my Rune of Destruction right now, 50% less damage of that is like maybe 400 damage, I think. Yeah, 400 damage instead of 600 damage. So yeah, 50% more damage means 200 extra damage in that way. So this thing is powerful in that way. It can help in many ways. The extra 15 absorbing damage from the Rune of Fortune is not that impactful. 15 damage is very little after all. It's like the Arcane Shield from the Metamagic ability. It's so underpowered that it's useless. It's not useless, but it's not worth it in my opinion. And this is almost the same. So I may not use it for Rune of Fortune, but if I do have this one, I would definitely use it for Rune of Destruction to make that thing more effective. I can thank the Rune of Destruction for being that useful, and this thing helps this rune in that way pretty effectively as well. So I'm gonna put this one also not half bad in my list. Low, it will be lower than the other one, here, Rune of Sundering, if I remember. I think it was called like that. But still, it's lower. It will be lower here, probably low B tier actually. It's still in B tier because it's good. So yeah, I'm gonna put it somewhere here, low B tier, yeah. Next up here we have the Rune of Radiance. And what this thing does is, here it is. All runes from the Rune of Magic skill get a second active ability that triples the effect of its aura ability until the end of the next combat round. It can only be activated once per combat. So if I understood correctly with this one, this thing basically makes sure that your first ability of each rune, like the Rune of Resilience, Rune of Destruction and such, their aura should be tripled. The aura should be tripled, if I understood correctly. I'll put this thing to test and see if that is true. Let's put it into test, shall we? Here, we gotta start putting our runes here around, just to begin with. We'll put you here. Just out of curiosity, I'll put the Rune of Destruction here, just outside the enemy here, and I'll put the Rune of Fortune somewhere like here, so you will be affected, but not these guys. I'll also put the Rune of Balance like here, so we'll see if we can keep it like this for now. And yeah, we can skip this thing. Yeah, let's test out and see what happens if we triple the aura of all of them. Let's test it out. This is the one, Rune of Radiance. Triples the aura effect of the rune until the end next of the combat round. Let's give this a try. We'll triple it. And we'll triple your aura effect as well. And the same with you, Radiance. There we go. That technically should make sure that you should have these as well. It doesn't look like it. Maybe it only works within the own aura here, as you see. So possibly it is like that, possibly. Let's see if there is a difference. It doesn't look like there's a difference. Perhaps it only works in here for some reason. And it wasn't until the next combat round. So this means even if I do activate here, it is outside the enemy after all. Yeah. So it doesn't really work in that way as intended. And if you activate the Fortune Shield, then only these two will be affected here, as you see. So basically, the Resilience, only this special ability is active within these areas, you see, and only they affect the creatures here with this Radiance. So it's not like these active abilities will be affected. They have nothing to do with this. It's only the passive abilities that get affected instead, like this one. This is the one that gets affected instead. Let's put that into test actually and see if there is a difference between having this or not. Let's put that into test instead. Alright, let's try again. This time I'm gonna put all my runes around my own creatures, so that they will have some form of bonus. As you can see here, there we go. All damage they should be equally. Yeah, that doesn't count perhaps. Now let's see what happens here. If we triple the effect, let's see. There we go. We'll start with this thing, Resilience. It increases +9 defense. +9 defense, yes. And this one, wait, what am I doing? The Resilience here, +9 defense, yes. Let's triple this aura effect. There we go. And that should be this right here. Okay, you're in the way. Let's do this just to read it here. 27 defense. Yes, that's what the difference is. If you activate this special ability here, the Rune of Radiance, which I will then then this thing will be tripled. You have +6 attack, as you can see. If you activate this here, Rune of Radiance, then if we go back to the Rune of Destruction here, the aura effect here is tripled. That's what the difference is. Now we have +18 attack instead of +6 attack. So that's important to know what the difference is. And the same thing with this here. If we have 22 luck, as you can see, we can triple it like that. And the Rune of Fortune Shield, we got them all, perfect. What happens now if we check here? All of them got it, okay. Alright, but you saw the picture. All the effect from these runes are tripled. So you get extra defense and extra attack as well from them. Now, having your runes give extra attack and extra defense to your creatures, that's always a good idea. You won't have to, if you remember when I told about offense and defense, they give you extra attack and extra defense, and you want that for your creatures. That way your creatures will deal more damage and they will have a better chance to survive as well. So that's a good idea if you want to have this aura effect and increase their power, their efficiency in that way. The downside though is that it is only effective in a 3x3 area, which is pretty low for the aura effect. It would be better if they affected in a 4x4 area, like many of the spells are. So as powerful as it is, it's not so versatile, unfortunately. So I'm gonna put this one a little bit lower in my list, although I am gonna put it at the very least at the maximum in C tier, I say, because it is pretty powerful and can be good in some ways. It's probably low C tier, I say. Somewhere here, yeah, lower C tier, I say, yeah. We finally have the Grandmaster ability of Rune Magic, which is called Rune of Scattering. This thing is actually pretty good. I'm going to explain what this thing does and how it works. There we go, Rune of Scattering. Whenever an enemy creature in an aura of a friendly rune is attacked in melee, additional 50% of the dealt damage is dealt again equally distributed to all other enemy creatures in an aura of any friendly rune. Now, this is actually very powerful, and this can help in many ways. I'll just show you a few examples of this one. If we have this example here, where we have this spell against these golems, I'll just let these golems go first. Like this, for example. Yeah, that would be good as an example. Then I am going to place all these runes in different areas. Like here, for example. I'll wait with you. I'll place another rune here, for example. Another one here. And the final one could be like here, I say. There we go. We have our runes in different places. Now, let's attack with our creature here and see what happens to the other creatures, since they are in another runes. Did you see? They took damage because of our attack here. And remember that this only works in melee. If we attack a range, for example here, the other one will not be affected, as you see. So this only works in melee, not in range. But still, this ability is very powerful and can be very dangerous in many ways. If we take this example here, where we fight against multiple opponents, as you can see, let's test this thing out, where we have the Rune of Scattering, if I remember it was called like that. Yeah, exactly, Rune of Scattering. Let's put this thing into test and see what happens when we use it to our to the best of its ability. Let's test that out and see. We'll just let our creatures take some damage, unfortunately, but that's okay. And yeah, it still take a little time, I know, but that's okay. There we go. Now let's put these runes in different places so that we can use them to their best of ability, like this. Our archers will not make a difference because it only works in melee after all. So we will skip this one. But when we attack with one of our creatures, let's see what happens if we attack with one of them. Can we do it? It doesn't look like we can right now. Let's just go with the dragons here. This could hurt, I know. Ouch. That's okay. We lost one dragon, but that's okay. Now let's see what happens when we have one of our creatures here and we'll attack here, for example. Everyone else took some damage. Why not? If we put you here, if we put this thing here, so that now we can if we attack these guys as well, they will take some damage. Let's put that into practice and try it out, shall we? We'll do it something like this, and we will hurt our own creatures, unfortunately. Yeah, but that's okay. Everyone else took damage, as you saw. And you can hit here as well, and everyone else takes some damage, as you see. So, yeah. It may not look like that much impact or that much damage, but still. Sure, I might have played it a little bit poorly and lost some creatures, and I didn't have to lose them, of course. But the point was to show what the Rune of Scattering could do, and in my opinion, this can be very powerful. Even though it didn't deal that much damage on these creatures, you can deal a lot more damage than this, normally. So, this thing, in my opinion, has to go pretty high up in my tier. because this can be very powerful, especially in the right context. Then they can be very powerful. Wait, no, I didn't want this here. You're not gonna be here. I think you were here somewhere. This is the one I'm going to change up here somewhere. Where am I gonna put you? Somewhere in A tier, I say. High up in A tier. Here, yeah. High A tier. That's where I'm going to put this one, because this can be, like I said, very powerful. Alright, now we have another faction skill, and if I see correctly, yeah, this is the last faction skill. We go through all faction skills now, and this is the last one. This is for the dungeon faction, and this skill is called Shroud of Malassa. This thing allows your creatures to walk through any other creatures and obstacles without, I think, obstacles as well, but it basically makes your creatures shrouded. And this means as long as they are shrouded, they can walk through any other obstacles and any other creatures. So it makes it easier for your creatures to attack from behind and flank them as well. It makes it easier to do that. I can already tell you, I'll just show a few examples of this, just to demonstrate a little bit quickly. I forgot to tell a little extra detail that you can walk through any creature at all as long as your creatures are shrouded, yes. But you cannot walk through any obstacles. That was my mistake of mentioning that. But yeah, as long as they are shrouded, then they can walk through any other creature. And also, shrouded ends after the creature attacked. So this is good to know. As long as your creatures do not attack, they can walk through any creatures, no problem. That's good to know. But not only that, this is just the novice level. If you have, for example, expert level, then they also, as long as they are shrouded, they also have +1 movement. At master level, they also gain 4+ attack and 10+ luck when attacking. So the higher level your Shrouded of Malassa is, the more bonus you get when your creatures are shrouded. So that's good to know. Extra movement and extra attack and luck when attacking. This is also something that can be helpful in some ways, just this by itself, of course. However, the skill on its own may not be that optimal, I could say. It is pretty good. It gives 1+ movement after all is pretty good if you have it. And extra luck and a little extra attack, why not? It helps a little bit. However, there are some abilities that you can only have if you have this skill. You only have access to some specific abilities if you have this skill. And these abilities are among the best abilities in the game. So, in order to get them, you must have this skill at master level. And I'm going to talk about them later on, of course. But because these abilities require this at master level, this one has to go very high up in my list. I am not I did mention that it's either this one or Necromancy that are the best faction skills in the game. One of these two, I'm not really sure. If I had to choose between one of these, I'm actually tied there in some way, because both of them are extremely powerful and very good in their own ways. So I am not sure exactly if I'm going to prefer Shroud of Malassa or Necromancy more. They both are extremely valuable because of because of their skills, but especially because of their abilities. Necromancy on its own is very powerful. You just need the skill itself, and you have a lot of skeleton hoplites. That alone is wow. Shroud of Malassa, the skill itself may not be the best, but its abilities makes this skill very needed. So, for that reason, I'm not sure if I'm going to focus on... I'll do this. If I have to judge based on the skill itself, which is better than... which skill itself is better, then Necromancy would be better. So I'm going to put this one below the other two. I think I prefer Necromancy, yeah. Just a little bit more, because you can survive without most abilities in Necromancy and still be very dangerous with this. But Shroud of Malassa in of itself is not the best skill. Not the best faction skill in of itself. you need the special abilities in the Shroud of Malassa in order to make it the one of, if not the best faction skill in the game. So, but regardless, both these skills champion tier, no doubt about that. And I'm going to show you a few reasons why with these abilities in Shroud of Malassa. We start with one of the abilities that is one of the main reasons, actually, why Shroud of Malassa is that high up in my list. And this is the ability called Confusion. Well, this thing, when your hero attacks one of the enemy creatures, they will get the Confusion, the Confusion curse, you could say, where that creature cannot retaliate against your first creature attacking it. So, if you have one of your enemy creatures ready to attack, you can use your hero to attack that enemy creature so they cannot retaliate. And then your creature that you want to attack with can attack freely, no problem, and not get retaliated in return. This is one of the main reasons why Shroud of Malassa is that high up in my tier list. And if you remember before from both Lightning Reflexes and Stormlord, there's a special combo that I usually do with this, and Confusion is part of that combo, where you can deal so much damage thanks to this combo. You don't need Lightning Reflexes. You can use this Confusion to basically get the same effect. I'll show you a little example here. If you have this army again, when we have the dungeon faction, of course, remember the combo I told about before, where for starters, we use the spell, where was it again? Teleport. We use Teleport to get one of our creatures anywhere we want, like here, for example. Yeah, here's a good example. There we go. And then we can just attack with our hero. We'll go with here, for example. Here is a good example. There we go. Confusion. Did you see? Confusion. This means now, as you can see, the creature cannot retaliate. Lasts until the end of the currently active creature's turn. So yeah, you can basically attack with our boy here, and he will not get retaliated. There we go. There we go. You saw yourself. And of course they got killed here, but even if they did survive, they would not be able to retaliate. So this is a good example of a combo where this is so powerful. And even without this special combo, this alone helps in many ways, and it basically protects your creatures from retaliation against any of the creatures that you do not want to retaliate. So this can both be, this thing is a must. Oh, even if it's not a must, it is an excellent candidate in your combo, and also a lifesaver in many other situations. So this thing has to go very high up in my list as well. This is one of the few reasons, or many reasons even, why Shroud of Malassa is that good. So yeah, champion tier as well with this one. I'm gonna put this one, together with Clarity, because they are a part of this combo that I mentioned before. If you cast a prime spell, you get another turn with the prime spell, and you also increase the initiative of your creature that you choose teleport with by 50. All these are part of a combo that is very powerful. I'm actually gonna put this even higher a little bit, so that it becomes together with all the others here. Because after all these are together in a combo, and this combo is really powerful. Next up here we have Metamagic Scent, I think it was called. I have to read it just in case, but I'll show you what it does. Yeah, Metamagic Scent, yes. Friendly creatures with Shrouded deal 1 dark damage for every single creature in the stack when passing through an enemy creature. That's a pretty good combo with the very skill itself, where your creatures can walk through any other creatures. So if you do have a lot of troops in one of your creatures, then you could just walk through them and they will take damage for that. Let's try that out, shall we? If we have these guys, for example, I'll have my 4 melee troops that I will try to walk with, just to test this ability. Let's see what happens if you have that. Unless they, of course, are cowards and just walk like this. But that's okay. We'll do this and just walk with our boys here, for example. You can defend. You defend as well, defend. You can walk here. Excellent. And yeah, maybe you can walk here as well, maybe. There we go. Alright, let's put this into test. We'll start with walking with you, like here, for example. Walk through here. Did you see? You took a little damage. Can you walk here and... Yes, you can. And as you see, they took damage thanks to that special ability. Finally, let's see if we can walk with you like this. Yes, you can. And 69, that's the number you have. So yeah, that's what Magnificent does. They take damage equal to the amount of troops you have here, as you saw. It's not as useful if you have your higher tier units, since you don't have many troops in them. It's more useful in your lower tier units, like your Shades and Assassins, because they usually have a huge number, like 200 or 300 as you saw there, and you can deal that much damage when you just walk through anyone. So it may not be as flexible as many other abilities, but it can help in some ways. So it is not half bad. I'm gonna put this one not that high, I say, but maybe I'll put this one in the lower C tier, I say. Lower C tier, I say. Somewhere here I probably put it. Yeah, somewhere here, lower C tier. Next up we have Smoke Bomb. And what this thing does is that when any of your friendly creatures lose their Shrouded, all enemy creatures around them lose initiative. I don't remember how much initiative it was. I'll show you just in case. Yeah, here it is. They lose minus 25 initiative until the end of the next combat round. So basically, during the whole combat, for the round, when one of your creatures lose your Shrouded, the enemy creatures will lose that much initiative until the next combat round, basically. Now, as I talked about before, the creatures that lose, the less the creatures have, the less the initiative the creature have, the more likely it is for that creature to begin last. Because after all, you want as high initiative as possible so that you can begin first before the enemy creatures. And this thing helps with that. It basically allows your creatures to have a better chance to go before the enemy creatures. If you have this, of course. Now, there are some other ways where I prefer, you could say, more than this, since I usually prefer to keep my Shrouded if possible, and if I do lose it, it's not a big deal, because there are some other ways where you can just get your Shrouded back as well. So this is not the most useful ability in my opinion. There are other ways, there are other abilities more useful, like Confusion, for example. But it can be useful in some situations if you want your creatures to begin before your opponent does. So it may not be the most useful ability, but it has some uses and it can be useful in a couple of ways, I say. So I'll put this one high D tier, I say. It's not something I usually use that often, but it can be useful in some ways. So I'll put it, yeah, high D tier. That works. Next up here we have Dead Angle. How this works is that if one of your creatures is able to deal full flanking attack in one of the enemy creatures, if you attack the creature from behind, if you can do that, then the enemy creatures retaliate with 0 attack. That's actually pretty powerful and it's very useful, especially against higher tier units. If you remember, usually they have like 25-30 attack or so, usually. But if your attack is a full flank attack, their attack becomes 0 when they retaliate. That can make a huge difference, and this is something I actually do prefer to use in some cases. Even if it's not my favorite ability, maybe it can still be very impactful and it can help in many ways. It's almost like perfect defense, where wait, what happened here? Sorry. Yeah, it's almost like perfect defense, where you basically make sure that your defense is as high as the enemy's attack. It's almost the same idea here. And yeah, perfect defense is very powerful, as you know this, as you remembered. So I have to put this one pretty maybe not that high. That's a little bit high. But I'm gonna put this one somewhere in B tier, I say. B tier is a pretty good place to put it. A little bit higher B tier, I say. Maybe just below the rune of the magic, the one that gives extra magic. Here, yeah, a little bit higher B tier, I say, because this can help in pretty many ways. Yeah, that's where I put it. Yeah. The next one here is something called Weak Spot, and what this thing does is, here we have it, Weak Spot. Enemy creature stacks get -3 attack and -3 defense after being attacked in melee. Lasts until the end of combat round. So yeah, if should any of your creatures attack the enemy, they will basically get -3 attack and -3 defense, and they will have this minus until the next combat round. Basically makes them weaker in that way. Can be useful and it's not half bad. Making your enemies lose attack and defense, not a bad idea. It can be useful in some ways. It is a little bit underpowered, if I have to say it, since there are many other ways you can deal with your opponent and make them even much weaker than this. So it's not something I usually use that often in the Shroud of Malassa at the very least. So for that reason, I won't put it that high in my tier list. After all, as good as it is on paper, it does help, of course. There are other ways to make it even more helpful and better, so I'll put this one, I will still put it pretty high in D tier with Smoke Bomb, together with Smoke Bomb. Although Gathering Storm is a little bit more useful than the other two, so yeah, like this. Yeah, so a little bit high D tier for both of them here, yeah. Next up here we have Hide. And what this thing does is that if your friendly creatures did not take damage during this combat round, then they get the Shrouded ability in the next combat round. So basically they get Shrouded and they will get their bonuses again. The important part, of course, is that they do not take damage in this turn. So, or in this combat round. So basically protect your creatures for the whole round. And they can get Shrouded again. This thing is not half bad. I may not always choose Shrouded in of itself that often, even if it's good, it can help. But this thing combos pretty well with this, and it can help in some ways and such. So, although it's not my favorite ability, maybe, it can still be pretty useful. So I'll put this one in lower C tier, I say. Perhaps below Sting, I think it's called Sting, somewhere lower here, I say. It helps with Shrouded itself, and it can be useful in that way. But I think I'll put it somewhere there. It's not that high on my tier list, at least. We finally have the Grandmaster ability of Shroud of Malassa. This one is called Coordination. What this thing does is that if the enemy creature does not retaliate on your one of your friendly creatures after your friendly creature attacked, if your creature attacked first and they did not get retaliated, the enemy creature does not retaliate from your attack, then your friendly creature will get another attack on the same creature, on the same enemy. So basically, your creatures have a chance to attack twice if they do not get retaliated. And I can already tell you this much, that the combo that I talked to you about, where you have the lightning reflexes and the confusion, the teleport, and all these different combos together, this thing completes this combo. And not only in this combo, but this thing is overpowered and broken, I can tell you. This in of itself is broken in many ways. So if I'll show you, I can show you just a little example of this one, how overpowered and ridiculous this thing can be. So I'll just show I'm going to show you a little example just to remind you of this thing's ridiculousness. Remember that this is a Grandmaster ability, so you must make sure to have at the very least one of 3 spaces available in order to gain access to this. And of course you want this. Because remember, I'll read it just one more time just to have it, to clarify. If the first melee attack of a friendly creature is now retaliated, it gets a second free hit on the same target instantly, once per combat round. Yeah, let's put this into practice, shall we? So you can see how incredible this thing is. If we have this battle, and you can see there are a lot of enemy troops here that you do not, and these are archers especially, you do not want them to shoot on your friendly creatures here, otherwise you will lose a lot of creatures. What you can do, remember the combo I was telling about earlier? We use teleport, choose our Dark Hydras here for example, and place them right in the middle of here. And because we use Prime Magic, we have the Grandmaster ability Clarity, which gives our hero a second turn thanks to that. So we can attack like this in one of our enemy creatures, give him confusion, there we go. And now you can just fully attack. Let's see if we can attack somewhere like this. Yeah, it doesn't matter, like this. Go ahead. That's 1 and 2. That's coordination. You get a second attack like this because he cannot retaliate. You already see yourself how many troops he lost because of this combo. So yeah, now you see why this combo is so incredible and why coordination in of itself is extremely powerful. Even without this combo, you want this. You really want this. Let's see what happens if we, for example, use it on the other guy here. I'll let him attack my boy here. It's probably going to hurt a little bit, but that's okay. Let's see. Oh no, he got bad morale. Perfect. Then let's do the same thing here. We'll use attack on the enemy here, so he gets confused like this. Perfect. And then just attack like this. That's 1 and 2 because he cannot retaliate. And would you look at that? He lost like half of his troops just like that. You see yourself why coordination is so amazing. You already see yourself. And yeah, I do lose a little health, but my boys can easily take that hit, no problem. And I'll just do it again. Make sure he cannot retaliate like this. Confusion. And now I can attack again. There we go. And oh, this is gonna hurt. Yeah, 13,000 damage. Not bad. The only downside with this is that you have to make sure that the enemy creature cannot retaliate. So if they can retaliate, then this will not happen. You will not be able to attack twice. That's the downside, of course. But there are easy ways around it, as you saw. If you combine this with confusion, for example, then no problem. Your -2 guards on themselves, by themselves, have this special ability where they cannot be retaliated. So if you have this together with this, they easily get to attack twice. So this thing on its own, you don't even need this combo. This thing by itself helps in so many ways. So this thing is one of the best Grandmaster abilities in the game, and this is the main reason why Shroud of Malassa is that powerful. So this one has to go very high up in my list, no doubt about that. I'm going to show you, I'll put it somewhere, I can already tell you this much in advance. This thing belongs in the champion tier, no doubt about that. So I'm just gonna move it all the way up here. I have a lot of abilities and skills here, yeah. And there we go, up in the champion tier. I'm gonna put it just below the others here, Necromancy, because I think these are a little bit more useful. But I'll put this one above Shroud of Malassa, because this is the main reason why I choose Shroud of Malassa and master it. Because you want this, you really want this. And this is the combo I was talking about. Empowering up your teleport, making sure your hero can cast another spell or make another action if you use Prime Magic, which would like teleport for example. Confusion, so that your enemy creatures cannot retaliate. Also, I was telling about these lightning reflexes. That's also an option that you can choose instead of confusion. Both works just the same equally well, no problem. And of course, last but not least, coordination. That's a must if you want a great combo here, of course. So yeah, that's my combo, and that's the very reason why that's one of the best combos in my opinion. We cannot forget that We can have this combo, as I mentioned, with Coordination and the other abilities, together with Stormlord. And yeah, your Dark Hydras can attack twice on multiple creatures, and at the same time, all other enemy creatures around them take air damage, thanks to Stormlord. Because, remember, if any of your creatures attack in any way, all adjacent enemy creatures take air damage. So yeah, this combo, like I said, wow. I can just say wow. Alright, now we are in the next skill here with all its abilities here. The next skill here is called Warcry. With this thing, your hero will gain some Warcries that you can cast in each battle. And the Warcries it basically works as spells, but they cost no mana, and they only work for 1 round. However, these Warcries give your creatures extra bonuses depending on what kind of Warcry you cast. I'll show you what kind of Warcries exist and how they work. I'll show you. Here we have it, Warcries. At novice level, the hero can unleash the Warcries Advance and Hold positions. If you have Expert, then the hero can unleash the Warcries Engage and Open Fire. At Master, the hero can unleash the Warcry Attention. Let's put all these Warcries to test and see what they can do, shall we? If we have a battle here, these are perhaps not the best example of showing Warcries, but still, I'll show you what it does. Here we have all the Warcries, if we have Master Warcries. The first ones were, if I remember correctly, Advance and Hold positions. Yeah, these were the first ones. Advance. This gives you +2 initiative and +1 movement to friendly creatures. Lasts for 1 combat round. So if we use this, our creatures can move one step further. If we choose this thing, Hold positions, this will give us +4 defense to friendly creatures. If they move, then the Hold positions will be lost. So basically do not move, because moving creatures will lose this bonus. And it lasts for 1 round. So this is good for defense here. If we choose Engage, that will give our creatures +5 attack to melee creatures. And Open Fire, this increases +8 attack to friendly ranged creatures. And finally, Attention. This gives us +2 attack and +3 defense to friendly creatures. Basically a little bonus on each. So yeah, this on its in of itself not half bad. All these gives a few bonuses by themselves like this. So yeah, that's how it works. I'll choose something like Open Fire, for example, so that all my creatures, the ranged creatures, will get the Open Fire. As you can see, +8 attack, and that's for 1 combat round. Let's try that out, shall we? If we go ahead here, and yeah, because we have a lot of troops and we are not fighting against that many, it's a pretty easy kill here, as you can see. Yeah, this is a pretty easy kill. There we go. And now we can fire on one of these creatures and get a pretty easy kill, because +8 attack is not half bad. That's pretty good as well. And the same here. Yeah, why not? Hit one of these guys. There we go. And this is how Warcries basically works. They give you this bonus until the end of the combat round, and in the next combat round we have to use another one here. We could go, for example, Engage, so that we can gain 5+ attack to all our melee creatures. There we go. And now we can see if we can reach. We'll do this, for example. Yeah, perfect. They can go and hit here. So it may not give that much powerful bonuses on its own, but it does give some bonuses, of course. And before I rank this one, I am actually going to talk through every ability in Warcries as well, before I rank all of them. This is the only skill where I'm going to do this, because I'm going to rank all of them in the same place later on. I'll show you a little bit later on where I will put them all. But moving on to these other abilities of Warcries, we will start with the next few here. If we go with the Axe one here, this is called Overwhelm. With this thing, if you use the Warcry Advance, which gives you a +1 movement, then if your creatures deal flanking or full flanking damage bonus, full flanking or flanking attack, then these attacks will deal 25% more damage than before, together if you have this. So basically, you basically make your flanking and full flanking bonus more effective. If you remember correctly, there was an ability in offense that basically does the same thing. I think it was the Master Flanker or so. I don't remember exactly what it was called. I put it somewhere here, but I think it was this one. Yeah, this is the one. This thing basically does the same thing with this bonus. You deal 25% damage extra for your flanking and full flanking bonus. And the same thing here if you have the advance Warcry active here. Not half bad. It can work, of course, if you do that. The next ability here is called Awareness. What this thing does, I'll show you, of course. Here we have it. The hold position's Warcry additionally increases defense by +2 and attack of melee creatures by 8. So if your creatures simply do not move, then that means they will have additional +2 defense, and not just the defense that they have normally, but they also gain extra attack from that. So basically, they will retaliate with better attack if they have hold positions, of course. Not half bad if you use it, of course. We also, I'm gonna continue showing up from here because I'm going to rank all of them in the same level anyway, after all. But I'll show you here. Opportunism as well is the next. Whenever the hero unleashes a Warcry, the next friendly creature will get 25 plus luck until the end of the combat round. If another friendly creature becomes active earlier due to a change of initiative, it is not affected by this ability. So it has some, you could say this thing has some form of common with coordinated effort, since if the conditions are met for both of them, then the next creature will get this bonus. That's the common bonus of both these abilities. In coordinated effort, you get automatic plus good morale, and with this one, you get 25 plus luck instead. If the hero unleashes a Warcry in this case here. So yeah, 25 plus luck, why not? It's not half bad. It can be good if you use Warcries, of course. If we go up to here and check out Vicious Shot, this thing, the Open Fire Warcry additionally increases attack of ranged creatures by 2, and friendly creatures flank and full flank with their ranged attacks. So yeah, this thing actually makes Open Fire pretty effective actually, because your ranged creatures will deal more damage, even if and they also work as flank and full flank bonus as well in that way. If your ranged creatures attack someone and your ranged creatures are like behind enemy creatures, they get this bonus in that way. So not half bad. This can be useful in some ways. We also have Onslaught. The Engage Warcry additionally increases attack of melee creatures by +15, while attacking an enemy creature that will not retaliate. So if you have this combo of Confusion, for example, where you make sure the enemy cannot retaliate, then having this will work as well. Although you won't be able to use both Confusion and this at the same combat round. But there are other ways where you can make sure your enemy cannot retaliate. So this can be useful in this way if you have this. And +15 attack, that is pretty high. That is pretty high for a simple ability. So that's pretty powerful in that way. We also have this one here. The Artillery Support. The Attention Warcry additionally increases attack and defense by 1. And the attack warfare unit shoots at attacking creatures if the attacked friendly creature retaliates. This thing basically works as the opportunity retaliation in your Justicars and your what were they called? The Justicars at the very least. I can show you them. I can show you the Justicars here. These guys. They have this ability called Opportunity Retaliation. The creature gets a free retaliation on a neighboring enemy creature which attacks other friendly creature. What it means is that should the enemy attack my creature, then the Justicar will retaliate as a punishment for attacking. And this thing looks like it does the same thing, except that it's your attack warfare unit shoots at the attacking creature if that guy attacked one of your friendly creatures. So it's basically the same idea here. And not half bad, it can work, of course. Alright, now that we talked about all these other abilities, we also have finally the Grandmaster ability of Warcries, which is called Warlord. With this, all your Warcries that you use now last 2 combat rounds, and not just 1. So with this, if you have the Grandmaster ability, then you could basically, in best case, have 2 Warcries working simultaneously. One in the first round and another one in the second round, basically. We could put this to practice and see what happens, shall we? So, we have a battle here again, for example, and if we show with our hero here, oh, you cannot see it here, that's okay. If we check here, for example, we have the Grandmaster ability of Warcries, which means all our Warcries will now last 2 combat rounds and not just 1. So let's give it a shot. If we start with open fire, for example here, there we go. And now we can let the enemy creatures move if it's possible. Let's give it a shot. There we go. Now we can use an attack like this. Why not? Piercing shot. Why not? There we go. And that's thanks to our little open fire. It does help a little bit, as you see. Why not? And you also notice here, thanks to this special ability of Warcries, the creature can flank and full flank with its ranged attack as well. And it doesn't get just 10 plus attack, but it also can flank and full flank with its ranged. That's a little unique ability, which doesn't happen that often. So yeah, now we just use that special ability. Now let's see what happens if we use another Warcry at the same time with this, since we now have the ability to use 2 Warcries together. We are now in round 2, and as you can see, the open fire is still here. 1 more combat round. Now we can use another Warcry. Yeah, you can see unleashing will only refresh this Warcry. We don't need to use it. Let's use this thing, engage. There we go. Now we have both engage and also open fire together. It's not bad, eh? Now we have 2 Warcries working together, thanks to Warlord, if I remember correctly. So yeah, this is what happens when you have the Grandmaster ability of Warcries, so that 2 Warcries will work simultaneously. Now that I've talked about all of them, and I described how they all work and such, the question is, where am I going to put all of them? I did say that I am going to put all of them in the same tier, in the same place. The question is, where? Well, I can tell you this much. Out of all the skills that are available and that you can use, and of all the abilities and the bonuses that you can choose from, these ones, well, I'll tell you this much. Not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it. Nope. No thank you. No thank you. Automatically. Every single one of them is here, I'll tell you already. Literally every single one of them. Goodbye. Goodbye and just goodbye. There we go. I don't want even a single one of them in my hero. If I just see Warcries as an option in one of my heroes, I'll be very disappointed, because I do not want this skill. In my opinion, this is the worst skill in the game. And all its abilities, as powerful as they sound and as useful as they can be in their situations, none of them even comes close to any other ability that you can have or basically choose from. I would much rather focus on dark magic, for example, than having Warcries, for many other reasons as well. I can tell you this much. Having advance, so you give extra movement and such, why use that when you can just wait and let the enemy come to you, and let your archers deal and take care of the enemy while doing that? So advance unnecessary. Hold positions where you increase your defense, Why have that when you just have defense by itself and increase your defense in that way? And especially preemptive strike, which allows your creatures to retaliate before the enemy gets hit. So hold positions, in my opinion, not worth it. Then we have open fire, so your creatures can deal more range attack. Why use that when I can use, for example, air knowledge level 1 and fire knowledge level 2, where air knowledge level 1 power ups my storm arrows spell, and storm arrows is 1,000 times much more effective than open fire. Not only does it deal a lot more attack, it gives a lot more attack for your ranged creatures, but also it gives your creatures full range, no melee penalty, no range penalty with this ability. And in the fire, plus a ridiculous amount of attack with this by itself. Both your melee and your ranged creatures, it gets extremely powered up with this. So these two are doing what the open fire is trying to do, but much better. So yeah, unnecessary. When it comes to engage, we already have in the fire again, which can do exactly that, but much better. So yeah, already there, no needed. Finally, the Warcry attention. We get a little extra attack and defense. Like I said, you already have both preemptive strike with defense and these other spells and offense, which are doing what these things are trying to do, but better. And last but not least, the thing that gives you 2 combat rounds instead of 1. I forgot to mention that, but normally all these Warcries will only give you bonuses for 1 combat round. Only 1 round, normally. You must have the Grandmaster ability, which I might add is not the best, which I might add is very rare, because you can only have 3 Grandmaster abilities after all in each hero, and then you cannot have any more. So why have that and give your Warcries another extra combat round to last, so they last 2 rounds maximum? Why have that when you can have like these things, like the storm arrows and in the fire, which on base without these last for 3 combat rounds, and with these they can last 3 combat rounds as well, very easily. You don't need a Grandmaster ability for that. Yeah, I can tell you already pretty much that all these Warcries that these things have and the powers up, sure, all these Warcries may give you some bonuses, yes, but there are so many others skills and abilities that are doing what these things are trying to do, but much better. Even the Grandmaster ability Chosen of the Light, this thing alone gives you pretty much everything that these Warcries are trying to do, but better. This thing by itself. Because after all, plus 4 attack, I think it was plus attack, defense, morale, luck, and deals maximum damage when they get a positive light spell. This by itself is doing everything that Warcries alone is trying to do, but better. So yeah, sure, they all do give some bonuses and abilities and helps in some way or such, but I never use Warcries because everything else is basically better. So yeah, this is the one skill that I never use in this game, and it's sad because it does help, of course. It's not like it's useless. All skills are useful in one way or another, and I did put all of them above Amnesty, because after all, surrendering is the last option you want. So I would rather have all these than having Amnesty and Surrender. So, but still, in my opinion, this is the one skill in the entire game and everything as well in the skill, where I just say it's not worth it. Of course, I have to apologize to all Warcries fans who prefer or like Warcries, because I can imagine that there are a couple of players who see Warcries as their favorite. So for them, I of course have to apologize to them. But this is my opinion, unfortunately, because as good as it sounds, every other skill is better, in my opinion. even Bloodrage and Metamagic, which in my opinion are not the best skills, even they have more uses in more ways than the Warcries. So yeah, sorry guys, but no thanks to Warcries. Next up here we have Warfare, and Warfare here basically increases the efficiency of all your Warfare units, like the attack Warfare units, for example the Ballista, the Sylvan Ballista, the Dark Watch from the Dungeon faction, which shoots at enemy creatures, and all attack support, all attack Warfare units, and also your support Warfare units, like the Healing Sisters, the Mother Treant, the Faceless. All these Warfare units. This is the skill that increases their power. If you want to have better Warfare units, and your catapults, your different forms of catapults as well. This is a skill that if you want to make sure your Warfare units are empowered and improves in their efficiency as such, then this is a skill that you want to use. Let's read a little bit more about this skill and see what it actually does in detail. If you look at the skill wheel here and you see Warfare, you can see that it doesn't say that much, except that the hero's Warfare units are level 2 here. At Expert it becomes level 3, and here it becomes level 4. So it may not show that much, but as I mentioned before, the higher the level of your Warfare is, the more efficient your War Machines becomes. If you take a look at our War Machines right now, here for example, we have the Ballista here, Haven Ballista, which deals its own damage. And normally it doesn't deal that much damage, but if you have Master Warfare, then this thing deals a lot more damage than before. And we also have the Healing Sister, as I mentioned before. Normally she doesn't heal that much, but you saw yourself before. She could heal 260-300 health if you have at the very least Master Warfare. So just that by itself is very powerful and useful in that way. Let's check out a few examples where Warfare is center of this. Let's say I fight this army here, for example, the Academy army here. We'll see we do that for now. And we'll use something just to cause a little trouble for the enemy. The Kabir Masters, they are immune to fire, as you can see. So they, I'll just show here, just a little bit here. Immune to fire, so firewall is not affected in them. But that's not the point. The point is my War Machines. So let's use this here, for example. This is our Haven Ballista with a little here. And let's attack here. This is when you have Master Warfare. So at this level, we deal a lot more damage here than before. As you can see, 378. Normally, when you do not have this skill at all, and you have this Ballista, you maybe deal like 20-30 damage, maybe, something like that. It's not much, at least. It's very little damage you deal. And as for the Healing Sister, how much health do you have? How much health can you give now again? Wait. Yeah, 264, 289, yeah. You see yourself, 300 health. We can heal a lot of health here with our Healing Sister. That's because of Master Warfare. When your warfare is at when your skill is at master level, then you can really heal a lot of troops. Or not a lot of troops, but you can heal a huge amount in one of your troops. Like here, for example, we can heal 294 health, which is a little bit overkill. And here as well, 289. Here is a very good example of combining the Sisters of Mercy, which I talked about earlier in Righteousness, and having a Master Warfare, because Master Warfare makes sure that we heal that level of health in our troops. If we have another example here, where I have this Sylvan Ballista here, for example, and I also have the Mother Treant. here I do not have warfare. I don't think I have warfare at the very least. Yeah, but either way, I know that at the very least my warfare is at the maximum in novice level. If I have any warfare at all. Let's see how these things will act by them. We'll have to wait until all these guys are finished. Now, I'll just wait here and see how much the Silver Ballista deals. Yeah, you see, 51 damage. Not as much as Master Warfare. So, the question is then, what about the Mother Treants? Let's see how much damage they can deal. We'll see it soon here as well. Once I finish here. And there we go. If we do this renewal, let's see. The creature regenerates 49 health at the start of its turn. Yeah, it's not much. It heals, but it doesn't heal that much compared to like almost 300. So yeah, as they are of course helpful and useful even at the base level, but they don't do much. You probably remember one of the abilities in Nature's Revenge called Fast Reload. The Silver Ballista applies a mark to its target. And it also gets a second attack after attacking a marked creature. Combine this with Warfare and your Silver Ballista becomes much more powerful when it uses this effect. Let's try that out, shall we? We'll take this as an example where we have these different troops. I'll just attack with my heroes so we can add the Nature's Revenge. Excellent. And you can fly here, you can attack here, maybe you can get a little excellent Nature's Revenge. Now it doesn't matter who this thing fires, you see 256 damage and it attacks again. So yeah, this is a very good example of a combo where combining Warfare with this fast reload ability, so you improve your Nature's Revenge. That's a very good combo, works very well here. So that's a very good example, as you see. And that's not the only one where it's useful, because we also can, if we see for example on our Mother Treants, or first of all our Ancient Treants to begin with. There we go. Ouch. I'll wait just in case so we can see what this thing can do. And Living, there we go, renewal. Let's see here. Yeah, the difference is pretty big here with Master Warfare. The creature regenerates 183 health at the start of its turn, and not just like 49 I think it was. So yeah, that's a pretty big difference now that we have Master Warfare instead. Here's also another faction that does benefit from the Warfare. The Necromancy, the Necropolis. Because of this special ability called Dark Nova. The Dark Nova of the Nam Taro additionally hits all enemy units around the target. Combine this with Warfare, like this, with this for example, and let's see what happens. Now, if we go and check here, for example, let's test it out, see if the Nam Taro works. I hope our Nam Taro attacks one of these two here. We'll see. And oh no, okay, unfortunately not this time. They attacked only these guys. It's okay if I lose armor, because that's no problem. Okay, let's see, and yeah, oh, did you see? Did you see? You saw? All three of them were affected by my Nam Taro, thanks to Darkbolt, and they all lost a lot of troops because of Warfare. So yeah, even if I do not use this very special combo that I'm thinking about in the Haven faction, it's still useful and powerful in basically every other faction. It doesn't matter which faction you choose. You can use this, and it can be already powerful on its own in almost every faction, I can say. So even without this special combo, it deserves it. Even without this combo, I will still put it in the champion tier, maybe a lower champion tier, maybe. But with this combo that I'm going to talk about, thanks to Warfare, this belongs at the top of the champion tier. Next up here we have improved durability. This thing gives your Warfare units 100% extra health, so twice as much health as normally. it may not sound that powerful or useful in theory. However, there are actually cases where I do choose this thing just to make sure that my warfare units have a better chance to survive enemy attacks and survive spells from the enemy. There are a couple of times where my enemy have cast powerful spells and caused trouble for my troops, and in some cases on my warfare units as well, and they survive thanks to this thing. So as weak as this thing may sound, it can be powerful as well. I'll demonstrate a little short example of what it looks like with and without this. Here, as you can see, 100% health to the hero's warfare units. We have a warfare unit here in our Necromancy, which is the Namtaru. At Master Warfare, we have the Namtaru has 600 health, and this is at Master Warfare. Normally it would be much less. I think it's like 100, 200 or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but much less health than this amount. But if you have improved durability, let's see what happens. For starters, I have to say my mistake, because as you can see here, we have, instead of 600 as you saw in the menu, here we have 800 instead. So I think the 600 is the one that is the original health, while this is now with the Master Warfare, if I understand correctly. So this is what it looks like when you have Master Warfare in the combat. Much more health than before. So why not? Once we have the improved durability, as you see here, what do you know? 1600 health instead. That's twice as much health as before. So you can already see how powerful it is. So yeah, I won't complain. Extra health means our warfare unit here has a better chance to survive. It doesn't just affect the attack or support warfare, but it also affects your catapults. If you're sieging a town or so, this thing can help your catapults survive even easier than before. And I can tell you this much, usually when I defend against enemy creatures, mostly if I have enough troops and I can deal enough damage, one of the first thing I try to destroy is the catapult. Because without the catapult, the enemy cannot breach my walls. And if he cannot breach my walls, then all his ground troops are powerless. Only his archers and his air units are a threat. Everyone else, I can deal with them afterwards. So, if the enemy has this thing, then it can be a really huge problem, because you usually want to destroy their catapults. And this thing makes the catapult much harder to destroy. But if you have it yourself, this thing can help in many ways. So, as weak as it may sound like, and it is not the best skill, of course, but it has its usage, and it can be very useful in many ways. So I'm gonna put this one actually pretty good here, I say. Even the least expected and the least impactful abilities can make a difference, I'll tell you. So I'm gonna put this one pretty good up here in B tier. Yeah, I'll put this one pretty good up in B tier. Next up here we have Swift Deployment. With this thing, I'll just read it just in case. I know that this thing increases the initiative of all your warfare units. But let's see how much initiative it increases. There we have it. Swift Deployment. 20 plus initiative to the hero's warfare units. That's how much. And yeah, you want your warfare units to go as quickly as possible before the enemy units. So 20 plus initiative, that helps very much, I can tell you. And I can tell you already that those times that I do use warfare in general, I usually pick this skill, because this helps it does help a lot. And it can be very good in many ways. I won't complain with this one. It is also a very good skill, or a very good ability to have. If you're going to focus a lot on warfare units, then why not make sure they begin at first, if possible? So, I won't complain, let's have this thing. It's not as powerful as the others two. There are many other abilities that are better also. But I'm gonna still put this one pretty good up here in my list. I'm gonna put this one together with my improved durability. Pretty high B tier, both of them. They deserve there, yeah. Next up here we have Town Defense. And this is a governor ability, and actually this is the last governor ability that I'm going to talk about, because there are no more governor abilities after this one, so this is the last one. And yeah, I'm going to show you what this thing does as well. Here we have it, Town Defense. The towers of this town always shoot 3 times at the same target. Now, I don't think I need to explain how useful and good this can really be. If you remember correctly, that you have the town protector, which increases the local capacity of your local guards by a little amount. If you have that governor ability as well. Well, in my opinion, this thing is much better, much better. Because if you have this ability, and you make sure that your hero is governor. Oh, you're not governor. Let's make you governor here. There we go. There we go. From this moment on forward, the towers of this town. Do I have the towers here? Fortifications. Yes, I have it. Equips the town with 2 towers in siege combats. If you have a building like this, which gives your town with 2 towers in siege combats, and you make sure that your hero is governor of this town, then normally this town will shoot once, or the 2 towers will shoot against any of the enemy targets, creatures of course, just once usually each. But with this ability, now they shoot 3 times at the same target, each tower. So they can shoot altogether 6 shots. That is an excellent way of defending your town, and it helps. I can tell you already that it helped me in many cases when I've defended against enemy creatures and enemy heroes. So I can already tell you that this is actually another reason why I choose Warfare. Not because of getting the highest skills or so, but just because I can get town defense. Something as simple as that. So in many cases, I actually do have a support hero like this guy, for example, or another hero like this guy. He's also a support hero only for me. And right now I don't have town defense, but usually if I can get it, I pick it for my support hero. Because the most optimal way for me to make sure my support hero really supports me is to have economy, which I mentioned before, at maximum level if possible, and warfare at level 1 and town defense. Well, not exploration, but warfare. So combine this skill and these abilities together with warfare and town defense. That's pretty much all I need in just one support hero. If I can get this, that's all I need. My town is pretty good defended, and I gained extra economy for that. So I do not use this in my main hero. My main hero is all about attacking enemy heroes after all. But my secondary or third hero, I usually have these skills on that hero to make sure that I both protect my town well, and I also increase the resources as well. And here town defense really thrives. It gives my hero a much better chance to defend and stop the enemy hero's attacks, thanks to this alone. So yeah, even if I do not focus on this special combo of warfare that I'm talking about, just this alone is more than enough for me to choose warfare. This alone. So I don't even need to hesitate or even think about it. This thing has to go also high up in the list for me. So I am going to put it, where should I put it exactly? Let's see. C tier, way too low. B tier, way too low. I'm gonna put this one up here, I say. I'll put it somewhere here. I'm actually gonna put it low champion tier, because I think most other abilities here are more useful. Suzerain from the diplomacy is more useful, after all, in my opinion. But wait a second, where did I put my town defense? Oh no, wait, tactic is not, shouldn't be here. It should be like here. So it should be here somewhere, I think. How did you get here? I was confused. This thing is supposed to be like here. The tactics. As good as tactic is, it's not champion tier. Why is my mouse weird here? That's where it should be. Town defense. You should be up here. There we go. That's better. So yeah, below suzerain, above light wisdom, I think. Yeah, it's that useful in its defense and in its ability. So another reason to thank warfare. Next up here we have artillery, and with this your attack warfare and support warfare units can from this moment on be controlled manually. So usually when you have your ballista, for example, or your healing sister, or any of these units, warfare units, they move on their own. You have no control over them. They just make their own move. Oh, and yeah, that's it. This ability changes that, because with this you can now heal whatever creature you want to heal. You can attack whoever you want to attack, and you have a much more you have more options and more opportunities with this ability, thanks to this. I will show you a little example of that, of course. But I want to rank this one in advance, and I think it's probably not going to be much of a surprise when I say that this thing also is going to be very high up in my list. One example here, until it be good. I wonder why it hacks a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah, this thing also goes up like here. This is where it belongs. Right at the top of the champion tier as well, especially because of this combo I'm going to talk about earlier. This thing is essential in this combo, and I will show you, of course. There we go, artillery. We have the attack and support warfare unit. We can now control it ourselves. Let's give it a shot, shall we? If we go back to this spell here, which we had once before, I'll start with my warfare unit, for example, my ballista here, and would you look at that? I am the one who controls who I'm going to attack. This is thanks to artillery, because I choose who I'm going to attack now. Let's do this, for example. I'll attack here, and yeah, as they see, attacking, no problem. Now, why this ballista attacks 3 times, I'm going to explain later on why, because it is also related to warfare, of course. But there's a reason why. But you saw yourself, I could control with my own ballista whatever target I wanted to attack. And the same for my healing sister. I can choose who I want to heal here. And yeah, I can basically choose whoever I want to, thanks to artillery. And there we go. I can heal someone else thanks to artillery and the Sisters of Mercy combined. So there we go. Yeah, I don't think I need to explain any further why I think this thing has to go that high up, because this thing helps in many ways. When you can control your own warfare units, when you can have your ballista and your healing sister, and not just them, the Mother Treant, the Naumtaro, your Faceless, Darkwatch, you name it, any warfare unit that you have in your army. You can decide what to use them, where to use them, and how to use them, and on what over your creatures. Very useful, very powerful, very helpful. And with this combo, champion tier, no doubt, at the top even for me, all these. Next up here we have Siege Warfare. With this thing, all your catapult versions of different factions can be controlled manually. Like the catapult here, this spy, I think this spider in the Necropolis faction that attacks walls, it can be controlled manually for you. Basically the catapult is controlled manually. And not only that, that catapult shoots twice at the same target, so not just once. So if you want to make sure that you have a chance to break through enemy walls, and pretty easily at that, this thing is your friend then. Now I don't usually use this thing that much, since I do prefer to make most spells out on the field and not as much in the towns. But of course you are going to sooner or later attack their towns, so, and then if you do that, then this thing is useful. It's not useful outside of any of the towns. It's only useful inside towns. But it may not be so versatile, but it's still useful, and it can be good in some cases. So I will put this one also somewhere in the middle of C tier, I will say. It's not as useful as most of the other abilities that are up in a tier, but it can be useful. It can be useful. The next ability here we have Artillery Barrage, and with this thing, your attack warfare unit will shoot 3 times at the same target. This is a thing that causes your warfare units to attack 3 times at the same target, and not just once. And yeah, you already saw yourself in the other examples how powerful just once is. Attacking just once is. So attacking 3 times at the same target, you can take down a lot of troops with this. Let me show you a little example of what it looks like, just to remind you. If we take a look at this, for example, where we have the Necropolis faction here, and this time I powered up my Namtaros so that they have the swift deployment as a start with 20+ initiative, and also we now have the Artillery Barrage and the special ability from the Necromancy itself, so that you also deal damage on enemy creatures around, and not just one. So as you can see here, Dark Bolt together with Artillery Barrage. Let's see what happens. That's 1 hit. That's 2. Oh, okay. The Dark Bolt will only work once, not all 3 times. That's good to know. But still, you attack 3 times at the same target, as you saw. So that is very powerful in that way. Now you know how powerful it is. Yeah, being able to attack 3 times at the same target, that helps immeasurably in many ways. So, although it doesn't, even with all your power-ups and all the skills and abilities of warfare, and with this, it still doesn't deal more damage than, for example, for example, air magic or fire wisdom, fire knowledge level 2 and air knowledge level 1. It doesn't deal as much damage as they do, but still, it is very versatile. It helps in many factions, and it is a great. It's a great part of the combo as well, which is one of the best combo in the game in my opinion. So this one also has to go very high up in my list. I'm gonna put this one below these others because it's not exactly part of the combo I was thinking about, but it is still part of it and very helpful in many ways. So a little bit lower than the others, but still very high up in my champion tier. Finally, we have the Grandmaster ability of Warfare, which is called Perfect Warfare. With this, your hero, the warfare units become level 5, and this is the highest and the most powerful level of all your warfare. And something that makes this thing a bit different from all the other warfare skills and abilities is that this thing helps many of your warfare units unlock a unique ability that each one of them have. There are many warfare units that actually have unique abilities that can only be accessed once you have Perfect Warfare, which is this one. I'll show you a few examples here where you can only have them when you have this ability. I'll show you. Here's one example. This is the Fortress faction, and they have this Runestone support warfare unit called Rune. Its effect is Rune Heal. Normally it heals all friendly creatures on the first 3 columns for 11 health. Normally, we tested this unfortunately, but it didn't work. However, with Perfect Warfare, if we have this, and this is the ability we are talking about right now, Perfect Warfare, the Grandmaster ability of Warfare. If you have this, then the Runestone heals friendly creatures multiple times for each friendly rune affecting them. We can put this one to test and see if that is true. If we place multiple runes on one of our creatures and see if it's true. Alright, let's put this into practice and see if that thing works. If we do, for example, we'll put you here, for example. Oh, I thought you were going to heal. Oh well. Let's put the other runes around here just to make sure that we have all the runes needed. Let's see what happens if we heal you like this. There we go. And let's see here. Yeah, if I see correctly, it did heal, and it did its job at the very least, if I see correctly. But that's the point with Perfect Warfare with this thing at least. It heals, and it heals multiple times for each rune affecting them, so... Yeah, right now I only have 1 rune, so it should heal only once here. Here's another example of where Perfect Warfare changes a little bit here. The Faceless from the Dungeon faction. They have this ability here, Death Cloak. Wraps target friendly creature in a Death Cloak. The next time the friendly creature is attacked in melee, Death Cloak deals 30 dark damage to the attacker. Normal, this is what happens normally. But with Perfect Warfare, if this thing unlocks, then Death Cloak explodes when it ends. I think it means that all enemy creatures around it should take some damage for that, if I remember correctly. Let's put that into practice just in case. Now let's put this example of Perfect Warfare to the test. We have this here, Death Cloak. Normally this thing wraps target friendly creature in a Death Cloak. The next time the creature is attacked in melee, Death Cloak deals 280 dark damage to the attacker. This is normally. And we also have Perfect Warfare because of that. And because we have Perfect Warfare, when Death Cloak ends, it deals 278 dark damage to all neighboring enemy units. So this is an extra bonus that you gain because of the Death Cloak. And because of Perfect Warfare as well. So yeah, let's put this thing into practice and see what happens. If I do this, for example, I'll take Prime Magic and I'll choose Teleport. Where was Teleport now again? Here it is. And I'll send you right here. There we go. Now I'll wait with you. There we go. And I'll put you with Death Cloak. There we go. Let's see what happens now. What happens here? Oh, did you see? He took a little damage because he was attacking. You saw yourself some cases where Perfect Warfare gives these unique abilities and makes them better in that way. However, there is one faction where this thing is the very main reason why I literally choose Warfare as soon as I can. And that is with the Haven faction. Let's have a look there. Here we have the support warfare unit Healing Sister, which you can gain access to from the Haven faction. They have this ability. Normally, this girl heals target friendly creature for 30 health, and this is normally without warfare at all. However, if you have Perfect Warfare, if this thing unlocks, the Healing Sister also resurrects fallen creatures. This is the main reason why warfare in general and all the other abilities that has this combo together. I did mention about the special combo where I combine the Sisters of Mercy together with Warfare, and this is the main reason why. To make sure that my troops, if I should lose them, they will be resurrected and they will come back to life again. This is the main reason why. Let's test a little example and try this thing out, shall we? Thanks to Perfect Warfare, now our healing sister here can not only heal, but they also resurrect target friendly creatures for this much health, to like 300 health, somewhere like that. Let's put this into practice, shall we? We'll start with our Ballista, which is at Perfect Warfare as well, which means it deals a lot more damage and has, it is much more efficient, as you see. They lost a lot of health. My other creatures here can deal damage, but they are not as impactful. They of course are impactful, but this is more focused on my warfare units, especially my healing sisters. She has this unique ability. So let's give it a try. Alright, that looks good. Let's attack with our angels here, for example, and see what happens. Will this hurt? Yeah, that hurt pretty much. But that's okay. I'm actually going to do something here just to make sure that my wolves will have a good hit there. There we go. And let's hit again and see what happens. This is gonna hurt. Yeah, you see yourself, 12 kills. I lost 12 guys there. But now we can do something like this. Hurt here without retaliation, of course. And another hit, maybe. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. Perfect. Let's wait for everyone else, and would you look at that? Because of Perfect Warfare, we can now resurrect as well, as you see. Now, as I mentioned before, there is normally most heroes unfortunately do not have access to Perfect Warfare and many of the Grandmaster abilities, like Perfect Warfare, for example. There are 2 Haven heroes that have access to this ability. One of them is Kristoff, which I usually use, because he has access to this and can use this. And because he can get this, then the healing sister can resurrect as well. So in the normal way, in the normal games, if you do not change the configuration of your skill wheel, then you have at the very least 2 Haven heroes that still has access to this skill, this ability. So even without the configuration, you can still use this, and it is still incredible. However, if you combine this, and if you also change the configuration of the skill wheel so that any hero can learn any skill, and without using the cheat as well, then there is one hero that actually has a unique ability that combos extremely well with this. I'm going to show you this hero. Here we have another hero from the Haven faction called Alicia. She has this unique ability called Vestal, where the hero starts with a Healing Sisters unit. Healing Sisters in the hero's army also heal all friendly units next to its target. Basically that, whenever you choose any one of your creatures to heal, all your friendly creatures around it will be healed as well. This is a very unique ability, and of course each hero has its own unique ability, like Alicia here. And normally with this, it unfortunately doesn't do that much, because as good as it sounds on theory, the healing isn't that much by itself, and normally when you play as her, you do not have, unfortunately, this is unfortunately, but you do not have access to the warfare skill. I'm going to show you what skills you normally have access to with her. Here are the skills that Alicia normally have access to, if you do not change the configuration, of course. As you can see, none of them is warfare at all, and not even an expert level, much less the required level of master and the grandmaster ability. So Warfare is unfortunately not available for her, and this is why, even though this thing is good in theory, it doesn't do much on its own, unfortunately. But if you do change this configuration, which I mentioned before, then I will show you. Here, as you can see, after we change the configuration of the skill wheel, now she can learn. Now she can learn Warfare, as you see, and she has the master ability here and the master level, and the grandmaster ability is here as well now. So what happens when we try to use her unique ability here together with Warfare and not only Warfare but Perfect Warfare as well? Let's test it out, and of course we have the Sisters of Mercy as well, so that the healing sister can heal twice. Let's put this into practice. Now, this is what it looks like when we heal. It looks a little bit weird because the abbots are not next to my angels, and also the legionnaires are not next to my angels. In theory, my cuirassiers and my silverbacks should get healed together with my angels. In theory, but for some reason my angels and these three gets healed as well. Same thing if I choose one of these two. These guys automatically get healed as well then, for some reason. Let's put this here, for example, and look, see how it looks like. Yeah, this is what it looks like. You saw yourself. So yeah, that is pretty useful, I tell you. Oh, we lost one. No problem. We can bring them back. There you go. Did you see? We lost a few troops here again. And there again. Let's see what happens when we have our healing sisters, so we can heal them back. Let's see what happens. Once I just get rid of these troops, my angels can move here. There we go. And yeah, this is perhaps a little glitch, because my angels are not standing next to anyone at all, but for some reason these three will still get healed, even despite that. I won't complain, because it does still help you heal your troops here, as you see, so I won't complain. But yeah, but regardless, you see yourself. I can heal here, for example. All these guys are getting healed for that. I can heal my marksman if needed. The marksman will be healed and resurrected, and the same with all of these guys. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is the reason why I have this, and why Perfect Warfare is essential here. So yeah, I think I have explained enough reasons and enough examples of why I think this ability is, for me personally, if you get the right combo, and if you do these specific things, then in my opinion. No, wait, you're not there. You're not What? You're not supposed to be here. No, you're not supposed to be here. Where did I put you? Hey, you are supposed to be higher up. And for me, I think we have our winner of this tier list completely, actually. Not just in the for me, this is not just in the champion tier. This thing will be at the top. All these abilities combined, and the skill Warfare, all of them combined are, for me, at the top tier, right at the top of the champion tier, especially Perfect Warfare, because this is the one that gives me access to all these unique abilities, and especially the resurrection ability of my healing sisters here. The Perfect Warfare is a must in order to have this. So for me, there is no doubt about it. It is thanks to this combo that I have, where I heal with my healing sisters twice, and I increase their healing efficiency so that they also resurrect. It is because of this combo that I have suffered the minimum amount of losses in many of my playthroughs, and in most battles I won without a single loss. Literally without a single loss, thanks to this combo. So yeah, there is no doubt about it for me. And it's a little bit interesting. Warfare is at the top of the champion tier for me. And this skill comes directly after the one that I think is the worst of all, Warcries. So from the bottom right up to the top, immediately afterwards. Not bad, eh? Now I have the last skill of the game. One more skill and we're done. And this is the skill Water Magic. So this is the last skill and also the last magic school of the game. And just like all the other magic schools, Water Magic increases your water spells, the efficiency and the power of your water spells, and it also increases your arcane knowledge, so that you can learn more powerful spells, the more arcane knowledge you have. Basically the same as all the other magic schools, but it focuses on your water spells. I can show you a few water spells that are pretty useful to have if you do focus on Water Magic. Here are all the water spells that you can have in the game. I will talk about a few of them later on, since they are related to specific abilities. But some that I can mention right now that I do like to use, if I can, is for example Vessel of Malassa. Summons a ship on nearby water instantly. If you're playing on a sea map and you need a ship as soon as possible, then the Vessel of Malassa is a good option to have here, especially if you have Water Magic at max level. And not only that, there are two other spells that are pretty powerful to use as well. One of them is Tsunami. This thing deals that much water damage to all units in the target area and pushes small creatures 2 tiles back instantly. The target area spans 5 columns. That one is pretty powerful, I can tell you. I'll put this one to test so you can see later, in just a moment. And we also have this spell Freezing Orb, where this thing summons a 1/1 freezing orb with 1600 health on target empty tile. It lasts until the end of the next two combat rounds, or until destroyed. At the end of each combat round, the freezing orb moves through any obstacle to the farthest empty tile next to an enemy creature. It emits a 3/3 aura that deals 2000 water damage to enemy creatures, and they get -3 movement for 3 turns. This thing is also pretty powerful. So yeah, I can tell you this much, that if I do focus on Water Magic, I might not use Water Magic that often, but if I do focus on it, these 3 spells are the specific ones I would like to use, because all of them are powerful. I'm going to show you a little example on Tsunami and Freezing Orb, so you can see how they look like. If we start with this battle here, for example, it's perhaps not the best example, since I don't have to fight a lot of troops here, but I'll show you just a little example. If we go to water spells, and I'll start with, for example, we'll start with Freezing Orb, just to see what this thing does. I'll put you here, for example. There we go, that's what Freezing Orb looks like. Freezing Orb, 1600 health, and it deals that much water damage. Let's see what happens when this thing makes it smooth. Oh, that hurt. Wow, that hurt. That hurt. All these guys were killed. If we have another example here, we have a pretty sizable amount of troops here to fight against. Now let's try out the Freezing Orb again here. Where was it? Here? Let's try this thing again and see if it can help in this situation. Let's give it a shot. See what happens. Ooh, half of his troops were lost, and deep freeze as well. -3 movement, lasts for 3 turns. That helps in many ways, not bad. And if he doesn't do anything, then that means... Oh, that hurts as well. Did you see him? Well, now you can see how powerful this thing is by itself. And if there were multiple opponents, like I said, this thing after all deals damage to all enemy creatures in a 3/3 area. So yeah, when you have Master Water Magic, then this thing is very powerful. And just so you know, I have 23 magic. So just this magic is enough to deal that amount of damage. It was like 2000 damage. So it's not a ridiculous amount of magic you need in order for this thing to be useful. It can still help even with 20 magic. It still deals that much damage, you saw yourself. Now, what about the other spell that we have, which was Tsunami? Let's have a look here. This is the one. It deals 700 to 800 damage. This is what it looks like if we use Tsunami. You can take down every creature in this five columns. Every creature around here. Let's give it a shot and see. We'll use it, and that must have hurt. You saw yourself. Every creature in this area is slaughtered just like that. There are also some other spells that I do occasionally use every now and then, sometimes, and so maybe not as often as the other spells or skills or so. But water magic can be helpful, and you saw yourself, it can be very powerful in the right contexts. And some other spells and abilities that powers these spells up, they also help in many ways. So this is not half bad actually. It's not my favorite magic school, unfortunately, since there are other schools that I prefer more, like fire magic and air magic. I prefer them more, of course. But I can say that this thing is better than dark magic in most ways. So I'm gonna put this one perhaps at the bottom of B tier, I say. Probably at the bottom of B tier. I do prefer earth magic more in most ways. But yeah, at the bottom of B tier, I'm gonna put water magic. It's powerful, it's useful, and it's good. It's better than dark magic. But yeah, that's what I would put. Bottom of B tier. Next up here we have Water Scholar. And just like all the other scholars I mentioned before, this thing reduces the mana cost of your water spells by 20%. So 20% less mana for your water spells. And if you're going to cast your powerful spells like Tsunami and the Freezing Orb, then this thing helps a lot. Because normally they cost like 50 mana for these spells. With this, you can cast them for like 40 mana instead. I'll show you a little example on the difference between with and without this. Here we have all the spells, as you can see. Some of them require more mana to be cast, like Tsunami and Freezing Orb, than the others, and there are some other spells that don't require that much mana. So for these other spells, the cost will not be that much of a difference if you have this ability. But if you have this ability, then it will be easier to cast Freezing Orb and Tsunami. Let's see what happens when we add this ability so that the mana cost will be different. Now, once we have this ability, Water Scholar, you can see our spells have a reduced mana now. It costs less mana now to cast these spells. Especially the Freezing Orb and Tsunami. Now they cost 40 mana instead of 50. So these ones are the ones that helps even more. And some other spells like Circle of Winter and Liquid Members also have a little reduced mana cost as well. So yeah, Water Scholar is not half bad in that way. Now I may not use water magic that often, but if I do use water magic and I focus on that, then Water Scholar is absolutely something I would focus on. So it is a great combo, and it combos very well with water magic itself. So I'm gonna put them together at the bottom of B tier. They're both good and they can help, of course. So yeah, that's where I will have it. Next up we have Water Knowledge level 1. What this thing does is, I have to show you this one. Here we have it, Water Knowledge level 1. Fog Shroud isn't removed anymore if the creature receives damage. And Blizzard now reduces creature's movement for 3 turns. Let's have a look at these two spells and see what they do. If we look at all the spells in Water Magic and focus on the 2 spells that this ability affects, we start with Fog Shroud. Normally, the target creature cannot be targeted by range attacks and cannot perform range attacks or activate abilities for 2 turns, or until it receives damage. This is what it normally does. You basically make sure that the archer cannot shoot at all, and you cannot shoot at the archer as well with this. I can tell you already this much, that this is actually something I do use every now and then, even without water magic, because there are some ranged creatures that I don't want to shoot at me, because they are pretty powerful on their own. So even without water magic, this thing is pretty good in that way. And with water magic, it becomes even better. I'll show you a little example of how this thing works in short, but we also have to look at Blizzard. This thing here creates a blizzard on the target 4x4 area for 3 combat rounds. Creatures starting their turn in it have their movement reduced until the end of their next turn. Normally without water magic, their movement is reduced by 1 only, not 5. But since I have master water magic, their movement is reduced by 5. So the greater your water magic is, the more movement is reduced. This thing is also pretty useful when you have water magic. Without water magic, it's not as useful, but it is useful with water magic, especially with master water magic. Let's put these 2 spells to test and see how they work with and without this upgraded ability. If we take a look at here, for example, we have an archer here that is pretty powerful, and it will be difficult for me to hit this guy just like this. We can use, as a starters, we can use Fog Shroud. If we use this, for example, for 2 turns. Let's use this. There we go, Fog Shroud. Let's see what happens. Did you see? He's not attacking me. He has to move towards me instead, because of Fog Shroud. And it lasts for 2 turns, like I said. So yeah, that's a good example of where it's useful. And not only that, we can also use another spell which we mentioned before, Blizzard. It reduces movements by 5 if we do this, for example. There we go. That's what Blizzard looks like. Let's see what happens now. Is it me, or does it can he not move at all? Wow, maybe he cannot move at all. Fog Shroud, okay, let's see what happens. Oh, yeah, did you see Blizzard? His movement has been greatly reduced. Let's use Fog Shroud once again. If we go here and use this, there we go. Fog Shroud. And yeah, you see yourself. Thanks to Blizzard and combining it with Fog Shroud, he is forced to come to me in order to make an attack. So yeah, that's how both these spells work. Now remember, this is what happens when without this ability. You have these 2 spells, and that's without this ability. Let's add this Water Knowledge level 1 and see how this powers up both these spells. Remember, from this, if you have this, then you can deal damage on the enemy archers, and with Fog Shroud, and the Fog Shroud will still be in that enemy creature, so they will still not be able to shoot, even after being taken damage. And also Blizzard, if they have minus in their movement, that movement it will be for 3 turns. They will still have that minus movement for 3 turns, even without Blizzard. So let's test this thing out and see what happens. We have another battle here, and we are going to see if we can use this to our best advantage. As a start, for starters, we now have Fog Shroud here, and where was it? Here. The target creature cannot be targeted by ranged attacks and cannot perform a ranged attack or activate abilities for 2 turns. And now it's powered up. Even if they do have this, there we go. There we go. Cannot shoot or so. Let's test this thing out. As you can see, cannot move, cannot do anything. Let's test this thing out, shall we? We'll move you here, maybe. See. And yeah, you can see yourself cannot do anything here. Let's do this and see what happens if we add Fog Shroud again on here. There we go. And yeah, good. You are now affected by this. Let's attack. That hurt, and ouch. Is this thing still here? Yeah, it's still here. Despite taking damage. This proves that she cannot shoot because of this. So yeah, that's what happens, and she still has it because of my little bonus up. So that's pretty good to know. Now, what about an enemy creature that has a lot of troops on them? As you can see here, that's a lot of boys we have to fight against. Let's try out the other spell, which was Blizzard. Now they will have their their movement will now be reduced by 5 for 3 turns, and not just in Blizzard. So if I, for example, use it here, outside, and let them make their move, there we go. Oops. Now he's stuck here for 2 more turns. And I can do whatever I need to while he's stuck in here for these turns. And now he can make a move again after this. Now afterwards. So yeah, if I need to stop him, if I have archers, for example, and I want my archers to take care of him while he's in here, I can easily do that. Let him stay here and be stuck here while my archers take care of him. Or if I have the option, I can use, for example, this, and let this take care of the enemy as well, as you see. So if you want your opponent to have a little more difficult ways of trying to deal with you, and it will be a lot more challenging for him to face you, especially with this archer and with his melee creatures, then Wall of Knowledge level 1 is pretty useful, and it's pretty good because it gives you a lot more time in preparing and making sure the enemy will not get to your troops before you can deal with them. So Wall of Knowledge level 1 is not half bad, it is pretty good. It is not as I would not say that it's powerful, as good as many of the others abilities and so. But I still do, if I do focus on water magic, I would like to have this. It's not a bad idea to have this one. So I'm gonna put it pretty much almost at the top of C tier, I would put it. Because this thing can be pretty good. It can be good, especially in the right context when you want more time for the enemy to come to you. That thing can help a lot. Next up here we have Water Shield. What this thing does is, I will have to show you this one. Here we have it, Water Shield. All friendly creatures start the combat with a Water Shield that reduces the first damage dealt to the creature by 25%. Lasts for 3 turns. So basically, should any of your creatures take damage from the enemy for the first time, that damage is reduced by 25% thanks to this. That's not half bad actually when you want to defend your creatures and you want to make sure the first hit doesn't deal too much damage. We can put this one to practice just to see what it looks like. If we have a battle here and I have Water Shield on, let's see what happens when these guys attack me and I take damage from that. Let's see what happens. I'll just move with you here and I'll defend with the other 2. Let's see what happens. Oh, did you see? There was a little water bubble there that showed there. Did you see that? Well, I'm also going to see if we can use that and hit, for example, one of the other guys here. If we take damage from here. Yeah. Did you see? One of them took a little damage, and that it worked. And the others will not be affected because the water shield is gone by now. You probably saw the little water shield animation where the shield was there and then it broke. That's what it looks like when you take damage from someone and the damage is reduced by 25% thanks to this shield. And it only works against the first attack. So it has some similarities with Gathering Storm, where with Gathering Storm your first L spell is cast with 8+ magic, but then it doesn't work anymore. Same for Water Shield. It only works for once and that's it. Also, yeah, it has some similarities. Not that impactful. Sure, 25% less damage is good. I prefer that more than Gathering Storm in that way. But it's not something I usually focus on, if I do focus on water magic. So I will still put it at pretty high in D tier, since 25% less damage, that does help. It does help. So yeah, it works there. It works, not the best, but it works. Next up here we have Water Wisdom. And just like all the other wisdom abilities, except the Prime Magic one, but except Prime Magic, all the other wisdom abilities are the same as this one. This thing gives you +4 magic in water spells, and every other wisdom ability you have gives +4 to this bonus. So the more wisdom abilities you have, the more magic you have for these particular spells. And if you're gonna focus on water magic, then this is not a bad idea to have, because making your spells more powerful, why not? It does help. So, just like all the others here, I'm gonna put this one at the bottom of B tier as well. A little bit, just above the water scholar, since extra magic is more useful in water spells, in my opinion. So yeah, at the bottom of B tier in all of them here. Next up here we have Wall of Knowledge level 2. And what this thing does, I will have to show you here. Here we have it, Wall of Knowledge level 2. Creatures damaged by Frostbolt and or Ice Strike additionally get -3 movement for 3 turns. Now, both Frostbolt and Ice Strike, I will show you what these two spells does usually, so you can see what they do. Here we have all the spells again, and we are going to focus on, first of all, Frostbolt. If you have a Master Water Magic and you have a pretty good sizable amount of magic, wait, how much does my hero have right now? Actually, not much, 17 magic only, that's not much. And despite that, we can deal like, how much damage can we deal with this? 800 damage. Okay, that's a little bit much. But yeah, it deals that much water damage to the target enemy unit instantly. This is what it does normally, without this power up from the ability. And with this ability, of course, then its movement is also decreased by 3 for 3 turns. So not only do you deal damage to the enemy, but they also have their movement reduced by this much. As for Ice Strike, this thing, the target friendly creature deals additional 600 water damage when it attacks. Yeah, normally if you could choose any of your creatures to have this spell on it. It's like a power up spell on your creature, so it deals not only does it deal damage, melee damage from itself, but it also deals water damage thanks to Ice Strike, and that's what it normally does. And if you also have this power up, then not only will the enemy creature take this damage, but their movement is reduced as well by 3 for 3 turns. So both these spells are about making your opponent lose their movement, and losing their movement is pretty good. It's not half bad. Let's put these both into practice and see how they work. So, if we have our army here, for example, and I am going to cast one of my spells in one of these guys. I'll, for example, use it on my little boys here. Let's see here. We go to water spells, and we'll use, for example, Ice Strike on our little Kabir Masters. Let's see what happens. There we go. Normally with fire damage, yeah, this is the normal damage we deal. So let's do it. Shoot it, and oh, that hurt. That hurt. That's what happens when you have Ice Strike, because it deals a lot more damage here than usually. So yeah, that's what happens. We can do the same with these guys as well. We'll cast Ice Strike here as well. There we go, Ice Strike. And even more damage will be dealt now. Let's do it. Let's try it here, and ouch, that hurt. What about Frostbolt? Let's give that thing a try and see what happens. We have this. It deals a lot of water damage, yeah, and movement is decreased by 3 for 3 turns as well, thanks to the update. This deals a lot of damage here. And would you look at that? Something happened there. Deep Freeze. Deep Freeze, -3 movement, lasts for 3 turns. What does this mean? We'll see. As you can see, he lost his movement. That's useful in that way. And if we use it again here, well, I'll use this thing again, Frostbolt again. Even more damage thanks to Metamagic. Oh, that hurt. That hurt. Another Deep Freeze. So yeah, that's what it looks like. So yeah, with this power up, you can make your opponent not only lose their health, but they also lose their movement for a couple of turns. And the movement reduction does help in many ways. So this is actually pretty good in that way. And although I may not use water spells that often, if I do focus on it, then this is actually something I would invest in and focus on. So yeah, I'm gonna put this one pretty good up in my tier as well. Probably at the bottom. I'm not sure if I'm going to place all of them at the bottom of B tier. Not all of them, at least. One of them is high C tier. But yeah, I'm gonna put them somewhere here. But this is actually gonna be even above War Wisdom. There we go. The bottom of B tier for all of them so far. Next up here we have Water Knowledge level 3. And what this thing does, I'll have to show you here. This is the one, Water Knowledge level 3. Liquid Membrane additionally increases movement by 5. And creatures damaged by Circle of Winter additionally get -3 movement for 3 turns. Let's have a look at what these two spells usually do, and yeah, let's have a look at them. We'll start with the Liquid Membranes. This thing reduces any damage to target friendly creature by 50% for 3 turns. Yeah, if you want to make sure that your enemy creatures have a better chance to survive, then this thing is actually better than Water Shield, because not only does it make you lose not only does it reduce your damage by 25%, and not just once, but it's 50% and for 3 turns. So any damage you take from this is reduced by that level, and this is because of master level. I think if you do not have water magic, it only lasts for 1 turn, or once or so, and the damage reduction is much less than this. So, but either way, this thing does help, especially now. Let's put this into practice and see what it looks like. And also, not only that, we also have this Circle of Winter. Deals that much water damage to all units in the target circular 3x3 area instantly. Something I noticed with this thing is that in the other games like Heroes 3 and Heroes 5, you have the Circle of Winter in these spells as well, in these games as well, but they don't deal as much damage and they are not as impactful or powerful as in this game. In this game, they really powered up these spells, so it's a lot more useful and powerful than usual. So I'm going to show you this spell as well, and how powerful, and yeah, you can already see how powerful it is. Here, if we put both spells into practice here, for example, I'll use, for example, these Liquid Membranes when it's upgraded. Reduces any damage to the target friendly creature by 25%. Oh, this is when your magic is 0 instead. And increases its movement by 5 for 3 turns. Let's give this to our boy here. There we go. And let's see what happens. Yeah, I didn't take that much damage thanks to this. Not bad. And not only that, we also have, if we go to this one and check out the Circle of Winter, it deals a lot of damage here, as you can see. Let's put this thing to test and see what happens. Oh, did you see? And both of them got deep freeze because of that. So yeah, and that's what happens when you have both these spells at their most powerful form. So just do this, and as you can see, thanks to this Liquid Membranes, their damage is reduced. Oh, it did say 25% in the description, but here it says 50% instead. I won't complain. It still reduces the damage, so I won't complain. So yeah. This is excellent. It works excellently here. So yeah, both Liquid Membranes and especially Circle of Winter are powerful. If I do focus on water magic, then I do like to use Circle of Winter because it is very powerful in this game. So it's just like Stone Spikes in Earth Magic, Circle of Winter is very powerful here. So it can help in many ways, and also with the -3 movement as an extra bonus, that helps also in pretty many ways. So I'm actually going to put this one a little bit higher up than usual, than the other abilities. I will put it in B tier, since it's not as powerful maybe as some of the others. But I'm actually going to put this one even higher up, perhaps somewhere here even. Yeah, just below the Earth Knowledge level 3. But still, somewhere above, like here, I think it should be. Because this thing is pretty powerful. So yeah, that's what I will have it. And now we have the last but not least, the final ability to rank here, and this is the Grandmaster ability of Water Magic. This one is called Frostbite. What this thing does is, I'll show you here in details. Here we have it, Frostbite. At the start of an enemy creature's turn, it takes water damage for each negative water effect on it. So, if we can make sure that we cast a lot of water spells and the enemy creature gets a lot of negative water effects on it, they take water damage for each negative effect they have on them. Let's put this into practice and see if it works. If we have this on me, for example, I'm going to cast some water spell that will make them reduce their movement. We'll go with Blizzard, for example. I'll put cast on these guys. Let's see what happens. There we go. And oh, did you see? Did you notice? Usually they don't take damage from Blizzard, but because of the Frostbite, they do take damage. So yeah, that's good to know. Let's test. I'm going to test out something else as well. Yeah, this one will hurt. That's okay. If we try out another spell, like for example, we'll try out like for example, what else can we use? Something that will help a little bit. We'll try for example Ice Strike on our Titans. Let's try this one out. I think perhaps it will take them down though. Yeah, that was a pretty high kill there. Let's hit him here. Although this is gonna take him down instead. Yeah, that's okay. You saw the idea at least. With Blizzard, they took damage because of their negative spell. So yeah, that's a good example of how Frostbite looks like. So if you have a lot of negative water spells on your enemy and you make them take a lot of water damage from your spells, and from your enemy creatures, and from your friendly creatures as well, this thing can deal a lot of water damage if you have that. However, you have to remember that most of the Grandmaster abilities need to have some really powerful effects and really make a difference in many ways. And as powerful as this thing is, it is pretty good, but it doesn't deal as much impact or power as many of the others. So I won't really put this one that high up in my list, but I will put it a little bit higher, higher than many of the other abilities. Probably a little bit lower C tier. Fire Mantle is more useful, so I won't put it that high. Maybe like here somewhere there, a little bit lower C tier. That's what I think it should be. Yeah, that's where I will have it. And there we go. That's my tier list of all skills and abilities in Heroes of Might and Magic 7. There are a lot of skills and abilities. Altogether, I think it was like 192 of them altogether. So yeah, it took some time to explain all of them and to rank all of them where I think they belong. But yeah, this is my top tier list and my ranking. And yeah, if you can tell me if you agree or if you disagree, and if you think some of these abilities should be somewhere else. But yeah, please comment and say what you think of this, and if you have other opinions, I would like to hear them. And yeah, thanks for watching, and see you again.